You thought the diary on your nightstand filled with predictions of humanity's extinction a century from now was just a prank, until today's aptitude test revealed that you'd awakened the worst possible F-rank talent. Let us break up. Give me back my rice cooker. Your ex-girlfriend Ruyan's voice matched the words in the diary to a T. In that moment, a chill ran through your entire body. It was as if the blinding, blood-red data stream from the diary's final page were frantically refreshing on your retinas. Year 5125, the Beast Clan breached the city. The human race was annihilated. Just as you clenched your fists so tightly you nearly crushed your back molars, you resolutely acted on the diary's warning and snatched the peerless martial art originally meant for your enemy before anyone else could. Ding! Successfully intercepted a god-tier opportunity. Obtained the primordial supreme art, 89 mystical skill. Sitting cross-legged and practicing breathing exercises, you felt the ancient pure yang true chi boiling through your limbs and bones like magma. You were going to defy heaven and rewrite your destiny. The sky was clear and cloudless, with the morning sun bathing the world in its glow. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the edge of the bed and casting a glow on the young man's profile. Hong furrowed his brow slightly and rubbed his eyes. After a moment, the drowsiness faded, and he slowly sat up. On the nightstand lay a diary. Whose diary was this? It wasn't his. He hadn't kept a diary since middle school. Who in their right mind keeps a diary? Could this be a prank? But who would be that bored? Since he had nothing better to do anyway, Hong flipped open the diary to the first page and read the first line. March 24, 5025, I've been assessed as having F-rank fire attribute aptitude. My future looks bleak. Aptitudes are ranked from highest to lowest, with SSS rank being the highest and F being the lowest. Aptitudes are also divided into many different elements: water, fire, wind, lightning, rock, ice, light, dark, sword, tree, space, and time. Today is March 24, 5025. All teenagers turning 16 today are scheduled to have their aptitude elements tested. Hong had just turned 16, but his aptitude test wasn't until noon, so he had plenty of time to spare. Since he was bored anyway, he immediately looked at the second line of text. March 25, 5025, today's big news: Sukuan secretly checked into a hotel room with a female fan, had unprotected sex with her, and ultimately got her pregnant. You're supposed to wear a condom when hooking up, and the third place winner in the college entrance exams is supposed to wear a mask. That's common sense. How could Sukuan possibly have had unprotected sex with a female fan? He is a red-hot rising star in the entertainment industry. In Hong's mind, Sukuan was a man of impeccable character and purity. He would never hook up with just anyone. It must be some haters, jealous of our brother's stunning good looks, deliberately smearing him. March 26, 5025, I heard that Sun Xiaochuan bought a really powerful cultivation manual at the school gate the day before yesterday. Hong knows Sun Xiaochuan, their classmates, but that guy is no good. Not only did Sun Xiaochuan beat his grandmother with nunchucks, but in the dead of winter, he also made her wear a bikini to work in the fields. March 27, 5025, although F-rank cultivation progresses very slowly, I believe that human will can overcome fate. The future is never set in stone, there is hope for everything. March 28, 5025, the heavenly way is vigorous, the noble person strives ceaselessly. Today I'll continue my arduous training. I'm going to become the strongest martial god in the world. March 29, 5025, I ran into Sun Xiaochuan this afternoon. He broke through in just 4 days and publicly mocked me as a good-for-nothing. I'd kill him 100 times over and still not feel satisfied. Hong rubbed his sleepy eyes. He couldn't help but feel that this handwriting looked somewhat familiar. Moreover, the personality revealed between the lines felt very familiar as well. March 30, 5025, a man who doesn't pursue his ambitions wastes his God-given chi frame. I'll work hard, I'll fight my way through. March 31, 5025, I really am a good-for-nothing. After 7 days of grueling training, my cultivation hasn't improved one bit. My life is over. I'd better listen to Dad and learn a trade. When Hong read this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy was truly both pitiful and endearing. The lowest F rank, a hopeless path to cultivation, destined to be just an ordinary person, it was common knowledge, yet he'd actually stuck it out for 7 days. April 1st, 2025, I spent the whole day lounging at home today, drinking ice-cold Coke and playing Genshin Impact. It was absolutely blissful. This is the life I want. April 2nd, 2025, drinking ice-cold Coke, playing Genshin Impact. April 3rd, 2025, drinking ice-cold Coke, playing Genshin Impact. April 4th, 2025, I guess I drank too much ice-cold Coke. My stomach has been acting up all day. I was taking a dump in the bathroom when my mom walked in with some spare ribs and asked if I wanted some. April 5th, 2025, Hong, oh Hong, how could you have fallen so low? Have you forgotten your great vow to become a martial god? I examine myself 3 times a day. I can't go on like this. Hong stared at this for a moment, his just awakened mind suddenly clearing. No wonder the handwriting looked familiar. It's actually my own. April 6th, 2025, Ruyan wants to break up with me, probably because I'm not talented enough. But if she wants to break up, so be it. She even took the rice cooker with her. That's just too mean. April 7th, 2025, Xiao got accepted to college early. They must have detected her top-tier talent. She's heading to Zhongzhou today. Before leaving, Xiao came to find me. She seemed to have something she wanted to say, but in the end, she didn't say it. Xiao and Hong's relationship dates back to their parents' generation. Their fathers were lifelong friends, and their mothers were best friends as well. When Hong's parents were dating, they also helped set up Xiao's parents. Later, after the two families discussed it, they bought houses next to each other and became neighbors. Xiao and Hong were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. They were even born in the same year and month. Xiao was just 3 days older than Hong. But childhood sweethearts can't compete with fate, mainly because Ruyan was so flirtatious, sending Hong selfies of herself in black stockings every night. As a 15-year-old boy in the prime of his youth, he naturally couldn't resist such temptation. So 3 months ago, Hong confessed his feelings to Ruyan, and the two successfully became a couple. Not long after, Ruyan took the initiative to sleep with him. If Hong hadn't taken advantage of the opportunity, then he wouldn't have been worthy of being called a man. Xiao, perhaps to avoid any appearance of impropriety or maybe just out of silent resentment, stopped talking to Hong altogether. Each page of this diary has 15 lines, with one line representing one day, chronicling events for the next 15 days. After reading the first page, Hong thought it was just a prank. He figured someone must have snuck into his room in the middle of the night and secretly left this diary there. They even imitated his handwriting and wrote some disgusting stuff, deliberately trying to gross him out. Hong smiled and muttered, "I just want to see how they make up the rest." But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn to the second page. It seemed as if an invisible force was preventing him from doing so. What was going on? Hong couldn't help but frown, sensing that something wasn't quite right. Probably the prankster didn't know how to make up the story, so they glued the pages together. But what a clumsy trick. Hong wanted to use brute force to make a breakthrough, but before he could even exert himself, the diary had flipped to the very last page. January 9th, 2125, the resistance forces organized across the 9 provinces were once again annihilated by the Beast Clan. The bodies of those brave warriors were all devoured by the Beast Clan, leaving not a single bone behind. February 1st, 5125, most of the 9 provinces, home to the human race, fell in the blink of an eye. The surging army of the Beast Clan, like the first shadow of dusk, destroyed the light of the entire world. March 16th, 5125, after many years, I saw Xiao again. Her peerless grace remained just as it had been back then. Over the years, Xiao had traveled far and wide, earning numerous titles: the 4 heroes of Luofu, the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal, the 10 Great Heroes, the Twin Pillars of the Human Race, and Hero Without Equal. But when I saw her, I still couldn't help but call out to her, "You little fool." March 18th, 5125, Xiao was gravely wounded, with all the meridians in her dantian destroyed. Knowing her days were numbered, she withdrew from the front lines and forced herself to draw on her last breath to see me. March 19th, 5125, on her deathbed, Xiao nestled in my arms. She clutched my hand and said, "When I left home all those years ago, I wanted to tell you, let us make up, but because I was young and proud, I didn't have the courage to say it." March 20th, 5125, I buried Xiao in the backwoods, a place we used to play together often when we were young. Having wasted half my life, there was actually something I never got to say to her. I gently stroked her tombstone. If there is a next life, I will never let you down. July 22, 5125. The Beast Clan's army has reached the city gates. All the defenders have fallen in battle. There is no hope left in the mortal world. Darkness has finally descended, and time itself has perished. I do not wish to be devoured by the Beast Clan. I want to die with dignity. I sit at home sharpening my knife, quietly awaiting the Beast Clan's arrival. Hong's final words. Seeing the 2 lines on the last page, Hong felt a pang of sadness. The words were so genuine. However, Hong was 100% certain that this diary was nothing but a prank. 5,000 years ago, the Beast Clan was exiled to the barren and desolate northern frontier, where they now barely scrape by. With the chasm wall blocking their path, it was absolutely impossible for the Beast Clan to march south into the 9 provinces. Hong would rather believe he was in F rank than accept that the Beast Clan could breach the chasm wall. No one in the 9 provinces would believe the Beast Clan could breach the chasm wall, because the likelihood of that happening was about as probable as Lin Daiyu uprooting a weeping willow, the Chinese national soccer team winning the World Cup, Wu Wukai not using cheats, or the imperial tutor seeing a dragon. Hong tossed the diary aside, paying it no mind at all, then got up to wash his face, brush his teeth, and eat breakfast. The aptitude test was scheduled for noon today. It was already 10 a.m., so it was about time. Hong's apartment was on the 16th floor, in a building with 2 units per floor. Just as he opened his door, his neighbor opened theirs as well. A beautiful young girl stepped out from behind the door, her hair tied in a high ponytail, with a delicate, straight nose, a petite face, and arched eyebrows. This young beauty had skin as fair as jade, a flawless face, and eyes that were large and round, yet bright and clear. Although her features hadn't fully matured yet, her fair, oval face still hinted at a spirit of pride and dignity. Oh my! Isn't this Sister Xiao? Haven't seen you in a few days? You've really let yourself go, haven't you? Hong started off by being a total jerk, but Xiao completely ignored him and walked straight to the elevator on her own. Are you going to get your qualifications checked? Hong beat her to it and pressed the down button. Both had just turned 16. He wanted Xiao to speak, so he asked that on purpose, but Xiao still didn't respond. Hong had no choice but to be thick-skinned and say, "You little dummy. Why haven't you been talking to me lately? Do I have bad breath or something?" Hearing that familiar nickname, Xiao was slightly moved, but she quickly regained her aloofness. "You have a girlfriend now, so watch your language. I'm afraid Ruyan might get the wrong idea." Xiao's tone was distant, as if she were speaking to a stranger. "Who cares about that? I've even seen you in pull-ups when you were a kid." The elevator doors opened. Xiao stepped inside and spat out a single word, "Get lost." Hong, who'd been throwing himself at her only to be rebuffed, didn't get angry. He smiled and followed her into the elevator, acting like a total suck-up. An angry woman is the hardest to appease, and Hong had no choice but to grovel. Inside the elevator, Xiao deliberately kept her distance, adopting an attitude that kept him at arm's length. "You look really pale. Is it that time of the month? Today is the 24th. That's not right. I thought you were in the middle of your cycle." No matter how much Hong groveled, Xiao remained unmoved. The elevator soon reached the 1st floor. Hong hurried out of the elevator, hopped on his electric scooter, did a drift right in front of Xiao, flashed a smile he thought was pretty cool, and asked, "Sis Xiao, want to ride on my scooter?" Xiao said nothing, walked straight past Qin Xuan, hopped on her own electric scooter, and rode off. That girl really doesn't know when she has been given a break. I called her sis to save face, but if she doesn't show any respect, I'll bury her in a heartbeat. Hong revved her scooter to full speed, quickly catching up to Xiao, and shouted, "Wait for me." With her back to Hong, Xiao sped up even more, and the two soon arrived at school. After finishing elementary and middle school at around 16 years old, students were ready to take the aptitude test. Those who tested as having exceptional aptitude could continue on to high school and college, or choose to learn a trade. Youth with average aptitude could also continue their studies or learn a trade, but they could also pursue cultivation, though it would be difficult for them to achieve much. Those with outstanding aptitude would naturally follow the path of cultivation to become respected martial artists. Martial artists enjoyed long lifespans and could maintain their youthful appearance with a mere gesture. They could move mountains and overturn seas. In this world, strength was revered above all else. Martial artists possessed fame, status, wealth, and women. Even if an ordinary person became the richest man in the 9 provinces, their status and standing would still pale in comparison to that of a formidable martial artist. When the two arrived at the testing site, the playground of Jianghuai High School was already crowded with people. The screening didn't start until noon, so seeing everyone arrive so early, Hong couldn't help but curse under his breath, "You guys are so damn competitive." Although Hong was only 16, he was very tall and stood out in the crowd. Plus, he was still growing and was expected to reach 1.82 meters in the future. Hong continued to coax Xiao, but a shout came from behind him, "Brother Yuan." It was Ruyan's voice. Hong turned at the sound and saw a beautiful girl with a full bust, a slim waist, long legs, and a form-fitting skirt. Xiao had a bit of an ice queen vibe, while Ruyan exuded an intellectual beauty. Although Xiao was much prettier than Ruyan, if men had to choose, the vast majority would pick Ruyan. An ice queen is certainly beautiful, but she is best admired from afar rather than approached intimately, so she inevitably comes across as a bit aloof. Ruyan, on the other hand, with her teasing, hard-to-get attitude, naturally felt a bit more alluring. Ruyan slung her arm around Hong's, her voice brimming with delight, "Brother Yuan, I've been here for ages. I've been waiting for you forever." Hong felt his arm enveloped by 2 massive mounds. The sensation was indescribably wonderful, and he couldn't help but want to get right down to business with Ruyan right then and there. Glancing at Xiao beside her, Ruyan seemed to realize her presence belatedly and said, "Oh, you're here too." Xiao ignored her, so Hong explained, "I ran into Xiao on my way out, so I came with her." Ahead were several small, dark rooms. That was where the aptitude tests were conducted. Ruyan gazed at the rooms, pressed her palms together, and prayed, "Heaven, please bless me. Please let me test out as having top-tier talent." Hearing Ruyan's words, Hong, as if possessed, suddenly recalled something from his notebook and asked, "If I test out as the absolute worst F rank, will you break up with me? Are you crazy?" "Of course not." "I swear it," Ruyan snapped playfully. "Don't you know me by now? I'm not that kind of materialistic person." Hearing this, Hong felt a pang of shame. He shouldn't have doubted Ruyan just because of a diary of unknown origin. Talent ranks, from highest to lowest, are SSS rank, SS rank, S rank, A rank, B rank, C rank, D rank, E rank, and F rank. S rank and SS rank talents are extremely rare, 1 in 10,000, and meet the admission requirements for top-tier universities. An A rank talent qualifies one for a top-tier university, a B rank talent for a second-tier university, while C and D rank talents are limited to third-tier universities. E rank and F rank talents are the lowest and worst categories. Such talents offer absolutely no future prospects. Cultivating them is a waste of time, and the best options are to pursue an education or find a job. Before he knew it, it was already noon, and the talent assessments began. One by one, people entered the small dark room up ahead. Ruyan smiled gently, 2 dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth, and said, "Didn't you say a couple of days ago that your rice cooker at home broke? I bought you a new one and left it in my car. Remember to take it home later." At the mention of the word rice cooker, Hong broke out in goosebumps. Just as he was about to ask, suddenly, a voice rang out from the high platform, "Hong, come for the assessment immediately. Hong, come for the assessment immediately. Hong, come for the assessment immediately." "I'll talk to you when I get back," Hong said to Ruyan, then ran toward the small dark room up ahead. The floor of the small dark room was marked with a magical formation. Standing at its center would allow one to awaken their innate talent. Hong was alone in the room. He stepped into the central circle of the formation, and immediately, a dazzling white light flared up. Hong's entire body floated in midair as the white light continuously flowed into him, and an indescribable power surged through his whole body. The small black room was designed to block the view from the outside, so that what happened inside could not be seen, primarily to protect the students. Within the 9 provinces, there are outlaws who specialize in hunting down individuals with rare aptitudes and take pleasure in doing so. Hong slowly descended to the ground, feeling his body brimming with power. "I'm definitely not F rank. The testing machine in the small black room printed out a report detailing the subject's aptitude and attributes. Hong picked up the paper and glanced at it. There were only 2 lines of text. Talent rank, F rank. Talent attribute, fire. Hong stared blankly at the text on the report, his body trembling slightly. So what was written in that diary is actually true. That meant in the future, Ruyan would break up with him, the Beast Clan would breach the sky-supporting Great Wall and march south into the 9 provinces, Shao would die, and the human race would be annihilated. Hong was extremely agitated at that moment, first because of his own F rank, but even more so because of the Beast Clan's invasion 100 years from now. Seeing Hong emerge from the small dark room, Ruyan jogged over and asked, "Brother Yuan, what aptitude did you test for?" Hong hesitated slightly. An F rank was simply too pathetic, like scoring a 0 on a test, and he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. But he soon let it go. After all, it was already recorded in that diary. Because his aptitude was so poor, Ruyan had broken up with him and even taken the rice cooker with her. Thinking of this, Hong no longer hesitated. He told her honestly, "I'm the worst F rank. I want to take your rice cooker." Ruyan froze for a moment, at a loss for words. "Brother Yuan, are you kidding me?" Hong flung the report at Ruyan, his tone matter of fact. "If you don't believe me, take a look yourself." As she looked at the test results on the report, Ruyan's expression shifted back and forth. It seemed as if a flood of thoughts had rushed through her mind in an instant. A moment later, Ruyan spoke up, "Don't lose heart. There might still be hope." Although Ruyan was trying to encourage him, Hong could detect a hint of detachment in her tone. In the past, whenever she spoke to him, her very first words were always, "Brother Yuan, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Go home and get some rest early. I still have to take my aptitude test, so I won't be staying with you." Ruyan had already made up her mind to break up with him, but out of consideration for the crowd on the playground, she was maintaining a semblance of decorum. Hong's emotions were a tangled web of disappointment, frustration, helplessness, worry, and despair. An F rank could only occupy the very bottom rung of society, but based on the contents of that diary, he might still have a chance to turn his life around. He remembered a passage from the diary. March 26, 5025, I heard that Sun Xiaochuan bought a very powerful cultivation manual at the school gate the day before yesterday. That powerful cultivation manual Sun Xiaochuan had, it might just be his chance to turn his life around. Today is March 24, 5025, so the day before yesterday in the diary refers to today. Zhonghua University has both a front gate and a back gate. Hong ran quickly toward the front gate. Upon arriving, he looked around but didn't see any vendors selling books. Could it be at the back gate? With that thought, Hong rushed straight to the back gate without stopping. As soon as Hong reached the back gate, he spotted Sun Xiaochuan crouching in front of a stall. The vendor at this stall was an old man who looked a bit disheveled. With long, tangled hair, he resembled a beggar. The old beggar spoke tirelessly. "A ray of spiritual light is bursting from the crown of your head. Do you realize that? To possess such strong, well-trained bones at such a young age, you're a martial arts prodigy, the likes of which we see only once in 100 years. The mission to eliminate villains, uphold world peace, and protect the human race I entrusted to you. Here are 4 martial arts manuals. I see a connection between you and them. For 1,000 yuan, I'll teach them to you." Hong shoved Sun Xiaochuan aside, squatted down in front of the old beggar, and smiled apologetically. "Old man, I'll take all 4 of these manuals." The old beggar paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly resumed his smile. "Only 1 per person, first come, first served." The chubby Sun Xiaochuan was shoved aside. He was about to lose his temper, but when he saw it was Hong, his anger instantly fizzled out. Last year, Sun Xiaochuan had tried to make a pass at Shao. Bullying others was one thing, but when it came to Shao, Hong naturally wouldn't let him get away with it. At the time, Hong had delivered a brutal beatdown on him. Sun Xiaochuan was completely helpless and could do nothing but take the beating. The old beggar held 4 books in his hands: Grand Celestial Art, 89 Mystical Skill, Undying Sun Body, and Myriad Sword Codex. Hong turned to Sun Xiaochuan and snapped, "Are you going to buy one or not? If you're not buying, get out of here." Sun Xiaochuan jumped in fright and hurriedly looked at the 4 books in the old beggar's hands. After a moment's thought, he pointed to the undying sun body and said, "I'll take this cultivation manual." The Grand Celestial Art was the cultivation manual passed down to Sun Wukong by Patriarch Bodhi, while the 89 mystical skill was the one passed down to Yang Jian by Master Yuding. Although Hong liked Sun Wukong better, when it came down to it, Yang Jian was still a tiny bit more powerful. Hong pointed at 89 mystical skill and said, "I'll take this cultivation manual." The old beggar handed the manuals to the two of them, saying, 1,000 yuan each. After Hong scanned the QR code to pay, he said, "Old man, don't rush off just yet. A friend of mine also wants to buy a manual, please wait for me a moment." The old beggar nodded and replied, "You'd better hurry. Once I've sold all 4 books, I'm leaving. No exceptions." Hearing this, Hong rushed back to the playground. He called Xiao, but no one answered. That brat throwing a tantrum at a time like this. Hong searched everywhere, but the playground was packed with people, and he still couldn't spot Xiao. Hong grew increasingly anxious. When people get too anxious, they tend to act recklessly and do irrational things, a state often referred to as losing one's head. A staff member, holding a megaphone, was playing a looped announcement, "Please do not spit or litter. Maintain order. Please do not make loud noises so as not to disturb others." Hong had already lost his cool. He snatched the megaphone rudely and turned off the looped announcement. Then, turning the volume all the way up, Hong shouted, "Hey," and continued, "Everyone, look at me. I have an announcement to make." His voice echoed across the entire playground, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Standing on high ground on the playground, Hong strained his voice to its absolute limit and roared with all his might, "Xiao, let us make up." This line was supposed to be spoken 100 years from now, in the final moments of Xiao's life. But right at this very moment, Hong blurted it out early, this line that had been a source of regret for the two of them for 100 years. Just a few seconds later, his phone rang. Hong quickly answered it, and Xiao's voice, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, came through. "Are you out of your mind?" Although Xiao was yelling at him, Hong, who had grown up with her since childhood, could tell right away that she wasn't actually angry. Hong said, "I have something important to tell you. Come see me right away." "Wait for me right where you are," Xiao said, then hung up. Hong let out a long breath. He could tell that Xiao had forgiven him. Xiao's face was flushed from running so hard. She ran up to Hong and asked, breathlessly, "What is going on?" Hong took Xiao's small hand and explained succinctly, "I ran into a senior practitioner who was selling top-tier cultivation manuals. As long as you buy one, your cultivation journey will be smooth sailing from now on." Xiao followed Hong to the school's back gate. As she looked at the hand he was holding, her already flushed face turned even redder. When the two arrived, the old beggar was still at the back gate, but he had only one cultivation manual left in his hand. Grand Celestial Art had already been bought, leaving only Myriad Sword Codex. Hong sighed and said, "We were a step too late. This is the only one left." The old beggar glanced at Xiao. A glint of gold flashed in his eyes, and he immediately smiled. As they say, better late than never. This manual is a better fit for her. Hong scanned the QR code to pay for Xiao while asking, "Who bought Grand Celestial Art? Are you up to no good, kid?" The old beggar called Hong out on his thoughts. Then the old beggar added, "You possess the 89 mystical skill, and he has the Grand Celestial Art. You two are destined to be arch enemies. So rest assured, you're bound to cross paths again in the future." After selling the last copy of the manual, the old beggar slowly stood up and casually brushed the dust off his clothes. Seeing that the old beggar was about to leave, Hong stepped forward and asked, "Old man, could you tell me your name?" "A name is just a label, it doesn't matter what you call me. It's up to you." Without turning back, the old beggar walked away, leaving only this parting remark, "If you like, you can call me old man, or you can call me old beggar." "What a show-off!" Hong muttered under his breath, then added, "I'll just call you old beggar then." The two rode off on the electric scooter, though this time at a slower pace. A faint smile curved Xiao's lips, a smile as bright as the rising sun, as if it could dispel all the bitterness and cold in the world. Seeing Xiao's familiar smile, Hong asked, "Are we back together now?" Xiao snorted and said, "I'll show you some mercy and forgive you." Hong said, "If you don't like Ruyan, I can break up with her." Since Ryan wanted to break up, but Hong didn't want to be the one dumped, he decided to take the initiative and dump Ryan first. Upon hearing this, Xiao fell silent. It took her a full 10 or so seconds before she said, "Don't worry about what others think, what matters most is that you like her." He realized he'd asked the wrong person. Xiao was just that kind of silly girl. Even if she really disliked Ryan, she'd never speak ill of her behind her back. Hong smiled helplessly and said, "I plan to break up with Ryan." "Why?" Xiao's pedaling faltered, and she nearly fell off her bike. "Because my talent test came back as F rank. She probably thinks I have no future, so she wants to break up with me. But I don't want to wait for her to break up with me, that would be a loss of face." Xiao was just as blunt, "You tested F rank. What face do you have left?" "That's true," Hong said helplessly, "but those two things are different." Testing positive for an F rank talent was indeed pitiful, but Xiao wasn't very good at offering comfort, so she changed the subject. "Is this cultivation manual you bought for me a fake? Try practicing with it first. If you feel something's off, just stop." Hong wasn't entirely sure either, since the details in the diary weren't very clear. "Oh, right." Hong was riding her bike when she suddenly turned to Xiao and asked, "What talent did you test for?" Upon hearing this, Xiao pressed both hands against the brakes. Seeing this, Hong hurriedly stopped and asked, "What are you doing?" Xiao swallowed hard, looking nervous. "I can tell you, but don't tell anyone else. I'm afraid people might set their sights on me." Hong's expression turned serious as he promised, "I won't say a single word to anyone." Xiao parked her scooter, then glided over to stand beside Hong. She began with a warning, "Don't make a big deal out of this." Then she leaned in slightly, bringing her lips close to Hong's ear, her voice so low it was barely audible. "I've detected two talents. One is an SS rank liquid jade sword, which should be a sword cultivation talent." This girl had actually detected an SS rank talent, a top tier talent found in 1 out of 10,000, one that would guarantee direct admission to a top tier university. Moreover, her talent is suited for sword cultivation, and it's widely acknowledged across the 9 provinces that sword cultivators possess the greatest killing power. Hong suppressed his shock and pressed further, "What about your other talent?" "The other is an SSS rank 36 grade purifying blue lotus. I'm not sure what attribute that talent is." Xiao's voice grew even quieter this time. Although he didn't know what attribute the 36th grade pure world blue lotus belonged to, Hong didn't even have to think about it. An SSS rank talent was absolutely mind-blowing. "Holy crap! That's absolutely mind-blowing." Hong muttered under his breath. He couldn't think of a more fitting description. Hong recalled a passage from his diary. Over the years, Xiao has earned numerous titles: the 4 heroes of Luofu, the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal, one of the 10 great heroes, one of the twin pillars of the human race, and an unparalleled hero of ancient times. Could this Blue Lotus Sword Immortal be a reference to her lapis lazuli jade sword in the 36th grade world purifying blue lotus? Human nature can be very dark. If others found out about Xiao's talents, it might stir up jealousy. Hong warned, "Don't tell anyone about these 2 talents or the myriad sword codex, not even your mom and dad." Xiao asked, "Not even my mom and dad?" "I'm afraid your mom won't be able to resist bragging about it everywhere." Since they were neighbors, Hong knew the nature of Xiao's family. Most people in this world are good, but there are inevitably some bad ones as well. Because they're cut from the same cloth, these suspicious individuals band together to form evil organizations. The villains in these evil organizations love to hunt down people with rare talents. If word of Xiao's talent got out, it would inevitably trigger a manhunt by these evil organizations. Hong added, "Once our aptitude and attributes are tested, the results will be uploaded to the database immediately. With your level of aptitude, you're sure to attract attention from the higher-ups. You should stay home for a few days for now. I expect someone will come looking for you very soon." Xiao let out an "oh," then hopped on his electric scooter, and the two rode home side by side. His parents were at work, and his younger brother and sister were still in middle school, so when Hong got home, he was alone. Hong pulled his phone out of his pocket, ready to send a message breaking up with Ryan. "We once loved each other, and that's enough. After we break up, I hope we can both become better versions of ourselves." Hong composed a very long message. He was even moved by it himself, but just as he sent it, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Damn it! Hong was stunned. Ruyan had acted so quickly. He'd been one step too late after all. How heartless and ungrateful. Just because he tested out as an F-rank talent, she didn't even give him a heads up, she just blocked him outright. Han had actually been feeling a little guilty, a little remorseful, and a little reluctant to let her go. After all, she was a free hookup. He and Ruyan had had many deep conversations, and he thought there was still some connection between them. But he never expected this woman to show him absolutely no consideration. She didn't even want to waste a single second. Han was instantly overcome with anger and humiliation, but he quickly pulled himself together. He pulled 89 mystical skill out of his pocket and began reading its contents. The very first page contained only 2 lines: "Master the mysteries of 89, and you shall reign supreme in this world." These lines were incredibly lofty. Translated into plain language, they meant, as long as you master the 89 mystical skill, you'll be invincible and able to walk all over the world with impunity. Hong turned to the second page. The highest number in the yin sequence is 8, and the highest in the yang sequence is 9. The product of 8 and 9 is the greatest number in Taoism. Thus, heaven and earth have the 9 palaces, the 8 trigrams, and the 72 solar terms. The 89 mystical skill, 8 yang, 9 yin. The human body contains both yin and yang numbers, much like the principles of human destiny. The head corresponds to heaven. This is the yang number. The feet correspond to earth. This is the yin number. Hong turned to the third page. 8 transformations, 9 revolutions, return to pure yang. 8 transformations means transforming away the yin numbers 8 times, while 9 revolutions means transforming the yang numbers 9 times. Transforming away the yin numbers 8 times and transforming the yang numbers 9 times can only be considered a major achievement. To attain perfection in the 89 mystical skill, there is one final step: returning to pure yang. Pure yang refers to yang energy that is pure and undiluted, the ultimate in strength, and yang containing the terrifying power to incinerate all living beings. Each time a yang number is eliminated, the cultivator's cultivation level rises significantly. Each time a yin number is eliminated, the cultivator gains a supernatural ability. Since a total of 8 yin numbers can be eliminated, 9 supernatural abilities can be obtained: physical ascension to sainthood, eye of the Tao, 72 transformations, golden light piercing the earth, trinity chi gathering, 3 heads and 6 arms, emulating heaven and earth, and immortality and indestructibility. A person's innate talent is like the body. It isn't fully formed before the age of 16, so it's difficult to assess. That's why talent assessments aren't conducted until the age of 16. Practicing cultivation before the age of 16 can cause physical damage. The younger the practitioner, the more severe the damage, and in the worst cases, it can even impair one's innate talent. Cultivation requires a manual. Ordinary manuals are inexpensive. They cost only 4 or 5,000 yuan and can be purchased at bookstores, but the rate of progress with them is very slow. Slightly better manuals, on the other hand, typically cost more than 10 times as much, enough to buy a small car. After reading for a full 5 hours, Hong finally put down 89 mystical skill. It was already dark outside. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and, following the book's instructions, prepared to practice breathing exercises. Between heaven and earth lies a vast and complex energy. In ancient times, this energy was called spirit energy, but today it is also known as true qi or primordial qi. Hong cleared his mind, focused his spirit on his dantian, and began to breathe slowly. First, he exhaled deeply 8 times and inhaled shallowly 9 times. Then he exhaled deeply 9 times and inhaled shallowly 8 times. Repeating this cycle of breathing and absorbing energy 72 times completed one small celestial circuit. Hong followed this breathing rhythm. He had no idea how much time had passed. He only felt a warm, soothing energy flowing into his body with each breath. This warm energy must be spiritual energy. Hong opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was 10 p.m. As an F-rank cultivator, if he were practicing an ordinary cultivation technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to generate even a single breath of spiritual energy after a week of breathing exercises. But by following the breathing rhythm outlined in 89 mystical skill and combining it with the mental techniques described in the book, he managed to generate a single breath of spiritual energy in just 5 hours. This was Hong's first time practicing these breathing exercises. As he became more proficient, he might be able to generate a single breath of spiritual energy in as little as 2 hours. It was still early for a young person. Going to bed before midnight would be a waste of life. Hong closed his eyes, 8 long exhalations, 9 short inhalations, 9 long exhalations, 8 short inhalations, repeating this breathing cycle 72 times. Time passed slowly, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 a.m. Last year, when Hong was in middle school, his teacher had said, to break through to a 1-star martial artist, you need 10 breaths of spiritual energy. He meditated 15 hours a day, which allowed him to gather 3 breaths of spiritual energy. He would soon be able to advance to a 1-star martial artist. Martial artist is the initial realm, followed by martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial patriarch, martial venerable, martial sage, martial emperor, and martial god. Each major realm is further divided into 10 minor realms: 1-star martial artist, 2-star martial artist, 3-star martial artist, all the way up to 10-star martial artist. Once you reach 1-star martial artist, you can attempt to break through to martial master. However, breaking through these major realms is extremely difficult. Even the slightest lapse in concentration during the breakthrough can cause you to drop back to a lower realm. Hong slept until 10 a.m. Although he only slept for 7 hours, he still felt wide awake. This was because of the nourishment from spiritual energy. Even without getting a full 8 hours of sleep, he felt more energetic than usual. When Hong got up, he ordered takeout, then washed his face, brushed his teeth, and used the restroom. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, his takeout arrived. After eating, he resumed his cultivation. For the next 3 days, Hong maintained this routine. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent his time meditating and practicing breathing exercises. He quickly accumulated 10 breaths worth of spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and rested for a moment. Breaking through to a minor realm is straightforward. Usually, there are no complications, let alone a regression. After fully recharging, Hong closed his eyes. The 10 breaths worth of spiritual energy, circulating within his body, converged in his dantian and slowly fused together. The 10 breaths worth of spiritual energy intertwined and quickly merged into a single mass, forming a small cluster of white gas. The white vapor was very pale in color and equally small in volume, about the size of a coin. The successful fusion of the 10 breaths of spiritual energy signified that Hong had successfully broken through to become a 1-star martial artist. As the sun set, a beam of evening light streamed into the room. Hong exhaled a breath of stale air. After the breakthrough, he felt refreshed and invigorated, but his stomach was growling with hunger. If only his mom were home. He'd have to fend for himself. Just as Hong was about to order takeout, ding dong. Ding dong, someone rang the doorbell. Who is it? Hong got up to answer the door. Standing there was Xiao. She asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "I'm a little hungry." Xiao's parents, along with Hong's parents, all 4 of them belonged to the security domain. Hong's father had the highest cultivation level, having already reached the 3-star martial king realm. He was also the deputy director of the security domain and counted as a prominent figure even in Zhenghuai province. The main reason Ruyan had seduced Hong in the first place was because his family was powerful and influential. She wanted to climb the social ladder. Moreover, since Hong's parents both had outstanding innate talents, Ruyan assumed Hong's wouldn't be too shabby either. But who could ve guessed? Hong took a huge dump. He actually tested out as an F-rank talent. Hong suggested, "Why don't we just order takeout?" Xiao rejected the idea. "No way. Eating takeout every day is making me sick." After they made up, Xiao stopped being cold and returned to her usual self. Hong had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I'll go out to eat with you." Hearing Hong agree so readily, Xiao paused for a moment and asked, "Why have you become so easygoing all of a sudden?" In the past, whenever Xiao asked Hong to go do something with her, he would always complain and whine, and even when he agreed, it was grudgingly. After seeing the content from Japan, Hong felt as if those events were happening right before his eyes, so he wanted to turn over a new leaf. "From now on, I'll never be a jerk to you again," Hong promised Xiao. "And I definitely won't make you angry anymore. Are you possessed or something?" Xiao was actually a bit taken aback by Hong's sudden change in attitude and added, I actually prefer the cheeky version of you. You should VE said so earlier. Hong's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. I can't be bothered to go out to eat. If you're going out to eat, could you bring me some food back while you're at it? As soon as Xiao heard this, she immediately regretted it. How can you go back on your word like that? Don't you like the cheeky version of me? Hong, on the other hand, acted as if he were in the right. I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Xiao got angry again and slammed the door to Hong's apartment shut. Girls are so hard to figure out. Hong opened the door and, watching Xiao walk into the elevator, hurriedly called out, "Wait for me." Hong's family owned a car, but he didn't have a driver's license, so he had to ride an electric scooter. The two arrived at Qing'an Plaza, which was home to restaurants, bars, nightclubs, movie theaters, and billiard halls, as well as shops selling fur coats, jewelry, cars, and computers. Looking at the dazzling array of shops, Hong asked, "What do you feel like eating? Hot pot or spicy noodles, either is fine." Xiao replied these were the two foods girls loved most. "Let us have hot pot," Hong said. Before his parents left, they'd given him spending money a full 30,000 yuan, so he wasn't short on cash. There were dozens of hot pot restaurants at Qing'an Plaza, and Hong made his way confidently to the entrance of Yujingxiang. Looking out over the vast Qing'an Plaza, Yujingxiang was among the top-tier restaurants, but it was also expensive. The minimum per-person bill was 2,000 yuan. Looking at the restaurant's opulent decor, Xiao tugged at Hong's sleeve and whispered, "This place is too expensive. Let us find somewhere else. I think the self-service rotating hot pot is pretty good, too." The all-you-can-eat rotating hot pot restaurant costs 28 yuan per person, making it a very affordable option. Hong patted Xiao's hand reassuringly and said, "I have a membership card at Yujingxiang, and there is still money on it." Ruyan also loves hot pot and often asks Hong to accompany her to Yujingxiang. Since Hong always ended up paying, he got a membership card, which should still have 5 or 6,000 yuan left on it. There was already a line forming outside Yujingxiang, so Hong went over to pick up a number. Then he turned back to find Xiao and said, "There are 2 tables ahead of us in line, so I guess we'll have to wait a bit. The hot pot is a little spicy, so let us go grab 2 cups of milk tea. What would you like to drink?" "I'd like some lemonade," Xiao added. "The kind from Honey Snow Ice City." Hong paused for a moment upon hearing this, and Ruyan came to mind again. They were both women, yet they were worlds apart from Xiao. He remembered one time when he excitedly bought Ruyan a cup of milk tea. Ruyan, however, had flown into a rage. "I won't drink the cheap milk tea, don't you know that? I usually only drink Starbucks." But that milk tea wasn't cheap at all. It cost 24 yuan, 6 times more than the lemonade at Moshue Ice City. Everything Ruyan wore, clothes, pants, bags, jewelry, even her sanitary pads, was paid for out of his own pocket. They'd only been dating for 3 months, and she'd already cost him at least several 100,000 yuan. Her parents thought she'd picked up a bad habit, but when they heard it was to impress a girl, they reluctantly let it slide. As for Ruyan, she'd only ever given him a pair of sneakers, which she'd lied about being an 8,000 yuan designer brand. I'd only worn them for 2 days when the glue started coming apart. I looked them up online and discovered they were actually knockoffs. Looking back on it now, it's downright ridiculous. Ruyan had me completely wrapped around her finger. I was nothing but a brainless sucker. If I hadn't seen the diary entry, I would still wanted to spend the rest of my life with her, getting married, having kids, supporting each other through thick and thin, and growing old together. Hong took a deep breath, shook off the distracting thoughts, and said to Xiao, "You don't need to help me save money, I've got money." "But I just want to drink lemonade from Honey Snow Ice City," Xiao said, blinking her big eyes, her tone even carrying a hint of pleading. Hong smiled helplessly. All right. If you want some, I'll go with you." Since they were going for hot pot, the two bought 4 cups of lemonade. Just as they turned around, their number was called at Yujingxiang. The two hurried over to Yujingxiang and were led to their table by a server. Hong handed the menu to Xiao, who glanced at the prices of the ingredients. A small portion of snowflake beef cubes was 688 yuan, sliced 8-headed abalone was 888 yuan, premium beef tripe was 598 yuan, and a mushroom platter was 1088 yuan. Half a grouper cost 658 yuan, and Geli lamb rolls were 888 yuan, and Yujingxiang's special beef rolls were 1,888 yuan. As she looked at the prices on the menu, Xiao's frown deepened. Since the server was right beside her, she could only say, "I'm not really that hungry." "It's not like you're paying." Hong shot Xiao a glare, then turned to the server and said, "A mushroom platter, snowflake beef cubes, sliced 8-head abalone, premium beef tripe, and Geli lamb rolls, and special selection beef rolls, one of each, please." Let us skip the grouper," Hong said, glancing at Xiao. "I remember you don't like fish. You're ordering too much, I can't eat all that." Xiao's face was filled with panic, afraid that Hong was spending too much money. Hong flashed a mischievous grin and asked, feigning ignorance, "Why are you more worried than I am?" Realizing her slip, Xiao's face flushed red. She reached for the lemonade and pretended nonchalantly to take a sip. Xiao's family wasn't exactly short on money. Her parents both worked for the security bureau and earned very high salaries. But when Xiao was a child, her mother was accidentally struck by a demon beast and had her dantian pierced while on a mission. Her family spent a great deal of money treating her mother's injuries, and to this day, they still owe a significant amount in debt. As a result, Xiao developed a habit of being frugal. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. As they ate, the delicious food lifted their spirits, and both of their moods improved. "Try this beef roll." Hong dipped a slice of beef roll in hot broth and placed it in Xiao's bowl, but just then, a jarring voice rang out from behind them. "Hong! You scumbag! You're two-timing me, I'm breaking up with you." Hearing this, Hong and Xiao both turned around to see the youthful and beautiful Ruyan standing behind them, accompanied by a young man. Ruyan looked like a pitiful victim on the verge of tears as she said to the young man, "Brother Tian, I didn't lie to you, did I? Hong is such a scumbag." Hong recognized this young man. His name was Long Outyan, and his family was just as powerful and influential as Hong's, in no way inferior. Whoa! Holy crap! Hong instantly realized what was going on. Ruyan was trying to play the victim. She was first labeling him as a two-timing scumbag, then naturally demanding a breakup, and finally seamlessly moving on to Long Outyan. Hearing Ruyan's words, Xiao's face puffed up with anger as she snapped, "Hong isn't a scumbag." Ruyan snorted coldly and snapped, "And you dare say he's not a scumbag? You two are already hooking up, isn't that cheating? Hong and I are friends. We've known each other since we were kids." Xiao wasn't the best with words. What she really wanted to say was, "If I were going to be with Hong, we'd have been together a long time ago. You can't talk about him like that." Hong had now seen Ruyan for who she really was. He patted Xiao on the head, signaling the young girl not to get upset or flustered. "Xiao and I have known each other since we were kids. You can't call me a scumbag just because I'm having dinner here." Hong looked at Long Outyan standing next to Ruyan and added, "What is your relationship with Long Outyan? If we follow your logic, doesn't that make you a scumbag too?" Ruyan just wanted to prove to Long Outyan that she and Hong had broken up, which was why she put on this little show when she saw Hong. But Ruyan hadn't expected that Hong, who used to do her every bidding, would actually dare to talk back to her now. Shouldn't he still be at her mercy? Hong sneered inwardly. He had indeed been head over heels in love before, but for this woman to take all his kindness for granted was simply too much. Seeing Ruyan at a loss for words, Long Outyan wrapped his arm around her shoulder and ordered Hong in a haughty tone, "Hong, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. She is my girlfriend from now on, so I suggest you get the hell out of here." "If you put it that way, I guess we're cut from the same cloth," Hong said sarcastically, "but you'd better know that when you walked right in, it wasn't because you're so great, it's because I paved the way for you." This remark implied that Long Outyan was just a fall guy. Some of the men watching the spectacle caught the hint instantly and broke into knowing smiles. "We've only known each other for a few months. I don't even know you. How could I possibly give myself to you?" Ruyan could only make excuses. Even if she was lying, no one would ever know. On the very first day they became a couple, Ruyan couldn't wait to get physical with Hong. After all, the first soldier to charge into a taxi always comes out with blood on his head. At that moment, Hong looked at the pristine white sheets and posed this question. Ruyan tried to explain. Once, after some intense exercise, I suddenly felt a sharp pain. I didn't think much of it at the time. I guess that's when it happened. Hong asked why there was a dark stain, and Ruyan said it was dye from her clothes. Looking back now on Ruyan's skilled movements, she was clearly an old hand at the very beginning. He could do nothing but let her take control. Hong couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "There's even an echo when you yell inside, stop pretending." Men love to save face, especially with a woman around. Long Outyan pulled out his phone, put on an air of confidence, and asked arrogantly, "Do you want to die? What are you barking about?" Hong wasn't intimidated in the least. Instead, she continued to taunt him, "You're going to call for help? I'll be right here waiting. Hurry up and get your backup over here. Whoever backs down is a coward." Long Outyan paused mid-call. He realized that calling for backup would indeed be a bit humiliating, so he immediately tried to save face. "I may be ranked talent who has already broken through to 1-star martial artist. I'm just afraid I'll beat you to death. I heard from Ruyan that you tested as the absolute worst in F-ranked talent. I don't even need backup to beat you. I'm just calling an ambulance for you. You want to fight?" Xiao stood up, intending to step in front of Hong. But Hong shook his head. He grabbed Xiao's hand and pulled her behind him. Although Xiao was a 3-star martial artist who could easily crush Long Outyan, Hong didn't want her to reveal her true strength. It had only been 3 days since the talent assessment, and Xiao had already reached the 3-star martial artist rank. Anyone with half a brain could guess that Xiao possessed an extraordinary talent. Once a genius like Xiao revealed her talent, she would easily become a target for evil organizations. Long Outyan looked at Hong with utter disdain. He clenched his right fist with his left hand, his knuckles cracking crisply as if he were warming up. "Do you believe me or not? In 3 seconds, I'll have you sitting right there." Long Outman pointed to a seat in the back row of the Yujingxiang. "I don't believe you." Hong stood up. After breaking through to a 1-star martial artist, he could clearly feel himself growing stronger. His strength had increased, his speed had improved, and his body was more resilient to blows. On top of that, there was a ball of scorching energy in his dantian, which he could control at will. This energy was spiritual power, but Hong hadn't yet mastered any spells, so he couldn't use it for the time being. Long Outyan was at the same cultivation level as him. He also had his talent assessed the day before yesterday, so he probably hadn't had time to learn spells either, meaning the outcome was anyone's guess. Moreover, since his dad was the deputy director of the security bureau, Hong had been exposed to martial arts from a young age and knew a few basic moves, which should give him a better chance of winning. "You're as good as dead. This is going to be a one-sided slaughter." Long Outyan struck first, swinging a heavy punch that cut through the air straight toward Hong's face. Hong turned his head slightly and effortlessly dodged the punch, then stepped forward with his right foot, quickly closing the distance to stand right in front of Long Outyan. At the same time, he snapped his elbow upward, striking Long Outyan's chin with pinpoint accuracy. This move, called the Iron Mountain Elbow, combined the Iron Mountain lean and elbow strike techniques, making it exceptionally powerful. Long Outyan's chin was struck by the Iron Mountain Elbow, sending his head snapping backward violently. The world seemed to turn upside down. He felt darkness wash over his eyes, lost consciousness instantly, and crashed heavily to the ground. Hong kicked Long Outyan, who lay there like a pile of mud, but there was no response. Damn it! He hoped he hadn't killed him. He quickly crouched down and checked Long Outyan's breath. Feeling the warmth through his fingertips, Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He was still breathing, he was just unconscious. He thought Long Outyan had some real skill, but it turned out he was all talk and no action, which left Hong speechless. If that's all he's got, he'd better stop showing off in the future, or he'll get himself beaten to death. What's going on here? 2 men in uniform stared at the unconscious Long Outyan and barked, "Who is fighting?" Hong recognized the middle-aged man leading the group and called out, "Uncle Wang." The security bureau had just received a report of a fight at Yujingxiang, and Uncle Wang happened to be nearby with his apprentice, so they arrived immediately. Since his dad was the deputy director of the security bureau, Hong naturally knew people there. Uncle Wang had even been over to his house for dinner. "So it's you, Xiao Yuan?" Uncle Wang smiled and asked, "What is going on here?" Hong pointed at Long Outyen, who was lying on the ground. This is the young master of the Long family. He wanted to show off in front of my ex-girlfriend, so he picked a fight with me. We were just trading blows, except he never actually landed a hit on me. The young master of the Long family? Uncle Wang furrowed his brow and said, "Is he Long Yunt's son? Can you handle this?" Hong asked, his tone full of meaning. "It's a bit tricky," Uncle Wang replied, then added, "You really know how to get into trouble, kid. But your dad should be back soon, and I doubt Long Yunt would dare give you any trouble then." Hong chuckled, "Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Wang. Once my parents get home, you've got to come over for dinner." Uncle Wang nodded, then instructed the young man standing nearby, literally, "Take this guy to the hospital." As for this girl, Uncle Wang glanced at Ruyan, then shot Hong a questioning look. "After all, she is your ex-girlfriend. What do you want to do, handle it officially or settle it privately?" Hong immediately understood what he meant and chimed in, "She was the one who started the trouble." "Then we'll handle it officially," Uncle Wang replied, catching on instantly. Disturbing the peace that calls for a 15-day detention. In the end, Shali took Long Outyen to the hospital, and Uncle Wang had Ruyan taken into custody. After this farce, Hong had lost his appetite and called the waiter over to settle the bill. The waiter said enthusiastically, "My boss said that since someone just interrupted your meal, this meal is on the house. I'll pay anyway." Hong handed his card to the waiter. Although his father was the deputy director of the security bureau, Hong had basic principles as a person. He absolutely refused to bully men or women, or eat and drink for free. Xiao had a younger brother named Xiao Xian, a very handsome boy. Hong had a younger brother and a younger sister, who were twins. His second younger sister was named Honglan, and his third younger brother was named Honghu. Honglan had a reserved personality and didn't say much on a daily basis. She took after their mother. Honghu had a hot temper and would explode at the slightest provocation. He took after their father. All three are 15 years old and currently in middle school. They usually live at school. But today is Friday, so all three have come home. When Hong and Xiao arrived home, the three siblings were doing their homework together, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. "Bro! Sis!" The youngest brother, Honghu, looked at Hong and Xiao and asked, "Did you two go on a date?" Xiao replied, "We just went out for a meal." Honghu said, "I don't believe you. You talk too much. Do you want me to smack you?" Hong rolled up his sleeves, intending to suppress his younger brother with his bloodline power. "Don't! Can't I even speak?" Since Honghu had been subdued so many times before, he didn't dare act out in front of Hong. "I'm just teaching you to watch what you say. I just ran into someone who was all talk blabbering about devouring the heavens and earth. I thought he was some big shot, but I almost sent him packing." Hong lectured Honghu, trying to impart life lessons as an older brother. But Honghu only paid lip service. His inner monologue at that moment was, "You're only a year older than me, you haven't even grown a full beard yet, and you're lecturing me." Since they were neighbors back home, third sister Honglan and Xiao were close. "Sister Xiao, what talent did you discover?" Xiao hesitated, not wanting to speak to Honglan, so she looked at Hong as if seeking help. Hong picked up the thread, "Why don't you ask me what talent I tested for?" With no other choice, Honglan blurted out, "What is your talent? You'll be shocked when I tell you." Hong was not ashamed but proud. "I tested for an F-rank talent." Honglan froze for a moment, unable to believe her ears. "Is that for real?" Hong snapped, "Of course it's true. Mom and Dad both have great talents. How could they have given birth to a good-for-nothing like you?" Honghu was halfway through his rant when he caught sight of Hong's fierce glare and hurriedly backtracked. "I wasn't calling you a good-for-nothing, I was talking about your talent. I'm not hitting but I'm hitting your face." Hong stepped forward, ready to teach Honghu a lesson right then and there. Xiao Xian, who had remained silent the whole time, spoke up, "Brother Hong, please spare Honghu today." Hong asked, "Why should I spare him?" Xiao Xian replied, "When someone bullied me today, it was Honghu who came to my aid. So I swore that if I ever see anyone bullying Honghu in the future, I'll step in to help him too." Master Huang had a kind heart and couldn't bear to see the poor suffer, so he had his men move the poor man out of his sight. Thinking that Xiao Xian must also be a kind-hearted person, Hong simply said, "Then I'll drag him outside to beat him up. That way, you 1T see it, and you 1T be breaking your oath." Hearing this, Xiao Xian was at a loss for words. He didn't even know how to respond. Hong Hu shouted, "Xiao Xian, you're not being loyal. This is so unfaithful of you." In the end, Xiao Xian held Hong Hu's hand down, shook his head, and said, "Forget it." "All right," Hong Hu said, stopping immediately. He might not give face to others, but he had to give face to Xiao Xian. The group stayed at Hong Hu's house until the early hours of the morning, then reluctantly parted ways and returned to their respective homes. It was already quite late that day, so Hong skipped his cultivation session and went back to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, after eating the breakfast Hong Lan had brought back, Hong told the two not to disturb him. Then, Hong returned to his room and began meditating and practicing breathing exercises. After 15 hours of practice, he obtained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. However, breaking through to a 2-star martial artist required 20 breaths of spiritual energy. The next day, Hong continued his breathing exercises for another 15 hours and once again obtained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. Time flew by while he was training. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During those 7 days, Hong didn't set foot outside his home. He trained diligently day after day and finally gathered enough spiritual energy, 20 breaths. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he began to condense the spiritual energy, and before long, he completed his breakthrough. The white mist in his dantian, which had originally been no larger than a coin, doubled in size as Hong broke through. Hong felt his entire body brimming with power. He threw a few random punches. The immense force felt as though it could kill an ox. It was Saturday again. Hong Lan and Hong Hu were both at home. After urging the two to study, Hong knocked on the Xiao family's door. "I've broken through to a 2-star martial artist. How's that? Pretty impressive, right?" Hong said to Xiao, who opened the door. Xiao leaned in and whispered to Hong, "You're impressive, but I've already broken through to 6-star. You're impressive too." Hong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This feeling was worse than swallowing a fly. Xiao asked, "Do you know when Mom and Dad are coming home? They've been gone for almost a month now." "I'm not sure, but they should be back soon," Hong replied uncertainly. Seeing the worry on Xiao's face, he added, "But don't worry too much, my dad's here, after all." The 4 of them had gone on this mission together. Due to security protocols requiring confidentiality, Hong hadn't asked any questions, and his parents certainly wouldn't have said anything anyway. Hong's parents had never been away on a mission for more than 3 to 5 days before, unless it was a particularly difficult one, and even then, it had never lasted more than 20 days or so. It had been nearly a month now, so the mission must be extremely challenging. But Hong wasn't too worried after all. Her dad was a 3-star martial artist, and there were very few people in Jianghuai province who could hurt him. It had just gotten dark, and it was time for dinner. Xiao asked, "Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal." Xiao glanced toward Hong's house and added, "Let us invite Hong Lan and Hong Hu, plus my brother. The 5 of us can go out to eat together." Hong knew Xiao's temperament. She was always very frugal, but turning her down outright would be a bit hurtful. "Food at restaurants is too expensive. Why don't you cook a few dishes tomorrow? That way we can save some money. You can ask Hong Lan to help." Hearing this, Xiao replied cheerfully, "Sure." Hong chatted for a few more minutes, then went home to continue his breathing exercises. The next day at noon, Xiao cooked several dishes, but she hadn't picked through the radishes. They were full of stringy fibers. Fail. The pork skin was overcooked and too soft, with no chew. Fail. The pig's blood was too loose. It fell apart the moment she picked it up with chopsticks. A failure among failures. The worst part was the pork intestines. They hadn't been cleaned properly inside, and there was even a piece of feces still inside. Xiao should just stick to her spiritual practice. Cooking clearly isn't her calling in this lifetime. But Xiao was oblivious to all this, her face full of anticipation as she asked, "How does it taste?" Hong had never eaten shit, so he didn't dare say it tasted as bad as shit. But he didn't want to dampen Xiao's enthusiasm, So he lied through his teeth and said, "If we set the taste aside, I think it's actually not bad." When Hong Lan, Hong Hu, and Xiao Xin heard this, the expressions on their faces were quite a sight. They looked as if they'd just eaten shit. April 6th. Breaking through to a 3-star martial artist requires 30 breaths of spiritual energy. After several days of breathing exercises, Hong had gathered 10 breaths of spiritual energy, but he realized he was still far short of what was needed to break through to 3-star martial artist. Xiao had just received a call informing her that, due to her extraordinarily exceptional talent, she had been admitted early. Xiao was extremely excited and happy, and she shared this good news with Hong. Since the new semester wouldn't start until August in the second half of the year and it was still April, Xiao would first have to participate in a period of secret training. Presumably to prevent the training location from being leaked and to completely block any prying eyes from evil organizations, no one would be allowed to contact the outside world during the training period. The 9 provinces span tens of thousands of li of mountains and rivers. Xiao is certainly not the only genius identified as possessing a rare natural talent. All these geniuses must undergo secret training. This ensures their centralized protection while allowing for early cultivation and instruction, preventing them from practicing haphazardly and ruining their innate talents. April 7th, early morning. A white-haired old man arrived at Xiao's home, claiming to have received a secret order to escort Xiao to the training base. The old man wore coarse hemp robes and was small and gaunt, yet his aura was incredibly powerful, truly unlike anything Hong had ever seen in his life, resembling an ancient dragon lying across the ground. Even though the old man had already suppressed his aura, Hong still dared not even breathe heavily in his presence. "Tisk, tisk!" the old man exclaimed upon seeing Xiao. "Just what kind of talent does this little girl possess?" Hearing this, Xiao asked, "Don't you know, elder? You are the subject of a top-secret order. Aside from a few at the very highest levels, no one knows your true background. I wouldn't dare pry, for fear of hearing things I shouldn't." The old man continued, "I was originally living out my days in peace at home, but a summons from the Science Bureau, poor old bones like mine, has forced me to travel 1,000 miles to escort you to the training base." It wasn't safe for Xiao to stay at home. Hong had been on edge these past few days, terrified that information might leak out. Now, with this old man's protection, she could finally put her mind at ease. Xiao, who was scheduled to leave for the training base too early, asked, "Can I go to the training base a little later?" On one hand, she wanted to wait for her parents to come home. On another, she was worried that Xiao Xin wouldn't be able to take good care of her, and on yet another, she didn't want to leave Hong. The old man shook his head and said, "Of course not. Even if you're a second late, I'll be held accountable." "Xiao Xian is in my care, don't worry," Hong assured him. "Even though I'm usually unreliable, I always keep my promises." Hong Hu quipped, "Bro, with your attitude, you're the one who needs taking care of. It's a miracle anyone even bothers with you. You're asking for a beating, and a good one at that. That brat was always undermining him." Hong wanted to find a 50-kilogram sledgehammer and smash it hard into Hong Hu's head to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. But you couldn't blame Hong for his murderous intent. The guy really didn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Hong clasped his fists in a respectful gesture toward the old man and asked, "Old man, how long will it take you to get to the training base?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "It's not too far from here, about 2 million li. If I fly through the air with the little girl, we'll be there by tonight." Wow! Nearly 2 million li, and they arrive tonight, and that's while flying through the air with another person in tow? That's just too outrageous. Is that even a speed humans are capable of? The old man gave a light wave of his hand, and Xiao and her suitcase floated into the air. Then, with a flash of white light, the two vanished from where they stood. With the scene now empty before him, Hong felt a pang of unease, partly reluctant to let her go, partly resigned to the situation. Now that Xiao was gone, he had no heart for cultivation and just lay in bed playing Genshin Impact. In the early hours of the morning, Hong received a voice message from Xiao. She had already arrived at the meeting point and was about to begin her secret training, which required her to hand over her phone. Xiao concluded, "You have to work hard to get into college. I'll be waiting for you in Zhongzhou. You absolutely have to come. Otherwise, I'll get so mad, and there'll be no soothing me." Hong pulled himself together. Hong, how could you let yourself go like this? Have you forgotten your great vow to become a martial god? You can't go on like this. As he said this, he thought of that diary. Over the past few days, Hong had spent a lot of time studying the notebook, but he still couldn't open the second page. The first page of the diary only went up to April 7, 2025. It was already past midnight. Today was April 8th. Hong picked up the diary and tried to turn to the second page. This time, there was no resistance at all. The page turned smoothly, and he reached the second page with ease. It turned out the diary wouldn't unlock the next page until the date had arrived. Hong was a bit speechless. This setup was just too stupid. Which idiot came up with this? He might curse it, but he had to read it anyway. He looked at the contents of the second page. April 8, 2025, big news today. Soo Kwon secretly checked into a hotel room with a female fan and got her pregnant. You're supposed to use a condom when hooking up, and the third place draft pick is supposed to wear a mask. That's common sense. Soo Kwon is a red-hot rising star in the entertainment industry. He is upright and pure as jade. There's no way he'd do something like this. It must be some haters, jealous of our big brother's stunning good looks, so they're deliberately smearing him. April 9, 2025, my second and third uncles came over. I guess they're here to ask Dad for money again, but I don't even know where Dad is, so I just had to make small talk with them. Awkward family conversations are truly terrifying. I'm already 16, and my second uncle still asked me if I like Mom or Dad better. April 10, 2025, drank iced Coke, played Genshin Impact. Hong looked at the entries in the diary. He really was a total loser all the way up to April 15, 2025, all he done was drink iced Coke and play Genshin Impact. April 16, 2025, with summer approaching, Mom and Dad's bodies had decomposed badly. Uncle Wang told me they'd been dead for over 10 days, and their bodies were only found yesterday. Uncle Wang told me to take good care of my younger brother and sister, and to come to him if anything happened. At the end, he even told me to take care of myself. Take care of myself, my ass. When Hong read those words, it was as if the world had collapsed in an instant. His mind went blank, and all expression vanished from his face. He stared blankly at the diary. More than 10 seconds passed before Hong realized his eyes had turned bloodshot, and tears were welling up uncontrollably, streaming down his cheeks. It was a day off, so Honghu and Honglan were both at home. He didn't dare cry out loud. But he simply couldn't suppress his grief or hold back his tears. He could only bury his face in the pillow, whimpering softly, afraid to cry out loud. No one knows how much time passed before Hong's tears ran dry. His body had long since lost all strength, and he could only lie limp on the bed. Much later, he picked up the diary, hoping to find some clues such as the cause of his parents' deaths. April 17, 2025, Hong Lan sensed that something was wrong with me, but I managed to fought him off. There is no entry for April 18, 2025. Instead, the diary jumps to April 19, 2025. I went alone to retrieve my parents' ashes and personal belongings. I still didn't dare tell Honghu and Hong Lan. I didn't know how to bring it up. I wish I were mute. April 22, 2025, my second and third uncles came again. In the end, I couldn't keep it a secret any longer. Honghu and Honglan both found out. They cried and blamed me for not telling them sooner, but I don't regret it. Finding out later means crying later, and every moment less spent crying is a moment saved. April 23, 2025, my second and third uncles came with a will. Not only do they want my parents' compensation money, but they also want to take over our family home. They beat me up and kicked the three of us out. I'm a good for nothing. I've let my parents down. I failed to take care of my younger sister and brother. April 25, 2025, I took the letter and set out for Jiangnan province. The journey spans 3,900 li. The road ahead is long and the future uncertain, but I have no other choice. Page 2 ends here. Hong silently closed the diary. That night dragged on endlessly. Hong recalled his parents' faces in his mind. He let his thoughts drift and allowed tears to flow silently. Everything before his eyes grew blurry, yet the grief in his heart felt all too real. The next morning, Hong Lan knocked on the door and called out, "Big brother, come out for breakfast." Hong's hoarse voice came from inside the room, "I'm coming." But it took Hong 5 minutes before he finally opened the door. Seeing this, Hong Lan asked, "What is wrong with your voice?" "Probably just a sore throat," Hong replied casually. He took the steamed buns Hong Lan had bought and added, "I'm going out for a bit." "Did something happen to you?" Hong Lan looked at Hong quietly. His older brother was usually so cheerful, but today he seemed taciturn and somewhat listless. "I'm fine." Hong opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say it. He certainly couldn't tell her that, according to his diary, their parents had been dead for several days. "Something's definitely wrong." Hong Lan looked at him intently. Having grown up together, they understood each other's personalities well, so it was hard to fool one another. "I broke up with my girlfriend," Hong said with a bitter expression, resorting to this excuse to fob Hong Lan off. "I see," Hong Lan sighed, offering comfort. "Ruyan wasn't exactly a good woman anyway. All she ever did was spend your money. It's actually a good thing you broke up with her." Hong gave a faint and then left home alone, riding his bike toward the safe zone. Today was April 8th, but according to the diary, it wasn't until April 16th that he found his parents' bodies. They had already been dead for over 10 days by then. This meant his parents must have died sometime in early April. 30 minutes later, Hong arrived at the safe zone. Spotting a middle-aged man, he jogged over and called out, "Uncle Wang." "Xiao Yuan, what brings you here?" Hong had already prepared an explanation. "My parents have been away on a mission for a month now. My younger sister and brother are very worried, so they sent me to check on the situation." Uncle Wang patted Hong on the shoulder and smiled, "Don't worry. Your dad's skills are definitely up to the task. But it's been a whole month, and I can't reach them by phone. I'm afraid they might be in danger. They're probably deep in some remote mountains or forests where there's no signal, which is why you can't reach them." Uncle Wang added, "I'll take you to see the director. He has a satellite phone that can reach your dad." The director of the security bureau was named Wang Defa. His abilities weren't anything to write home about. He was much weaker than Hong's dad. Given Hong's dad's achievements and abilities, he should have been promoted to director long ago, but unfortunately, Wang Defa had powerful connections. That's why Hong's dad had been stuck in the position of deputy director for over a decade. Not only was Wang Defa weak, but he was also petty and jealous of others' talents. He constantly undermined Hong's dad at work. Uncle Wang. Although Hong felt reluctant, he still forced himself to call out, suppressing his disgust. Wang Defa sat at his desk, lifted his head slightly, and glanced at Hong out of the corner of his eye before asking, "Why are you here?" "My parents have been out on a mission for a month now, and I'm worried they might be in danger." Hong pleaded, "Could you please help out? Send a few people to look for them, or at least try to get in touch with them? The security zone is short on time and facing heavy workloads. We're already short-staffed. We don't have extra personnel to go look for your parents." Wang Defa paused, took a couple of sips of tea, and then said slowly and deliberately, "But for your father's sake, I'll use the dedicated satellite phone to give him a call." Wang Defa said he was going to make the call, but he looked at the file in his hand, deliberately leaving Hong waiting. A few minutes later, after finishing the file, he signed it and set it aside. Immediately, Wang Defa picked up another file, sipping his tea as he perused it, seemingly oblivious to Hong. Hong suppressed his inner agitation and cleared his throat softly, but Wang Defa acted as if he were deaf, paying him no heed. His parents' bodies were currently lying exposed in the wilderness, exposed to the wind and sun, devoured by insects and pecked at by birds. As the eldest son, he would not find peace until he located his parents' bodies and saw them laid to rest. Wang Defa reviewed several files in a row, working for a full hour, before feigning surprise at Hong's presence. "Why are you still here?" Hong put on a smile. "I'm waiting for you to make that satellite call." "Oh my! What a forgetful old man I am." Wang Defa patted his head and laughed. "I've been so busy with work, I completely forgot about it." Hong pleaded, "Please, do you have time to make that satellite call now?" "I'll make it right away." Wang Defa looked down to find the satellite phone, but his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of impatience. He couldn't be bothered to make the call, so he deliberately ignored Hong, hoping to force him to leave the office on his own. To his surprise, Hong refused to budge. He was utterly clueless. Like father, like son, this kid is just as stubborn as his old man. Wang Defa reluctantly pulled out the satellite phone and dialed the number, but no one answered. "What's going on?" Wang Defa said, his face darkening with displeasure. "He's not even answering my call?" He dialed the number again, but still no answer. Wang Defa slowly furrowed his brow but said nothing. He dialed a third time, and still no answer. Could something really have gone wrong? The mission Hong's dad was on this time wasn't particularly difficult, so logically, he should have finished it long ago. Monitoring mission progress was supposed to be the bureau chief's responsibility, but it wasn't until now that Wang Defa realized something was off. Partly, it was because he trusted Hong's dad's abilities, but the main reason was the conflict between the two of them. Everyone knew Wang Defu had become director only because of his connections. Many whispered behind his back that he wasn't qualified for the position and that Hong's dad was the one everyone truly wanted to see in charge. Honestly, what leader would be happy to hear such things? Moreover, Wang Defu was a petty and jealous man who resented those more capable than himself, which made him dislike Hong's dad even more. Even though the timing of Hong's dad's mission was clearly off, he remained indifferent. As Wang Defu hung up the satellite phone, he realized the situation was serious. Although he usually disliked Hong's father, he was, after all, a 3-star warlord Jianghuai province's top combat force, and Wang Defu didn't want anything to happen to him. Go home and wait for updates. I'll look up the case files to find out where your father was on his mission, then send a team out to search for him. Hong didn't go home, but asked, "Uncle Wang, how long will it take to find him?" Every satellite phone has coordinates. I'll have our technical team analyze the satellite coordinates from your dad's phone, and the team I send out will be able to find him quickly. Hong still didn't get up, but asked, "So how long exactly will it take?" 3 days at most. Wang Defa finally said something sensible, "Go home and wait. As soon as we have any news, I'll have someone contact you right away." Only after receiving a definite answer did Hong get up. Before leaving, he added, "Thanks, Uncle Wang." Hong locked himself in his room and tried to meditate and practice breathing exercises, but he couldn't calm his mind. No matter what he did, images of his parents' faces and voices kept popping into his head. The doorbell rang. Hong went to answer it and found 2 middle-aged men standing there. His second uncle was carrying a carton of milk and asked, "Where is your dad? What do you want?" Having read the diary, Hong knew exactly what these 2 scoundrels were up to next, so he gave them a cold stare. His third uncle had a simple, honest look on his face and smiled as he said, "We came to check on your dad." Both were 8-star martial masters, possessing some fighting ability, but they had no steady jobs and spent their days loafing around either gambling or frequenting brothels. Although Hongson had a fiery temper, he was very accommodating toward the 2. He had once arranged for them to work in the safe zone, but they found it too tiring and quit after just 2 days. Whenever they ran out of money, they'd come to Hongson asking for cash. His mother had argued with them about it many times, but they still had the nerve to keep asking for money. Hongson really had no choice after all. They were his own younger brothers, so he could only give them money secretly, behind his mother's back. Over the years, the 2 had probably borrowed several million from Hong's senator. If it weren't for his father's high salary and substantial family fortune, he would likely have gone bankrupt long ago. Seeing Hong's cold expression, the 2 didn't want to make a fool of themselves. "We'll be going now. Tell Hongsen to call us back when he gets home." Not only did these 2 want the compensation money from his parents, but they also wanted to take over his family's house. If Shao's parents hadn't met with that accident, they absolutely wouldn't have let these 2 bully him like this. As for his dad's colleagues at the security bureau, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With dad dead, and because of Wang Defa, it's unlikely anyone would be willing to step in and help. Grandpa and Grandma, as well as Mama's parents, have all passed away, and Mom was an only child. Neither the family relatives nor dad's colleagues could be counted on. He could only rely on himself. "But I'm only a 2-star martial artist, and I have to take care of my younger brother and sister who are in middle school. What can I possibly do? I'm just at their mercy." The safe zone acted quickly. As soon as Hong received the call, he rushed straight to the safe zone's morgue. There were many people in the morgue, all safe zone staff members, and Uncle Wang was there as well. Today was April 10th. Since the bodies had been found 6 days earlier than the date in the diary, they were only slightly decomposed. Uncle Wang handed Hong a piece of paper. Here are your parents' autopsy reports. They both died in early April. According to the forensic pathologist's preliminary assessment, your parents were likely killed by a dark cultivator, at least one at the Martial Emperor level. How could there be a Martial Emperor level heretic cultivator in a small place like Jianghuai province? Uncle Wang replied, we're not sure either. Cultivators from evil organizations are always nomadic, they could appear anywhere. Hong read the text on the autopsy report. The deceased's chest was pierced through, there were no other wounds, indicating a single fatal blow. The wound on the victim's chest shows irregular puncture marks, indicating that the chest was pierced by a fist or palm, and the heart was removed. A large amount of black substance, resembling ashes, was found inside the victim's body. Therefore, it is inferred that the killer is skilled in fist and palm techniques, possesses a strength of at least Martial Emperor level, and has black substance on their palms. Uncle Wang said, Xiao Jin and Lu Hong are still missing, they may have met with an accident as well. Our people are still searching outside, but the chances of finding them are very low. Xiao Jin and Lu Hong are Xiao's parents. Since neither of them has a satellite phone for tracking, the search is difficult, but it's also possible they are still alive. However, Xiao was currently undergoing secret training elsewhere, leaving only Xiao Xian at home. Since she had promised to take care of Xiao Xian, Hong did not want to break her word. Moreover, since their bodies had not been found, they were still considered missing, so there was still a glimmer of hope. Hong said, let us wait until we're absolutely certain they're gone. For now, don't tell Uncle Xiao's family. Uncle Wang nodded and replied, that's our bureau's position as well. I just wanted to let you know in advance. Hong took back the autopsy report. He bowed to everyone and said gratefully, thank you, uncles and aunts, for taking time out of your busy schedules to see my mom and dad one last time. A few sighs echoed through the morgue. Take good care of your younger brother and sister. If you run into any trouble, you can come to me. Please try to stay strong. Uncle Wang patted Hong on the shoulder and added, we'll be heading out now, we have work to attend to. I'll stay here with my parents for a while, Hong said with a forced smile. Soon, everyone in the morgue had left. When he first saw the bodies, Hong Hen-Ti cried, but now that he was alone, tears began to fall. Hong took home 2 urns of ashes and a few personal belongings on his own. The only personal effects were a cell phone found in the body's pocket and some miscellaneous items from the office. Hong set the 2 urns aside. Just as he'd written in his diary, he didn't plan to tell Hong Lan and Hong Gu just yet. There was too much to deal with ahead. His second and third uncles were coming to visit, and when they did, the 3 siblings would be kicked out of the family home. According to his diary, the 2 uncles were scheduled to visit for the second time on April 22nd. Today was April 12th, so he still had 10 days. But since he had found his parents' bodies early, there was a chance they might show up sooner. The immediate priority was to prevent them from seizing the inheritance. Once that was settled, he would tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu about his parents. And then there was the murderer, that evil cultivator at the Martial Emperor realm. This grudge must be avenged. Hong put away the autopsy report, it was his only lead. Hong picked up a cell phone from among the belongings. It belonged to Hong Sen, and traces of blood still clung to it. The lock screen password was his mother's birthday. He checked the call log first, no clues there, and the messages were the same. Finally, he tapped into the photo album. Inside was only one video, recorded on April 1st, 3 minutes long. Hong's breath caught in his throat. He immediately tapped to play the video, and the screen showed a middle-aged man with a square face. He was covered in blood, his face pale, clearly on the brink of death. My dear son, Dad is dying. Hearing those words, Hong instantly burst into tears. The middle-aged man's voice came from the screen, don't cry. Listen to me. You used to have a fiancé, but your mom wanted you to be with Xiao, so she had me call off the engagement for you. Although you didn't end up with Xiao, you did start dating Ryan, so it's a good thing the engagement was called off, otherwise, it would been really hard to explain. Your fiancée was the granddaughter of my old commander. After your mom and I got married, we went to pay our respects to him. Your mom was just pregnant at the time, and his daughter happened to be pregnant too, so they arranged a betrothal between the two children. Of course, the boys were considered brothers. The old commander liked me very much, he was like a second father to me. Originally, he wanted to marry his daughter to me, but I had fallen in love with your mom, so I declined his kind offer. But the old commander didn't hold a grudge, he still arranged the marriage for you. However, when I went to your house to call off the engagement, he was clearly angry. Because of that, I cut off contact with him, and I really couldn't bring myself to pay him a visit. My two younger brothers are insatiably greedy, but there's nothing I can do about it. After all, they're my brothers. While I'm alive, I can keep them in check, but after I'm gone, they'll start hatching devious schemes. Your grandparents are both gone, there's no one left to help you. So if you run into trouble you can't handle, go pay a visit to that old commander. I think he'll probably help you. There's a shoebox under the bed in my room with a letter inside. It's a letter I wrote to the old commander, but I've never had the courage to send it to him. Take this letter with you when you go see him. As for my two younger brothers, if my suspicions are correct and the old commander is willing to help, I hope you'll spare their lives. Although you're a bit of a free spirit, I know you're deep down a man of integrity. You have stronger principles than I do. I'll leave the arrangements for my funeral to you. With his time running out, the middle-aged man actually smiled. I thought I'd live much longer. Looks like I've hit a snag now. As the eldest brother, you'll have to take care of your younger siblings. Your mother and I are leaving now. You called off the engagement with their daughter, then called off the engagement with their granddaughter, and now you're asking them for help. Hong couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. How could they possibly help now? Do you think they're made of clay? But since Dad had said that the old commander was very fond of him, considering him almost like a father, and their relationship seemed quite close, there might still be a chance. Besides, he had no other options, so even if the odds were slim, he had to give it a try. He couldn't very well let Hong Lan and Hong Hu end up sleeping on the streets with him. Neither of them had even finished junior high yet. Hong retrieved the letter from a shoebox in his room. The return address on the envelope read, Jiangnan Province, Jiling City, Wuhan District, Dei Prefecture, Tianbao. Tianbao must be the name of that former commander. When Hongsen was young, he had served at the Chasm Wall, and that was likely when he met Tianbao. With that in mind, Hong grabbed a backpack, packed his diary and the letter, and added 2 changes of clothes. He checked the flight tickets first. The price was a bit steep. It wouldn't have been expensive in the past, but he'd already spent all the living expenses his mother had left him. The money he had left was only enough for the high-speed rail. Hong booked a ticket for noon the next day, then went to sleep. It was the first time he'd fallen asleep in several days. Early in the morning, while Hong was still fast asleep, he was startled awake by the sound of someone pounding on the door. Bang! 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 He hurriedly got out of bed, but the door had already been kicked open. His second and third uncles, accompanied by their wives, had already entered the room. Before Hong could say a word, his third uncle spoke up first. Hong, you thought you could keep this from us? My older brother is dead, and you didn't even tell us. His second aunt fired off a barrage of accusations. That little brat probably wants to pocket the compensation money and the house our eldest brother promised us. Otherwise, why would he keep the funeral a secret? But do you really think you can hide this from us? If you don't tell us, someone else will. Hong stood in the doorway of his room, looking at the 4 of them with a cold expression. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. Aunt number 3 snorted coldly. You're still trying to play dumb, but don't even think about fooling us this time. We have your father's will. He said he was going to give us the house. Hearing this, Aunt number 2 added, once the compensation for your parents' line of duty debts comes through in a few days, our 2 families are entitled to 2/3 of it. That's what your old man agreed to with us. Although he had long since steeled himself for this, when the moment finally arrived, Hong still couldn't help but glare at them with eyes ablaze. His parents' bodies were not even cold yet, and these two ungrateful wretches had already brought their entire families over to try to take over the house. His father had treated them generously while he was alive, yet they couldn't even wait a single moment. He had never seen such shameless people. Hong snapped, "My dad never said he'd give you the house, and you won't get a single penny of the compensation either. That's not up to you." Uncle San pulled out a piece of paper and said, "We have your dad's will." Hong didn't even have to think this was definitely a forged will. He threatened, "Forging a will is a crime. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" "Xiao Yuan, I know you're anxious, but don't get ahead of yourself." Second uncle grinned and added, "I'm not afraid to tell you this. The handwriting on this will is a copy of the handwriting in your father's official records." Hong San worked at the Security Bureau, so the records he usually filled out were inevitably Security Bureau records. Uncle Tu was telling Hong that the four of them had received help from Security Domain, so even if he went to Security Domain, it wouldn't do any good. The only person at Security Domain who would treat his own people this way could only be Wang Defa. Hong asked angrily, "What did Wang Defa give you guys? How dare you help an outsider frame me?" "He didn't give us anything, on the contrary, he is taking half the compensation." Auntie number 2, completely disregarding her dignity, added, "But we still get to keep half the compensation, and we have this house, too." "Shut up! Who told you to say all this?" Uncle number 2 glared at Auntie number 2. "What belongs to my eldest brother naturally belongs to me. I'm his younger brother according to the principle of when the elder brother dies, the younger brother succeeds him. I'm entitled to the inheritance." Uncle number 3 tried to reason with them, "We're not asking for more than our share. Our two families will get 2/3 of the compensation, and you 3 siblings will get 1/3. The house is what our eldest brother promised to give us." Aunt number 3 added, "When your grandparents passed away, your father inherited most of the estate, and our two families didn't say a word about it." Aunt number 2 chimed in, "The compensation and the house belong to us anyway. We're just taking back what's rightfully ours. Is this any way to behave?" Hong's eyes bulged with rage, and he trembled all over. These people were truly twisting the truth. Throughout their grandparents' lives and after their passing, it was entirely his parents who took care of everything from medical expenses to the funeral, and his parents paid for it all, while his second and third uncles didn't contribute a single penny. The two elders saw all of this, which is why they left a larger share of the inheritance to his parents. Moreover, Hong Lan and Hong who had just been born, and I was only a little over a year old. The elders were worried that my parents would be under too much pressure, so they allocated a larger share of the inheritance to them. Yet, when these 4 people talk about it, they claim that our family inherited the majority of the estate. This is nothing short of twisting the truth. My dad has always felt guilty about receiving that larger share of the inheritance, which is why he never refuses when my second and third uncles ask for money. Over the years, the money Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 have asked Dad for far exceeds the extra inheritance Grandpa and Grandma gave them. Hong pointed at Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 and asked, "How dare you say such things? Haven't the two of you asked my dad for plenty of money? What are you talking about? We've never asked Big Brother for money. You'd better back up what you're saying with evidence." Uncle 3 spoke with impunity, knowing there would be no one to corroborate his claims. Over the years, because they were afraid Hong's mom would find out, Hong's dad had always given them cash, so there was no way to trace it. The 4 of them traded barbs back and forth, and Hong couldn't get a word in edgewise. He could only shout, "My dad just passed away, and already the 4 of you have ganged up to bully me, a lone orphan." Hong glared at second uncle and third uncle and continued, "Do you dare swear that you've never taken money from my dad?" Third uncle frowned, his conscience pricking him, and said, "Why should I swear to something I haven't done?" "Stop wasting your breath on him," second uncle snapped, grabbing Hong by the throat. Second uncle was an 8-star martial master. His strength was so great that Hong was powerless to resist. Hong felt his throat tighten, making it hard to breathe, and his backpack fell to the floor as he struggled. Second uncle gripped Hong's neck and forcibly shoved him toward the door. Not wanting to leave his own home, Hong clenched his fist and struck second uncle with all his might. "You little brat, You actually dare to hit me? You're asking for trouble. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my older brother. Uncle Tua's fists, as big as clay pots, landed 2 punches right on Hong's face. The 2 heavy blows struck his face, and Hong immediately felt dizzy and saw black. He passed out on the spot. You good for nothing. You won't learn your lesson unless you get a beating. Second uncle tossed the unconscious Hong out the door and was about to shut it. Wait. Third uncle spotted Hong's backpack, which had fallen to the ground during the scuffle, and kicked it toward the doorway. Why keep this jinx thing around? On a high-speed train bound for Jiangnan province, a teenager sitting alone in his seat caught the attention of many passengers. The boy was indeed very handsome, but the reason passengers were staring at him was his disheveled clothes, likely the result of the scuffle. In addition, his head was wrapped in medical gauze. A few strands of hair clung to his forehead, and faint traces of red blood seeped through the white gauze, clearly a fresh injury. He also had bruises beneath his left eye and at the corner of his mouth. His face was etched with exhaustion. He looked utterly worn out, his expression tinged with a hint of resentment. This boy was Hong. When his second uncle had thrown him out of the room, his head had slammed hard against the floor, splitting open his scalp, while the bruises on his face were the result of his uncle's brutal beating. Today was Tuesday, and school would be out on Friday. Hong didn't ask for much. He simply wanted to spare Hong Lan and Hong Hu from having to endure the same kind of humiliation he had suffered. But with only 4 days left before Hong Lan and Hong Hu went home for the break, he had to try to resolve this matter before they left. If he couldn't get Tian Bao to step in, Hong Hu, with his hot temper, would certainly not let the matter rest. Although Hong Lan was very sensible, she was, after all, a girl, and her heart was relatively fragile. She probably wouldn't be able to handle such a blow. Hong dared not think about it any further and simply let out a heavy sigh. If only he had reached the same level of cultivation as his father, this problem wouldn't have arisen, and his younger brother and sister wouldn't have to suffer alongside him. Hong sat cross-legged in his chair. He'd been practicing on and off these past few days, and after just getting beaten up by his second uncle, he'd unconsciously accumulated 27 breaths of spiritual energy. He was only 3 breaths short of breaking through to a 3-star martial artist. He had to hurry up and practice his breathing exercises. The journey from Jianghuai province to Jilin city in Jiangnan province was 3,900 kilometers, with the high-speed train traveling at 240 kilometers per hour. The journey would take at least 16 hours, but since he could cultivate 1 breath of spiritual energy in just 5 hours, he had plenty of time. At 5 a.m. the next morning, having completed his breakthrough, Hong opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of impure air. He looked up at the high-speed train schedule. The next stop was Jilin Station, with an estimated arrival time of 28 minutes from now. Hong took the letter out of his backpack, intending to check Tian Bao's exact location, but the diary inside the backpack fell out along with it. The diary landed right by his feet. Hong bent down to grab it and suddenly noticed that it was open to the 3rd page. Today was April 11th, but the date recorded on the 2nd page of the diary was April 25th. According to Hong's previous assumptions, the diary wouldn't turn to page 3 until April 25th. What was going on? How had the diary turned to page 3? Hong remembered the last line on page 2, dated April 25, 5025, I'm holding the letter and heading to Jiangnan province. The journey spans 3,900 kilometers. The road ahead is long and the future uncertain, but I have no other choice. He was currently on a high-speed train heading to Jiangnan province. Could it be that carrying out the instructions in the diary allowed him to trigger the next page ahead of schedule? So, there were 2 ways to turn to the next page of the diary: first, by reaching the date recorded in the last line of the entry, and second, by carrying out the instructions in the diary ahead of time. If that were the case, it would give him much more room to maneuver. As this thought crossed Hong's mind, he immediately looked at the contents of the 3rd page. April 25, 5025, I hailed a taxi at the high-speed rail station, and the driver took me to Dei Prefecture. The driver was very talkative. It was like listening to a stand-up comedy routine. He rambled on about everything from astronomy and geography to poetry and literature, from national affairs to life aspirations, and he even knew about postpartum care for sows. I was completely captivated. By the time it got dark, We finally arrived at Dei Prefecture only to find the fare was 1,500. Reading this, Hong felt a bit embarrassed. It's common knowledge that taxi drivers love to chat. But this driver was truly out of control. He actually managed to talk non-stop for several hours. Just how far is the high-speed rail station from Dei Prefecture? It took that long to get there. Hong pulled out his phone and checked the map. It was only about 40-something kilometers between the two places. Holy cow! So that driver was taking a detour. That's just downright unscrupulous. Although the fare cost 1,500, he'd gotten a free few-hour stand-up comedy show, so it wasn't really a loss. Hong could only console himself that way. April 25, 5025, I arrived too late yesterday, so I didn't go in to pay my respects. I arrived at the DE mansion first thing this morning. I gave the guard my name, but he said I couldn't enter without an appointment. With no other choice, I mentioned my dad's name, but the guard said he didn't recognize it either. April 27, 5025, I asked the guard to go inside and report to Tian Bao, but he wouldn't bother with me. I guess it's because my cultivation level is too low. The guard didn't think I was anyone important, so he didn't take me seriously. I'd been staking out the Dei mansion for 3 straight days, but I still haven't seen a trace of Tian Bao. April 28, 5025, Hong Lan just called, crying and asking me when I'm coming home. I really can't wait any longer. Tonight, after dark, I'm going to climb over the wall and sneak into the Dei mansion. I have to see Tian Bao no matter what. April 29, 5025, no sooner had I sneaked into Dei Manor than I was caught by patrolling security guards. 2 of them beat me up badly, then threw me out of Dei Manor. May 1, 5025, my injuries have healed a little, but they still hurt a lot. I went back to the Dei mansion, but the gatekeeper and security guards all recognized me, so they kept a close eye on me. I didn't have a single chance to sneak in. Then, all the way through May 6, the entries in between were all my diary entries from waiting outside the gate. May 7, 5025, while I was out getting something to eat, I overheard the restaurant owner say that the Dei mansion rarely opens its main gate unless a distinguished guest arrives. Also, the Dei mansion has an underground parking garage, and the Su family usually leaves through it by car. May 8, 5025, the Dei mansion has 2 garage entrances, the south entrance for entry and the north entrance for exit. I went to stake out the south entrance. Soon, a sports car pulled up. I hurriedly stepped in front of it and shouted, "My dad is Hongsan. I'm here to see the old Commander Tian Bao." A young woman with her hair tied in a high ponytail got out of the car. She gave me a casual glance, then told me to get in. May 9, 5025, I finally met Tian Bao. I handed him the letter and recounted my recent experiences. Finally, I said, "For the sake of your past relationship with my father, please help me." Tian Bao turned his back on me and said, "My grievances with Hongsan have been settled. We have no further ties in this life, so I have no reason to help you." I walked out of Dei Mansion, feeling utterly dejected. May 9, 5025, as I boarded the high-speed train to go home, the girl with the high ponytail whom I'd encountered the day before when I was hailing a cab suddenly appeared in the seat next to me. I asked her what she wanted, but she ignored me. Could it be that Tian Bao had changed his mind and sent her to help me? But she is about my age. What could she possibly do to help? After reading the last line of the diary, Hong suddenly had an idea. If he met the girl with the high ponytail first, then met Tian Bao, and finally boarded the high-speed train, would that allow him to turn to the 4th page of the diary ahead of schedule? If his hunch was correct, even if it wasn't yet May 9th, as long as he completed the events described in the diary ahead of time, he would be able to turn to the 4th page. After reading the diary's contents, Hong closed it and began planning his itinerary in his mind. He'd take a ride-hailing car to Daifu. Under no circumstances would he take a taxi from the high-speed rail station. Drivers there were prone to ripping off passengers, and it would waste time. He'd go straight to the southern parking lot at Daifu and stake out the Su family from there. That way, he could save a lot of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Jinling Station. Passengers preparing to disembark, please be ready and exercise caution when exiting. Hearing this announcement, Hong stopped thinking. He stuffed the diary and the letter into his backpack, then stood up and walked toward the train door. Once the high-speed train came to a complete stop, the doors opened automatically. Hong stepped out of the car. To save time, he called for a ride-hailing car while walking toward the station exit. Once the ride-hailing car was secured, Hong hurried toward the station exit. By the time he reached the pickup location, the driver had just arrived as well. Since the ride-hailing platform dictates the route, drivers are generally unable to take detours, so Hong didn't have to worry about being overcharged. After giving the driver the last 4 digits of his phone number, the car began heading toward Daefu. Jiangnan Province is a massive province. The roads were teeming with traffic and people, making it many times more bustling than Jianghuai Province. The driver was a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face. Because there were so many vehicles on the road, the car was moving quite slowly, and the driver was grumbling about it. Veteran drivers love to curse while driving. Only those who curse behind the wheel are true veterans. The traffic was already slow, and then they encountered a driver who cut them off maliciously, which caused the driver to completely lose his temper. He kept flashing his high beams and honking frantically at the car in front. After this frenzied display, the driver still wasn't satisfied. He stuck his head out the window and shouted at the driver who had cut him off a phrase that combined violence, the supernatural, lust, and courage. "Fuck your grave." The atmosphere inside the car was suffocating. Hong sat on the bed, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to say a word. Despite the traffic jam, thanks to the driver's superb driving skills, it took Hong just over an hour to reach the southern parking lot of Dae Mansion. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, still early. Afraid of drawing the security guard's attention, Hong found a spot where no one would notice him and waited quietly. He waited until nightfall. During that time, dozens of cars drove into Dae Mansion, but he never saw the girl with the high ponytail. Not knowing what might happen if he flagged down another car, Hong didn't dare take the risk, and so the first day passed. Hong had only 1,000 yuan left, and he still needed to buy a ticket home, so he found a cheap hostel that cost just 50 yuan a night. The next day, armed with steamed buns and soy milk, Hong arrived early at the south parking lot of Dae Mansion and waited until the afternoon. A red sports car approached from the distance. It was slowing down, presumably to turn into the large parking lot. Seeing this, Hong hurriedly stood up and looked inside the car, but the sunlight made it difficult to see clearly. As the car drew closer, he gradually made out the scene inside. A woman was in the driver's seat. At first, he could only make out a general silhouette, but as the distance closed, her features became increasingly clear. She was a beauty with a delicate, high nose, a small, oval face, and arched eyebrows. Her fair, oval face and sharp, star-like eyes exuded a subtle air of dignity and pride. But Hong wasn't there to admire her beauty. He looked at her hair and saw a high ponytail. A ponytail! Hong perked up, but by the time he noticed the ponytail, the sports car was already right in front of him. Without a moment to think, he leaped forward and threw himself at the car. The woman in the sports car froze for a moment, a single thought flashing through her mind: is this a staged accident? She immediately got out of the car, dressed in snow-white clothing, her ethereal beauty and graceful demeanor making her look like a celestial maiden. Seeing Hong, his face bruised and swollen, with gauze wrapped around his head, the woman became even more certain that the person before her was staging an accident. "You're young and able-bodied. Why are you resorting to this kind of scam? Why don't you find a proper job to support yourself?" Because she'd been the victim of a staged accident, the woman's tone was harsh as she lectured Hong. "Thank goodness I hit the brakes in time, otherwise, I would almost hit you. You're not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of the trouble. You're nothing but a scumbag who is hurting both yourself and others." Although he'd been scolded, Hong knew the young woman had misunderstood, and his behavior did indeed look like a staged accident. "I'm sorry." Hong stood up to apologize first, then said, "I'm here to see Tian Bao. I'm not staging an accident. If you're looking for him, you can go to the front entrance. Why did you flag down my car?" The woman frowned, but her tone softened slightly. "They let me in at Chenmen." Although Hong had never been there before, that's what the diary said. The woman replied, "If you don't have an appointment, there's nothing I can do. There are so many people who want to see Tian Bao. If he met with everyone, he wouldn't even have time to eat." Hong rubbed his knee, which he bumped when he'd fallen just a moment ago, and said, "I know, but I really have something important to discuss. Could you please let him know I'm here?" Upon hearing this, The woman turned to get back into her car, leaving only one sentence behind: "I don't have time to waste on you." Sure enough, it didn't work. Hong, feeling helpless, had no choice but to say, "My dad is Hong's senator. He sent me to Dai Mansion to find Tianbao." Hearing this, the woman paused in her movements. She turned back to look at Hong and asked, "You're Hong Sen's son?" "My name is Hong. My dad is Hong Sen, and I have a letter here that he wrote to Tianbao." Hong took the letter out of his backpack and showed it to the woman. "Come with me," the woman said, beckoning to Hong and motioning for him to get into her car. Hong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly got into the sports car. The method described in the diary had indeed worked. "Thank you, ma'am," Hong said gratefully, then asked, "What is your name?" "You don't need to know that." The woman didn't seem interested in small talk and asked instead, "What did your dad send you here to do?" Hong scratched his head and told the truth. "My dad died not long ago. Actually, I'm here to find Tianbao." The woman's driving faltered, and she slammed her right foot on the brake. Seeing this, Hong hurriedly said, "But this is a letter my dad wrote to Tianbao. I wasn't lying to you. Please don't send me away." The woman shook her head and said, "I'm not concerned about whether you lied to me. I'm just shocked that your dad passed away." Hong followed the woman out of the underground parking garage, and a massive estate came into view. Red walls and dark-tiled roofs, wooden windows with carved patterns beneath their feet lay a bluestone path, flanked by bamboo groves and flowers in the distance. Clear water trickled over a small bridge, with pavilions and towers hidden among the scenery. The woman led Hong to a pavilion and instructed, "Stay right here. Don't go anywhere." Hong nodded. Someone as prominent as Tianbao must be very busy, and the woman was going to ask if he had time to see him. "Thank you so much for this," Hong said, clasping his fists in gratitude, then asked, "If I ever have the chance, I'll repay your kindness." "With your meager strength as a 3-star martial artist, you still want to repay me?" The woman laughed at his words and added, "You're being a bit too presumptuous." Hong replied earnestly, "I truly don't have the ability to repay you, but I want to keep your kindness in my heart." "Could you tell me your name?" "Su Firen." After saying this, the woman flicked her ponytail and left the pavilion. Hong still had a bandage wrapped around his head, and the bruise on his face had faded slightly. Such a peculiar-looking figure immediately drew the attention of quite a few people. "Who is that guy?" "I don't know either. He looks a bit rough around the edges, but there is still a hint of handsomeness in his features. He doesn't look very old. What is he doing at the Dai Manor? How should I know? Someone must have let him in. The security here is really tough. They caught a few thieves not long ago, and I heard they got beaten pretty badly." Hong waited half an hour before Su Firen finally appeared. She waved him over and said, "Come with me." Su Firen led Hong to a study and said respectfully, "I've brought the person you requested." In the study sat an elderly man with his back to Hong, so his face was obscured, but he was tall and burly, with snow-white hair. As soon as Hong entered the room, without saying a word, he dropped to his knees and banged his head on the floor 3 times with a loud thud, thud, thud. Hong Sen had mentioned in the video that Tianbao was like a second father to him, so he was also like a second grandfather to Hong. Even if the old man didn't acknowledge it, Hong still had to kowtow 3 times. After all, it was his family who had wronged Tianbao back then, betraying his goodwill on 2 occasions, so these 3 kowtows also served as an apology. Tianbao didn't turn around with his back to Hong. He asked, "Hong Sen, when did he die?" Hong stood up and answered honestly, "It's been about half a month." "How did he die?" Tianbao's tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were asking about a trivial matter. "He was killed by a heretical cultivator while on a mission." Hong's tone wavered slightly, not out of pretense, but because, after all, he was his own father, and mentioning it inevitably made him sad. Tianbao was silent for a moment, then asked, "You came to see me because you want me to avenge Hong Sen?" Hong shook his head, his tone firm. "Thank you for your concern, but I wish to take the life of my father's killer with my own hands." "A 3-star martial artist." Tianbao snorted coldly, dismissively. "With such a pitiful cultivation level, who knows when you'll ever be able to exact your revenge?" "Thank you for your well-meaning advice. Hong steeled his resolve and refused once more. The murder of my father is an unforgivable offense. Unless I avenge him with my own hands, I will never find peace, even if it costs me my life. Hearing this, Tianbao laughed. That stubborn streak of yours is just like Hong Sen's. You do have some backbone. You haven't disgraced your father's memory. This is a letter my father wrote to you. He asked me to deliver it to you before he died. Hong handed the letter to Su Firen, who was standing beside him. Su Firen took the letter, walked silently up to the old man, handed it over, and then silently stepped back to Hong's side. Tianbao accepted the letter. Since his back was turned to Hong and Su Firen, no one saw that his hand was trembling slightly as he opened the envelope. Hong didn't dare open the letter on his own, so aside from Tianbao, no one knew what was written inside. A long time passed. Tianbao had finished reading the letter, but he remained silent, perhaps deeply moved. Finally, after a long silence, Tianbao spoke up, "Since you're not here to avenge my father, what business do you have with me?" Hong replied succinctly, "After my father's death, my two uncles seized the opportunity to take over our family home and even demanded the compensation my parents received for dying in the line of duty. I was driven out of the house, and my younger brother and sister are now homeless. I ask for very little on this visit. I only ask that you help me seek justice." Tianbao fell silent again. After a moment, he asked, "There are some things you must know as well, right?" Hong nodded. Tianbao was likely referring to the time his father had come to call off the engagement. Tianbao spoke slowly, "I arranged a betrothal for you." Hongsen didn't refuse at the time, so I assumed he had accepted the arrangement. It must have been when you were 3 or 4 years old. He suddenly showed up at my door and said he didn't want to impose restrictions on you, so he was rejecting my offer once again. Once would be one thing, but twice in a row, what does he think he is doing? Tianbao said, clearly getting angry. What does he take the women of the Su family for? Does he think he can just take them when he wants and cast them aside when he doesn't? I flatly refused his second request to call off the engagement, so we got into a heated argument. He is as stubborn as an ox. Tianbao seemed reluctant to dwell on this past incident. In any case, he insisted on breaking off the engagement with you and told me, "I'm just here to inform you, not to seek your permission." After saying that, he turned to leave. I was furious at the time, so I told him, "If you dare step out that door, we'll sever all ties, no further contact." But he didn't even look back. Although Hong couldn't see Tianbao's expression, he could sense from his words that he was still very angry. Back then, the moment your father, Hongsen, walked out the main gate of the Dai Manor, I considered our past grievances settled, and we had no further ties in this life. Tianbao still did not turn around, merely saying coldly, "So I have no reason to help you. Please leave." It was the answer she had expected, so Hong wasn't particularly disappointed, but her in the diary might have been utterly despairing, forced to leave the Dai Manor with a heavy heart. But Hong had already steeled himself mentally, so he didn't leave. Instead, he said, "I only learned a few days ago about the past between you and my father. He must have felt guilty, which is why he never mentioned you to me. But no matter how you look at it, what happened back then was entirely my father's fault. As his son, I can't defend him, nor can I find any reason to do so. Even after all these years, you still speak of this matter with such indignation. Only deep affection can breed such bitter resentment. Although he betrayed your goodwill, I can sense the high hopes you once had for him. He wrote this letter a long time ago. Every year on October 22nd, he would leave home for a few days. At first, I thought he was going on a business trip, but I only recently learned that this is your birthday. My dad never sent that letter before he died, so he wasn't as carefree as you described. On the contrary, I think he was quite cowardly." Finally, Hong spoke the words he'd been preparing for a long time. "My dad may have come to the Dai mansion many times, but he certainly never dared to step through the main gate. Since you feel the grievances have been settled, why not look ahead?" The deeper meaning behind Hong's words was, "My father didn't dare take that step back then, so I hope you'll be brave enough to take it now." But Tianbao remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Please go home." Unexpectedly, the outcome was exactly as recorded in the diary. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Feeling utterly dejected, Hong walked out of the study. It would be a lie to say he wasn't upset. He said everything he could, even kowtowed, but that old curmudgeon still refused to help. Today was Thursday, and tomorrow Hong Lan and Hong Hu were set to return home a 16-hour high-speed rail journey. He had no time to linger. He had to rush home as quickly as possible to be there for Hong Hu and Hong Lan. Otherwise, Hong Hu would most likely get beaten up by his second uncle, and Hong Lan would be at a loss as well. It was already evening, and it would take time to get to the high-speed rail station by car. Hong checked the train schedules online and could only book a ticket for midnight tonight, the earliest high-speed train he could catch. Because of what was written on the last line of the third page of the diary, Hong still clung to a sliver of hope. As I boarded the high-speed train home, Su Firan, whom I'd encountered when I flagged down a car the day before yesterday, suddenly appeared in the seat next to me. I asked her what she wanted, but she ignored me. Could it be that Tian Bao had changed his mind and sent her to help me? But she is about my age. What could she possibly do to help me? But even if Su Firan were sitting right next to him, what difference would it make? What if she wasn't here to help me? What if she just happened to be traveling? At this thought, Hong's face was filled with uncertainty, and his mood grew even worse. Besides, Su Firan looked so young. Her cultivation level probably wasn't very high either. Both of his uncles were 8-star martial masters. Even if Su Firan were a once-in-a-lifetime genius, given her age, she certainly wouldn't stand a chance against them. I'm such a good-for-nothing. Hong let out a long sigh, unable to resist wallowing in self-pity. He hadn't been able to protect his younger brother and sister. He'd lost his home, and in the end, even when he asked for help, no one would agree. He'd accomplished nothing. What else could he be but a good-for-nothing? Just as Hong was about to step out the front door, a voice came from behind him. Are you Hong? Was it your dad who called off the engagement back then? Lost in his thoughts, he'd only just noticed a young woman running up behind him. Hong stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the young girl, who was slightly younger than him, asking, Who are you? The girl's tone was harsh. It's none of your business. I'm not going to tell you my name. Why should I? Looking at Hong, whose face was covered in bruises and bandages, the girl hurled insults at him. You're a sight to behold. It's a good thing the engagement was called off, otherwise, a beautiful flower would ended up stuck in cow dung. Hearing such blatant mockery, Hong already suspected that this girl was likely the one whose engagement had been broken off. Oh, my God, just look at what you've done, Hong thought, truly at a loss. Exhausted both mentally and physically, he had no strength to argue back. He let the young woman hurl her scorn and sarcasm at him, remaining silent the entire time. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. It doesn't recognize a good person. My grandfather held your father in high regard, which is why he arranged this marriage for your family, but your father has repeatedly. Wan, stop it. Su Firan's voice rang out from behind him. The girl named Su Wan, her face flushed with anger, protested, But sister. Su Firan shook his head and repeated, I told you to stop. Su Wan had no choice but to shut up. She glared fiercely at Hong, then ran off, her face flushed with anger. My little sister's been spoiled rotten by our family. Don't take it personally, Su Firan said, clasping his fists in apology. Hong tried to find the silver lining. I'm just grateful she didn't come at me with a knife. Su Firan smiled back and asked, What are your plans from here? Hong said, I haven't told my younger brother and sister yet about my parents' deaths or my uncle taking over the house. Tomorrow is Friday, and school is out for the weekend. I have to go home right away, otherwise, once they get home and see my two uncles, I won't be able to keep it a secret. Why didn't you tell them? Su Firan didn't understand. The death of their parents was a major event, something that was bound to come out sooner or later. There's no other reason. I just don't dare bring it up, Hong said with a wry smile. I need to at least deal with my two uncles first, and then we'll talk. Su Firan didn't understand, but she showed respect. She clasped her fists toward Hong and said, My grandfather asked me to accompany you on a trip to Jianghuai province. Hong paused for a moment and asked, Didn't he refuse at first? How did he change his mind? Su Firan laughed. The old man just couldn't save face. He has always been the type to be tough on the outside but soft on the inside. You're coming with me to Jianghuai province? Hong asked. How old are you? Su Firan replied, I'm 5 months older than you, but I had my talent assessed last year, so I started cultivating a few months earlier than you. In prominent clans like the Dei Manor, families possess devices for talent assessment. On the very day Su Firan turned 16, her talent was assessed, and she began cultivating immediately afterward. Ordinary people without wealthy families, however, could only wait for the unified screening. Hong's date of birth was January 6, 5009. Since Su Firan was 5 months older than Hong, she must have been born around August 5008. Su Firan had her talent assessed last August, and since it was still April, she had been cultivating for no more than 10 months at most. Hong pointed out, both of my uncles are 8-star martial masters. You don't look much older than me, how exactly can you help? Although I'm only a 6-star martial master, I think that should be enough to handle your 2 uncles. Su Firan's words were bold, yet brimming with confidence and conviction. If you end up crying, don't blame me. Hong joked. Ever since I was a kid, I've only ever been the one to make others cry. Su Firan returned the joke. When they first met, Su Firan had a very poor impression of Hong. She assumed he was a lay about trying to scam people. But after their recent conversation with Tian Bao, Su Firan's opinion of Hong had changed dramatically. With his 2 uncles having seized the family estate, Hong first planned to deal with them before telling his younger siblings. He chose to face these dangers alone. How could that not be a sign of responsibility? It hadn't been long since his parents passed away, and Hong was 6 months younger than her, yet he was able to take charge of family matters and travel all the way to the De mansion alone to seek help. This proved he was capable of shouldering heavy burdens. Grandfather asked right from the start if he should avenge Hong Sen himself. But Hong refused. He insisted on avenging his parents' blood debt with his own blood. What a man of principle! Many people tremble in fear before grandfather and can't even speak coherently. Yet, even in the face of grandfather's relentless pressure, Hong remained clear and articulating exactly what he wanted to say, which shows he has considerable courage as well. Although Hong has a stubborn temperament, stubborn people are usually those who stand firm and stay true to their convictions. Even though he had come to ask for a favor, Hong didn't grovel or compromise his principles. He has principles, a sense of responsibility, integrity, courage, and the ability to handle tough situations, all of which caused Su Firan to greatly change her opinion of him. Su Firan could see some of his father's traits in Hong. No wonder grandfather held Hong Sen in such high regard, so much so that he had even gone to the trouble of arranging a marriage between Su Firan and Hong on 2 separate occasions. A man like this was indeed worthy of trust. Grandfather's judgment of character had never failed him. In the early hours of the morning, the night was deep, and all was still. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, dotted with stars. On the high-speed train heading toward Jianghuai province, many passengers had already fallen asleep, while only a few remained awake. Hong and Su Firan sat facing each other, both silent, the atmosphere slightly tense. Finally, it was Hong who broke the silence. He cleared his throat lightly to get Su Firan's attention, then asked, Did my dad and grandpa get along well? You could say he was a mentor, a father, and a friend all at once. Su Firan replied, then corrected himself, I heard from my elders that although your father was my grandfather's adopted son, the 2 were closer than a biological father and son. Hong had never heard Hong Sen mention this story before, so he asked, Why did the old master take my father as his adopted son? Su Firan shook his head. I don't know the details of their relationship very well. I just picked up the general story from overhearing the elders in my family chatting. My grandfather was once in grave danger, but his subordinates stood by and did nothing. Only your dad, without hesitation, rushed to the front to save him. He nearly died in the process. After finishing his story, Su Firan suddenly asked, I've heard your father had remarkable talent. What cultivation level had he reached before he died? 3-star martial king, Hong replied with pride. That's an extremely high level. He was considered one of the top martial artists in Jianghuai province. A 3-star martial king is considered a master in Jianghuai province, but in Jiangnan province, he'd only be average. Many of my elders have cultivation levels higher than your father's. Su Firen looked surprised and added, that doesn't make sense. Your father was already a martial king when he married your mother. How come, after more than a decade, he is still at the martial king level? Because he had to earn a living to support the family and was out on missions every day, so he didn't have time to cultivate. After Hong finished speaking, he sighed and added, cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. My grandfather once told me in private that your dad is loyal and brave, with decent talent. If he devoted himself to cultivation, he'd have reached at least the martial sect level by now. Su Firen said wistfully, beautiful women are a den of temptation, and love is the root of all evils. Your dad was a prodigy back then, but in the end, he faded into obscurity. Upon hearing this, Hong teased, you're clearly still young, yet you speak like an old man. I was just speaking from the heart, Su Firen said, changing the subject. You mentioned earlier that your father was killed by a heretic cultivator. Do you know who it was? Hong shook his head. I only know a few details about the killer. When my father died, his heart had been ripped out, and there was a large amount of black substance left inside his body, resembling ashes. The killer was skilled in fist and palm techniques, had black substance on his palms, and was at least at the martial emperor level. That description of yours? Su Firen pondered for a moment, then continued, it sounds a lot like a heretic cultivator from the Swallow the Heavens demon sect. That heretical organization is notorious for hunting down prodigies. Hong pressed further, why does the Swallow the Heavens demon sect like to hunt down prodigies? Su Firen hesitated slightly before saying, this might sound a bit cruel. Go ahead and tell me, I can handle it. They cultivate a divine technique called the Swallow the Heavens canon. By consuming the hearts of geniuses, they can rapidly boost their own cultivation and innate talent. Su Firen added, the black substance you mentioned is likely the Swallow the Heavens demon cult's Black Death Hand. Heretics who cultivate the Black Death Hand usually have both hands pitch black. Swallow the Heavens demon cult, Black Death Hand. Hong silently committed these two names to memory. Su Firen sensed Hong's thoughts and immediately warned him, your cultivation level is too low right now, don't go throwing your life away. I'm not an idiot, Hong sighed. Besides, with my trashy talent, the heretics of the heaven-devouring demon cult wouldn't even want my heart. Su Firen asked, is your talent really that poor? You can't look down on me once I tell you. Hong issued a warning first, then said, I have an F-rank talent. That's indeed very rare. Su Firen was speechless. An F-rank talent was just as rare as an SSS-rank talent, both were 1 in 10,000. But an F-rank talent was a top-tier failure among 10,000, while an SSS-rank talent was a peerless genius among 10,000. Su Firen remarked with a sigh, you really have it rough, an F-rank talent. Your dad is so gifted, how could he have fathered someone like you? Cut it out already, Hong cut Su Firen off abruptly and asked, what is your talent, anyway? I want to tell you about mine, I don't want to bring you down. Su Firen couldn't bring herself to say it, she just couldn't bear to hurt his feelings. When they first met yesterday, Hong was black and blue, his head split open and bleeding. Desperate for help, he even risked his life to flag down her car. On top of that, not long after his parents passed away, he'd been beaten by his two uncles. Then, just like a bully child, he'd run from his own home to beg her for help and had nearly been hit by her car. He was clearly about the same age as her, and just thinking about it made Su Firen's heart ache. The two fell silent again, but this time Su Firen spoke up, have you ever studied the De Spear Manual? The De Spear Manual? Hong paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said, from the name, it sounds like a martial art from your De manner. Didn't your father teach you the Great Spear Manual? Su Firen frowned, judging by the tone of Hong's words. It seemed he had never even heard of it. Grandfather had taken Hong Sin in as his adopted son, and since grandfather held Hong Sin in such high regard, he would surely have passed down the Great Spear Manual to him. Hong shook his head and said, I've never seen my dad use a spear. He always fought with his fists. Su Firen fell silent. No wonder grandfather had said Hong Sin had a stubborn streak. After Hong Sen severed ties with grandfather, since it belonged to the Su family, he never taught it to Hong and his sister, nor did he ever demonstrate the De Spear manual again until the day he died. What exactly is this De Spear manual you're talking about? Hong asked. Does my dad know it too? I'm not sure if your father knows the De Spear manual. Since Hong Sen hadn't mentioned it, Su Firen chose to keep it to himself. Su Firen went on to explain, in ancient times, 10 heroes emerged among the human race. One of them was nicknamed the Great Spear Immortal, and our Su family are his descendants. The Great Spear manual is the spear technique used by the Great Spear Immortal. We in the Su family have practiced it since childhood, but as children, we lacked both talent and cultivation, so we could only learn a few basic moves. Hong exclaimed in shock, your family actually has the bloodline of one of the 10 ancient heroes? These are legendary figures. Su Firen grinned and said, we're just a collateral branch of the family, don't go blowing things out of proportion. Hey. Hong said seriously, excessive modesty is just another form of pride. Has anyone ever told you that you're putting on airs? Have I? Of course. Where am I putting on airs? That very statement of yours is putting on airs. As the high-speed train headed north, the two talked through the night, punctuated by Su Firen's occasional soft laughter, and time slipped by unnoticed. By the time they arrived in Jianghuai province, it was already 4 p.m. With only an hour left before school let out, Hong hurriedly took Su Firen by taxi home. Hong's home wasn't too far from the high-speed rail station. The taxi took just 20 minutes to drop them off at their residential complex. As they walked, Su Firen asked, what are you planning to do? I'll talk to them first, Hong said grimly. But whether we reach an agreement or not, you're going to give both of them a good beating in the end. Hearing this, Su Firen's lips curled slightly as he asked, you still want to vent your anger? As they stepped into the elevator, Hong pointed to his own head and said, I'm not venting my anger, I'm just returning the favor. The elevator soon reached the 16th floor. The door to Hong's apartment was wide open, and the voices of second uncle and third uncle could be heard from inside. I just called Wang Defa. The compensation for Big Brother and Big Sister's line of duty deaths is set to be paid out in the next couple of days. Xiao Jian's house is right across the street. Only his son is home. Let us get Wang Defu to hand over Xiao Jian's house too. Then you can live in our eldest brother's house, and I'll live in Xiao Jian's, will be neighbors. Don't rush into it. Let us wait until our eldest brother's compensation is paid out first. I'm afraid Wang Defu might pull a fast one. If he keeps his word, then we'll talk to him about Xiao Jian's house and compensation. Second uncle and third uncle were conferring inside the house, plotting loudly. When Hong heard this, he seethed with rage. These two had already snatched his family's house and compensation, and now they wanted to take the Xiao family's house and compensation as well. They were nothing but beasts. The door was wide open. Hong pushed it open with a shove. Third uncle saw Hong, paused for a moment, and said, you dare come back? Second uncle snorted coldly, I only spared your life last time because you're my older brother's bloodline. You really don't know when to back down, do you? I'll say just one thing, Hong said, looking at the two of them. Are you leaving or not? Second uncle narrowed his eyes and said contemptuously, if I don't beat you so badly that you're bedridden for 3 months this time, I'll change my surname. Third uncle, who had sharper eyes, spotted Su Firen behind Hong. Seeing that she was just a young girl, he finally relaxed. I thought you'd brought in some martial arts expert, but it's just a little girl. Who are you trying to scare? Immediately, third uncle continued his mockery, your mom is an only child, you don't have any uncles to help you, and as for my eldest brother's relatives, once they see the two of us, there's no way they'll help you. Can I step in now? Su Firen asked Hong, her tone completely unflustered. Hong felt uneasy. His two uncles were 8-star martial masters, while Su Firen was only a 6-star martial master. Moreover, he couldn't help her. Su Firen would have to fight alone, and with the gap in their cultivation levels, her chances of winning seemed slim no matter how he looked at it. Su Firen took a step forward, standing in front of Hong, then pulled 2 spear shafts and a spearhead from her backpack. Hong felt helpless, sharpening the blade at the last minute, and she declaimed she was putting on a show. Su Firen went about assembling the spear on her own. First, she fitted the two shafts together, gently twisting them and pushing firmly to secure them. Third uncle couldn't figure out what Su Firen was doing. He looked at Hong and said, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'm calling the police." Hearing this, Hong laughed in exasperation. These two had taken over the place and actually treated it like their own home. How could anyone in the world be so brazen and shameless? Second uncle tried to intimidate Hong by saying, "I'll have Wang Defa throw him in jail right away, so he won't come bother us again. Best to lock him up for 3 to 5 years, then he'll learn his lesson." Su Firen finished assembling the rifle stock, then picked up the muzzle and aligned it with the threaded interface at the front of the rifle. He rotated it while pushing it in until he heard a soft click, and the muzzle was securely locked in place. The room was cramped, making it difficult to wield the spear effectively. Hong said, "Be careful." Su Firen gripped the spear and replied nonchalantly, "I don't need to be careful." Third uncle tried to bluster, "Little girl, I don't hit women, but if you dare to strike, don't blame me." He hadn't even finished his sentence when a flash of silver lit up the room, followed by the spear darting out like a dragon. Before Hong could even see what was happening, the spear had pierced Third Uncle's shoulder right through. Su Firen jerked the spear back with all her might, and blood gushed from Third Uncle's shoulder, flowing like a torrent. Seeing this, Second Uncle was taken aback. He grabbed the table beside him and hurled it at Su Firen. Su Firen didn't dodge. She swung the spear downward, and the tip sliced through the table as easily as cutting through silk, splitting it in two. After hurling the table, Second Uncle did not attack but immediately opened the window, preparing to jump out the window to escape. Su Firen didn't give Second Uncle a chance. She hurled the spear forward, pinning him to the window on the spot. At this critical moment, Third Uncle proved to be the braver of the two. Seeing that Su Firen was unarmed, he steeled himself, suppressed his fear, and lunged at her. Su Firen stood immovable, her eyes utterly unruffled as she faced her third uncle, who was hurtling toward her like an arrow. She slowly extended her fist. The movement seemed slow, as if she were practicing Tai Chi. But Third Uncle's body appeared to be pulled by an invisible force, propelling him involuntarily toward Su Firen's fist. In an instant, the force of her punch struck, and a dull thud echoed through the room. Uncle 3 crashed into the wall like a kite whose string had snapped. Dust swirled as the entire room shook. Su Firen withdrew her fist and stood her ground, her expression as calm as still water, as if this heart-stopping punch were nothing more than a routine matter. Uncle 3 lay on the floor, blood spurting continuously from his mouth. Second Uncle was pinned against the window, screaming wildly. Su Firen walked over to Second Uncle, reached out, and pulled out the long spear. He asked silently, "Do you realize your mistake now?" Second Uncle let out an agonized howl and slid weakly to the ground, but he remained defiant. "What my eldest brother owns should pass to the next brother in line. What have I done wrong?" He actually spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, like a leech clinging to Hongsun, sucking his blood until it had become a habit, convinced that whatever belonged to his eldest brother should rightfully be his. He was utterly obstinate. Su Firen snapped angrily, "Your mistake is this: before the younger brother succeeds the elder brother, there is also the son succeeds the father." Third Uncle roared, "Back then, my parents only favored my eldest brother. They gave him everything good. So what if I want a little of his money? He is dead now, so what if I want his house? Why shouldn't I have it? I can't reason with you lot. Go explain yourselves to the king of hell." Su Firen thrust his spear forward, ready to skew the two of them like candied hawthorn on a stick. Upon hearing this, Hong leapt forward to block the spear. "Stop! Are you out of your mind?" Su Firen startled. "I almost stabbed you. Although I'd love to cut them into 1,000 pieces, my father said on his deathbed that he hoped I'd spare their lives." Hong clasped his fists and continued, "Aside from telling me to take good care of my younger brother and sister, this was the only thing my father asked of me on his deathbed. As his son, I cannot go against his dying wish." Hearing this, Su Firen withdrew his spear. "This is your family matter, it's up to you. But my father only told me to spare their lives." Hong added, could you sever all their meridians in their hands and feet, and strip them of their cultivation, so they won't cause me trouble in the future? Upon hearing this, Su Firen raised his spear again. This is your family matter, it's up to you. Second uncle's face betrayed terror as he exclaimed, Hong, how dare you? Of course I wouldn't dare. Hong laughed. But this sister here certainly would. Su Firen swung her spear, and a faint sound like a phoenix's cry echoed. In the blink of an eye, blood spurted simultaneously from both uncle's hands, feet, and dantian in their abdomens. Piercing screams echoed through the room. Hong tossed the two men into the elevator and left them there, leaving them to fend for themselves. Su Firen disassembled her spear while grumbling, you're just littering. My younger brother and sister will be back soon. The house is a total mess, I need to clean it up. I don't have time to deal with those two. After saying that, Hong returned to the room, grabbed a foot basin and a towel, and hurriedly wiped up the blood. Seeing this, Su Firen stepped in to help, and finally, before Hong Lan and Hong Hu returned home, the two of them had the house restored to its original state. Bro! Hong Lan's voice came from the doorway. Why is there blood in the elevator? Maybe someone had an accident, Hong said, playing dumb and offering a slightly crude explanation. Hong Hu sniffed around. Why does the whole house smell like blood, too? This kid must have a dog's nose, I even sprayed air freshener myself. This is Sister Su Firen. Go call everyone. Hong didn't address the issue directly but changed the subject instead. The two were very sensible and called out in unison, Sister Su. Su Firen nodded, then looked at Hong, her eyes signaling, your two uncles have been taken care of, when are you going to tell us about your parents? Seeing the carefree expressions on Hong Lan and Hong Hu's faces, Hong shook his head, he'd better wait a little longer. Suddenly, sobbing voices came from outside the door, Director Wang, you've got to stand up for our family. Hearing this, Hong immediately furrowed his brow. It was the voices of his second and third aunts. Hong Lan and Hong Lan hadn't closed the door when they came in, and the two aunts had followed Wang Defa in, looking as if they'd come to confront him. Wang Defa cut straight to the point, Hong, these two are accusing you of intentional assault. You're coming with us to the security zone. Second aunt pointed at Hong and screamed, you little beast. You were way too brutal. It's bad enough that you ruined your second uncle's cultivation realm, but you even severed his hand and foot meridians. Third aunt, having lost the arrogant swagger she'd displayed in recent days, cried, you little beast, what you've done is utterly ruthless. How are we supposed to go on living now? How are you supposed to live? Su Firen let out a cold laugh and said, did any of you ever stop to think about how Hong and the other two were supposed to live? Aunt number 2 tried to justify herself, we only took their house and a third of the compensation, we didn't take his life. You reap what you sow, I'm the one who crippled their cultivation bases, and I'm the one who severed their hand and foot meridians. If you want to cause trouble, come after me, it has nothing to do with Hong. After Su Firen finished speaking, her expression turned serious as she added, and I didn't take those two's lives either. Aunt number 3 cried out to Wang Defa, look at how unreasonable she is. Our two families are giving you half the compensation, you have to stand up for us. Fearing that third aunt might say something she shouldn't, Wang Defa immediately waved to the security domain personnel behind him, arrest Hong and this woman right now. Are you sure you want to arrest me? Su Firen stared at Wang Defa and demanded. Wang Defa shouted harshly, of course I am. Do you think I'm joking with you? Su Firen pulled a token from her pocket, engraved with the characters DE. I am Su Firen of the DE Prefecture. Who dares lay a hand on me? Wang Defa took a single glance at it and was so terrified he began trembling all over. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. I was just joking with you. I was lying about everything. Su Firen paid him no mind, but instead said to the security domain staff, lock these two women, their husbands, and this Director Wang, all of them up in jail. Wang Defa was the director of the security domain, his superior was the department head, and above the department head was the minister. Even Wang Defu's immediate superior, the Minister of Security, would need to make an appointment in advance to see Tian Bao. Therefore, upon seeing the Grady token, the security domain personnel hesitated almost not at all. They instantly pulled out their handcuffs and arrested Wang Defu, along with second aunt and third aunt, on the spot. After taking care of all this, Su Firan stepped outside to make a phone call. Hong Lan's eyes had long since turned red, but she hadn't cried earlier because there were so many people around. Now, her voice choked with tears, she asked, "Big brother, what happened to mom and dad?" Hong tried to cover it up. Nothing's wrong. Then who is the compensation money that second aunt mentioned for? Hong Lan stared intently at Hong and cried, "Don't lie to me. Mom and dad have been out on a mission for almost 2 months now. How could it possibly take this long, and why haven't we heard a single word from them?" Hong, who was a bit slow to react, but upon hearing this, she finally understood. This can't be true. Dad is the martial king, how could he possibly be dead? Hong knew he couldn't keep it a secret any longer, so he went back to his room, took his parents' ashes out of the cabinet, and told the two of them what had happened. When Su Firan finished her phone call and returned to the room, Hong and the other two were hugging each other, crying uncontrollably. Hong, who cried enraged, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Hong explained through his tears, "Even if I had told you, what could you have done? Could you have beaten Uncle 2 and Uncle 3? Could you have brought Mom and Dad back to life? I wanted to tell you, too. But rather than worry you both, I thought I'd handle these matters first, then tell you when the time was right." Women are naturally capable of loving others, so when Su Firan saw this scene, she couldn't help but shed tears as well. The four of them cried all night, and before they knew it, it was already the following evening. Hong Lan and Hong, who had locked themselves in their room, but Su Firan was a little worried. Seeing this, Hong reassured her, "Don't worry. It'll be fine in a few days. I went through the same thing before." Su Firan asked, "You're not sad anymore, are you? Every now and then, when I think about it, my eyes still well up." Hong forced a smile. "But just as I told the old man, one must always look forward. I still have to take care of Hong Lan and Hong Hu. I can't just dwell on past sorrows forever, otherwise, I'll end up depressed sooner or later." Su Firan said, "Wang Defa has been stripped of his position and is currently in prison. He'll likely serve a life sentence." "His crime isn't that serious, is it?" Hong asked. Su Firan replied, "My grandfather intervened, so they gave him the maximum sentence." "What about my 2 uncles and their wives?" Hong asked again. "I'm not sure about that, but they'll probably be locked up for a while too." Su Firan added, "As for the compensation for your parents' line of duty deaths, it'll be deposited into your account today. Someone should have called you by now, right? The security bureau works quickly. I've already received the money. It's a total of over 5 million, but I only kept 100,000. Seeing that Su Firan was about to ask, Hong explained on his own, "I gave the rest to Hong Lan and Hong Hu 2.5 million each. Keeping 100,000 is enough for me." Su Firan asked, "Shouldn't you have split this money evenly?" Hong glanced toward Hong Hu and Hong Lan's room. "I've spent a lot of the family's money in the past, so let us leave the compensation for the two of them. Now that your family matters are settled, I'm heading back to the De Manor too." Su Firan took a book out of his pocket and handed it to Hong. "My grandfather asked me to give this to you." Seeing the words De Spear Manual on the cover, Hong immediately pushed it back, saying, "I really can't accept this." "You said yourself that we should look to the future," Su Firan said with a smile. "Your father was my grandfather's adopted son, so you three are like my grandfather's grandchildren. That means you can all learn the De Spear Manual." Fearing Hong might refuse, Su Firan added, "My grandfather also said we should stay in touch. If you have time during the new year, feel free to bring Hong Lan and Hong Hu over to pay our respects." Upon hearing this, Hong accepted the De Spear Manual and nodded. "I'll bring Hong Lan and Hong Hu to visit the old man during the new year." Su Firan clasped his fists in a martial salute. "We'll meet again in the martial world." The sun was setting in the west, and the evening light streamed through the window, illuminating the young woman as she turned away in the sunlight, her high ponytail swayed gently. By the time Hong and Su Firan boarded the high-speed train, the diary had already turned to page 4. But since the two had been talking the whole time, Hong didn't have a chance to examine the contents of page 4. Deeply grateful that she had traveled such a long distance to help him, Hong offered to treat Su Firan to a meal. However, Su Firan was in a hurry to get home, so Hong had no choice but to see her off at the high-speed rail station. By the time Hong returned home, it was already late at night, and only then did he have time to look through the diary. Hong turned to page 4 of the diary. The contents matched reality exactly. Su Firan had dealt with her second and third uncles, and then Wang Defa came looking for trouble again. The rest of the diary described how he worked hard to better himself and resumed his cultivation practice, continuing until the end of page 4. The date on the last line was May 30th. After reading the diary, Hong began meditating and practicing breathing exercises, continuing his cultivation until the next morning. He picked up the diary to turn the page, but he couldn't get to the 5th page. The diary was still stuck on the 4th page. Hong had a hunch, if the entry on the last line of the diary described something trivial such as practicing cultivation, playing games, or sleeping, he wouldn't be able to turn the page even after completing it. So he would have to wait until May 30th before he could turn the page to the 5th page. Today was April 15th, which meant he still had a month and a half to go until May 30th. When Hong thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. What the hell kind of stupid rule was this? Why should trivial matters prevent him from turning the page even after he completed them? Whoever came up with this rule must have cerebral palsy. The college entrance exam competition is coming up at the end of July. With 3.5 months left, he needs to make the most of his time training to achieve the best possible results. Hong ate a light meal, then resumed sitting cross-legged in meditation, diligently cultivating. The cultivation technique he was practicing was the 89 mystical skill, a top-tier technique. However, because his F-rank talent was such a hindrance, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy wasn't very fast. Those with a rank talent, even if they were practicing an ordinary cultivation technique worth 1,000 yuan, would absorb spiritual energy faster than Hong. It's as if Hong were holding the most top-tier, peerless divine artifact, but with only the strength of a 3-star martial artist, he could only harness a tiny fraction of its power. But for Hong at this stage, even this tiny fraction of its power is sufficient for his needs. At the very least, it allows his cultivation speed to rival that of someone with a B-rank talent. After a 16-hour high-speed rail ride, Su Firan finally returned to Dei Manor, but it was already late in the evening. Early the next morning, Su Firan went to pay his respects to Tian Bao and immediately recounted the events of this trip. Upon hearing Su Firan's approach, Tian Bao said with satisfaction, "You handled it beautifully." After recounting the events, Su Firan's face was still flushed with anger. Hong's two uncles are truly despicable. If I were Hong, I would never have spared their lives. Tian Bao stroked his white beard and chuckled, "You're you, and Hong is Hong. If everyone thought the way you do, what would be the point of this world? I just can't stand it." Su Firan's handsome face flushed with anger. She was genuinely furious on Hong's behalf. Although she appeared very dashing in front of Hong, Su Firan was only 16 years old. When she was alone with Tian Bao, she still let her true nature in childlike sideshow. "What do you think of Hong?" Tian Bao asked suddenly, then added, "From what you were saying just now, it seemed like you were quite impressed with him." Su Firan replied, "He is definitely a real man. He has principles, takes responsibility, has backbone, is courageous, and can handle tough situations. He is so much better than those spoiled rich kids I usually see." "Such a great guy," Tian Bao asked out of the blue, "does he have a girlfriend?" I actually asked Hong about that. He had a girlfriend before, but they broke up after 3 or 4 months. Apparently, she thought his talent was too poor, so she wanted to break up with him. A breakup over poor talent? Tian Bao was genuinely curious and asked, "What kind of talent does Hong have? Is it really that bad?" Su Firan smiled and nodded, saying, "He has the lowest possible talent rank, F rank." Upon hearing this, Tian Bao felt a bit speechless and helpless, but he still said, "Our family has power and influence, a vast fortune, and no shortage of talented people. So for you girls looking for a man, the most important thing is to distinguish between good and bad character. Since you speak so highly of Hong, and he happens to be single right now, why don't you give it a try and see how things go?" Hong is Hong Sin's son. His character is definitely beyond reproach. I don't think that's a good idea, Su Firan said, her face flushing slightly as she looked flustered. Tian Bao replied sternly, why wouldn't it be? You're Hong's fiancé to begin with. When Hong Sin came to call off the engagement all those years ago, our De Manor agreed to it. Just because Hong Sin unilaterally broke the engagement doesn't mean it's null and void. Breaking an engagement requires mutual consent. As long as we haven't agreed to it, your engagement remains valid. Upon hearing this, Su Firan immediately retorted, it's not like I'm unlovable, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Since he has already broken off the engagement, I'm not going to take him back. What she really meant was, if he wants me, he can have me. If he doesn't, then so be it. But I, Su Firan, do have a bit of a temper, you know. Tian Bao spotted a loophole and immediately pointed out, first, let us set the record straight, it was Hong Sin who called off the engagement back then. Hong was only 2 or 3 years old at the time. He certainly didn't call it off. Su Firan nodded. Grandpa's point was indeed valid. Hong was just a child back then, and since it was Hong Sin who had called off the engagement, it naturally had absolutely nothing to do with him. Tian Bao coaxed him gently, at your age, your cultivation level is already quite high enough to handle the college entrance exams. Zhanhui province has plenty of famous scenic spots and historical sites. You're always busy with cultivation, so this would be a great chance to take some time off and go explore. I don't think that's a good idea, Su Firan said, trying to refuse. Hong needs to cultivate too, and he has to take the college entrance exams as well. With Hong's F-rank talent, he is just biding his time. Why would he even want to take the college entrance exams? Tian Bao spoke the plain truth, then quickly changed the subject, saying, besides, his cultivation level is so low you could go there to mentor him. I admit I have a slight soft spot for Hong, but I've only just returned home. It would be a bit inappropriate to rush off to see him right away, wouldn't it? After a moment's thought, Su Firan said, I'll just wait until I have some free time to go hang out with him. Whatever you say. Tian Bao had no objections. It had always been a regret of his that he hadn't become in-laws with Hong Sin back then. Besides, if he could bring this match to fruition, Hong Sin, if he knew about it from beyond the grave, would likely be furious with shame. It was a win-win situation. Just thinking about it made Tian Bao feel absolutely thrilled. April 30th. Hong had been training diligently during this time and had finally cultivated 40 breaths of spiritual energy, successfully breaking through to the 4-star martial artist rank. The white energy mass within his body had grown accordingly. It was now the size of a bottle cap and pulsating, and its color had become even more intense. Breaking through to the 5-star martial artist rank required 50 breaths of spiritual energy, but at his current pace, he estimated it wouldn't happen until mid-May, a pace that was simply too slow. Hong felt a bit restless, but he closed his eyes and continued his breathing exercises, successfully refining another breath of spiritual energy. Suddenly, however, he felt a wave of heat wash over his entire body, an inexplicable heat spreading through every fiber of his being. Hong's body grew hotter and hotter. Sweat poured from his pores, but it was quickly evaporated by the heat on his skin, forming white steam. Had he lost control of his cultivation? Hong quickly got up, ran to the bathroom, and doused himself with cold water. However, since the heat was radiating from his dantian to every part of his body rather than just his skin, the cold water had little effect in cooling him down. Due to the searing energy, black grime kept oozing from every pore on Hong's body, emitting a faint, fishy stench. He couldn't help but let out a pained groan. Time passed like this, and it wasn't until a full hour had elapsed that the searing energy finally began to slowly dissipate. Hong collapsed in the bathroom, his body already soaked through. He felt extremely thirsty and struggled to open his mouth, gulping down the cool water spraying from the showerhead. After resting for 3 hours, he finally had the strength to stand up, but he still felt weak and exhausted. Hong returned to his room and passed out on the bed. He didn't wake up until the next day. What happened last night? Had he gone off track in his cultivation? Or had he lost control of his qi? Hong had heard Hong Sin talk about losing control of one's qi before. If it happened during cultivation, the consequences ranged from serious injury to death. He was merely feeling feverish, accompanied by a bit of weakness. It wasn't as severe as losing control of his qi. It must have been a misstep in his cultivation, Hong thought. With that in mind, he took out his phone to search for related information. Hong looked at the information on his phone. When others went off track during cultivation, they usually spat blood, fell unconscious, experienced numbness in their limbs, or bled from their 7 orifices. No one had experienced what he was going through, a burning sensation all over his body, with black impurities oozing from his pores. Hong could only type the following into the search bar: burning sensation all over the body during cultivation, with black impurities oozing from the pores. Relevant results immediately appeared on the phone screen. When ancient martial artists cultivate, due to the unique nature of their techniques, the spiritual energy they absorb tempers their bodies, making their physiques even more resilient. Furthermore, with some rare techniques, each round of physical tempering not only makes the physique more resilient but also grants the cultivator the supernatural powers and abilities contained within the technique. As soon as Hong saw the second entry, it all came flooding back. Humans are governed by the principle of 8 yin and 9 yang. Therefore, cultivating the 89 mystical skill would eliminate 8 instances of yin from one's body and fuse 9 instances of yang. Each time one fuses yang, their cultivation realm would rise significantly. Each time one eliminates yin, they would gain a divine ability. Since his cultivation level was still that of a 4-star martial artist with no prior advancement, he hadn't fused a yang count but had instead eliminated 1 yin count. The supernatural abilities gained from eliminating 8 yin counts are growing stronger through battle, Eye of the Tao, 72 transformations, golden light piercing the earth, Trinity Chi gathering, 3 heads and 6 arms, emulating heaven and earth, and immortal soul. Having just eliminated 1 yin number, he obtained his first divine ability, stronger through battle. The description of stronger through battle in 89 mystical skills is that one becomes braver and stronger the more one fights. Every time the body is attacked, spiritual energy increases within it. The stronger the attack, the more spiritual energy is generated. To put this description of stronger with every battle in simple terms, it can be understood to mean getting stronger by taking hits. Hong had already experienced this divine ability before. The last time his second uncle landed 2 consecutive punches on him, when he woke up, he found that his body had inexplicably gained over a dozen breaths worth of spiritual energy, which is what allowed him to successfully break through to a 3-star martial artist on the high-speed train. At the time, Hong didn't know what had happened. He assumed his second uncle's 2 punches had unblocked his Ren and Du meridians, so he didn't give it much thought. Now, seeing the content on his phone and combining it with the description of growing stronger through battle, he immediately figured it out. His natural talent was too poor, and his cultivation speed was far too slow. Even meditating 15 hours a day only allowed him to cultivate 3 breaths of spiritual energy. But with the stronger through battle ability, he wouldn't need to cultivate anymore. He could take a different path and go out to find people to beat him up. Stronger through battle. If getting beaten makes you stronger, who would bother with grueling cultivation anymore? Hong put on his clothes and rushed out the door in a hurry, but as soon as he stepped out of the residential complex, he was immediately overcome with confusion. He had no old grudges or recent feuds. How could he get someone to beat him up for no reason at all? Hong thought of Sun Xiaochuan and Long Outyan. These two had a bone to pick with him. With just a little provocation, he figured he could get a free beating. The thought alone made him giddy with delight. Hong wasn't sure where Long Outyan lived, but he had a vague recollection of Sun Xiaochuan's address. Back in middle school, Sun Xiaochuan had been bullying a quiet kid, and Hong couldn't stand by and watch, so he chased after him and beat him all the way home. Sun ran, Hong chased. There was no escape, and that's how Hong ended up at Sun Xiaochuan's house. Following the route from his memory, Hong rode his electric scooter to an old neighborhood where the houses were getting on in years and looked a bit run down. Suddenly, he noticed a chubby guy blocking a girl's path in a secluded alley. "I've got things to do. I don't have time to grab a meal with you," the girl said nervously, trying to shake off the chubby guy's advances. Seeing that she wanted to leave, the chubby guy propped himself against the wall with one hand, thinking he looked cool, and stood in her way. "I've got an A-class talent and have already broken through to a 6-star martial artist. If you come with me, you'll live the high life." Sun Xiaochuan, leaning against the wall with one hand, thinking he looked cool. "I already have a boyfriend," the girl pleaded. "Please, just leave me alone." The chubby guy's expression turned vicious. "Bullshit. I asked your best friend. You don't have a boyfriend at all. Don't even think about lying to me." I've looked for you so many times today, whether you like it or not, you're mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat guy moved to grab her, and the girl let out a terrified scream. This fat guy was none other than Sun Xiaochuan. Seeing this, Hong roared, "You beast! Let that girl go!" Sun Xiaochuan had purchased the undying sun body from the old beggar. With his A-class talent, his cultivation level after practicing the undying sun body should be well beyond that of a 6-star martial artist. Hong instantly figured it out. Sun Xiaochuan must be lazy and unmotivated, probably only practicing 2 or 3 hours a day. That's why he was still only a 6-star martial artist, just 2 minor levels than himself. Giving him the undying sun body would be a complete waste. Sun Xiaochuan turned his head and saw Hong standing there. He immediately sneered, "From a distance, you look like a dog. Up close, it's Hong." Hearing Sun Xiaochuan's words, Hong got a little angry and said, "You've really gotten bold, kid. How dare you talk to me like that?" Sun Xiaochuan added, "I heard from someone that even after your dad died, you're still an F-rank talent. I used to be afraid of your dad, which is why I didn't fight back, but do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Not many people know he has an F-rank talent, and since family secrets shouldn't be aired in public, Hong Lan and Hong Hu wouldn't tell anyone. Xiao is in secret training, and Su Firan has returned to Jiangnan province, so the only possible source must be Ruyan, that big-mouthed gold digger. "I can tell you're just scared of me. I'm standing right here. Do you dare lay a hand on me?" Hong goaded Sun Xiaochuan. "Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Sun Xiaochuan looked at Hong. He was a 6-star martial artist, while Hong was only a 4-star martial artist. The advantage was clearly on his side. After breaking through to a 4-star martial artist, Hong's speed was impressive, but Sun Xiaochuan's was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Hong, slamming a punch into his chest. Hong didn't flinch or dodge. He took the blow head-on. A wave of excruciating pain shot through his entire body. He staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Hong could have counterattacked just now, but he was afraid of hurting Sun Xiaochuan. The kid was extremely sensitive to pain, and if he landed a punch on him, the pain might cause him to run away. Sun Xiaochuan was helping him with his cultivation, yet he was the one who had to hit him. That seemed a bit excessive. Besides, if he hurt him, Sun Xiaochuan might not be willing to help him next time. After taking the punch, Hong felt an extra breath of spiritual energy surge through his body. Is that all a 6-star martial artist has to offer? Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a look of contempt on his face. Sun Xiaochuan had originally been somewhat afraid of Hong, as Hong had once beaten him up, leaving him with a bit of a psychological scar. But now, seeing Hong coughing up blood after being hit by him, his courage grew. Hearing Hong's taunt, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and strode menacingly toward Hong. "Dare to talk to me like that? Today I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Hong looked at the girl who was being harassed and said, "You better get out of here." Hearing this, the girl thanked him and ran off. Hong's motive wasn't entirely altruistic. He also didn't want anyone to see how badly he'd been beaten. Sun Xiaochuan didn't chase after the girl. Instead, he walked up to Hong, grabbed his hair with his left hand, and, with his right fist clenched, landed 2 punches on Hong's stomach. Thud, thud. Another 2 breaths of spiritual energy appeared within him. Although it hurt, Hong was also delighted and almost couldn't suppress a laugh. Sun Xiaochuan's cultivation level was too low, so it took 3 punches for him to gain just 3 breaths of spiritual energy. But second uncle was an 8-star martial master. His 2 punches, delivered with reserved strength, could grant Hong over a dozen extra breaths of spiritual energy. Hong continued to taunt him, "You good for nothing. Is that all the strength you've got? You've got a big mouth, kid." Sun Xiaochuan was fired up now, and the force behind his punches grew stronger. Sun Xiaochuan landed a full power punch on Hong's chest, and immediately, 2 more breaths of spiritual energy surged into Hong's body. It seemed that the harder he was hit, the more spiritual energy he gained. After taking Sun Xiaochuan's full force punch, Hong nearly fell to his knees. The pain was so intense that tears streamed down his face. If it hadn't been for eliminating a count last night, which had tempered his body and made his physique much more resilient, he truly wouldn't have been able to withstand that punch. Hong surreptitiously wiped away his tears, then looked up and continued to taunt him. Is that your best shot? I didn't even feel a thing. Sun Xiaochuan immediately swung his fist, slamming it hard into Hong's face. If you've got the guts, kill me, otherwise, I'll be back for you tomorrow. Sun Xiaochuan swung again, landing another punch right on Hong's nose. Your fists are probably softer than a kid's. Gritting his teeth, Sun Xiaochuan swung a fierce punch at Hong's groin. Holy shit! Hong cursed, reaching out to protect his private parts while shouting, we can fight all you want, but tearing down the ancestral hall is going too far. Mind your own business. Sun Xiaochuan was panting heavily. He was already overweight, and after throwing several powerful punches, he was starting to run out of steam. You good for nothing tired already? Is that all you've got? Hong's tone was harsh, goading Sun Xiaochuan into throwing another punch. They continued fighting and trading insults, but after only a few minutes, a siren suddenly blared. The security zone officers had arrived. Hearing the alarm, Sun Xiaochuan looked around in panic and then ran off in fear. Hong was half kneeling on the ground. It must have been that girl who called the police. She sure was nosy. He hadn't even had his fill of fun yet. Before long, the girl arrived with Uncle Wang. Seeing it was Hong, Uncle Wang hurried over and asked, who hit you? I just tripped and fell by accident. Hong had no intention of ratting out Sun Xiaochuan, otherwise, no one would beat her up anymore. When the girl tried to speak up, Hong quickly cut her off. Thanks, Uncle Wang. I'm really fine. Don't worry about me. Uncle Wang sighed and said, I know you're heartbroken over your parents passing, but you can't keep treating yourself this way. These words left Hong speechless. He could only stubbornly say, I'm fine. I'm leaving. Then, under their watchful eyes, Hong limped away from the narrow alley. When Hong returned home, with bruises covering his chest and stomach, he could only lie face down on the bed. It would be a lie to say the beating he just received from Sun Xiaochuan didn't hurt, but he now had an extra 24 breaths of spiritual energy inside him. If Hong were to cultivate this on his own, it would take him at least 8 days, practicing 15 hours a day. Although his body ached, it was a bittersweet pain. As long as he could get beaten up by Sun Xiaochuan one more time, he'd be able to break through to the 5-star martial artist rank. That evening, Hong Lan called Hong to dinner. Covered in bruises, Hong didn't dare go out. Not wanting to worry them, he lied and said he was cultivating. After half a month, Hong Lan and Hong Hu gradually began to recover from the grief of losing their parents. But whenever they occasionally thought of their parents, their eyes would still well up with tears. After a night's rest, the bruises on his body had faded considerably, and the pain had subsided significantly. After all, as a 4-star martial artist who had already dispelled a yin count once, his injuries healed much faster than those of an ordinary person. Around noon, while Hong Lan and Hong Hu were both at school, the doorbell rang. Hong called out loudly, "Who is it?" A timid voice answered from outside the door, "It's me." Recognizing the voice as familiar, Hong had no choice but to get up and open the door. Standing at the doorway was a girl of short stature. She kept her head bowed, wearing a school uniform washed until it was almost white, and her cloth shoes had a hole in them. This girl was the very one Sun Xiaochuan had harassed the day before. Hong didn't know her name. With her head bowed and a basket of eggs in her hands, the girl said timidly, "My name is Ing Huan. Thank you for yesterday. Come in and talk." After a moment's hesitation, Hong invited Ing Huan into his home and asked, "How did you know where I lived?" Seeing the lavish decor of Hong's home, Ing Huan shifted the basket of eggs she was holding slightly behind her. "The security guard from yesterday told me. I asked him first." Hong took a bottle of soda from the fridge and handed it to Ing Huan. "I don't have any hot water here. Would you like this?" "No, thank you." Ing Huan shook her head, then added, "Thank you." "Have a seat." Hong gestured toward the sofa and asked, "What brings you here?" "I'd rather not sit down. I'm afraid I'll get your sofa dirty." Ing Huan pulled the basket of eggs from behind her back, sounding a bit embarrassed. "Thank you for yesterday. Here, these are to help you recover." From Ing Huan's clothes alone, Hong could tell her family was of modest means. This basket of eggs was probably the best thing her family owned. If he refused, it would likely make Ing Huan feel even more inferior. But if she accepted the eggs, she had only helped Ing Huan as an afterthought, so she had neither the reason nor the right to accept this basket of eggs. Since Ing Huan kept her head down, Hong couldn't see her expression, so she changed the subject. Why do you keep your head down? Doesn't your neck get tired? I'm used to it, so it doesn't hurt, Ing Huan said in a very low voice, sounding a bit embarrassed. You came all the way here to thank me, and you won't even lift your head? You won't even look me in the eye? Hong was actually joking, but Ing Huan immediately looked up, flustered. No. I'm not looking down on you. After just one glance, Hong thought to himself, no wonder Sun Xiaozuan was flirting with Ing Huan. This girl really is pretty. Ing Huan had a pair of large, innocent eyes, a cherry red mouth, and skin as white as snow. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from her excitement. She looked just like a startled little rabbit, very much like the fair, young, and slender type currently trending online, giving off the vibe of a delicate, demure young lady. Ever since my parents passed away, none of us three siblings know how to cook, so we've been ordering takeout all this time. This basket of eggs would just go to waste with me. You should take it home. Hong smiled as he pushed the basket of eggs back toward Ing Huan. I can't accept that. Ing Huan lowered her head again, pressed her legs together, and clutched the hem of her shirt tightly, her voice filled with guilt and gratitude. It's because of me that Sun Xiaozuan beat you so badly. Hong was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say it was for his training. Ing Huan wouldn't believe him anyway. If Sun Xiaozuan harasses you again, give me a call. Hong pulled out his phone and asked, what's your phone number? I don't have a cell phone, and besides you can't beat Sun Xiaozuan either. But Ing Huan didn't voice that last part. Hearing this, Hong scratched his head. Ing Huan's family was poor to begin with. How could she possibly have a cell phone? He realized he'd been being a bit naive. Wait a minute. Hong went back to his room, rummaged through his belongings, and came out holding a phone he'd recently set aside. This phone is practically brand new. I've only used it for half a year. You can have it. Ing Huan quickly waved her hands in refusal. I don't want it. I'm not giving it to you for free. You'll have to do me a favor in return. If you see Sun Xiaozuan in the future, make sure to note his location. Hong handed the phone to Ing Huan and said, this is really important to me. I'm counting on you. She'd run into Sun Xiaozuan by chance yesterday in the old town, but she might not be so lucky next time, so Hong needed an informant. Ing Huan hesitated for a moment but finally took the phone, saying, his house is right across the street from mine. If I see Sun Xiaozuan leaving, I'll text you. Hong nodded, then pulled a book from his coat and handed it to Ing Huan. Consider this your payment. Ing Huan took the book and glanced at it. The cover bore the 5 characters, the Supreme Treatise on Sense. The Supreme Treatise on Sense was a common cultivation manual. Although the title sounded impressive, it cost only 4,000 yuan. Ing Huan didn't even own a cell phone. An expensive cultivation manual was certainly out of the question for her. Hong had purchased the Supreme Treatise on Sense long ago, but he had since acquired the 89 mystical skill, so now he was simply returning the favor. I already have a cultivation manual. Keeping this one would be a waste. You can't refuse me. I saved your life before, and you have to be a person of honor. Hong rambled on and on. His kindness toward Ing Huan wasn't because he was attracted to her beauty. Moreover, ever since he saw the last page of the diary, he had sworn never to let Xiao down. The only reason Hong helped Xiao was simply because he couldn't stand to watch it happen. That was the whole reason. Just like back then, when he helped a meat classmate who was being bullied by Sun Xiaozuan, chasing after Sun all the way to his house and beating him up. Hong Sin was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, and Hong had been influenced by him, which is why he developed a sense of justice that compelled him to stand up for the underdog. The two wrapped up their conversation hastily. Not only did Ing Huan fail to give away the eggs, but she also ended up taking Hong's cell phone and martial arts manual. As she walked out of the room, her mind was still a bit dazed. Another day passed, and the bruises on Hong's body had faded considerably. The pain was now barely noticeable. He called Ing Huan and, upon learning that Sun Xiaochuan was home, immediately hopped on his electric scooter and raced toward the old town. Hong picked up a brick and smashed it through the window of Sun Xiaochuan's house. Sun Xiaochuan immediately went outside to check. Hong, hiding in the shadows, threw another brick, hitting Sun Xiaochuan on the head. Then, the two of them ran, one in front and one behind, into a secluded, deserted alley. Young people care about saving face. Hong felt it would be embarrassing to get beaten up in public, which is why he had run to the secluded alley. Facing Sun Xiaochuan's fists, Hong had wised up this time. He clutched his head and lay face down on the ground, shielding his face in front from Sun Xiaochuan's blows and letting him hit only his back. Thud. 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 Sun Xiaochuan punched and kicked Hong, who was lying face down with his head in his hands. Sun Xiaochuan's fists rained down like a storm, one punch after another landing on Hong's back. Hong let out agonized moans. "You fool, Sun Xiaochuan. Go ahead and beat me mercilessly. The pain and harm you inflict on me will only become nourishment, helping me thrive. The pain that doesn't kill me will only make me stronger." Sun Xiaochuan beat him for 10 minutes. Only when Hong collapsed unconscious did he feel his anger subside. He then stormed out of the alley, cursing under his breath. It took a full 2 hours for Hong to gradually come to. His back stung unbearably, as if pricked by needles. Even the slightest movement caused pain. But the reward this time was equally immense. Hong's body contained a full 60 strands of spiritual energy. Even after breaking through to a 5-star martial artist, he still had 10 breaths of spiritual energy left. After resting at home for a day and his injuries had improved slightly, Hong immediately channeled his spiritual energy and broke through to a 5-star martial artist. However, his injuries were too severe this time, so he stayed home to recuperate for 4 days before venturing out to provoke Sun Xiaochuan once more. On May 18, Hong broke through to the 6-star martial artist realm. His cultivation progress was nothing short of meteoric. Sun Xiaochuan had broken through to the 7-star martial artist realm. With the Undying Sun body technique, if he had trained diligently, he likely would have already broken through to the 9-star martial artist realm. By the end of May, Hong successfully broke through to the 7-star martial artist realm, reaching the same level as Sun Xiaochuan. Hong arrived at Sun Xiaochuan's doorstep for the 7th time, provoking him for the 7th time. This time, however, Sun Xiaochuan completely changed his attitude. As soon as he saw it was Hong, he immediately opened the door, knelt down, and wept bitterly. "Brother, I was wrong." This sudden change left Hong momentarily stunned. "What are you doing? Get up and fight me." "My brother. How could I dare hit you anymore? The more I hit you, the stronger you get. You were originally just a 4-star martial artist." Sun Xiaochuan said fearfully, "But after I beat you up a few times, you broke through to 7-star martial artist. If I keep hitting you, you'll end up becoming a god." This kid wasn't completely stupid. After all, he actually figured out that Hong was using him to advance his own cultivation level. Hong felt a bit helpless. "You good for nothing." Hong grabbed Sun Xiaochuan by the collar and snarled, "I'll let you keep hitting me." Sun Xiaochuan looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. "If I keep hitting you, and your cultivation level ends up higher than mine in the future, will you turn around and hit me?" Hong did indeed have that thought. After all, having been beaten by Sun Xiaochuan 6 times, he was bound to harbor some resentment. "I've never had such a despicable thought," Hong declared with righteous indignation. "You're helping me cultivate. How could I possibly repay kindness with ingratitude? Do you think I'm the kind of scoundrel who kills the donkey after using it to grind grain?" Once those words were out, not only did Sun Xiaochuan not believe them, but Hong didn't believe them himself. The atmosphere fell silent, and both men felt a bit awkward. Seeing this, Hong clenched his fist and punched Sun Xiaochuan right in the face. "I told you to hit me. If you want to hit me, I'll hit you." Under Hong's intimidating pressure, Sun Xiaochuan had no choice but to strike back, asking as he did so, "Bro, is this enough force? Didn't you eat today, you fucking idiot?" Hong barked the curse, then warned, "Don't ever let me find out you're picking on Ing Huan again, or I'll smash your pig head with one punch. When people feel fear, they become more cautious in their actions, and Sun Xiaochuan was no exception. Even after Hong's repeated warnings, he still didn't dare to punch with full force. After taking dozens of punches in a row and gaining only 3 breaths worth of spiritual energy, Hong shoved Sun Xiaochuan away and demanded impatiently, "Are you doing this on purpose? I told you to hit me hard." "I don't dare," Sun Xiaochuan replied fearfully. "The harder I hit you now, the harder you'll hit me later." Hong was truly speechless. "You're such a wimp, are you even a man? I'm giving you 2 choices. First, hit me with everything you've got but keep hitting me until I'm satisfied. Second, give me the undying sun body, and we'll call it even." Sun Xiaochuan hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth, pulled the undying sun body from his robe, and said, "You'd better keep your word." Hong was stunned by this. Such a precious cultivation manual he'd been certain Sun Xiaochuan would never agree, so he'd intended to use it to provoke him and force him to keep attacking. But he never expected Sun Xiaochuan to make such an unhuman move. It completely caught Hong off guard. Was this even a choice a person could make? Sun Xiaochuan wore a bitter expression as he said, "Back at the old beggar's place, if you hadn't pressured me to buy it quickly, I never would have bought this manual. I'm just not cut out for cultivation. Here, take this manual. But as men of honor, our word is our bond. We must keep our promises. You can't take revenge on me in the future." Hong desperately wanted to beat up Sun Xiaochuan, but he also wanted the undying sun body, so he was torn. "How about this?" Hong negotiated with Sun Xiaochuan, proposing a solution that would satisfy both of them. "I'll beat you up first, then you give me the undying sun body, and I'll keep my promise I won't hit you again." "Do you even realize what you're saying?" Sun Xiaochuan's face twitched as he said, "I've given you the cultivation manual, how can you still beat me up?" "All right, then." Hong finally took the undying sun body. Although he could have gone back on his word and beaten Sun Xiaochuan up after receiving it. Keeping one's word and honoring promises are the most basic principles of being a decent person. Hong rolled up the undying sun body and tucked it into his pocket. Although he felt a bit annoyed at not being able to give Sun Xiaochuan a good beating, he had, after all, obtained the undying sun body, so no matter how he looked at it, he hadn't come out on the losing end. Then, he warned Sun Xiaochuan, "Even though I said I wouldn't hit you, if you keep causing trouble in the future, don't blame me for breaking my word." This was actually meant to scare Sun Xiaochuan. He was worried that, having secured his promise, Sun Xiaochuan would feel emboldened and continue harassing Ying Huan. "I understand," Sun Xiaochuan said, lowering his head like a well-behaved child before leaving without another word. Hong had just been punched dozens of times by Sun Xiaochuan, yet had only gained a few breaths worth of spiritual energy. As he walked home, he examined the contents of the undying sun body. The undying sun body was a Buddhist cultivation technique. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one could manifest the Dharma form of the great sun Tathagata and possess a 10,000 zhang golden body along with the great supernatural power of indestructible Vajra. However, practitioners of the undying sun body were required to observe strict precepts. They could never drink alcohol, eat meat, or engage in sexual relations, and were not even allowed to reward themselves. Once any of these rules are violated, the practitioner's cultivation level and realm will decline. The more violations there are, the more and faster their cultivation will drop. Hong instantly understood why Sun Xiaochuan, despite possessing an A-rank talent, was currently only at the 7-star martial artist realm. Even if he were a lazy slacker, given the cultivation speed of the undying sun body, he should have at least reached the 9-star martial artist realm. This guy must frequently break the precepts in his daily life, which is why he is stuck at the 7-star martial artist realm. Sun Xiaochuan is overweight, and overweight people tend to have big appetites, so asking him to give up meat would be far more agonizing than killing him. That is why, when Hong presented that condition, Sun Xiaochuan hesitated only briefly before agreeing wholeheartedly. Cultivating the undying sun body requires strict adherence to precepts. Hong, too, had a penchant for meat, and since he planned to get married and have children, he had no intention of cultivating this technique. Moreover, since the 89 mystical skill was also a top-tier technique, there was even less need to cultivate the undying sun body. He'd keep this technique on hand, it might come in handy someday. The next day, Hong went to the martial arts hall and paid to hire a sparring partner. However, the sparring partners here were only responsible for training with customers, and the martial arts hall had a rule: they were not allowed to injure customers, or else they would be docked pay. Even though Hong repeated 100 times, "It's fine, it's fine. You can hit me as hard as you want. I won't hold it against you." The sparring partner still didn't dare to use his full strength. Every time his fist was about to strike Hong, he couldn't help but pull back. This was a habit ingrained from years of sparring, one he simply couldn't break. Hong had no choice but to give up on the idea of getting beaten up at the dojo. Back home, he tried hitting himself, but that didn't yield any spiritual energy either. This ability was called growing stronger through battle. Naturally, one had to fight another person to gain spiritual energy. Hitting oneself would have no effect whatsoever. Hong had two enemies, one was Sun Xiaochuan, and the other was Long Outyan. Long Outyan's family had some influence. His father, Long Gui, was a major figure in Jianghuai province who held sway over both the underworld and the authorities. Hong had once sent Long Outyan flying with a single punch, yet the guy hadn't come after him, presumably out of deference to Hong Sin's reputation. Hong Sin was one of the top fighters in Jianghuai province and also the deputy director of the security bureau. So even though Long Outyan had been beaten by Hong, Long Gui hadn't come to seek revenge. But now that Hong Sin is dead, Hong has lost his backer, and Long Outyan and Long Gui should no longer have any reservations. After all, he had humiliated Ruyan right in front of Long Outyan and sent him to the hospital with a single punch. Hong didn't believe for a moment that Long Outyan didn't hate him. The guy's hatred for him was probably even greater than Sun Xiaochuan's. But he didn't know where Long Outyan was, so Hong could only call Uncle Wang and ask around, trying to find out where Long Outyan's family lived. Uncle Wang told Hong, "Long Outyan's family owns dozens of properties. I don't know which one he is staying at either." Hong asked some classmates as well but didn't get any information. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly received a phone call. It was a call from his junior high homeroom teacher. Since the college entrance exams were coming up at the end of July, all students who had turned 16 were required to go to school to fill out forms and pick up their admission tickets. This was a golden opportunity. Long Outyan and Hong were in the same grade, but they weren't in the same class. However, Hong and Ruyan were classmates. Ruyan was dating Long Outyan, so if he could find Ruyan tomorrow, he'd be able to track down Long Outyan. With that thought in mind, Hong made up his mind. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began meditating and practicing breath control. In just 4.5 hours, Hong had cultivated a breath of spiritual energy, something that used to take him 5 hours. As Hong grew more proficient with the 89 mystical skill, his speed in cultivating spiritual energy continued to increase. It now took 4.5 hours, but in the future, his speed would undoubtedly be even faster. June 1st, 2 months remained until the college entrance exams. School was out today, so Hong Lan and Hong, who were both at home. Hong rode his little electric scooter to Jianghuai Middle School, where he had attended junior high. 2 months had passed since his last talent assessment, and so much had happened to Hong during that time. He was diagnosed with an F-rank fire element talent. Ruyan broke up with him. Xiao participated in secret training. His parents passed away suddenly. His second and third uncles fought over the family estate, and he traveled to Dei Prefecture to seek help. The last time I came to Jianghuai Middle School was when Xiao and I were preparing for the aptitude test. Back then, I was still a carefree, happy boy. It had only been 2 months, but it felt like a long time, as if 10,000 years had passed. When Hong arrived at the school, many people were already there. He saw some familiar faces, classmates from elementary and middle school. In the past, whenever these people saw him, they would immediately come over to say hello, treating each other like brothers. But after his father passed away, people turned their backs on him. No one was willing to speak to him anymore. Hong went to his homeroom teacher's office and filled out his information. The teacher entered the details into the computer and then printed out an admission ticket for Hong. Then, the homeroom teacher reminded him, "Don't lose your admission ticket, it's a hassle to get a replacement." Looking at Hong, who appeared thinner than before, the homeroom teacher added, "I've heard about what happened to your parents. A man must be strong. He should strive to go 3,000 li against the current, for the rivers and streams will flow on through the ages. If your parents knew this in the afterlife, they would surely feel comforted." Hong took the admission ticket and forced a smile, a very fake one. Thank you, teacher. I'm fine now. After Hong left the office, the teacher sitting next to the homeroom teacher asked, "Is that Hong? You know Hong Sen's son?" The homeroom teacher nodded. That's right. He is Hong Sen's son, a student with strong principles and a sense of justice. But back when he was in school, he certainly caused me no end of trouble. Hong walked out of the office, just as he was about to look for Long Outyen, when 4 classmates came walking toward him. The 4 said nothing. They forcibly seized Hong's arms and legs and hurried toward the playground. Hong sensed something was wrong and struggled fiercely, trying to break free from their grip. But all 4 were 8-star martial artists. Given the gap in their cultivation levels, he couldn't break free at all and could only let them drag him to the playground. Many students were gathered on the playground. The 4 dragged Hong there, threw him down forcefully, and left him lying in front of a young man. Hong looked up to see that the young people standing before him were none other than Long Outyen and Ruyan. It had been 2 months since they last met, and Long Outyen was now a 9-star martial artist, while Ruyan remained a 6-star martial artist. The 4 men pinned Hong's arms and legs to the ground, leaving him unable to move any part of his body except his head. Long Outyen stomped down on Hong's head, crushing it into the ground, then leaned in and asked, "Did you enjoy beating me last time?" Hong tried to move his head, but with Long Outyen's foot firmly planted on it, he couldn't budge. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, students from all around immediately gathered in that direction. Among them were many faces familiar to Hong. Hong felt his pride was being trampled. He mustered all his strength to break free, but this only resulted in even greater pressure being applied. With his foot still on Hong's head, Long Outyen addressed the onlookers in a loud voice, "This student's name is Hong. He is the son of the former deputy director of the Security Bureau. I've heard rumors that Hong has an F-rank talent. Let me set the record straight." Long Outyen cleared his throat and shouted even louder, "This is not a rumor." A student named Zhai Fei, seeing Hong being harassed, immediately spoke up, "This is a school. What do you think you're doing?" Long Outyen shouted, "Hong used to rely on his dad being the deputy director. He once beat me so badly at Qing'an Square that I ended up in the hospital. Bystanders called the police at the time, and I thought I was saved, but after the Security Bureau arrived, Hong used his father's connections to falsely accuse my girlfriend, Ruyan, of a crime and have her thrown in jail." Long Outyen said viciously, "I'll settle every grievance and avenge every wrong. I'm here today to get my revenge. Anyone who dares to stop me today will get beaten up." Ruyan put on a pitiful act and maliciously framed him, saying, "I'm Hong's ex-girlfriend. When I tried to break up with him, not only did he refuse, but he also beat me. When Long Outyen saw Hong bullying me, he took me to Qing'an Square to confront Hong. Hong couldn't argue his way out of it, so in a fit of rage, he launched a sneak attack on Long Outyen, and in the end, he even had the Security Bureau lock me up." Upon hearing this false accusation, Hong immediately tried to speak up, but with his face pressed against the ground by Long Outyen's foot, he could only manage a muffled sound. The last time the 2 of them were at Qing'an Square, it was clearly Ruyan who came over looking for trouble first. Hong didn't lay a finger on her at the time. He merely made snide, insinuating remarks directed at the 2 of them. Then, Long Outyen couldn't help but attack, so Hong had no choice but to defend himself, knocking Long Outyen unconscious with a single punch. Moreover, Ruyan was detained for 15 days precisely because she had provoked a disturbance. Yet, in Long Outyen and Ruyan's version of the story, he had been transformed into a spoiled official's son who bullied others, wielded absolute power, and ran rampant. "You're slandering him. Hong couldn't possibly be that kind of person. We're classmates. He has never bullied any of us. In fact, when Sun Xiaozuan was picking on me, Hong was the only one who stepped in to help." Huafei immediately looked around at his classmates and pleaded, "Classmates, please lend a hand. Let us work together to get Hong out of this." No one responded. Huafei stood there alone, puzzled, because among the onlookers were several who had once benefited from Hong's kindness. Huafei glared at them angrily and spoke again, "Hong is being bullied and falsely accused. Why aren't any of you saying anything?" Those few lowered their heads and remained silent. If Hong Sin hadn't died, they would certainly have stepped in to help Hong. But since Hong Sin was already dead, there was no point in offending Long Outyen for Hong's sake. Seeing that Huafei was about to speak again, Long Outyan leaped into the air and delivered a kick, sending Huafei flying dozens of meters away. Huafei was only a 5-star martial artist facing a kick from the 9-star martial artist Long Outyan. He passed out on the spot. Long Outyan walked up to Hong, crouched down, and whispered, "A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. When you beat me back then, you never expected this outcome, did you? You're nothing but a damn so-called gentleman." Hong, enraged, raised his head forcefully and roared, "You're a damn gentleman, my ass." Long Outyan delivered a kick to Hong's back with full force. Fortunately, Hong had already neutralized one in count, which had tempered his physique. Otherwise, that kick would have left him severely injured. Long Outyan was somewhat shocked he de-kicked with all his might, yet it hadn't managed to seriously injure Hong. There were some decent people among the onlookers. Seeing the blood trickling from the corner of Hong's mouth, someone immediately said, "Even though Hong hurt you before, his parents just passed away not long ago. Bullying him like this is a bit too much, don't you think?" Hearing this, Long Outyan glared viciously at the speaker and snapped, "You sanctimonious hypocrite, shut your mouth. Why didn't you say anything when Hong beat me up back then?" The speaker shrank back at these words and didn't dare to argue. With his left foot planted firmly on the ground, Long Outyan stomped down hard on Hong's back with his right foot, all the while cursing, "You goddamn, good-for-nothing piece of shit." Hong was just about to speak, but before he could get a word out, a muffled groan escaped his throat, followed by a spray of blood. "You are framing me," Hong managed to utter with great difficulty, but because his mouth was full of blood, the onlookers couldn't make out what he said. Only Long Outyan, who was closest to him, heard it clearly. Fearing Hong might say more, he delivered another kick to Hong's side. The kick was powerful and heavy, breaking several of Hong's ribs, but he gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling not to let anyone hear his pitiful moans. "You've got some guts." Seeing this, Long Outyan gathered all his strength and kicked Hong in the face. His head felt as if it were spinning, yet Hong kept his mouth tightly shut, though blood and fluid streamed from his nose, eyes, and ears. Long Outyan delivered 2 more vicious kicks, but Hong still clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to let out a cry even if it meant his death. "You guys, cut it out." Unable to bear watching any longer, someone in the crowd spoke up in his defense, "Hong beat you up before, and now you've beaten him up. That's enough already. Just because you say so doesn't mean it's over." Long Outyan lunged forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and demanded, his eyes blazing, "Tell me, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" The man had some backbone of his own and retorted defiantly, "What's the matter? Just because I can't stand watching this, does that mean I can't speak up?" Long Outyan growled a threat, "Do you want to end up just like Hong?" The man glanced at Hong, his face immediately turning ashen. He opened his mouth but ultimately didn't dare utter a sound. Long Outyan crouched down again and grabbed Hong by the hair. "Weren't you so cocky before? Why aren't you saying anything now?" Hong, bleeding from all 7 orifices, glared defiantly, but he didn't waste any words. Instead, he spat a mouthful of blood at Long Outyan's face. "I've got something to tell you all." Long Outyan wiped the blood from his face, yanked Hong's hair away, and slowly stood up. "Don't go thinking just because Hong's dad is the deputy director of the security bureau that he is some righteous, good man. I've heard that Hong's dad was secretly executed by higher-ups for embezzlement, bribery, and sexually preying on men and women. He committed countless evil deeds in his lifetime. He was a beast who fully deserved to die. Hong Sin was killed by a heretical cultivator, but the security bureau had kept the cause of his death under wraps to maintain public stability and preserve some dignity for Hong Sen. Yet, in Long Outyan's mouth, a deputy director who died in the line of duty had somehow been transformed into an irredeemable villain. With Hong Sen's cause of death a mystery, those around him immediately began to gossip upon hearing such baseless rumors. Upon hearing the last 2 words from Long Outyan, Hong, who had already been on the verge of death, suddenly began to tremble. The 4 men holding down Hong's limbs pressed down even harder, but their own bodies began to tremble as well. "I won't let you slander my father." Hong's head, which had been pinned to the ground, slowly lifted upward. His face was covered in blood and mud. Rage soared to the heavens as I, Long, raised my head. Looking at Hong's ferocious, enraged face, Long Outyan's hair stood on end instantly, as if he were being stared down by a ferocious tiger. He instinctively took a step back. "Hold him down tighter," Long Outyin shouted at the four men. "You're all 8-star martial artists, and he is only a 7-star and 8-star martial artist. He has broken through." No one had expected that Hong would break through at this very moment. The four men, drenched in sweat, said, "We can't hold this kid down. He clearly just broke through to an 8-star martial artist, but he is so incredibly strong we just can't keep him pinned." Hong braced himself against the ground with both hands and gradually raised his upper body. "How dare you speak ill of my father? You deserve to die. Hurry up and hold him down." Long Outyin, terrified, took a few more steps back. Hong's body trembled, and the four men holding him down were instantly flung away. In the next instant, Hong flashed forward and appeared right in front of Long Outyin. His cultivation had broken through to 9-star martial artist. "Die!" With a roar, Hong unleashed a furious, all-out punch. Back when they were both 1-star martial artists, Hong Han-T used his full strength. A single punch had been enough to severely injure and knock Long Outyin, that all show and no substance, into unconsciousness. Now that they were both 9-star martial artists and he had eliminated one of his counts, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary 9-star martial artist. If this punch landed on Long Outyin, even if he miraculously survived, his bones would likely be shattered, leaving him a cripple. Suddenly, a burly man in black appeared behind Long Outyin, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him back several body lengths. Hong's all-out punch was about to strike Long Outyin, but the distance between his fist and Long Outyin suddenly grew wider and wider. Not only did his punch miss Long Outyin, but due to the excessive force, he himself tumbled to the ground. Hong, carried by his forward momentum, slid more than 10 meters, leaving a trail of blood across the playground. Long Outyin, still shaken, patted his chest. Seeing that Hong had fallen and lacked the strength to get back up, he finally relaxed and smiled gratefully at the burly man in black. "Thank you, Brother Liu. It's my duty." The burly man in black was a bodyguard hired by Long Gue, a 1-star martial spirit. After Long Outyin had been beaten up by Hong last time, Long Gue had specifically hired this burly man in black to protect his troublemaking son. Hong was breathing shallowly and rapidly. He was already on the verge of death and could breathe his last at any moment. Although he'd been brutally beaten by Long Outyin earlier and had forcibly broken through to the 9-star martial artist realm, his body was already on its last legs. If it hadn't been for Long Outyin slandering Hong Sin, he wouldn't have had the strength to fight back at all. Looking at Hong, who was on the verge of death, Long Outyin felt no fear whatsoever. After Hong Sin's death, even if he were to kill Hong, the worst that would happen is that his dad would have to pay some compensation. It would be a simple matter to settle this. After all, he'd been injured, and a life had been lost, yet here he was, perfectly fine. The anger had vanished from Hong's eyes. He felt the sounds around him growing fainter and fainter, until he could no longer make out the murmurs of the people nearby. It seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent. In the vast Jianghuai High School, all he could hear were a few shrill cicada cries and the faint sound of his own breathing. The scene before Hong's eyes gradually blurred. He thought he saw his parents standing ahead, smiling at him. "Are you here to take me home?" The corners of Hong's mouth twitched, and his body seemed to be growing lighter. "Hong! Don't fall asleep. Wake up! Hong! Wake up, quick!" A frantic female voice suddenly rang out in his ears, which had been gradually growing deaf. Hong forced his eyes open, wanting to see who it was who had come to accompany him on his final journey. Was it Xiao? Or Su Firen? Or Ing Huan Huan? Hong caught a whiff of a sweet scent, then felt something warm and soft press against his lips. His throat suddenly felt a little itchy, and he swallowed uncomfortably. Before long, the voice by his ear grew clearer and clearer. The voice sounded so familiar it must be someone he knew. Hong's eyes slowly focused, and the scene before him gradually came into sharp relief. He saw that he was being held in a woman's arms. He lifted his head to get a better look at her face. The first thing that caught his eye was a delicate, slightly pointed chin. Then a fair, slender hand brushed across his eyes, gently wiping the blood from his face. A ponytail fluttered in the breeze, falling onto the woman's chest. It was a face with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, radiating a heroic spirit. But at that moment, on that handsome, heroic face, there was nothing but worry and overwhelming rage. Su Firen wiped the blood from her lips and slowly stood up. Looking at the heroic woman who had descended from the sky, Long Outian frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "It's none of your business who I am." Su Firen made a clenching motion with her right hand, and a silver spear materialized in her grasp. "All you need to know is that you're about to die." Su Firen's tone was calm, but everyone could hear the hatred in her words, a rage so intense she seemed eager to kill him on the spot. Sensing the icy aura emanating from Su Firen, Long Outian retreated behind the burly man in black and shouted, "Hong, attack me first, I'm merely taking revenge like a gentleman should." Su Firen Wun Ti listened to a single word of it. She stepped forward with her left foot and thrust the silver spear forward at the same time, the tip aimed straight for Long Outian's throat. As her bodyguard, the burly man in black was certainly not going to let Su Firen have her way. He swung his arm and forcefully deflected the oncoming silver spear. The force of that thrust was immense. The burly man in black was shaken so hard that his arm went numb. He shook out his arm and stared at Su Firen in shock. This young girl before him clearly possessed the aura of only a 7-star martial master, yet why was her strength on par with his own? The instant the silver spear was deflected, Su Firen's body shifted to the left, but because she had been practicing the horse stance since childhood, her lower body was exceptionally stable. With just a slight push from her left foot, she stood firmly on the ground. With just a single exchange, both had gauged each other's capabilities. The burly man in black dared not underestimate the young girl before him. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy. His arms swelled, bursting through the sleeves of his black robe to reveal rock-like limbs of a dark yellow hue. His arms were covered in thick, hard rock, every muscle sharply defined and exceptionally sturdy. This man possessed a rock-type talent. Su Firen frowned. Rock-type talents were particularly effective against sharp weapons, such as swords, spears, daggers, and arrows. But Su Firen didn't hesitate for a moment. Gripping her silver spear tightly with both hands, she swung it forward with all her might. Although it was broad daylight, a crescent-shaped silver arc suddenly blazed before the onlookers' eyes, the arc traced by the silver spearhead as it sliced through the air. The burly man in black reached out to grab the silver spear. Seeing this, Su Firen increased the force in his grip and, before the man could seize it, brought the spear down hard on the top of his head. The burly man's hands remained frozen mid-air above his head, and drops of blood trickled from his scalp onto the ground. Su Firen swiftly withdrew the silver spear. Taking advantage of the moment when the burly man was dazed from the blow to his head, she hurriedly gripped the spear with her left hand and braced the butt with her right, thrusting it forward with all her might. The spear tip pierced the air, its whistling sound through the wind resembling the cry of a phoenix. The burly man in black mustered all his spiritual energy, took a step back with his right foot, and simultaneously crossed his arms to shield his chest. There was a loud clang as the spear tip struck his crossed arms, instantly sending sparks flying in all directions. A powerful surge of energy radiated outward from the spear tip, violently shaking the surrounding area. The onlookers were forced to take a few steps back from the shockwave. Su Firen's hands, gripping the silver spear, trembled slightly from the impact, and his arms felt momentarily drained of strength. The burly man in black was far from unscathed either. The immense force coursed through his arms and throughout his body. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood but forced it back down his throat. Su Firen followed up with another thrust. The spear tip, like a blade piercing clouds and shattering rock, sent a shockwave surging out as it once again aimed for the burly man's chest. Having already sustained internal injuries from blocking the first strike, the burly man no longer attempted to brace himself against Su Firen's second thrust. Instead, he shifted his body to the side in an attempt to dodge. He is scared. If he can't take it, he is trying to dodge. Su Firen, of course, wouldn't give him that chance. Seizing the moment, he shifted his spear's trajectory. The silver spear, like a white dragon leaping from the sea, slashed down from above toward the man in black. As a rock element martial artist who prioritized defense, the man in black held no advantage in speed. Su Firen wielded the silver spear, its tip slashing diagonally from the burly man's right shoulder toward his left side, leaving a gash that cut through to the bone. The burly man collapsed to his knees, a torrent of blood mingling with his steaming internal organs, spilling onto the ground in a single rush. Su Firan cast a cold glance at the burly man, then hoisted the long spear diagonally with one hand and turned away in silence. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, Long Outyen had already fled to the outskirts of the crowd. Su Firan leapt into the air and instantly blocked Long Outyen's path. "You can't kill me, my dad is Long Gue." Long Outyen collapsed to the ground in terror, screaming in panic. "If my dad finds out you killed me, he'll never forgive you. He'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. He'll wipe out your entire family. Wipe out my family." Su Firan let out a cold laugh and said, "If I kill you right here in front of everyone, when your dad finds out, he'll have to come apologize to me. Do you believe that?" Long Outyen propped himself up on his hands, his face a mask of fear and dread. He stammered, "Who are you, exactly?" Seeing that Su Firan remained silent, Long Outyen hurriedly dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong." "You don't know you were wrong," Su Firan said coldly. "You just know you're about to die. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you money. You can have as much as you want no matter the amount, my dad will pay you, just don't kill me." Long Outyen begged for mercy while kowtowing, his face streaked with tears and snot, his head banging against the playground until it bled. Su Firan gripped his silver spear and thrust it forward, intending to pierce Long Outyen right through. A gaunt old man glided into view, pinching the tip of Su Firan's spear between his fingers as he advised, "Killing someone is no big deal, there's no need to take it so seriously." The students watching the scene immediately shouted upon seeing the gaunt old man, "Principal, you're finally here." Su Firan's face remained cold. "Killing someone is no big deal, that's a nice way of putting it, but where were you when Hong was being bullied just a moment ago?" "I wasn't aware of what happened before that," the gaunt old man replied, then added, "You two have a personal grudge, you can settle it outside. But as long as you're on the grounds of Jianghua High School, I have no choice but to intervene. School is a sacred place for teaching and nurturing students. This is a place for learning, not for killing. I hope you can understand my predicament." Su Firan chuckled and said, "I'll ask you just one thing, if I were trying to kill Hong not Long Outyen, would you stop me?" "Of course I would." The gaunt old man nodded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "I received a report from a student who said, Long Outyen is going to beat Hong to death, which is why I came here. I originally came to save Hong, but I didn't expect things to turn out this way." The student who had reported to the gaunt old man was Jai Fei. After being knocked unconscious by Long Outyen, he quickly regained consciousness. However, since the onlookers blocked his view and he couldn't see what was happening inside, he had no choice but to limp to the office and ask the gaunt old man to rescue Hong. The gaunt old man looked at the weakened Hong and added, "Although Hong has taken the elixir, he doesn't look too good. He needs to be rushed to the hospital for treatment. Let us not waste any time." "All right." Su Firan gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. The gaunt old man could pinch his gun between just two fingers. His cultivation level was likely at the peak of the martial spirit realm. With him right under the old man's watchful eye, Su Firan had no chance of killing Long Outyen. Jianghua Hospital. When Su Firan saw a doctor emerge from the emergency room, he hurried forward to ask, "How is my friend doing?" The doctor replied, "He's out of danger now. Thankfully, you gave him the pill in time, otherwise, he might have died. Also, this young man's body is extraordinary. He is recovering from his injuries at an incredibly fast rate, and with the healing pill he took, he should be able to be discharged in a few days. Oh, and one more thing." The doctor looked at Su Firan and asked, "What kind of elixir did you give him? It actually saved the life of a dying man. Its potency is simply beyond belief. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life." Hearing this, Su Firan finally relaxed and replied to the doctor, "I gave him the Xiao Luo Bao Dan." The Xiao Luo Bao Dan, of all things. The legendary elixir said to revive the dead and regenerate bones. The doctor's face was filled with astonishment as he added, "No wonder. The Xiao Luo Bao pill is renowned as an immortal elixir. A single pill is worth an entire building, and it's so rare it's practically priceless." Su Firan had no time for small talk and hurried into the hospital room. Hong had already woken up. Her face was very pale, and she looked as though she'd just recovered from a serious illness. So it's you, Hong said with a weak smile as she saw Su Firan enter the room. The woman who had held her in her arms as she lay on her deathbed, it turned out to be her. Su Firan asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" "It hurts so much," Hong said with a bitter smile. "It feels like my body is splitting open, every part of me aches." Su Firan joked, "Why is it that every time I see you, you're in such a sorry state?" "I guess I'm just a target for people's hatred," Hong said with a self-deprecating smile. "I used to have a comfortable life under the big tree, living carefree days. But now that the tree has fallen and the monkeys have scattered, I'm reaping what I've sown." Su Firan fell silent upon hearing this. Having lost both parents at a young age, with no one to protect him, the road ahead was bound to be difficult. Hong shifted slightly upward, leaning back against the hospital bed, and asked, "How did you end up coming to Jianghuai High School to find me?" Su Firan explained, "I went to your house first. Hong Lan said you were at Jianghuai High School, so I took a taxi over." "That's not what I meant. It's my fault, I just woke up and my mind isn't clear yet." Hong asked more specifically, "What I'm asking is, how did you end up back in Jianghuai province?" Upon hearing this, Su Firan sheepishly turned his head to the side, pretending to look at the view outside the window, then said, "I came here on vacation." Hong asked with a smile, "With the college entrance exams coming up so soon, you still have the heart to go sightseeing?" Su Firan had long anticipated Hong would ask this, so he gave the excuse he'd prepared in advance. "I broke through to 7-star martial master a couple of days ago. Grandpa told me to balance work and rest, so I came out to travel." Hong had been beaten up by Long Outyen, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He gained a massive amount of spiritual energy, allowing him to leap from a 7-star martial master to a 9-star martial master. "Thank you so much for today," Hong said sincerely. He added, "My injuries are too severe right now, otherwise, I'd definitely kowtow to you twice to properly thank you for saving my life." "Stop being so sarcastic," Su Firan smiled and said, "If you really want to thank me, once your injuries heal, come with me to explore Jianghuai province. Our Jianghuai province is such a backwater, it's really not as fun as your Jiangnan province. You came here on vacation, but you've definitely come to the wrong place," Hong joked again. "Don't be ridiculous." Su Firan said, "Jianghuai province has plenty of great attractions: Johua Tianzhu Mountain, the big and small Shushan Mountains, Emerald Swan Lake, Zilong Academy." Hong laughed. "Those are all just to fool out-of-town tourists like you. We locals never go there." "I don't believe that for a second." Su Firan snorted. Then, suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Should we let Hong Lan and Hong Hu know?" "Why tell them?" Hong sighed. "I'm this badly injured, let us not worry them." Su Firan nodded and said, "I'll give her a call later and make up some excuse to tell Hong Lan you won't be coming home for the next couple of days. My sister's smart, you'd better come up with a plausible excuse." After saying that, Hong asked, "The doctor said that if you hadn't given me that incredibly potent elixir, I wouldn't have survived. What kind of elixir was it, exactly? It must be very valuable. How much does it cost?" "You're thinking of paying me back, aren't you?" Su Firan couldn't help but laugh. "I'd advise you to forget about it. I doubt you could scrape together that much money even if you sold yourself." Hong knew full well that it must have been a pill worth a fortune, otherwise, the doctor wouldn't have said that at the time. Speaking of the pill, Hong suddenly remembered, "How did you get me to take it back then?" It felt a little strange, didn't it? At the time, Hong had first caught a whiff of a fragrant scent, then felt a warm sensation on the corner of his mouth, and finally, something soft pressed against his lips. Upon hearing this, Su Firan's face instantly flushed crimson. "I just pried your mouth open and put the elixir inside," she said. "He'd been coughing up blood non-stop at the time. How could he have possibly swallowed the elixir?" Hong was a bit skeptical and asked again, "Then why did my throat feel itchy when I swallowed it?" "How should I know?" Su Firan's face flushed even redder. Seeing how embarrassed Su Firan was, Hong stopped joking and expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you so much for today. If there's ever anything I can do for you in the future, just give the word." "You should focus on improving your cultivation level," Su Firan said, lowering her head with a sense of guilt. "I wanted to help you avenge yourself, but I failed. Thank you for your kindness, But I'll avenge this myself. Hong's right hand, resting on the hospital bed, clenched the sheet tightly. He took a deep breath, trying his best to keep his voice calm, but as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed violently, spitting out a few drops of blood-tinged phlegm. Seeing this, Su Firan looked deeply concerned and said, "A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Focus on recovering first, don't let your anger get the better of you. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Hong pursed his lips and nodded firmly, as if he'd made up his mind. Hong stayed in the hospital for only 2.5 days and was discharged on Tuesday morning. Thanks to his remarkable recovery speed and the Xiao Luo Bao Dan he had taken, all his external wounds had completely healed. Although his external injuries were healed, his more severe internal injuries had not yet recovered. However, this did not prevent Hong from meditating and practicing breathing exercises. After 3 more days of meditation and breathing exercises, his body was nearly fully recovered, and he could walk and run without any issues. From a life-threatening injury to a state of near complete recovery, it took Hong only 5 days in total. During those days, Su Firan stayed at Hong's home, claiming it was to protect him in case Long Outnyan came to wipe out his family. Su Firan was a very diligent person like Hong. She practiced almost every day. She had begun practicing with a spear at age 4 and started school at 6. Over the years, aside from her studies, she had devoted herself to spear training, and after turning 16, she had added meditation and breathing exercises to her routine. Hong felt he certainly wouldn't be able to endure such an ascetic lifestyle. But Su Firan said that almost all the children in the Dai manor lived just like her. Hong realized that this was probably the difference between prominent clans and ordinary people. June 5, early morning. Hong dug out his diary from the closet. In fact, he could have turned to page 5 as early as May 31st. But at the time, Hong had been hospitalized, and after returning home, she spent a few more days in bed. It wasn't until today that she finally had time to look through her diary. May 31st, 5025, Su Firan came to visit again. She's in Jianghuai province this time for a vacation. Since she helped me so much last time, I volunteered to be her tour guide and she didn't refuse. After I got home, I put together an itinerary. June 1st, 5025, Frowny Face. Jianghuai province has many famous scenic spots and historical sites. I first took Su Firan to Mount Tianzhu in Zhohua. The scenery there is beautiful, but the hike was exhausting. Su Firan is an 8-star martial master, so of course she didn't feel tired. But she wouldn't even wait for me and even complained that I was holding her back. This woman's personality is absolutely awful. Whoever marries her will definitely not have an easy life. June 2nd, 5025. My legs were sore and stiff from a long period of inactivity, a hangover from the hike, so I decided not to go hiking today. I took Su Firan to Emerald Swan Lake, where we went rowing together. But our coordination was terrible, and I almost fell into the lake. Su Firan laughed when she saw that, and she looked really beautiful when she smiled. Watching her, I found myself a little smitten. June 3rd, 5025, while we were out sightseeing today, Su Firan opened up to me. She has been devoted to her spiritual practice her whole life, and this was her first time traveling. She said she was truly happy, describing the scenery and experiences as things she'd never seen before. June 5, 5025, over the past couple of days, we visited the Greater and Lesser Shu Mountains and the Zilong Academy. I'm so exhausted I don't even have the energy to walk. Su Firan could tell I was worn out, so she suggested we go home and rest for a few days. June 6, 5025, Uncle Xiao, who had been missing for 2 months, is actually still alive. But he lost an arm, and he gave me a jet black jade fragment, a memento left behind by Dad. June 7, 5025, my intuition tells me that the origins of this pitch-black jade fragment might not be simple. Dad and his group were hunted down by evil cultivators, and it was likely because of this very fragment. June 8, 5025, today, while searching online for information about the pitch-black jade fragment, I stumbled upon a post by chance. It mentioned that legendary heaven-tier magical treasures require a drop of blood to recognize their master. A bold idea immediately popped into my head. June 9, 5025, I discovered the origin of the jet black jade fragment. It turns out to be a sacred artifact of the Swallowing Heaven demon cult. No wonder Dad and his group were being hunted down by evil cultivators. June 10, 5025. I went to Uncle Xiao to ask him again, but he still tried to brush me off. After I revealed the origin of the jet black jade slab, he realized he couldn't hide the truth any longer and finally told me everything. June 11, 5025. The school is out today, so Honglan, Honghu, and Shaoxian's middle school years have come to an end. Since their talent assessments won't be held until next year, the three of them are just hanging around at home, waiting for something to happen. I asked Honglan to accompany Su Firan on a trip, but Su Firan insisted that I go with her instead. June 12, 5025. I went on a trip with Su Firan today. She even told me I'm a decent person and said it would have been better if my dad hadn't called off the engagement back then. It turns out she is my fiancé after all. I actually got it wrong all along. June 13, 5025. Uncle Xiao sold his house and took Xiaoxian to Zhengzhou. I guess he is going to look for Xiao. June 12, 5025. I had an incredibly vivid dream last night. If the person in the dream wasn't lying, this might be my best chance to turn my life around and rewrite my destiny. Reading through the information in the diary, Hong felt a slight headache coming on. There was simply too much to process. If Su Firan was the fiancé whose engagement had been called off, then who exactly was Su Wanwan, the woman he met at the De Manor? If Su Wanwan wasn't his fiancé, why had she mocked him back then? Surely she wasn't just standing up for Su Firan. Moreover, Uncle Xiao wasn't dead after all. He'd even given him a pitch-black jade fragment, but that fragment was a sacred artifact of the Swallowing Heaven demon cult. So that heretic cultivator hadn't just happened to be passing through Jianghuai province. He'd come specifically to search for the pitch-black jade fragment. And it was because of that fragment that Dad and his group had been hunted down by that heretic cultivator. But where did Dad get the jet-black jade fragment? Only Uncle Xiao knew the answer. I had no choice but to ask him. I also had a dream recently, in which I saw someone who gave me a chance to defy heaven and rewrite my fate. But what exactly did I dream about? Why did I believe, based on just one dream, that I could defy heaven and rewrite my fate? It couldn't be like Chang Yaojin, who dreamed of an immortal imparting martial arts while sleeping and thus learned the 36 heavenly axe techniques, could it? Right now, Uncle Xiao hadn't returned yet. I hadn't obtained the jet black jade slab, and I hadn't had any dreams either, so I had no choice but to go find Su Firan to get to the bottom of this. It was already 10 p.m. Su Firan was staying in the guest room. Hong knocked on the door, and a voice called out from inside, "Wait a minute." 5 minutes later, Su Firan finally emerged from the guest room. She looked rather displeased and snapped, "Why did you knock on the door just now?" "I wanted to ask you." Su Firan was still fuming. Although Hong didn't know why she was angry, he didn't want to rub her the wrong way, so he quickly changed the subject. "I wanted to ask if you'd like a late-night snack." "Why are you angry?" Su Firan complained. "I was in the middle of breaking through to 8-star martial master. If you'd suddenly barged in, I might have lost my focus and failed the breakthrough." Hong immediately clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Please forgive me. I won't do it again." "Well, since I succeeded anyway, I won't hold it against you," Su Firan said with a smile. "Are you treating me to a late-night snack? What do you want to eat?" Hong handed his phone to Su Firan. As Su Firan held the phone and ordered takeout, Hong asked indirectly, "Is that fiancé of mine whose engagement was called off the same Su Wanwan I met at the De Manor?" Su Firan paused for a moment upon hearing this, then asked in surprise, "Didn't your family tell you the name of that fiancé?" "I mentioned it when I saw the old man earlier. I only found out recently that I have a fiancé." Su Firan looked at Hong and said earnestly, "What I mean is, since you've only recently found out you have a fiancé, didn't you ask around to find out her name?" No. Hong scratched his head. His dad had only said he had a fiancé, he hadn't mentioned her name. "I thought you knew." Su Firan clenched his teeth, his expression hesitant, and said, "Su Wanwan isn't your fiancé." Hong feigned ignorance, asking a question he already knew the answer to. "Then who is it?" Su Firan was both embarrassed and angry. His face flushed crimson as he snapped, "Who else could it be? I already called off our engagement. Why are you still helping me?" Hong asked, voicing his confusion. "Of course, I feel sorry for you," Su Firan replied, then, "Besides, Grandpa told me to help you." Hong was speechless. No wonder people say women are naturally gifted at loving others and have a stronger instinct for love than men. Su Firan asked, since we're on the subject, I'm curious, why did your dad call off the engagement back then? Hong recalled what her dad had said in the video and explained, because of my mom. She wanted me to live a life of warmth and kindness, without sacrificing love or freedom. Seeing that Hong was still in the mood to talk about such things, Su Firan asked, is your injury still bothering you? But before Hong could answer, she asked, if it's not a problem, will you come on a trip with me? Tomorrow was the 6th day of the 6th month. Uncle Xiao was coming back, and she had to wait for him to get the full story. The day after tomorrow, Hong agreed. I'll go on a trip with you the day after tomorrow. No problem. Su Firan nodded. I'll go back to my room in a bit to plan the trip. After they made their plans, Hong made an awkward request, could you beat me up? Why would I beat you up? Su Firan asked, looking completely puzzled and bewildered. Hong couldn't very well say, it's for my cultivation. So he had no choice but to lie, the broken engagement must have caused you a lot of trouble, and I feel guilty about it. Just beat me up to let off some steam. When I heard about it as a child, I was indeed a little upset, and my older brothers and sisters at the manor used to tease me about it all the time. But later, I got busy with my cultivation and studies, so I gradually stopped caring. After finishing his sentence, Su Firan smiled and said magnanimously, so I'll let you off the hook. That's out of the question. Hong refused, saying, no way. You absolutely must beat me up today to really let off some steam. Although Hong insisted strongly, he had only just recovered from a serious illness, so Su Firan was reluctant to strike him, fearing he might injure Hong. The next day, at dawn, Hong met Uncle Xiao. 2 scars had appeared on his delicate face, his right hand was broken, and his face was covered in stubble. He looked quite haggard. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Uncle Xiao pulled out a jet-black jade slab and said, this is one of your father's mementos. I'll give it to you now. The jet-black jade slab was about 10 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. As Hong held it in his hand, it felt cool to the touch. Hong asked tentatively, what is this? Uncle Xiao didn't answer, he simply said, just keep it safe. My dad's body was found. Before he died, he recorded a video on his phone. Hong paused for a moment, then continued, in the video, he told me that this jade slab is a sacred artifact of the Swallowing Heaven demon cult. That was all Hong knew. He wanted to test Uncle Xiao to see if he could coax any information out of him. Uncle Xiao's expression changed instantly. After a moment, he muttered, how could your father have possibly told you? The more he said, the more likely he was to slip up, so Hong didn't dare say much. Besides, Uncle Xiao was a shrewd man. If he spoke too much, Uncle Xiao might catch him in a slip-up. Uncle Xiao, half believing and half doubting, asked tentatively, what did your dad say? Hong didn't actually know, since it wasn't written in the diary, but now that Uncle Xiao had asked, if he didn't answer, it might arouse his suspicion. It's because of this pitch-black jade fragment that your group was hunted down by those evil cultivators. My dad told me to make good use of this pitch-black jade fragment so I could avenge him in the future. The first half of that statement was merely Hong's guess. The second half was a lie he concocted based on his father's personality. Uncle Xiao was silent for a moment, then asked, what do you want to know? Hong fired off a series of questions. How did my dad get this pitch-black jade fragment? What is it called? What does it do? And how should I use it? I can only answer your first question. I don't know the answers to the rest. Uncle Xiao said, then added, your dad and I went on a mission together during the Lantern Festival. Do you remember that? Hong nodded and said, of course I remember. You were both injured when you came back. Seeing this, Uncle Xiao continued, my mission with your father was to hunt down a heretic cultivator. We eventually succeeded in killing him near the border, and we found this jade fragment on his body. That heretic cultivator seemed to have sustained severe injuries while trying to protect this jade fragment. Both your father and I sensed that this jade fragment was no ordinary object, but we didn't want to hand it over to Wang Defu, because he would inevitably have pocketed it for himself. So we hid it away privately. Later, when we were being hunted down by that heretic cultivator, both your father and I guessed it was because of this pitch-black jade fragment. Then your father told us to run ahead while he and your mother went to intercept the heretic cultivator. At this point, Uncle Shao sighed and continued, your parents died just like that, and your Aunt Lu died as well. I narrowly escaped the pursuit, but I was seriously injured in the process. After my injuries healed, I didn't go home right away. I was afraid that evil cultivator would target you all, so I didn't dare return home. It wasn't until 2 days ago that I retrieved the jet black jade fragment. Hong asked another question, since you and my dad obtained the jade fragment together, why did you give it to me? Why didn't you keep it for yourself? First of all, this is something your dad and I obtained together. Second, it was because your dad covered my retreat that I was able to survive. Uncle Shoa's face took on a bitter expression, and he spoke with a tone of self-reproach. Finally, I never want to see that jade fragment again. If it weren't for that jade fragment, your dad, your mom, and your Aunt Lu wouldn't have died. Hong understood. He wanted to comfort Uncle Shao, but didn't he know how to start after all? His own situation had been even worse than Uncle Shoa's lately. Uncle Shao patted Hong on the shoulder. Take good care of your younger brother and sister. Xiao Xian and I are heading to Zhongzhou. Do your best on your exams, and we'll meet again in Zhongzhou. Why are you going to Zhongzhou? Although he already had his suspicions, Hong still asked the question. I've gotten in touch with Xiao. Uncle Shao paused, then continued, to be precise, it was Xiao who had someone contact me. She has always been very worried about me. I'm afraid that heretical cultivator will come after me again, so I plan to take Xiao Xian to Zhongzhou for safety. There will be people there specifically assigned to protect us, and they've also promised to provide Xiao Xian with better educational resources. Hong understood, of course. Xiao was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, so Xiao Xian couldn't possibly be anything less. Providing Xiao Xian with better educational resources would not only curry favor with Xiao but also allow them to bet on Xiao Xian's potential a win-win situation. Zhongzhou will send someone to pick up Xiao Xian and me, so I won't be leaving the house for the next few days. Please don't tell anyone I've returned home. Uncle Shao was extremely cautious, once bitten, twice shy. I've got it covered, Hong replied, then tucked away the jet black jade tablet. The two then returned to their respective homes. Cultivation techniques, spells, weapons, magical treasures, and armor are divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The Heaven tier is the highest, while the Yellow tier is the lowest. Each tier is further subdivided into 4 sublevels: Low, Intermediate, High, and Top. Among these sublevels, Low is the lowest, and Top is naturally the highest. Heaven tier treasures all possess sentience, so they require a drop of blood to recognize their master before they can function. This also means that the jet black jade slab is, at the very least, a low tier Heaven tier treasure. Hong pricked his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the jet black jade slab. The jet black jade slab quickly absorbed the blood, but Hong felt no change. Perhaps there wasn't enough blood for the slab to recognize him as its master. He had no choice but to continue dripping blood onto the jet black jade slab, but it was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood Hong dripped, the slab absorbed it all. Hong dripped blood for a full 10 or more minutes. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he nearly became anemic before the jet black jade slab finally stopped absorbing it. In that instant, Hong felt as though the heavens and earth had cleared. It was as if a mysterious connection had been established between him and the jet black jade slab. Fragments of memories that did not belong to Hong surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This pitch-black jade fragment was called the Kunlun Jade Tablet, originally the treasured artifact of the ancient Kunlun sect. No one knew why, but a cultivator of peerless power suddenly struck it, shattering the Kunlun Jade Tablet. Originally about the size of a door, the Kunlun Jade Tablet shattered into dozens of fragments, scattering across the heavens and earth. As the Kunlun sect's treasured artifact, the Kunlun Jade Tablet contained records of numerous divine abilities, spells, and cultivation techniques. Although the Kunlun Jade Tablet was shattered, the records it held did not vanish. The fragment of the Kunlun Jade Tablet in Hong's possession contained a manual known as the Tian Swallowing Treasure Mirror. The Tian Devouring Treasure Mirror documents 2 divine abilities, Soul Devouring and Heaven Mending. The divine ability known as Soul Devouring allows one to absorb another's cultivation to elevate one's own realm. However, those from whom cultivation is absorbed will, without exception, die, and their bodies will turn into mummies. This is clearly a divine ability practiced only by heretical cultivators. Furthermore, frequent use of the soul-devouring technique causes the caster's mind to gradually warp, ultimately transforming them into a demon obsessed with slaughter. Based on this technique, the Swallowing Heaven demon cult developed the Taotai Great Art, which allows one to enhance their cultivation by consuming another's heart. As for the other technique, Heaven Mending, it allows one to elevate their innate talent rank by consuming specific types of rare celestial treasures. Hong currently possesses an F-rank fire elemental talent. If he consumes Fire Flame Mystic Embers and then activates the Heaven Mending Divine Technique, he can elevate his talent to an E-rank fire elemental talent. If he consumes Ice Spirit Crystal, he can elevate his talent to a C-rank Ice Fire talent. However, if he first consumes Fire Flame Mystic Embers to elevate his talent to E-rank Fire type, and then consumes Ice Spirit Crystal, he can elevate himself to a B-rank Ice Fire talent. There are tens of thousands of paths for the Repairing the Heavens divine ability to enhance talents, with the highest possible rank being SSS rank. Hong dared not use the soul-devouring divine art from the Tian-devouring treasure mirror, because using it too many times would drive him mad. As for the other heaven-mending divine art, one only needs to consume rare treasures and refine them to enhance one's innate talent. However, these treasures are usually very expensive. Consuming the Fire Flame Mystic Embers can elevate one's innate talent to E rank in the fire element. The Fire Flame Mystic Embers are extremely expensive. Even if Hong sold his house, he still couldn't afford them. Besides, F rank is the lowest tier, and E rank is second to last, so an E rank talent is still useless. Having spent so much money only to raise his talent to grade E, the cost effectiveness was truly too low. He simply couldn't afford it anymore. He dared not use the soul-devouring divine art, and the heaven-repairing divine art was beyond his means. Hong couldn't help but sigh. Since he had promised to accompany Su Firan on a trip, Hong naturally wouldn't break his word. Hong's family owned a car, but it had been sitting idle ever since Hong Sen's death, as none of the three brothers had a driver's license. Su Firan, however, did have a driver's license. The first time Hong met her, she was driving a sports car. Early in the morning, the two set off in the car, heading for Tianzhu Mountain in Jiuhua. Not trusting Su Firan's driving skills, Hong kept his eyes wide open the entire trip, afraid they might get into an accident. Su Firan couldn't help but laugh. "You're so nervous, what are you afraid of? Don't you trust my driving? When someone else is driving, I usually keep my eyes open the whole time. It's only when I'm driving myself that I take a little nap." Hong joked. The itinerary was pretty much the same as in the diary, with just one difference. As a 9-star martial artist, Hong could keep up with Su Firan without getting sore legs or feeling physically exhausted. The next day, the two went to Emerald Swan Lake. On the third day, they visited the Greater and Lesser Shu Mountains, and on the fifth day, they went to Zilong Academy. On the fourth day, they wandered around Shushan County. The scenery there was beautiful, making it a popular summer retreat. By the fifth day, after touring the Zilong Academy, it was already dark, so they decided to stay at a hotel for the night and head home the next morning. The Zilong Academy has long been renowned in Jianghuai Province, so it attracts many tourists. Hong and Su Firan checked several hotels, but they were all fully booked with no vacancies. Su Firan suggested, "If there's really no other option, let us just sleep in the car tonight." "Let us keep looking," said Hong. He had been out and about for 5 straight days, leaving early and returning late every day. Although he was a 9-star martial artist, he was still recovering from a serious illness and was starting to feel the strain. Su Firan got behind the wheel and drove around for another 10 or so minutes before finally finding a hotel with a vacant room. But another problem arose: the hotel had only one vacant room. Upon hearing this, both of them fell silent. The front desk clerk, assuming they were a couple, said, "One vacant room is just enough for the two of you. Are you going to take it or not? If you pass this up, you won't find another place like this." Hong, afraid Su Firan might take offense, suggested, "Why don't you take the room? I'll just make do in the car for the night." But Su Firan took Hong's ID and handed it to the front desk clerk, saying, "We'll both stay here." Hong muttered under her breath, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Su Firan, however, was quite unconcerned. "What are you afraid of? We're both people of the world, don't get hung up on these trivial details. If you're really bothered by it, I'll sleep on the floor and you can have the bed. But men and women shouldn't share a bed, Hong replied. It wasn't that she was afraid as a man herself, she had nothing to worry about, but Su Firan was a woman, and if word got out, it would be bad for her reputation. Su Firan took the room key and ID from the front desk and said, back in the day, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai slept in the same bed, and they managed to remain completely chaste. All right. With Su Firan having gone that far, what else could Hong say? The two arrived at the guest room, swiped the keycard, and looked at the large bed inside. Hong said, I'll sleep on the floor after all. Su Firan wasn't one to make a fuss. She asked the front desk to send another blanket, and the two of them quickly made up the bed. The room had semi-transparent glass walls. Su Firan's face flushed slightly. Could you step out for a few minutes? I'd like to take a shower. I was just about to go buy some late-night snacks, Hong said. Although Su Firan wasn't one to make a big deal out of things, she was still quite conservative when it came to certain matters. By the time Hong returned, Su Firan had already finished her shower. Her hair was still a little damp, and she was holding a hairdryer, blow-drying her hair. After spending these past few days together, Hong knew what food Su Firan avoided, so the late-night snacks he bought were all things Su Firan liked to eat. Su Firan set down the hairdryer and asked, Do you want me to step out for a bit? Do you want to take a shower? I'll pass. I'll shower when I get home tomorrow. Hong didn't want to make a fuss. Come over and have some late-night snacks. Su Firan looked at the snacks on the table, her sharp eyebrows twitching slightly, and asked, Don't you like spicy food? Why are these all the light, mild dishes I like? Hong replied matter-of-factly, Of course I bought all of this just for you. You could have bought something you like too. Su Firan was a little moved. He opened his mouth but didn't finish his sentence. A moment later, Su Firan smiled again. You're so good to me I might actually start to have feelings for you. Hong replied in the same tone, half jokingly, half seriously, I'd advise you not to get your hopes up. I already have someone I like. Su Firan paused, then asked, Didn't you break up not too long ago? I have a childhood friend I've known since we were kids. Hong added, Her name is Xiao, and she lives across the street from me. I once swore I'd never let her down again. Su Firan fell silent upon hearing this. He picked up his chopsticks and said, Let us eat. Hong, oblivious to the slightly awkward atmosphere, continued, By the way, what kind of guy do you like? Maybe I can set you up with someone. Su Firan poked at her food. After a long silence, she said softly, My father was a son-in-law by marriage. When I was very young, he left without a word and never returned to the De manor. So, if I were to find a man, I'd definitely want someone with principles, a sense of responsibility, backbone, courage, and the ability to handle challenges. Of course, the most important thing is that we're mutually in love. My dad left without a word back then, abandoning his wife and daughter. Maybe it was because the family atmosphere was bad, or maybe he felt others looked down on him, but the most important thing was that the two of them didn't love each other. Su Firan concluded, If I can't find the kind of man I'm talking about, I'd rather grow old alone. Well, I wish you luck then, Hong said nonchalantly as he ate. Hearing this, Su Firan put down her bowl and chopsticks. I'm full. You go ahead and finish. I'm going to bed. Hong stopped shoveling food into his mouth and said, How come you've only eaten this much? I bought all this just for you. I'm not hungry, Su Firan replied, then got into bed and fell asleep immediately. After finishing his meal, Hong lay down on the made bed, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep. He asked softly, Are you asleep yet? No, came Su Firan's faint voice from under the covers. Hong asked again, Have you been having fun these past few days? I'd say I've had a very good time. I've been training rigorously since I was a child and never had the chance to go out and explore. After getting out and seeing the world these past few days, I've realized there are so many sights I've never experienced before: the sea of clouds and rime ice at Tianzhu Mountain in Jiuhua, the rippling emerald waters of Swan Lake, the layered peaks of the greater and lesser Shushan Mountains. Finally, Su Firan sighed, how wonderful it would be if things could stay this way forever. Upon hearing this, Hong smiled and said, "If we ever get the chance in the future, I'll take you out to explore more places." "There is no chance of that," Su Firen said meaningfully. Before Hong could ask, she added, "It's too late. I'm tired." The night passed in silence. Hong suddenly opened his eyes. What appeared before him was not the hotel, but an unfamiliar space. As far as the eye could see, everything was shrouded in chaos, and the surroundings were filled with a dim, grayish light. Where was this place? Hong was filled with confusion, but ahead of him stood a tavern. The tavern's exterior was built of blue bricks, and a red banner hung above the entrance. The character Wine was written on the banner as a gentle breeze blew. It fluttered through the chaotic space, appearing desolate and lonely. Was he dreaming? Hong pinched his cheek and felt the sensation. It was a very realistic dream. Suddenly, he recalled the last line on page 5 of his diary. Could this tavern be the very place that would allow him to turn his fortunes around and rewrite his destiny? Hong walked up to the tavern and knocked on the door. After waiting a moment with no response, he pushed the door open himself. The tavern wasn't large. Inside were 8 wooden tables, with a counter directly ahead, its surface lined with wine jars. 2 drunks lay sprawled across one of the wooden tables, and behind the counter stood an elderly man with a long beard and snow-white hair. The old man looked like a giant 3 meters tall, with incredibly muscular limbs and a head of white hair that reached the floor, and he exuded an intimidating presence. The tavern's style closely resembled ancient architecture, and this towering, imposing old man, dressed in coarse hemp clothing, certainly didn't look like a modern person either. "Hello, old man. What kind of place is this?" Hong saw the old man and couldn't help but swallow hard, for the old man looked incredibly powerful. "A tavern," the old man said, his voice booming like a bell. The 2 young men sound asleep at the table stirred slightly, apparently disturbed by the noise. Hong scratched his head and asked, what is this place? Am I dreaming? Since you've obtained the Kunlun Jade Pendant, how could you not know?" The old man shook his head and said, "It's pointless to ask you." Then, the old man explained, "You're not dreaming. This is the Kunlun Jade Pendant's consciousness space, and your consciousness has entered it." "So I'm not dreaming," Hong paused, then asked, "Then why are you all here?" The old man replied, "The Kunlun Jade Pendant shattered into 72 pieces. Anyone who possesses a fragment of the Kunlun Jade Pendant can enter its consciousness space except for me." Hong nodded. If the Kunlun Jade Pendant had shattered into 72 pieces, that meant a maximum of 72 people could enter here. The old man took a jug of wine from the counter and asked, "You seem polite enough, so I'll treat you to a drink for free, but next time, you'll have to pay." "Didn't my consciousness just come here? How could I have brought money with me?" Hong asked, puzzled. "Do you know what a storage ring is?" The old man asked, then explained, the Kunlun Jade token was originally a storage artifact. Although it's shattered, it can still be used for storage. Hong seemed to half understand and asked, "Are you saying I can store items inside the Kunlun Jade token, and once my consciousness enters it, I can summon the items stored there? If I store things in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, will you guys take my stuff?" Hong asked, a little uneasy. The Kunlun Jade Pendant was originally a single, whole piece. This tavern serves as the core that connects all the fragments, so every fragment contains a version of this tavern. The old man continued, "But once you open the door, you'll only appear within your own Kunlun Jade Pendant, and your belongings will only exist within it. That's why you can come to this tavern to trade with others. To put it in simpler terms, the fragments of the Kunlun Jade Pendant are like cell phones, and this tavern is like the internet. You can store photos and videos on your phone, and you can send them to friends over the internet. Although everyone is on the same internet, the photos stored on your phone are visible only to you. The photos stored on your phone are equivalent to the items stored in your Kunlun Jade Pendant. This tavern is like the internet, you can chat with friends and trade here." Hong was beginning to understand and said, "My strength is meager, and I don't have anything of value on me. I doubt anyone would be interested in what I have." "That may be so," the old man said, "but the 9 provinces are vast. Something worthless in your area might be a priceless treasure elsewhere." It's like water in the desert, it's very valuable there, but worthless elsewhere. Hong had a sudden realization and said gratefully, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, old man. Don't call me old man, the old man said, handing Hong the poured wine. My name is Kuei Huang. Can I drink here? Hong asked as he took the cup. Aren't I just a consciousness here? Kuei Huang countered, why can the living burn offerings for the spirits? Now that you put it that way, I understand. Hong picked up the cup and downed it in one gulp. The liquor was strong, and after swallowing it, he felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded. There is one more thing you need to be aware of. Seeing how readily Hong accepted this, Kuei Huang added, time flows differently here than it does outside. 100 days in the outside world are equivalent to just one day here. Hong was instantly thrilled. 100-fold time difference if I were to cultivate here. I already told you you're just a consciousness. How can a consciousness cultivate? Kuei Huang cut Hong off, adding, however, you can hone your martial arts and magical techniques here. Hong felt a twinge of disappointment. If he had 100 times as much time, wouldn't he winning first place on the college entrance exam be a piece of cake? The man who had been sleeping with his head on the wooden table slowly sat up. He rubbed his eyes, looking as if he hadn't quite had his fill. When the man saw Hong, his expression froze for a moment, and he said, how come there's a new face here? Hong clasped his fists in a bow. Seeing this, the man returned the gesture and asked, do you have any purple ling sand over there? If so, I can barter with you. What rare treasures do you need? I've never heard of purple ling sand, Hong shook his head, then added, I need fire flame mystic embers and ice spirit crystals. The man said, I've never heard of fire flame mystic embers, but ice spirit crystals are a priceless treasure around here, a single one is worth a fortune. Another man, leaning on the wooden table, yawned and said, I need diamond, purple jade vine, and crystal white jade. If you can get me any one of those, I'll give you fire flame mystic ash. I can buy diamond and crystal white jade here, Hong said. I'll come here tomorrow night to trade with you. Diamonds sell for about 100 yuan per gram, which is very cheap compared to the price of fire flame mystic embers. Crystal white jade is even cheaper, you can buy a Gina fragments for just over 10 yuan. Upon hearing this, the man slumped over the wooden table, widened his sleepy eyes. He nodded excitedly and said, my name is Ajio. It's a deal. Hong suppressed his inner joy and replied, you can call me Ah Hong. It's a deal. After they made their agreement, guided by Ajio, Hong's consciousness gradually drifted out of the consciousness space. It was still the middle of the night in the real world. Hong couldn't help but open his eyes, his hands clenched tightly. So this is my chance to turn my life around and rewrite my destiny. The diary truly hasn't deceived me. Today was June 13th. Not only had Hong had a dream, but the time in the diary had also passed, meaning he could now turn to page 6. However, since he left the diary at home while traveling, Hong couldn't read it right away. Su Firen drove back to Hong's house. Neither of them spoke a word during the entire ride. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Hong had spoken, but Su Firen hadn't responded. Just a few days ago, she was so happy. Why is she suddenly giving him the silent treatment? Hong couldn't figure out why Su Firen was upset. What had he done to offend her? Su Firen parked the car in the garage and then took her luggage out of the car. Watching Su Firen head toward the exit, which was completely different from his own, Hong ran after her and asked, where are you going? Aren't you coming to my place? I'm going home, Su Firen said coldly, feeling increasingly uneasy as she thought about it. Since you already have someone you like, why did you come on to me? Do you just see me as a friend? Am I just getting my hopes up for nothing? Hong watched Su Firen's shifting expression and asked again, aren't you going to stay and hang out for a few more days? Su Firen grew more and more annoyed the more she thought about it, and replied impatiently, I don't have time to hang out anymore. The college entrance exams are at the end of next month, and I need to go home to study. Watching Su Firen turn and walk away without a moment's hesitation, Hong hurried after him and said, let me take you to the station. No need. Su Firen said coldly, his luggage slung over his shoulder. Since you already have someone you like, we should keep our distance. I'm afraid people might get the wrong idea. Hearing this, Hong froze in his tracks. Only then did it dawn on him that Su Firan actually had feelings for him, but he found it hard to believe. He was an F-rank talent, penniless and without influence, an orphan, and responsible for raising his younger brother and sister. How could Su Firan possibly be interested in him? Unless she was blind. Well, that is not entirely true. He was still somewhat handsome. Maybe she was just after his good looks, Hong consoled himself, then ran after Su Firan once more. Will we see each other again? When we do, you have to be happy, okay? You have to be happy and content, okay? Even if I'm not in your world anymore, you have to make yourself happy. Faced with Hong's farewell, Su Firan said nothing, leaving only the resolute silhouette of her retreating back. Hong stopped in his tracks. It was the hardest kind of unrequited love to bear, but it was for the best. He already had Xiao in his heart. It was better to set things straight early on so as not to hold Su Firan back. Hong silently returned home, where Hong Lan and Hong Hu were both watching TV in the living room. Hong Lan asked, "Why are you back alone? Where is Sister Firan?" "Her college entrance exams are next month, so she went home," Hong replied absently. Seeing Hong's demeanor, Hong Hu remarked, "Bro, you don't look quite yourself. You haven't been dumped, have you?" Hong simply felt guilty for letting Su Firan down, deeply guilty, and was overcome by an indescribable feeling. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a little tired from hiking these past few days," Hong brushed it off casually. Hong turned to look at Hong Hu. The kid dared to speak to him like that, and Hong, feeling both annoyed and embarrassed, snapped, "Are you asking for a beating?" Hong Hu flinched in fear. Seeing this, Hong ordered, "I'll give you a chance to atone for your mistake. Go buy me 1 gene of crystal white jade and 50 grams of diamond right now." "All right," Hong Hu said timidly. He put on his coat and reluctantly headed out the door. Hong returned to his room and couldn't wait to open his diary to examine the contents of the 6th page. June 13, 5025, I purchased the crystal white jade and diamonds. With just a thought, both items were stored inside the Kunlun jade pendant. Then Su Firan and I set off for Jiangnan province. She said she wanted to show me the local customs and culture there. An idea occurred to Hong: since the Kunlun jade pendant could store items, he might as well store his diary inside it for easy future reference. He could also stash some food in the pendant, just in case. June 14, 5025, Su Firan drove for over 20 hours before we finally arrived in Jiangnan province. Since we were so exhausted, she and I decided to take a day off. Later that night, Ajio and I completed the transaction, and I obtained the Fireflame Mystic Ember. June 15, 5025, I never expected my first attempt at the heaven-mending divine art to succeed. My talent rating has risen to grade E. My future is no longer just a dream. From June 16 through June 24, the diary entries were all about their travels, with no substantive content. But Hong could sense that the me in the diary was becoming increasingly gentle toward Su Firan. When the two of them first started traveling in Jianghuai province, the me in the diary had said, "Whoever marries Su Firan is sure to have a rough life," but later on, I began to enjoy it. The phrases that appeared in the diary these days included, "She is actually the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Su Firan looks so beautiful when she is quiet, she is so carefree when she smiles, these days are so wonderful, and I really wish this could go on forever." It looked like he'd fallen in love. Hong suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the entry from June 25, 5025, left him completely at a loss. I confessed my feelings to Su Firan, and she didn't look down on my F rank, although I'm actually an E rank talent now. She doesn't know that yet. Su Firan didn't reject me. Instead, she smiled and said we could try dating for a while. June 28, 5025, Su Firan and I returned to the DE Manor. I told them about my relationship with Su Firan, and old Master Su didn't try to break us up. Instead, he offered his full support. Ruyan had broken up with me because I was an F-rank talent, but neither Su Firan nor old Master Su seemed to mind my talent, which surprised me. This was the last entry. I had become Ruyan's boyfriend, and we even gained our parents' approval. Hong closed the diary, feeling a bit at a loss. In the diary, because I'd broken up with Ruyan and hadn't reconciled with Xiao, it made perfect sense for me to end up with Ruyan. But in reality, although she had also broken up with Ruyan, she had reconciled with Xiao. Therefore, she certainly couldn't let Xiao down again. That was something they agreed on long ago. If she were to fall for Su Ruyan and let Xiao down once more, what would make her any different from a beast? As Hong was seething with indignation, the diary suddenly shook and flipped back several dozen pages. June 6, 5030, today is my wedding day with Su Firan. This girl who has loved me for 5 years and whom I've loved for 5 years has finally become my wife. All my college classmates and close friends were there. I drank a lot today. This is the happiest day of my life, I'll never forget it. This page contained only one line of text, but below it was a sketch of himself and Su Firan in their wedding gown and tuxedo, both their faces beaming with joy. Next to the drawing, a line of elegant handwriting read, "We'll always be together, never depart in this lifetime." That line of elegant handwriting wasn't his own, it must have been written by Su Firan. Fine. So that's how it's going to be. Hong felt utterly screwed over and couldn't help but curse, damn it. If his future self had already married Su Firan, why did he write on the last page of the diary, "I'll never let Xiao down again"? Hong had seen the last page of the diary earlier and felt guilty toward Xiao. He had sworn to love only Xiao for the rest of his life and never let her down, yet now this had happened. You fickle, unfaithful bastard. Hong let loose with a tirade, cursing his future self. However, Hong also saw some good news. He had been accepted into college, which was a silver lining in all this misfortune. According to the diary, he and Su Firan had been together for 5 years. Not only had they not broken up, but they had even gotten married. Having withstood the test of 5 years, the love between him and her was undoubtedly genuine. Thinking of this, Hong felt a pang of guilt, because just last night he had told Su Firan that he had someone else he was in love with. Su Firan had feelings for him. Not only did she not look down on his F-rank talent, but she had even married him, and yet he had said such a thing. Hong stood up. He wanted to run out the door, catch up to Su Firan, and beg her to stay. But the moment he opened the door, his footsteps faltered. What would happen to Xiao if he did that? He'd already let Xiao down the last time he'd been with Ruyan. Was he really going to let her down again? Ah! Hong let out a long sigh. He felt as if he were being torn in two. Just then, Hong Hu returned. The young man was very efficient. He managed to buy the crystal white jade and the diamond in just an hour. Hong took the 2 items and asked casually, "How much did they cost?" "I'll transfer the money to you later." "Forget it. Talking about money ruins the mood. Let us not say things like that between us." Hong Hu waved his hand in refusal. "That's not acceptable." Hong asked again. "How much did you actually spend?" "You gave all the compensation money from mom and dad to me and my second sister, keeping only 100,000 yuan for yourself." Hong Hu demanded loudly, "Now you're even giving me this little bit? Do you even consider me your younger brother?" Hong wanted to say that business was business, but seeing Hong Hu's stubborn expression, he opened his mouth and finally managed only to say, "All right." This kid had a temper just as bad as his own. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have taken the money, so Hong Hu certainly wouldn't take it either. Hong patted Hong Hu on the shoulder and warned, "Don't get me into trouble from now on." "I'm not a kid anymore," Hong Hu said, brushing Hong's hand aside. "How could I get you into trouble?" Hong fell silent upon hearing this. Since his parents' passing, Hong Hu had visibly matured. But maturing too early wasn't necessarily a good thing. A teenager should be carefree, and unrestrained. Hong felt a pang of regret. If only he had done better, perhaps Hong Hu and Honglan would have had fewer worries and less anxiety. If the two of them had matured just 1 day later, they would have had 1 less day of worries and 1 more day of happiness. Hong returned to his room with the crystal white jade and the diamond, silently closed the door, and made up his mind. Since things had come to this point, he might as well let nature take its course. The matters concerning Su Firan and Xiao would have to wait until later. Overthinking them now was pointless and would only add to his worries. Hong returned to his room, holding the Kunlun jade pendant in his left hand. Since it had been bound to him through a drop of blood, a strange connection existed between him and the pendant. As the thought crossed his mind, he stored the crystal white jade and the diamond inside the Kunlun jade pendant. The crystal white jade and diamond he held in his right hand instantly appeared inside the Kunlun jade pendant. The space inside the Kunlun jade pendant was vast, roughly the size of a soccer field, capable of storing a massive amount of supplies. Since it wasn't yet the evening he agreed upon with a Jew, Hong had no choice but to practice breathing exercises and meditate. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had fully healed, and he had returned to peak condition. After 4.5 hours of breathing exercises, Hong successfully gathered a breath of spiritual energy, and the time had reached 10 p.m. Holding the Kunlun jade pendant in his hand, he focused his mind, and his entire consciousness immediately entered the pendant. On an open space not far from the tavern lay a crystal white jade and a diamond. Hong picked up both items, then pushed open the tavern door. Kuei Huang stood behind the counter, his eyes closed as if dozing. Ajio was slumped over the wooden table, idly sipping his drink. When Ajio saw Hong arrive, he immediately stood up and said, "I've been waiting for you forever. You're finally here. Didn't we agree to meet at night? Why did you come so early?" Hong asked. "I was anxious." As soon as Ajio finished speaking, he pulled a clear glass bottle from his robe. A fiery red glow shone within the bottle. It was none other than the fireflame mystic embers that Hong had longed for. Hong took out the crystal white jade and the diamond. "Is this the only fireflame mystic ash?" "I brought both the crystal white jade and the diamond." A Jew scratched his head and said, "I thought you'd only trade for one, so I only prepared one fireflame mystic ash." Hong pondered for a moment and said, "If you have ice spirit crystals, crimson flame stones, pure yen fire, or hellfire, we can barter again." A Jew replied, "I'm located in the endless fire realm, a place abundant in fire elemental treasures. I can buy pure yang fire and hellfire here, but they're too expensive. If I use them to trade for crystal white jade and diamonds, I'll lose a lot of money. I can also buy scarlet flame stones, but I don't have any on me right now. I'll go buy some at first light, and we can do the trade tomorrow night. How does that sound?" Hong nodded and said, "I'll give you the crystal white jade first, and you give me the fireflame mystic embers." The two placed their items on the wooden table and pushed them toward each other. Hong picked up the fireflame mystic embers, while Ajio picked up the crystal white jade. Both wore expressions of unhidden delight. Hong clasped his fists and said, "I have other business to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. I'll be back at this time tomorrow night to complete the trade." A Jew put away the crystal white jade, smiled, and clasped his fists, saying, "It's a deal." Hong walked out of the tavern, and his consciousness immediately detached from the Kunlun jade pendant. A moment later, he appeared in his room, still holding the transparent glass bottle containing the fireflame mystic ash. The fireflame mystic ash radiated a scorching heat. If he wanted to raise his talent level, Hong would have to swallow the fireflame mystic ash and then perform the heaven-mending divine art to refine it. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the glass bottle, Hong looked hesitant. If he swallowed the fireflame mystic ash, would it burn his throat? Would he end up mute? But since the hymn in the diary had succeeded and hadn't mentioned any aftereffects, there probably wouldn't be much of a problem. With that thought, Hong immediately mustered his courage, tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and poured the fireflame mystic embers from the glass bottle into his mouth. A wave of searing heat washed over his mouth, and Hong almost spat it out. He forced himself to endure the discomfort. His throat convulsed, and he finally swallowed the fireflame mystic embers. The fireflame mystic ash traveled down his throat and eventually settled in Hong's abdomen. The fireflame mystic ash blazed fiercely inside his body, filling him with intense heat. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began performing the heaven-repairing divine technique. Streams of grayish-black spiritual energy, guided by Hong, wrapped layer upon layer around the fireflame mystic ash. The grayish-black spiritual energy began to spin, accelerating until it formed a small vortex. At the center of this grayish-black vortex, the fireflame mystic ember was gradually fading. His dantian seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, ceaselessly devouring the fireflame mystic ember. As the fireflame mystic ember was completely extinguished, Hong suddenly opened his eyes, and two crimson flames seemed to ignite within them. Success on the first try. Hong extended his right hand, and a crimson flame immediately appeared in his palm, causing the surrounding air to warp. He had been able to summon fire before, but could only produce a tiny flame that would be extinguished by the slightest breeze. It had almost no power and was only good for lighting paper. But now, the crimson flame in his palm was estimated to be 500 degrees, and its intensity was so powerful that it could easily set firewood ablaze. F rank was the most useless talent now that it had evolved to E rank. It was still pretty trash. But trash is better than nothing. How could this not be considered an improvement? After his talent evolved into an E rank fire type talent, Hong sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating and practicing breath control. This time, it took him only 4 hours to gather one breath of spiritual energy. When Hong still had an F rank talent, it used to take him 4.5 hours to gather just one breath of spiritual energy. F rank and E rank are the lowest tiers of talents. If it weren't for the extremely fast breathing rate granted by the 89 mystical skill, Hong would likely not have been able to gather even a single breath of spiritual energy even after meditating for several days. There are 5 types of the lowest tier F rank talents: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Talents are based on these 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, from which countless other talents branch out. The metal element can branch into the E rank iron element, the D rank steel element, and the C rank sword element. The earth element can branch into the E rank sand element, the D rank stone element, and the C rank rock element. The wood element can branch into the E rank grass element, the D rank flower element, and the C rank tree element. Furthermore, if someone possesses both the wood and sword elements, the synergy between these 2 talents can give rise to the B rank talent, green wood sword. Moreover, this situation is not uncommon. At least 50% of people possess 2 attributes, while another 20% possess 3, 4, or even 5 attributes. Tomorrow night, I'll barter with Agio. I'll get a crimson flamestone and enhance my talent at the same time. The heaven-mending divine art offers tens of thousands of paths for advancement, such as the rare treasures I just asked Agio about: ice spirit crystals, crimson flamestones, pure yang fire, and hellfire. I currently possess the fire element. If I consume an ice spirit crystal, I can upgrade my talent to the B rank ice fire blaze. If I consume hellfire, I can similarly upgrade my talent to the B rank hellfire. And if I consume pure yang fire, I can upgrade my talent to grade of pure yang fire. Unfortunately, however, Agio could only get me a crimson flamestone. After consuming it, I can upgrade my talent to grade D crimson flame. With my current fire element talent, I can consume all kinds of rare treasures and develop a wide variety of talents. If he consumed Shirong, he could elevate his innate talent to the B rank Scarlet Flame Shirong, a talent with both fire and earth attributes. If he consumed Jiangang, he could elevate his innate talent to the C rank Blazing Flame Jiangang, a talent with both fire and metal attributes. If he consumed Leipa, he could elevate his innate talent to the A rank 10,000 degree Fire Thunder, a talent with both fire and thunder attributes. Hong meditated and practiced breathing exercises all night until dawn, gaining 3 breaths of spiritual energy. After sleeping for just 3 hours, Hong got up. As a 9-star martial artist, he could maintain ample stamina on just 1 meal and 3 hours of sleep each day. With 1.5 months left until the college entrance exams, he had accumulated over a dozen breaths of spiritual energy in his dantian, but he was still far short of the amount needed to break through to 10-star martial artist. To grow stronger through battle, he had to be soundly beaten by others in order to gain spiritual energy. If his opponents didn't hit him hard enough, he wouldn't gain any spiritual energy. Although he was cultivating the 89 mystical skill, his natural talent was simply too poor. If he wanted to quickly advance his cultivation level, he'd have to go out and seek a beating. But he suddenly thought of Long Outyen, and immediately felt a bit of psychological trauma. Hong pondered for a long time, and an idea formed in his mind. He continued meditating and practicing his breathing exercises. Time flew by, and night soon fell. Hong returned to Kunlun Yujiwei. He handed the diamond to Aju and, in return, received the scarlet flame stone from him. The two chatted for a while longer, but the rare treasures the other party requested were either unavailable to Hong or too expensive. An exchange would have been a loss for both sides. Hong was born in Jianghuai Province, which is located within the Kingdom of Daxia. The Kingdom of Daxia is rich, and jade here is inexpensive and comes in a wide variety. Aside from diamonds and crystal white jade, after discussing with a Jew, Hong realized that the turquoise, Hotan jade, Shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, and yellow jade he possessed all seemed to hold considerable value. Jade can be used for crafting artifacts, making jewelry, and even refining elixirs and medicines. Hong borrowed paper and a pen from Kuei Huang and wrote the 4 characters barter in large characters. Then, he listed the rare natural treasures he needed, along with several types of jade unique to the Great Xia Kingdom, to offer in exchange. After finishing, Hong posted the paper on the tavern wall. Kuei Huang didn't stop him, implying he had anticipated Hong's actions. Seeing this, a Jew followed suit, writing down what he needed and posting it on the wall as well. That's a great idea. Jiu couldn't help but praise him. I used to sit here like a fool, waiting for people to barter at the tavern. But time passes 100 times slower here than outside. I'd wait 10 days or half a month, and no one would ever come to the tavern. Hong smiled upon hearing this and said, "You're way too straightforward." After wrapping up their pointless conversation, they each went their separate ways. Hong opened his eyes and returned to the real world once more. He opened his mouth and swallowed the crimson flame stone, then activated the heaven-repairing divine art to begin refining it. An hour later, Hong suddenly opened his eyes. Blazing flames erupted all around him, his clothes were burned to ashes, and the floor tiles cracked. Hong stood up and brushed the dust off his body, resolving to find an open space for his next talent cultivation session, otherwise, he might accidentally set his house on fire. Grade D crimson flame reaches a temperature of 2000 degrees, several times hotter than Grade E fire-type energy. 9-star martial artists possess exceptionally robust physiques. Ordinary daggers and swords find it difficult to inflict wounds on them. Furthermore, 9-star martial artists are more resistant to heat and cold than ordinary people, but a temperature of 2000 degrees can still cause them some harm. Hong meditated for a while longer this time. It took him only 3 hours to absorb a breath of spiritual energy, and his breathing rhythm was half an hour faster than before. Although his talent had advanced to D-rank Crimson Flame, his meditation efficiency was still too slow. The grow stronger through battle divine ability, which allowed him to grow stronger simply by taking hits, was something Hong couldn't resist once he tried it. Not wanting to waste any more time, Hong decided to take a taxi to Xiangning Mountain. Xiangning Mountain was located in the suburbs, and though the mountains were home to many demon beasts, none of them were particularly powerful. Since no one was attacking him, Hong came up with a good idea: he could find some wild beasts to give him a thorough beating. On the way to Xiangning Mountain, he suddenly thought of Su Firen. Hong took out his phone and sent Su Firen a message, but received no reply. At 3 p.m., Hong arrived at Xiangning Mountain, just as he received a message from Su Firen. Su Firen replied, "I'm practicing, I'm very busy." The message implied that Hong shouldn't disturb her. Hong sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. An indescribable sensation washed over him. He felt as if he swallowed a handful of Ali G, and it was incredibly uncomfortable. Su Firen had helped him twice and even saved his life. After the college entrance exams were over, he had to pay a visit to Dei Prefecture, even if it meant just being ordinary friends. Xiangning Mountain was neither too large nor too small, covering an area of over 100 li. A particular variety of tea grown there was exceptionally delicious and sweet, so every June, many people came up the mountain to pick tea. However, Xiangning Mountain is home to bears, monkeys, and tigers, so it's still somewhat dangerous. While climbing the mountain, Hong encountered several groups of middle-aged women picking tea. He immediately veered off the main path and darted into a desolate section of the mountain. The more remote the area, the greater the chance of encountering monsters and beasts. Hong walked through the overgrown mountains for a day and a night, encountering only a few wild monkeys along the way. He was already thinking of turning back when he finally spotted a black bear dozing. This black bear stood nearly 3 meters tall and was quite stocky. Hong first assessed the bear's aura, which was roughly equivalent to that of a 10-star martial artist, slightly stronger than his own. Having eliminated one instance of Yin energy and tempered his physique, he was naturally stronger than an ordinary 10-star martial artist. However, demon beasts are naturally tough and resilient, making them equally stronger than ordinary 10-star martial artists. Yet Hong wasn't the least bit afraid. When opponents are evenly matched, it's one's wits that decide the outcome. Although this black bear was a demon beast, it hadn't yet developed sentience, so it posed no real threat. He hung his backpack on a tree trunk, then, without hesitation, leaped toward the black bear. The black bear was fast asleep when a fist the size of a sandbag landed squarely on its head. Stung by the pain, the bear jolted awake, let out an angry roar, and charged at Hong. Hong shielded his head, his most vital organ, and stood stock still, waiting for the black bear's attack. The next second, his chest took a heavy blow, and his entire body was sent flying by the black bear, knocking down 2 or 3 camphor trees along the way. Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, "That felt great." Having just withstood the black bear's swipe, 3 breaths of spiritual energy had instantly surged within him, equivalent to more than a dozen hours of arduous cultivation. Seeing Hong get back to his feet, the black bear roared, its voice shaking the surrounding wilderness and causing the leaves to rustle. The black bear lowered itself to the ground, bending its powerful hind legs as it braced for the attack. After a brief silence, the black bear lunged forward suddenly, its body crashing down on Hong like a massive black boulder. Not daring to take the blow head-on, Hong darted to the side, dodging the descending bear, while simultaneously gathering power in his right fist. As the black bear slammed into the ground, Hong's fist ready to strike swinged violently toward the bear's eyes. Arg! The black bear let out another agonized scream and raised both paws, swiping at Hong's body. Seeing this, Hong once again shielded his head, his most vital part, and stood stock still. The black bear's paws struck Hong with the force of Mount Tai crashing down. The immense impact made his legs give way, and he dropped to his knees, skillfully absorbing some of the force. Hong's body could withstand the black bear's blow, but his legs would be injured, perhaps even broken. This was only the beginning. He didn't want to get hurt and waste time recovering. To ensure he could endure a protracted battle, Hong chose to deflect part of the force. Although he deflected some of the force, Hong still gained spiritual energy from both elements, a very decent haul. Kneeling on the ground, Hong was positioned just right. He extended his right hand and, using the monkey steals the peach move, gave the black bear's testicles a hard squeeze. The black bear was instantly enraged and opened its mouth to bite Hong. Hong caught a whiff of the foul stench emanating from the bear's mouth, so he quickly crouched down and crawled under the bear's hind legs, then rolled over and delivered a kick to the bear's back. The fierce battle between man and bear raged on as time flew by, and soon the sun was setting in the west. In the end, the black bear was the first to give out. Having exhausted all its strength, it lay panting on the ground, gasping for breath through its gaping maw. Hong was also somewhat exhausted. He grabbed his backpack, leaped to the top of a tree, and began working on his breakthrough. From today's fierce battle with the black bear, Hong had gained 75 breaths of spiritual energy. Through his meditation and breathing exercises over the past few days, he had also accumulated 15 breaths of spiritual energy, just enough to break through to the 10-star martial artist rank. After completing his breakthrough, Hong's consciousness entered the tavern within the Kunlun Jade token. The note he had left there remained exactly as he had left it. No one had left a message, so he would have to return tomorrow. Hong lay on the treetop with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. Since he was out in the wilderness and the surroundings were unsafe, he couldn't sleep soundly. Normally, he only needed 3 hours of sleep, but today it took him 6 hours to regain his strength. However, because he hadn't rested well, he still felt somewhat listless. The black bear was still asleep. It seemed yesterday's fierce battle had left him thoroughly exhausted. Hong leaped to the ground, looked at the black bear, and shouted, "You demonic creature, I need you to help me with my cultivation." The man and the bear began another fierce battle. Although the black bear was powerful, its stamina was lacking. After 2 or 3 hours of intense fighting, it would run out of energy, and Hong could only wait quietly for it to recover. Since it hadn't had time to hunt, the black bear was also starving, so Hong took some bread out of his Kunlun Jade pendant. After eating and drinking his fill, he tossed a few pieces to the black bear. The black bear merely sniffed at them but didn't eat. The damn thing was actually a picky eater. Hong had no choice but to let the black bear go hunt on its own, while he set out once more in search of demon beasts. This time, after only 3 hours of searching, Hong found a silverback gorilla, which also emitted the aura of a roughly 10-star martial artist. The silverback gorilla was smarter than the black bear but less powerful. A single swat could only grant Hong 2 breaths of spiritual energy. But Hong didn't mind. He continued to battle the silverback gorilla, and a joyful day passed. Today, Hong obtained a total of 85 breaths of spiritual energy. The 10-star martial artist realm is the pinnacle. Breaking through to the next level would make him a 1-star martial master. Breakthroughs in the martial artist realms happen quickly. It only takes a few days to advance one realm. However, breaking through from 10-star martial artist to 1-star martial master is a major hurdle. Not only does it require 500 breaths of spiritual energy, but there is also a chance the breakthrough could fail. As usual, Hong stopped by the tavern inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant to check. There were still no messages left for him, but a few more words had been added to the note written by Ajio. It seemed someone wanted to trade with him. Furthermore, 3 more notes had appeared on the tavern wall, all containing the same information about Hong and expressing a desire to barter. Those with average talent and ordinary cultivation techniques usually get stuck at the 10-star martial artist level and struggle to break through during the high-level exam. Hong was now facing this very situation. After battling Black Bear and Hardback Gorilla for 5 days, he still hadn't managed to accumulate enough spiritual energy. But there was some good news. When he went to the tavern last night, he found a new line of text on the notice board: frowny face, I have pure yang breath. If you're interested in a trade, come meet me tonight at 8 p.m. Upon seeing this message, Hong's jaw dropped. It was actually pure yang breath. If he could trade for pure yang breath, his talent would jump directly from grade D to grade B. But there was one problem: the person hadn't specified what they wanted in exchange, only asking him to log in that night for a meeting. It felt a bit suspicious. That night, Hong dragged his weary body back up to the treetop. He hadn't been getting much rest these past few days, and his body was growing increasingly exhausted. As 8 p.m. approached, he closed his eyes and projected his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade token. The moment he stepped into the tavern, he saw a burly man with a bushy beard sitting at a wooden table. This burly man was tall and sturdy, with broad shoulders and a thick back. His facial features were sharply defined, his eyes bright and piercing, and his skin had a healthy bronze glow. Hong walked up to the man, clasped his fists, and asked, "Do you possess the breath of pure yang?" "My name is Jiang Menghu." The burly man pointed to a piece of paper on the wall and asked, "Did you leave this?" Hong nodded, sat down across from Jiang Menghu, and asked, "What do you need?" "I don't need any of the things listed on that paper." Jiang Menghu's voice was deep and powerful. He looked at Hong and asked, "Your region must be rich in jade, right?" Hong paused for a moment, then realized, "You need a different kind of jade?" Jiang Menghu cut to the chase and said bluntly, "I need multicolored stones." "Can you get them for me?" The Great Xia Kingdom did indeed have multicolored stones, but they were extremely expensive, far beyond Hong's means. "There are multicolored stones, but they're too expensive. If you trade me your pure yang essence for them, I'd be at a huge disadvantage, and besides, I don't have the money to buy them either." Jiang Menghu replied, "Of course I know they're expensive. 5 colored stones are in such high demand across the 9 provinces that they're practically impossible to find on the market. Since you have 5 colored stones there, I'll pay for them. You just need to help me purchase them. Once it's done, I'll give you a portion of pure yang essence as a token of my appreciation. What do you think?" As long as he helped purchase the multicolored stones, he would give him pure yang essence. Hong immediately agreed to the proposal and said, "Deal." Jiang Menghu asked, "What is the price of multicolored stones where you are?" "I'm not entirely sure." "Wait a moment, I'll go out and check." Since there was no internet inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant, Hong had no choice but to go outside to look up the price on his cell phone. After Hong looked up the price on his phone, he went back online. Although only a few minutes had passed outside, Jiang Menghu had been waiting for hundreds of minutes inside the tavern. Jiang Menghu asked impatiently, "How much is it?" "The multicolored stones here are priced by the gram, 500,000 per gram, and they're usually sold in whole pieces." Jiang Menghu asked again, "How much does a whole piece weigh, roughly?" "A small multicolored stone weighs about 10 or so grams, while a large one can weigh up to 1 jin." Upon hearing this, Jiang Menghu pulled several dozen gold bars from his robe. "Take these gold bars to sell, and use the proceeds to buy me a multicolored stone." Hong didn't take the gold bars but asked first, "Aren't you afraid I'll pocket some for myself or keep your gold bars?" These gold bars are a lot for you, but to me, they're just a drop in the bucket. A smile played across Jiang Menghua's chiseled face, and he said generously, if you're short on money, I can give you a few gold bars after this is done. Holy crap! Hong couldn't help but exclaim. That was incredibly generous. The 9 provinces were home to countless nations, each with its own currency, so money circulated only between neighboring countries. But gold was hard currency, it could be exchanged for money in any country, anywhere. Watching Hong put the gold bricks away, Jiang Menghu asked, how many days will it take? When can I get the multicolored stone? After a moment's thought, Hong replied, at 8 p.m. 5 days from now, I'll bring the rainbow stone to the tavern. Jiang Menghu held out his hand and said with a smile, it's a deal. Hong shook his hand and, smiling as well, replied, it's a deal. After returning to the real world, Hong rested until dawn. He didn't leave Shangning Mountain but continued his fierce battles with the black bear and the silverback gorilla as usual. Finally, late at night, Hong gathered 500 breaths of spiritual energy, but he didn't attempt his breakthrough right then and there. When a martial artist breaks through to the martial master realm, they need a quiet environment free from disturbances, otherwise, the breakthrough is likely to fail. Having painstakingly gathered 500 breaths of spiritual energy, with demon beasts lurking all around, he dared not attempt the breakthrough there. Hong left Shangning Mountain that very night and took a taxi home. By the time he arrived, it was already 3 p.m. He'd been exhausted these past few days and hadn't gotten proper rest. Physical exhaustion could also cause the breakthrough to fail. Hong didn't want to take any chances, so he took a shower first, then collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He slept straight through until the next morning. His stomach was growling a bit. Hunger could also affect the breakthrough. Hong washed his face and brushed his teeth, then went out to eat a hearty meal before returning home. He also brought breakfast for Hong Lan and Hong Hu, reminding them, I'm about to make a breakthrough, you must not disturb me. Back in his room, Hong locked the door from the inside, lit a stick of incense, and sat cross-legged on the floor. With everything prepared, he still did not begin the breakthrough immediately. Instead, he calmed his breath and focused his mind, adjusting his mental state. After more than 10 minutes, Hong felt he was ready. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached perfection, and everything was in place. He was determined to succeed on the first try. Hong mobilized all the spiritual energy within his body. Instantly, it surged through him like a river in full flood, coursing through the 8 extraordinary meridians, the acupoints of the celestial circuit, and every limb and bone. For exactly 500 breaths, the spiritual energy circulated repeatedly, and his physique grew increasingly resilient. Soon after, a fist-sized ball of white spiritual energy formed in Hong's dantian. Spiritual energy compressed to the point of near solidity. But it wasn't enough. Hong strained every muscle in his body, frantically compressing this ball of white spiritual energy. The sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed within him, the sounds produced when spiritual energy is compressed to its absolute limit. Suddenly, the shackles within him shattered with a thunderous crash, the shackles that bound a martial artist from advancing to the rank of martial master. A boundless surge of energy erupted, causing the entire room to tremble. In Hong's dantian, the dense spiritual energy had been compressed into a sphere. Because he possessed the scarlet flame talent, the surface of this coin-sized sphere glowed a fiery red. This sphere was the martial master spill, the very source of a martial master's power. Hong opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. From this moment on, he was a martial master. Jiang Menghu had given him 58 gold bricks, each weighing 5,000 grams. Today's gold price was 600 yuan per gram. Hong silently did the math in his head and calculated that 58 gold bars would sell for a total of 174 million. The price of multicolored stones was 500,000 per gram, so 174 million would buy 348 grams of multicolored stones. However, selling such a large quantity of gold bars outright might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Hong had no choice but to put on a mask and a hat, slip into Hun Sen's adult-sized jacket, and head to the neighboring city. He found a large jewelry store, took out a gold bar, placed it on the counter, and in a deepened voice said, "Exchange this for cash." 1 gold bar could fetch 3 million, which, while still a large sum, was much less conspicuous than 174 million. Because he was wearing a mask and a hat, no one could see Hong's face, which helped him avoid prying eyes. After selling one gold bar, Hong took another taxi to the next jewelry store, repeating the process over and over. He would also take time to go to the restroom, take out the clothes stored in his Kunlun jade pendant, and change his outfit to avoid being followed. Perhaps he was just imagining things or being overly suspicious, but better safe than sorry. Although he had broken through to one-star martial master, his cultivation level was still nowhere near sufficient, so he had to proceed with extreme caution. To avoid attracting attention, Hong would take a taxi out of the city every night and head to other districts. He traveled to 4 different districts this way. It wasn't until noon on the 5th day that he finally sold all the gold bricks. Looking at the cash in his Kunlun jade pendant, Hong changed his disguise once more and headed to the largest jade market in Jianghuai province. As he walked into the jade market, he spotted Ruyan and her best friend. Not wanting to complicate matters, Hong remained silent. Since his disguise was fairly convincing, Ruyan didn't recognize Hong and was chatting and laughing with her friend. "This jade is so beautiful. I really want it. If you like it, you can ask Long Outyan to buy it for you. Long Outyan is so stingy. Hong is much more generous with me. I even suspect he is a fake rich second generation. Since Hong is so good to you, why did you break up with him? Hong has the most useless F-rank talent. Would you date someone with an F-rank talent? Plus, his dad is dead, so he'll just be an ordinary person from now on. How could he possibly be good enough for me? That makes sense. I definitely wouldn't date an F-rank loser. I'd be worried about how it would affect our future children's genes." Hearing the conversation between Ruyan and her best friend, Hong rolled his eyes. It really was true that birds of a feather flock together. Su Firan didn't care that his talent was poor, nor did he look down on himself. The gap between people was like the gap between humans and dogs. People like Ruyan weren't even worthy of being called human. Hong walked straight up to the female saleswoman and whispered, "I'd like to buy some jade." Seeing Hong, who was dressed very conservatively, the saleswoman politely asked, "Sir, what kind of jade are you looking for?" Hong lowered his voice and said, "5-color stone." Upon hearing those 3 words, the saleswoman's expression froze for a moment, then she cautioned, "Sir, 5-color stone costs 500,000 per gram." "Of course I know that," Hong said, glancing around. "There are too many prying eyes out there. Does your store have a VIP lounge?" The saleswoman was quick to pick up on the situation and immediately nodded. "Please follow me." The two entered the VIP lounge. The saleswoman brought in some tea and then asked, "How many grams of multicolored jade do you need?" "The smallest piece we have is 13 grams. Hong made a casual wave of his hand, and a small mountain of cash materialized out of thin air in the VIP lounge. "Here's 174 million. I need a multicolored stone weighing less than 348 grams. Seeing him conjure an object out of thin air, the saleswoman's eyes widened. It was a spatial artifact. Spatial artifacts are extremely valuable. Ordinary people simply cannot afford them. The saleswoman turned to look at Hong and immediately sensed a powerful aura, one possessed only by a martial emperor. Hong slipped a ring onto his left hand, and a faint glow flared up. He quickly withdrew his left hand to avoid drawing the saleswoman's attention. Years ago, while investigating a case, Hong Sin had confiscated a ring specifically designed to conceal one's identity. Once Hong put on this ring, anyone trying to sense him would perceive an aura no less powerful than that of a martial emperor. Hong had always treated this ring as a toy, never expecting it to come in handy at a time like this. The saleswoman's tone grew even more respectful, and she hurriedly said, "I'll have the manager come over to speak with you." With Hong wearing this ring, only someone at the martial emperor realm could detect the truth. But in a small place like Jianghuai province, there were only a handful of martial emperors. Soon, a young, handsome manager arrived. He was at the 8-star martial spirit realm. "I heard you're interested in purchasing a 5-colored stone?" Hong gave a non-committal and said indifferently, "The money is on the floor." The manager replied nervously, "I heard from the saleswoman about your request, but the largest multicolored stone we have in the store is only 192 grams. Hong let out a slight sigh of dissatisfaction. "Just find me a 156-gram multicolored stone that'll do just fine." I understand. Please wait a moment, the male manager said respectfully before jogging off. Shortly afterward, the male manager returned with 2 boxes, each containing a piece of multicolored jade. Hong didn't move but said, "Count the money. If everything is in order, I'll be on my way." The male manager placed the boxes on the table next to Hong, then called over several people. Before long, they had finished counting the bills. The female saleswoman approached with great deference and said, "We've finished counting the money. The amount is exactly right." Upon hearing this, Hong stopped haggling, reached out to tuck the 2 multicolored jade stones into his Kunlun jade pendant, and immediately stood up to leave. The male manager, wearing a forced smile, saw that Hong was about to leave. He pulled a piece of red jade from his chest, bent down, and handed it to Hong, saying, "Sir, this is a gift for you." "Is this carnelian?" Hong asked in a hoarse voice. "This isn't cheap." The male manager replied respectfully, "To be honest with you, we actually made 10 million from your purchase of the multicolored stones today. This piece of crimson carnelian is worth 8 million. Consider it a rebate from our store. If you ever plan to buy jade in the future, we hope you'll choose our store first." Upon hearing this, Hong accepted the crimson carnelian and said casually, "All right." Watching Hong's retreating figure, the male manager said to the female salesperson standing beside him, "He speaks concisely and sparingly, walks with the stride of a dragon and the presence of a tiger. He has got the bearing of a true master." The female salesperson agreed, "There are only a few martial emperors in our Jianghuai province, and he is probably one of them. But because of his status, he can't reveal himself, which is why he is in disguise." The male manager nodded and said, "You did a good job this time. If he comes to our store again, you need to be even more polite and respectful." Hong returned home and shed his disguise. It was nearly 8 p.m. He hurried back to his room and entered the Kunlun jade pendant with his consciousness. Jiang Menghu hadn't arrived yet. In the tavern, there was only one tall, slender young man, sitting alone at a wooden table drinking. The young man was unremarkable in appearance, tall and thin as a bamboo pole, with lifeless eyes that made him look listless. Hong, bored, walked up to the counter and said, "Warm up 2 pots of wine and bring a plate of aniseed beans." Kuei Huang tapped the wooden counter and said bluntly, "Pay first." "My friend will be here soon, I'll have him settle the bill," Hong said with a smile. But Kuei Huang wouldn't give him any leeway. "Here, you pay before you drink. Besides, I already treated you last time." A tall, thin man at the next table reached out, casually tossed a silver coin onto the counter, and said indifferently, "It's on me." Seeing this, Kuei Huang handed a jug of wine to Hong. Hong took it and was about to thank the tall, slender man. But the man waved his hand, signaling Hong not to be polite. "No need to thank me. All wine lovers or family our meeting is a matter of fate. May I ask your name?" Hong sat down across from the tall, slender man. "You can call me Long Yuan." "You can call me Jianjiu," the tall, slender man said, raising his wine jug. Hong clinked his jug against Jianjiu's. "Jianjiu, what a strange name, it sounded more like a code name." Jianjiu downed the entire contents of his jug in one gulp, then immediately stood up and left. Just then, Jiang Menghu entered the tavern, and the two passed each other. Jiang Menghu glanced back at Jianjiu, then walked over to Hong's table and asked, "Do you two know each other?" "We just met," Hong said. "His name is Jianjiu, it's probably a nickname or an alias." Upon hearing the words Jianjiu, Jiang Menghu paused for a moment and said, "He must be a sword cultivator from the city of Sword Rain, and that is definitely not an alias." Upon hearing this, Hong asked, "What is the city of Sword Rain?" Jiang Menghu explained, "The most renowned sword cultivators in the 9 provinces usually come from 2 places, the city of Sword Rain and Luofu Sword Tomb. Luofu Sword Tomb was originally called Sword Tomb, but because it's located in the Luofu realm, it's also known as Luofu Sword Tomb. Sword cultivators from the city of Sword Rain all have very distinctive names. Their surname is Jian Sword, and their given names are numbers, for example, Jenny, Jenair, Zhenjiu, Zhenshirlu, and Zhenbashi. But these names aren't chosen at random. The strongest person in the city of Sword Rain is called Jianyi, the second strongest is Jianair, and so on, but the number never goes beyond Jianibai. Sword cultivators in the city of Sword Rain are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, like raindrops falling from the sky. That Sword 9 you just met. The fact that he ranks 9th in a place like this means he must be one of the very best sword cultivators in the 9 provinces. Jiang Menghu concluded, the city of Sword Rain and the Luofu Sword Tomb are sacred sites in the hearts of sword cultivators across the 9 provinces. You've met quite a big shot, kid. I've learned a lot. Hong took out 2 multicolored stones and held them out to Jiang Menghu. The gold brick you gave me is enough to buy a 348-gram multicolored stone, but I don't have one that large on hand. Jiang Menghu accepted the multicolored stones, then took out a small porcelain vial and handed it to Hong, saying, the pure yang essence is inside. At first, Hong didn't take the small porcelain bottle. Seeing this, Jiang Menghu tapped his own head, then took out 3 gold bricks and said, these are the gold bricks I promised you. Thank you, Hong said, clasping his hands in a bow of gratitude, before putting away the 3 gold bricks and the small porcelain bottle. I have other business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After receiving the multicolored stone, Jiang Menghu couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly left the tavern. Hong went to the counter, grabbed some paper and a pen, rewrote the note, and added a line at the end, Jade Procurement Service, please leave a message if interested. Back in the real world, Hong didn't rush to consume the pure yang essence, because the heat generated after enhancing his talent was so intense that it might burn down the house. So in the middle of the night, he rode his electric scooter alone to a secluded spot by a small river. There were no flammable materials nearby, and the river was right there. If it got too hot, he could just jump in. Hong unscrewed the cap and, as if drinking water, opened his mouth and downed the pure yang breath in one gulp. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 89 mystical skill, a force of pure yang would arise within one's body. What he consumed at that moment could not be considered the full power of pure yang, but merely a trace of its essence. The scorching breath traveled down his throat, and a familiar heat spread throughout Hong's body. He immediately activated the repairing the heavens divine art. Hong channeled grayish-black spiritual energy, wrapping it layer by layer around the pure yang breath and gradually devouring it. He radiated such intense heat that the surrounding air began to warp. The river water beside him looked like boiling water, instantly releasing vast plumes of steam. Due to the scorching heat, the ground beneath Hong's buttocks turned charred black, and the leaves on a distant tree rapidly withered and turned yellow, then rustled as they fell, but before they could reach the ground, they turned to ash. The gray-black vortex within Hong's body was devouring the pure yang qi, but because the energy of the pure yang qi was so immense, it took a full 3 hours to consume it entirely. After successfully absorbing the pure yang power, his innate talent was upgraded to grade B yang flame. Hong opened his eyes, just as he was about to summon a yang flame from the palm of his hand to test its power. But suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his forehead, as if the space between his eyebrows were about to split open. What was going on? Could something have gone wrong while he was upgrading his talent? Hong clutched his head, veins bulging on his face. The pain at his brow was so intense that he kept banging his head against the ground, trying to ease the agony. The pain lasted for several full minutes before gradually subsiding. Hong took his phone out of the Kunlun Jade pendant and opened the camera app. He wanted to see what had happened to his forehead. The phone screen displayed Hong's pale face. He was drenched in sweat, his hair disheveled. Moreover, a golden mark had appeared on his brow, curving upward at the top and downward at the bottom, forming an S shape. As he watched black impurities seep from his body, Hong instantly realized that his physique had just undergone another round of tempering. Every time he eliminated a yin number, his physique was tempered, and after doing so, he would also gain a divine ability. Since this was the second time he had eliminated a yin number, Hong obtained the second divine ability from the 89 mystical skill, the Eye of the Tao. The 89 mystical skill contains extensive descriptions of the Eye of the Tao, commonly known as the Heavenly Eye. It can gaze upon the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. It can observe the 3,000 worlds in the distance and discern the finest details up close. To put it in layman's terms, the Heavenly Eye functions like a telescope, a magnifying glass, X-ray vision, and night vision. Furthermore, the Heavenly Eye can fire highly destructive laser beams, though this consumes an enormous amount of spiritual energy. At Hong's current cultivation level, he can fire at most one shot before collapsing from exhaustion. The Heavenly Eye's greatest use, however, lies in comprehending cultivation techniques and martial arts. Even the most abstruse and complex martial arts can be mastered by Hong after merely observing them a few times through the heavenly eye. Hong touched the golden mark between his eyebrows, guiding the spiritual energy within his body to converge there. A fine crack slowly opened in the golden mark, and as the crack widened, an eye appeared. This eye had a golden pupil and a cold, merciless gaze. It was none other than the legendary Eye of the Tao. When the third eye above Hong's brow opened fully, a golden light suddenly burst forth from its pupil. This light was like a golden lantern, illuminating everything around him. Wherever the golden light fell, everything suddenly fell silent. The ripples on the river ceased, and even the frogs in the distance stopped croaking. Hong's senses sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch all became keen. Not a single sound or movement in his surroundings could escape his notice. It was a wondrous sensation, as if everything were within his grasp, with every movement of the world around him enveloped by his own senses. Hong turned his head to look at the water vapor rising from the river. The steam seemed to rise in slow motion, ascending only bit by bit, as if a TV had been set to slow motion. But it wasn't that the steam had actually slowed down. Rather, Hong's visual senses were so acute that he perceived this visual effect. Hong found this extremely uncomfortable. Because the scene before him was in slow motion, he felt his limbs becoming uncoordinated, a very unpleasant sensation. He immediately stopped channeling spiritual energy, and the third eye slowly closed, eventually transforming into an S-shaped golden mark. The discomfort dissipated along with it. Hong reached out to touch the golden mark. It was as smooth as ever, without a single crack. Aside from the golden mark, the area above his brow seemed no different from usual. It appeared that a crack would only form above his brow when he actively opened the third eye. Hong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a third eye appearing above his brow would look rather terrifying. With his talent having advanced to the B rank Sunflower, Hong extended his right hand, and a burst of vibrant crimson gold flame erupted from his palm. The flame's temperature was extremely high, instantly vaporizing the moisture in the air. Even from 100 meters away, one could still feel a searing heat. Is this what Sunflower is? Hong marveled. It's absolutely terrifying. The Sunflower in his hand could reduce a 10-star martial artist to ashes in just 3 seconds. If he learned a few powerful fire-based martial arts techniques, he could still inflict significant damage even on a martial master at the same cultivation level. Hong rode his electric scooter back home. The Eye of the Tao could slow down enemies, giving him a massive advantage in combat. However, after activating the Eye of the Tao, he felt lightheaded and unsteady on his feet, a sensation as unpleasant as having drunk too much counterfeit alcohol. With only 30-odd days left until the college entrance exams, there wasn't enough time in the real world, so Hong had no choice but to enter the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Time flows 100 times slower inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant than outside. With the Eye of Heaven activated, 10 hours of adaptation here are equivalent to 1,000 hours outside. Although he cannot practice breathing exercises inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant, he can hone his martial arts proficiency there. Hong took out the Great E Spear manual stored in the Kunlun Jade Pendant and flipped through it while adjusting to the Eye of Heaven. A month for the staff, a year for the sword, a lifetime for the spear. Spear techniques require the most time to hone. Su Firan had once told Hong that ever since she could stand steadily as a child, she had held a spear in her hands. She had now been practicing for over a decade. Among weapons, staff techniques are the easiest to learn, while sword techniques are also relatively simple with their sweeping, wide movements, though slightly harder to master than staff techniques. Hong didn't particularly like the spear deep down. He preferred the sweeping, wide movements of the sword, which is why he had never practiced the Great E Spear manual. There was no specific reason, it was simply a matter of personal preference. Even though this was a spear manual created by the 10 ancient heroes, Hong still didn't like it. With the college entrance exams approaching, he felt it was time to learn a few martial arts techniques. Hong walked into the tavern and wrote another note: wanted, fire element martial arts techniques and sword manuals, high reward offered. After writing these words, he posted the note on the wall, then left the tavern to continue adapting to the heavenly eye. Hong had spent over 800 hours adapting to it, though only 8 hours had passed in the real world. Feeling he had enough, he finally left the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Back in the real world, he activated the heavenly eye once more. This time, the sensation was much more comfortable, though still slightly uncomfortable. It was a huge improvement over before. Hong nodded. As long as he gave himself time, he was certain he could adapt perfectly to the heavenly eye. After coming out, Hong didn't idle. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began his breathing exercises. Back when he still had a D-rank talent, it took him 3 hours of breathing exercises to gain a single breath of spiritual energy. But now that he had a B-rank talent, his breathing exercises were faster. He could gain a single breath of spiritual energy in just an hour and a half. At this rate, if he practiced for 15 hours a day, he could gain a total of 10 breaths of spiritual energy, which was a decent efficiency. However, breaking through the martial master realm was a slow process. Advancing from a 1-star martial master to a 2-star martial master required a massive amount of spiritual energy. Even if he gathered 10 breaths of spiritual energy through Qigong practice every day, it would take at least a month to break through to 2-star martial master. Getting beaten up was actually more efficient. A single day of being attacked by demon beasts could yield over 80 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong found himself longing for the sensation of being beaten. However, demon beasts are naturally afraid of creatures stronger than themselves. It's their biological instinct. Hong is now a 1-star martial master. If he were to return to Xiangming Mountain now, neither the silver-backed gorillas nor the black bears would dare to attack him upon seeing him. They would simply flee in panic. This situation is similar to that with Sun Xiaochuan. Because Hong is stronger, Sun Xiaochuan dares not strike him, and demon beasts react in much the same way. Hong is now a 1-star martial master with a grade B talent. In the future, during the college entrance exams, as long as his luck isn't too bad, he should be able to get into a first-tier university. As for top-tier universities, given his current circumstances, he has almost no hope. But this isn't his fault. It's simply that it's very difficult for ordinary people to get into top-tier universities. There are only 10 top-tier universities, and with so many applicants vying for so few spots, it's extremely difficult to gain admission. Another factor is that spots at top-tier universities are almost entirely snapped up by prominent clans. These clans possess devices to detect talent, while ordinary people can only wait for designated times to take free aptitude tests. Take the De Manor, for example, a prominent clan like this. As soon as Su Firen turned 18, he went immediately to awaken his talent. Hong began his training 10 months later than Su Firen. Su Firen had been practicing with a spear since he was just a few years old, so his combat skills were leagues ahead of Hong's. Unless one possessed an SSS-rank talent like Xiao, an ordinary person like Hong whose talent was nothing special could only hope to get into a first-rate university at best. Hong felt a sense of injustice deep in his heart, even fantasizing about trampling the bones of nobles on the celestial streets and filling the city with golden armor. Of course, it was just a fantasy. He was still just a nobody, not even worth a second glance, so he could only get his high in his own head. In the days that followed, Hong practiced breathing exercises during the day and spent his evenings in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, adapting to the heavenly eye for 2 hours at a time. After repeating this routine for several days, the calendar rolled to the end of June. After fully adapting to the heavenly eye, Hong took a moment to check the tavern. He discovered that a new message had been added to the note he'd written: "I have what you're looking for. Come find me at the tavern tomorrow night at 8 p.m. 8 o'clock that night." Hong entered the Kunlun Jade Pendant right on time. He had posted a total of 3 notes in the tavern. The first note read, "Heavy rewards offered for all kinds of rare treasures and natural resources." The second read, "Jade Purchasing Service." And the third read, "Heavy rewards offered for fire element martial arts techniques and sword manuals." Over the past few days, the tavern walls had also been covered with numerous notes, densely packed. There must have been 80 or 90 of them. Hong entered the tavern, where 3 people were inside. Ah Jio was talking privately with an unfamiliar woman, presumably conducting a transaction. A stern-looking middle-aged man was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. He was dressed in a suit, looking like a white-collar worker. This must be the man. Hong immediately walked up to him and struck up a conversation. "Hello, I'm looking to purchase fire element martial arts techniques and sword manuals. Did you post that notice?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes, gave Hong a quick once-over, and then nodded. Seeing this, Hong sat down across from the man and asked, "Are you selling martial arts techniques or the sword manual?" The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to the piece of paper labeled Jade Procurement and asked, "The information on this paper, you left that too, didn't you?" Hong nodded. This middle-aged man had keen eyes. He actually recognized his own handwriting. The middle-aged man pulled out 2 books, pushed them toward Hong, and then said, "This is a low-tier Earth rank sword manual and a top-tier mystic rank fire element martial art." Hong didn't take the books but watched the man warily and asked, "And then?" "Since you're in the jade procurement business, that means jade must be abundant where you're from." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing, "As long as you can help me acquire some crimson chalcedony, I'll give you these 2 books. Hong fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. A few days earlier, when he helped Jiang Menghu purchase multicolored stones, the male manager had given him a piece of crimson chalcedony as a gift. But since he didn't have much money left, Hong had originally planned to sell the crimson carnelian to raise funds. Although a low-tier Earth rank sword manual and a top-tier mystic rank fire element martial art were worth more than the crimson carnelian. A penny can stump even a hero, and without money, one can't go anywhere. He still had to go to college and pay tuition, so he couldn't afford to be without cash. Once Hong was admitted to Martial Artist University, he would have to travel far away to attend school, so he planned to leave the 3 gold bricks Jiang Menghu had given him to Hong Lan and Hong Hu. After his parents died, as the eldest brother, he had to take on the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings. This was also his father's dying wish. Hong was about to refuse, but the middle-aged man sensed his thoughts and, anticipating his words, spoke first, "Don't be so quick to refuse. This fire element martial art of mine can synergize with this sword manual. When combined, their power rivals even that of a high-tier Earth rank martial art." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Hong closed his mouth slightly. He didn't refuse immediately. "I gather your cultivation level isn't very high, so you certainly can't use heaven-tier martial arts that require vast amounts of spiritual energy. And you don't have enough spiritual energy to perform even slightly weaker high-tier Earth-tier martial arts." The middle-aged man extended his index finger and tapped the 2 books on the wooden table, then continued, "These 2 martial arts manuals and the sword manual are exactly what you need. Don't let this opportunity slip away. You won't get another chance like this in the future." After a moment's hesitation, Hong said, "I happen to have a piece of crimson chalcedony. I can trade it with you." Just as the middle-aged man had said, money could always be earned again, but if he missed out on these 2 books, he might never have such a good opportunity again. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Though his face remained largely expressionless at his age and cultivation level, he had long since learned to keep his emotions in check. "I'll go get it for you." Hong stepped out of the tavern and retrieved the crimson carnelian from the spatial pocket outside. The Kunlun jade token was a spatial artifact. Anything stored within it would appear outside the tavern. Upon returning to the tavern, Hong placed the crimson agate on the wooden table. The middle-aged man pushed the 2 books toward Hong, and they each took the other's items. Hong picked up the 2 books and glanced at them. The fire element martial art was titled the Great Burning Heaven Sutra, and the sword manual was titled the Sutra of the Unfettered Sword. "My name is Luo Feng." The middle-aged man put away the crimson carnelian, glanced down at Hong's hands, and added, "I might need your help with some purchases in the future." "My name is Long Yuan." Hong didn't refuse, but said, "If there's anything I can help with, just let me know, but I'll charge you for it." "Wait a moment." Luo Feng stood up and walked out of the tavern, but returned quickly, holding a blade in his hand. Luo Feng tossed the blade to Hong and said, "This blade is called Zhengyang. It's just right for you. Consider it an advance payment from me." Although he felt a bit indebted for accepting a gift, Hong didn't have a blade that suited him, so he had no choice but to take the solar blade, smiling as he thanked him. "Then I'll take you up on that." Luo Feng waved his hand, turned, and left the tavern without another word. This Luo Feng was no ordinary man. He seemed able to read Hong's thoughts. Hong felt as though his every move was completely under Luo Feng's control. First, Luo Feng had recognized his handwriting, and then, when Hong was about to refuse to give him the crimson agate, Luo Feng had appealed to his emotions and reason, persuading him to change his mind. Finally, with just a glance, Luo Feng saw that Hong had never held a sword before, so he immediately gave him a solar blade, thereby putting Hong in his debt. And just as Hong was about to thank him, Luo Feng walked away without a word, leaving him no chance to express his gratitude, acting as if he expected nothing in return for his kindness. Hong couldn't help but marvel inwardly. this Luo Feng is truly a master. He had completely read me like a book. If Luo Feng asked for my help next time, there was a high chance I wouldn't refuse. After putting away the 2 books and the solar blade, Hong also walked out of the tavern. He set the books down and eagerly drew the blade from its sheath. The solar blade was long and straight, its blade glowing red, clearly a fire elemental weapon. Since the solar blade was single-edged, a blade of this shape was also known as a broadsword. Hong twirled it a few times. It felt great in his hand. He planted the solar blade into the ground, then picked up the Great Burning Heaven Manual and the Sutra of the Unfettered Sword, poring over their contents. 4 hours passed quickly, but inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant, it was 400 hours. It was already past midnight. Today was July 1st. At the end of this month, the Great Xia Kingdom would hold its martial arts college entrance exams. 30 days was, of course, not enough time for Hong to master the Great Burning Heaven technique and the Sword Sutra of No Delusion, but inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant, time passed 100 times slower than on the outside. This meant that Hong still had 3,000 days inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant, equivalent to 8 years in the real world. Never mind 8 years, even 8 months would be enough for him to master the Great Burning Heaven art and the Sword Sutra of No Delusion. Hong activated his celestial eye. While getting used to it, he picked up the solar blade and, following the instructions in the Sword Sutra of No Delusion, began practicing his sword techniques. Hong had long since placed his diary inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant, and since the time had come, he could now turn to the 7th page. July 1st, 5025, the college entrance exams are coming up at the end of the month. Su Firan has been practicing diligently lately, so she hasn't had time to spend with me. But she promised me that once the exams are over, she'll go on a trip with me. July 8, 5025, for the past few days, I've been trading with people inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant. I've obtained several rare treasures and successfully raised my talent to grade B. My chi circulation has also sped up. July 9, 5025, since Su Firan is in seclusion and I don't know anyone at the Dei Manor, I have no choice but to stay in my room and practice. July 14, 5025, today, I broke through to become a 3-star martial artist. July 25, 5025, today, I broke through to become a 4-star martial artist. July 29, 5025, the martial artist college entrance exam is tomorrow. Su Firan has emerged from seclusion, but she is a bit nervous. She says she is afraid of letting her family down. I told her not to worry too much as long as she performs to her true potential. Her skills are more than enough to get her into a top-tier university. July 30, 5025, today is the day of the martial artist college entrance exam. It will be broadcast live on TV, and Old Master Su invited me to watch the competition with him. But there were other members of the Su family in the room, and I felt a bit suffocated and uncomfortable. It seemed as if someone was secretly sizing me up. July 31, 5025, the martial artist college entrance exam is still underway. The competition is fierce. Half the contestants were eliminated on the very first day. August 1, 5025, the Su family and I were watching the live broadcast. The camera happened to cut to Su Firan. Her moves were crisp and decisive. She took out her opponent with a single strike. Everyone cheered wildly, and I was thrilled too. August 3, 5025, the number of competitors on the field is dwindling. Only the final 10 remain. Although I really hope Su Firan takes first place, Chanan and Lai are simply too strong. Even Old Master Su said the top spot would come down to one of them. August 4, 5025, the college entrance exam competition has finally ended. The results were pretty much as I expected. Su Firan successfully secured 3rd place, which is an excellent achievement that will get her into a top-tier university. The 3rd place Su Firan won refers to 3rd place in the competition, not the 3rd place character wearing a mask. August 8, 5025, a few days ago, Su Firan and I were traveling in Jiangnan province. After we returned today, Su Firan received her acceptance letter. She has been admitted to Tianwu Academy. She was so happy she gave me a big hug. August 9, 5025, Old Man Su just told me in private that he has connections to get me into a top-tier university. He asked if I'd be willing. Of course I'm willing. I wouldn't hesitate for a second. August 15, 5025, today, Su Firan and I boarded the interdimensional spacecraft. Old Master Su gave me a letter of recommendation and asked me to pass it on to the Vice President of Tianwu Academy. But I don't know if his influence will be enough. If that vice president doesn't give him the respect he deserves, I have to slink back to the Great Xia Kingdom in disgrace? That's all this page records. Hong had previously underestimated the heroes of the world. He assumed Su Firen was certain to take first place. Unexpectedly, the Great Xia Kingdom was teeming with talent. Besides Su Firen, there were also figures like Lai and Shannon. However, since the diary doesn't provide detailed records, all he knows is that one of them took second place and the other claimed first. The last time Su Firen visited, she had successfully broken through to the 8-star martial artist realm. She had gone into seclusion for a while after returning, and before the martial artist college entrance exam, she might break through to the martial master realm. As for Lai and Shannon, they should also be at the martial master realm. Breaking through from martial master to martial spirit is extremely difficult. None of the three had any hope of reaching the martial spirit realm. The highest they could achieve was martial master. I am currently a 1-star martial master. If I follow the proper breathing exercises diligently, I might reach 2-star martial master at most before the martial arts college entrance exam begins. The 2-star martial master realm is completely insignificant compared to Lai, Shannon, and Su Firen. I would merely be considered a minion or cannon fodder. Moreover, since Su Firen and I aren't dating, old man Tianbao 1 write a recommendation letter for me. If I'm lucky, I might get into a first-tier university. But even a piece of dried fish has dreams, let alone a living, breathing person like Hong, who also wants to get into a top-tier university. The gap between top-tier and first-tier universities is like the difference between heaven and earth, a world apart. One is like a fairy in the 9th heaven, the other is like a peasant woman toiling in the fields. There are only 10 top-tier universities, with a combined enrollment of just 300,000 students. In contrast, there are 2,000 first-rate universities, with a combined enrollment of 20 million students. As for second and third-tier universities, there are even more, too many to count. The 9 provinces stretch endlessly. The eastern sacred continent is home to 1 million nations, and the Great Xia Kingdom is just one of them. However, while the Great Xia Kingdom is considered a powerful nation among these million, it still lags far behind the top tier and superpowers. The Great Xia Empire comprises 2 capitals and 13 provinces. Zhanghuai province alone has hundreds of thousands of students each year, but only half of them will take the martial artist college entrance exam. Therefore, when the 2 capitals and 13 provinces are combined, there are roughly 2 million examinees. The martial artist college entrance exam is a nationwide standardized test. On the day of the exam, 2 million examinees will be dropped into the same battlefield. 2 million examinees will fight to the death on the same battlefield. The more examinees eliminated and the longer one survives, the higher the final ranking will be. However, in this martial artist college entrance exam, the vast majority of students will serve as cannon fodder, especially those who haven't broken through to the martial master realm, who are destined to be at the mercy of others. For candidates like Hong, who have broken through to the martial master realm, the situation is slightly better. But if he encounters a martial master of a higher realm, he'll have no choice but to flee. This wasn't a viable solution. Even breaking through to a 2-star martial master wasn't enough. It seemed his only option was to go out and find someone to beat him up, in hopes of advancing several realms at once. Could he hire a private tutor to beat him up, or pay someone to give him a thorough thrashing? In the real world, both of these ideas would be baffling. What normal person would pay someone to beat them up? Only a masochist would do that. When Hong thought of masochists, a light bulb went off in his head, and he immediately came up with an idea. He could pretend to be a masochist and then hire someone to whip him. Of course, no normal person would agree to such an outrageous and absurd request, so he'd have to find someone with violent tendencies. As for where to find people with violent tendencies, he had no choice but to ask Uncle Wang for help. Working in the security sector, he was bound to come into contact with such people. Uncle Wang refused to go along with it, so Hong tried every trick in the book to persuade him, but Uncle Wang simply wouldn't agree. Left with no other option, Hong lied and said, "I'm doing this to treat people with violent tendencies." But this wasn't really a lie after all. He'd been beaten up, and the other person had vented their aggression. How could that not be considered therapy? In the end, Uncle Wang gave Hong a name and warned him to speak politely to the person. When Hong found this person, he was taken aback, because the person's appearance alone screamed violent tendencies. She was a woman over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and stocky, with a massive frame and explosive muscles all over her body. The veins on her arms bulged, and she must have weighed around 300 Gene. Upon seeing this heroic woman, Hong couldn't help but swallow hard and instinctively took a few steps back. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The heroic woman's voice was deep and powerful. I have a masochistic tendency," Hong stammered nervously, his speech slurring. "I heard you have a violent streak. Would you beat me up?" The heroine gave him a baffled look. "What do you mean by that? Are you making fun of me?" "That's pretty much what I mean. If you don't believe me, go ahead and hit me." No sooner had Hong finished speaking than a heavy punch landed squarely on his face, sending him tumbling more than 10 meters before he finally regained his footing. A 3-star martial master, Hong quickly assessed the female hero's strength. From that single punch, he had absorbed 3 breaths worth of spiritual energy. Hong crouched on the ground, wiped the blood trickling from his nose, and sneered, "You're too weak." Without even needing much provocation, the female hero charged at him like a bullet, launching an uppercut. Hong was sent spiraling into the air. Before he could even hit the ground, the female hero delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, striking him hard in the chest. Hong was sent flying backward, bending a solid steel utility pole as he crashed into it. 5 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong coughed up a mouthful of blood, a searing pain radiating from his chest. He staggered to his feet and sneered once more, "Is that all you've got?" The female hero couldn't stand being disrespected for a moment. Her anger made her bare her teeth. She took 2 long strides to close the distance, then knocked Hong to the ground with a single punch. Then, the heroine straddled Hong and landed a dozen or so punches in rapid succession, thud, 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 thud. Hong lost consciousness after just a dozen or so punches, and when he woke up, it was already the following afternoon. A kind stranger had taken him to the hospital, where Hong Lan and Hong Hu were by his side. Seeing Hong awake, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The female hero's combat prowess was far beyond Hong's expectations, and he felt a bit guilty for causing Hong Hu and Hong Lan to worry for no reason. After returning home, Hong meditated for several days and practiced his martial arts in the Kunlun Jade Pendant at night. On the 7th day of the 7th month, he had gathered enough spiritual energy to break through to 2-star martial master. Not wanting to worry Hong Hu and Hong Lan, whenever he went to provoke the female hero again and felt he was about to be overwhelmed, Hong would decisively flee, denying her the chance to kill him. On the 18th day of the 7th month, Hong broke through to 3-star martial master. At this point, there were only 11 days left until the college entrance exams. With time running short, he frequently went to provoke the female hero. This time, it took him only 8 days to break through to 4-star martial master. Moreover, just last night, Hong obtained another rare treasure, successfully raising his talent to grade A. With the college entrance exams just around the corner and his chances of success having improved, he stopped provoking the female hero and stayed home to recover from his injuries. Of course, while recuperating, Hong didn't simply lie in bed sleeping. Instead, he remained inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant, practicing the Great Burning Heaven art and the Sword Sutra of No Delusion. He had spent over 1,000 hours mastering these 2 martial arts techniques and had them down pat. Furthermore, he had completely overcome the discomfort caused by the Eye of the Tao and was now able to wield it flawlessly. Time passed day by day, and before long, it was July 29th, the last day before the college entrance exams. After hesitating for a long time, Hong finally called Su Firan. When the call connected, they both said hello, followed by a long silence. Hong had thought of many ways to start the conversation, but when the call actually went through, he didn't know how to begin. Su Firan's annoyed voice came through the phone. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Good luck on the college entrance exam," Hong finally managed to say after holding it in for so long. "That's lame," Su Firan replied. "If that's all, I'm hanging up." "Don't," Hong said urgently. "After the exam, I'll come find you. There's something I want to tell you." "What do you have to say that you have to wait until after the exams? Can't you say it now?" Hong paused for a moment. "Now I guess I could say it, but I'm a little embarrassed." Su Firan was smart. As soon as she heard Hong's words, she immediately guessed what he was trying to say. Don't you have a crush already? Do you really think it's appropriate to say things like that to me? Regardless, Hong said, sounding a bit anxious, does that mean we can't even be friends? No way. Su Firan's reply was sharp and decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up. Hong called back, but the phone was already turned off. He felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, there was Xiao on the other, Su Firan. He didn't want to let either of them down. This wasn't because Hong was fickle, it was simply the situation he was facing, a bit like the old dilemma of being unable to serve both loyalty and filial piety. This really sucks. Hong snapped in a fit of helpless rage. The next morning, Hong took his admission ticket and headed to Jianghuai High School, where he saw Ing Huanhuan, Sun Xiaochuan, Ruyan, and Long Aotian. Then, one after another, buses pulled up at the school gate, carrying numerous test takers to the assembly point. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the assembly point, where a teleportation array stood ahead. Inside the array lay the venue for the exam. The students lined up to enter the teleportation array. Those who stepped inside would be teleported to a random location within it. Hong handed his admission ticket to the proctor. After verifying it, the proctor handed Hong a card. The card was about the size of an ID card and contained his basic information. Name, Hong. Candidate number, 4396. Points, 0 points. Survival time, 0 minutes. Hong tucked the card away and stepped into the teleportation array. His vision blurred for a moment, and his body felt lighter. When Hong opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world, surrounded by the yellow sands of a vast desert. There was no sun in the sky here, yet it was as bright as day. He was inside a massive spatial artifact. Today was the opening day of the martial artist college entrance exam, and people across the country were glued to their televisions, watching the live broadcast. Hong Lan and Hong, who were also at home, listening to the host deliver his opening remarks with great enthusiasm on the TV. Second sister, what do you think Big Brother will rank? Will he get into college? He has the worst F-rank talent, and he locks himself in his room every day. Who knows if he is training or just sleeping? Hong Hu nodded upon hearing this and said, if you ask me, Big Brother's talent is too poor. He shouldn't be risking his life to take the martial artist college entrance exam. Hong Lan sighed, I don't expect Big Brother to place very high, I just hope he doesn't lose his life. Sparring matches between martial artists aren't child's play, they naturally carry life-threatening risks. That's why every year, some candidates die on the exam grounds. It's an unavoidable reality. If a martial artist is afraid of death, even if he possesses a realm that defies the heavens, his existence holds no meaning. Since a martial artist is called a martial artist, the most important thing is the character martial. Only by facing life and death situations time and again, honing one's martial arts, pushing past its limits, and scaling its pinnacle does the character martial truly come to life. If a martial artist is too afraid to even participate in the college entrance exam competition, if their fear of death has reached such extremes, they might as well give up cultivation early on and simply live an ordinary life. If a martial artist is afraid to fight, what use is their cultivation level? Is it just for show? It's like studying for over a decade only to end up working as a security guard because you're afraid of hard work. You might as well have been a security guard from the start and saved yourself a decade and a half of detours. The TV screen cut to a tall, imposing man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. He wore a black, form-fitting outfit, had muscular limbs, slightly curly short hair, a square face, and a large nose. The host looked at the script in his hand and introduced, "This is Lai from Fengtian province. He is also 18 this year, though he looks a bit older than his age." Lai had already been accepted early by Longjing University, but he didn't want to have any regrets, so he declined the university's offer and resolutely decided to take the martial artist college entrance exam. I suspect he wants to get into a top-tier university based on his own merits. Lai has reached the martial master realm. He is one of the top contenders for the championship in this national martial artist competition, so we should keep a close eye on him. Longjing University is one of the top 10 universities in the country. The fact that Lai received early admission there is proof enough of his exceptional talent. The host did not reveal the specifics of Lai's talent, presumably to keep it confidential and prevent him from being targeted by evil cultivators. The scene in the TV drama shifted to a gaunt young man with short hair, wearing a white tank top. His bare arms were covered in tattoos of dragons and tigers. His gaze was dark and fierce, and he clutched a black machete in his hand, giving him the appearance of a street thug. The host explained, due to a confidentiality agreement, we cannot reveal this contestant's real name, but his nickname is Blade. Blade is a 9-star martial artist, a formidable fighter, and one of the top contenders for the championship. Although Lai is at a higher realm than him, I personally have high hopes for Blade, because I happen to know some inside information about him. The host adopted a mysterious tone, aiming to whet the appetite of the viewers at home, so he kept them in suspense. Meanwhile, back in Dei Prefecture in Jiangnan Province, upon hearing the hostess' words, Tianbao smiled at the middle-aged man beside him and asked, "This Blade is the son of the Black Blade Azura, isn't? The middle-aged man, named Su Yuan, nodded. Blade has been stationed at Chasm Wall all this time. He has returned to the Great Xia Kingdom to take the martial artist college entrance exam because he has reached the required age. The fact that Black Blade Azura earned that title at the sky-supporting Great Wall is proof enough of his strength. Moreover, he is the only person besides me who holds the rank of general at Chasm Wall." After finishing his sentence, Tianbao praised him. To achieve such feats before the age of 40, his future prospects are limitless. If Blade possesses even half the talent and potential of Black Blade Azura, he'll at least secure a top 3 finish in this martial artist entrance exam. The scene in the TV drama shifted again, this time showing a woman with a ponytail. The host continued, "This is Su Firen from Dei Prefecture in Jiangnan Province. I imagine our viewers have already guessed that she is none other than Tianbao's granddaughter." Su Yuan watched the scene on TV and asked, "Dad, does Firen have a chance of finishing in the top 3? Tianbao muttered, "If this were last year's martial artist college entrance exam, Su Firen would undoubtedly have taken first place, but there are simply too many outstanding candidates this year." Besides Lion Blade, Zhanghuai Province also has a peerless genius whose strength rivals Lai's. He is hailed by the outside world as the Great Xia Kingdom's once-in-a-millennium prodigy, the most outstanding individual the Great Xia Kingdom has seen in 1,000 years, which is proof enough of his extraordinary prowess. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately replied, "You can't say that. We have a celebrity in the Great Xia Kingdom who is also hailed as the most beautiful woman of the last 5,000 years, but I think she is just average looking, not even as pretty as Firen. I suspect that once-in-a-millennium prodigy title is just commercial hype." Tianbao was at a loss for words and explained, "The title once-in-a-millennium prodigy was bestowed by Chen Shou himself, that's not commercial hype. Chen Shou is the vice president of Yuanyan University. Although he has now retired, Yuanyan University is one of the top universities in the country. Chen Shou has seen countless geniuses in his lifetime. Anyone he describes as the once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Great Xia Kingdom must surely be a rare, extraordinary genius." Tianbao added, "And then there is the Holy Son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, one of the 72 blessed lands. He is also 18 this year, and he turned down his guaranteed admission to take the college entrance exam as well. The Bright Moon Sword Pavilion on the shores of the South Sea also has a contestant this year. And there is the Green Bamboo Manor from Western Shu and the Jinyuan Manor from Nanzhou. These are all top-tier clans on par with the Great E Manor, and they all have contestants competing today." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan swallowed hard and said gloomily, "If that is the case, isn't Fei Ran in for a rough time? Fei Ran has been diligent since childhood, training hard every day. Among the children of her generation in Dei Manor, she is the most outstanding." After Tianbao finished speaking, he speculated, "If she can perform to the full extent of her abilities, she should have no trouble placing in the top 3. Su Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Making it into the top 5 guarantees admission to a top-tier university. Even if Fei Ran has an off day, she should still be able to make it into the top 5. Tianbao shook his head, "That is hard to say. If Firen faces a strong opponent right from the start and gets injured, which affects her combat effectiveness, her subsequent battles will be very difficult." The sun rose in the east, its rays blazing. The boundless desert stretched out like a golden ocean. A fierce wind swept in from the distance, whipping up grains of sand from the ground and forming a swirling column of sand that rose into the air. Tianbao's words were always prophetic, but unfortunately, he was a jinx. Su Firen opened her eyes. A white light flashed not far ahead, and a dark-skinned man was also teleported to this spot. Both assumed the other was a pushover, so they skipped the small talk and went straight for it. A silver spear appeared out of thin air before Su-Firen. She reached out and grasped it in her hand. The dark-skinned man, fighting bare-handed, lunged forward in a single bound, his right fist clenched as he aimed a direct punch at Su-Firen's chest. Su-Firen was even faster. She swung the silver spear violently, executing a move called Sweep the Thousand Armies. Seeing this, the dark-faced man had no choice but to pull his fist back. He raised both arms, crouched slightly, and braced himself to take the full force of the sweeping spear shaft. Bang! A massive recoil rippled through both of them, causing Su-Firen and the dark-faced man to take a step back in unison. They asked in unison, "Who are you?" A true master reveals their caliber the moment they make their move. After just a single exchange, both sensed that the other was no ordinary opponent. Jiangnan, Dei Prefecture, Su-Firen. Nanzhao, Jinyuan Prefecture, Wei Wei. Dei Prefecture, located in the prosperous Jiangnan province, was the most renowned prefecture in the kingdom of Daxia. Jinyuan Prefecture was slightly less prominent, but it was also home to a prominent military background clan. Both were martial masters at the same cultivation level, so this showdown would come down to whose daily training had been more rigorous. Bathed in sunlight, the silver spear in Su-Firen's hand glinted with a cold radiance, while the wind and sand whipped her ponytail, causing it to sway back and forth. Having trained with the spear since childhood, Su-Firen possessed an exceptionally steady lower body. Her upright posture resembled a proud green pine tree standing tall amidst the yellow sands of the desert. Wei Wei, fighting bare-handed, took a deep breath, as if trying to draw all the surrounding air into his chest. Suddenly, his body swelled, his skin tightening to reveal solid muscles. His originally wheat-colored complexion grew increasingly yellow, and after a few breaths, it turned a dazzling golden hue. Seeing this, Su-Firen charged toward Wei Wei like an arrow leaving the bowstring, thrusting her silver spear forward with lightning speed. Chasing the wind, pursuing the moon. This strike was named Chasing the Wind, Pursuing the Moon. Su-Firen's speed was extraordinary, and a trail of silvery light followed wherever the spear tip passed. Wei Wei, now transformed into a muscular golden colossus, made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he clenched his right fist, and with a clang, he smashed the oncoming spear tip aside with a single punch. Wei Wei took a step forward, reached out with both arms, and forcefully clamped the spear shaft between them. He then exerted all his strength, attempting to wrest the silver spear from Su-Firen's grasp. Losing the silver spear meant losing half her combat effectiveness. Having trained with the spear for many years, Su-Firen had long mastered the techniques to counter such attempts to disarm her. Just as Wei Wei exerted force to wrest the spear away, Su-Firen spun on her heel, her body whirling like a top, and the silver spear slipped from Wei Wei's grasp. Immediately afterward, Su-Firen swung the silver spear. It moved with the ferocity of a raging storm, instantly tracing arc after arc through the air. The overlapping spear shadows, like a surging river, swept toward Wei Wei in an overwhelming barrage. Facing the dense barrage of spear shadows, as dense as a wall of light, Wei Wei let out a thunderous roar, and the color of his skin turned an even deeper shade of gold. Relying on his indestructible physique, Wei Wei managed to weather this barrage of attacks. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Su-Firen had no choice but to withdraw his spear and change his strategy. But Wei Wei had been waiting for this very moment. He took a huge stride forward with his left foot, closing the distance, and his right fist, as powerful as a mountain-splitting blow, smashed into Su-Firen's stomach. Su-Firen was sent flying over 100 meters away, her body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, sending up a huge cloud of sand. Because the strike had been executed in haste, Wei Wei hadn't been able to deliver the full force of his punch. Su-Firen was in no better shape. Her internal organs churned violently, and she nearly vomited blood. She immediately channeled her spiritual energy to forcibly alleviate the injury. Despite the 100-meter distance, Wei Wei closed the gap in just 3 strides, instantly appearing before Su-Firen, ready to press his advantage. Su-Firen hurriedly got to her feet to defend herself as a barrage of golden fists rained down on her. She had no choice but to block them with the shaft of her spear. The force of Wei Wei's punches was staggering, causing the spear shaft to buzz with the impact. Su-Firen nearly lost her grip on the silver spear. Sharp weapons like spears and daggers are most vulnerable against martial artists with robust physiques, but Wei Wei happened to be precisely such a martial artist, one who had honed his physical prowess to the extreme. Su Firan was thoroughly enraged by the attack. She leaped slightly and delivered a fierce kick with her right foot to Wei Wei's chest. Using the recoil, she slid backward more than 10 meters. Before she had even regained her balance, the energy surging around her suddenly rippled. An ethereal white dragon coiled out from her body, passed through her hands, and wrapped itself around the spear shaft. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Wei took a long stride forward and swung another punch, the wind whistling as it carried the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. Su Firan gripped the silver spear tightly with one hand in front and one behind. She took a deep breath, held it, and brought her vital energy, spirit, and focus to their peak at that moment. Her spiritual power boiled to its zenith. The white dragon that had been coiled around the spear shaft suddenly broke free from its bonds, transforming into a streak of silvery white light that leapt forward alongside Su Firan's swinging silver spear. This move was none other than White Dragon Emerges from the Abyss from the Great E-Spear Manual. Back on the playground at Zhenghuai High School, it was with this very move that Su Firan had instantly defeated Long Outyan's bodyguard. The silver spear, trailing the illusory shadow of the dragon, struck directly at Wei Wei's chest. Wherever the spear tip passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing screech. The strike was both swift and ruthless, its unstoppable momentum scattered the surrounding yellow sand. A hint of gravity flashed in Wei Wei's eyes. He knew this move was not to be taken lightly. Every muscle in his body tensed as spiritual energy surged through him, preparing to block the strike head-on. But just as the silver spear was about to make contact, Wei Wei suddenly sidestepped while reaching out with his right hand, attempting to grab the spear shaft. Su Firan had anticipated this. She had guessed that Wei Wei was feigning a direct block, when in reality he intended to seize the spear once more. In an instant, Su Firan flickered her wrist, causing the silver spear to trace an eerie angle through the air, evading Wei Wei's palm. The spear tip, like a white dragon extending its tongue, unleashed a flash of white light, pointing straight at Wei Wei's heart. Although Wei Wei reacted quickly, immediately pulling his hand back and crossing his arms to shield his chest, the white spear glow was like the sharpest point under heaven. After a brief pause, it pierced through his arms. Seeing this, Su Firan braced her arms and pushed the long spear forward with all her might. A clang rang out, and the spear tip advanced once more. Wei Wei's physique was exceptionally sturdy, yet the spear tip still pierced through his skin and flesh. To avoid injuring his chest, Wei Wei slid backward to absorb the force, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. After delivering the blow, Su Firan abruptly pulled the spear back. A spurt of blood shot from Wei Wei's chest as he collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. If he hadn't shifted his weight in time just now, the spear tip would have pierced his heart. He nearly died. Wei Wei slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with rage. This woman was utterly vicious. He wasn't done with her yet. Compared to Su Firan, Hong was quite fortunate. There were 3 people surrounding him. None of these 3 had reached the martial master realm, so Hong easily eliminated all 3. Name: Hong. Candidate ID: 4396. Points: 3 points. Survival time: 5 minutes. Since Hong defeated 3 opponents, he earned 3 points. To get into a top-tier university, he not only had to survive until the very end but also accumulate a large number of points. Hong immediately activated his heavenly eye and scanned his surroundings. The heavenly eye had many functions, one of which was long-range vision. He could clearly see scenes several kilometers away, and as Hong's cultivation level continued to rise, the distance he could see would only increase. Hong withdrew his gaze and deactivated the heavenly eye. 3 kilometers to the northwest, he spotted a male contestant at the 1-star martial master level. As a 4-star martial master himself, dealing with a 1-star martial master would be a piece of cake. With that thought, Hong charged forward in long strides. In just a few dozen seconds, he was right in front of the male contestant. By the time the male contestant heard the whoosh of the wind, Hong was already less than 10 meters away. The next second, a fist as big as a clay pot slammed into him. The male contestant was still in a daze and had absolutely no time to defend himself. Hong's single punch sent him crashing to the ground, where he immediately lost consciousness. As the male contestant clearly lost consciousness, the card in his pocket quietly shattered, and a white light subsequently enveloped him. With a flash of light, the unconscious male candidate vanished from where he stood. He had been teleported out of the exam hall, which meant he had been eliminated. Hong continued his hunt. After defeating 5 candidates in a row, he encountered another skilled opponent. This was a male candidate, short and thin, with sunken cheeks and a thick head of hair, though slightly receding at the temples, who looked just like a skinny monkey. The skinny monkey candidate was at the 6-star martial master realm, 2 realms higher than Hong. However, Hong had eliminated the Yin energy twice, and his physique had been tempered twice, so his physical strength was even greater than that of the skinny monkey candidate. For the skinny monkey candidate to have reached the 6-star martial master realm, he was certainly no ordinary person. He was either the scion of a prominent clan or a prodigy of extraordinary talent who had broken through to 6-star martial master in just 4 months. If the former were true, the skinny monkey candidate would undoubtedly be proficient in numerous martial arts techniques, and his combat prowess would exceed that of an ordinary 6-star martial master. If the latter, the skinny monkey candidate might only know 1 or 2 martial arts, but his natural talent would make him a formidable opponent, and his combat prowess would likewise exceed that of an ordinary 6-star martial master. But if he were both, that would be the worst-case scenario. Hong dared not let his guard down. He first exchanged a punch with his opponent. His hand nearly fractured, but he gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy in the process. The skinny, monkey-like candidate hadn't drawn a weapon, so he must have specialized in hand-to-hand combat. Although Hong had trained in swordsmanship, he intended to engage the candidate in close-quarters combat, because that way, relying on his body that grew stronger the longer he fought, he could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. The skinny candidate was knocked back 3 steps by Hong's punch. He furrowed his brow slightly, his face betraying displeasure, and let out a crude curse. Hong rubbed his swollen wrist. The skinny candidate's physique was tougher than he'd imagined. Hearing the skinny candidate's vulgar language, Hong retorted, "Fuck you too." This scrawny candidate's manners were truly appalling. This was the competition venue for the martial artist college entrance exam. Did he really have to exchange pleasantries with him before striking? The 2 charged forward simultaneously, fist meeting fist, as surging spiritual energy churned, whipping up a storm of sand and dust. Hong moved faster after landing a punch. He followed up with a sweeping leg kick. The scrawny candidate was agile. He leaped backward and dodged Hong's sweeping leg kick. Seeing this, Hong rose to his feet, his chest heaving as he channeled spiritual energy to his throat. He then opened his mouth and spat out a massive jet of flame. The flame obscured the sky and blocked out the sun, like a surging ocean, instantly engulfing the scrawny candidate. Moreover, the flame's temperature was so extreme that it melted the yellow sand on the ground into liquid. This fire-breathing martial art was a technique from the Great Burning Heaven manual. The move was called Mighty Fire Annihilation. As the flames and smoke dissipated, the figure of the skinny, monkey-like examinee emerged. He was encased in a purple ice crystal. Clearly, this skinny, monkey-like examinee possessed an ice-type variant talent, possibly the purple crystal ice talent, or perhaps the purple jade mystic ice talent. Fire and ice are mutually countering talents. If the fire's temperature is hot enough, it can melt ice, and if the ice's temperature is cold enough, it can freeze fire. Before the martial artist college entrance exam began, Hong had already elevated his talent to grade A. However, the flames he unleashed failed to melt the purple ice crystal, indicating that the skinny candidate's talent was likely S rank. Hong looked up at the sky. It was 8:30 a.m., and there were still 3.5 hours until noon. After the flames dissipated, the skinny candidate shattered the ice crystal and then condensed a long purple ice crystal sword in his palm. Hong also summoned the solar blade from his Kunlun jade pendant. Gripping the blade in his right hand, he ran his left hand along the blade, and the solar blade burst into flames. The skinny, monkey-like candidate, holding the long purple ice crystal sword, flicked the tip lightly, and a wisp of cold air transformed into countless ice spikes that shot toward Hong. Seeing this, Hong slashed forward, unleashing a trail of flame that collided with the icicles mid-air. Empowered by the solar blade, the flame's temperature soared, and the air filled with steam from the clash of ice and fire. Before the steam could dissipate, Hong sliced through it with a single stroke, instantly closing in on the gaunt, monkey-like examinee. Holding his broadsword, he traced a searing path through the air. Wherever the blade passed, the air scorched, emitting a hissing sound. The skinny, monkey-like candidate took a step back, planting his feet firmly on the ground, while simultaneously thrusting his long sword forward. Sword against blade, heat against cold, the two clashed in midair with a thunderous boom, sending sparks and shards of ice flying in all directions. The slender, monkey-like candidate's ice crystal longsword instantly melted into a pool of water, while Hong's solar blade remained completely unscathed. With his ice crystal sword melted into water, the skinny, monkey-like candidate immediately threw a punch, striking Hong's chest with all his might. Hong could clearly have dodged it, but he didn't. Instead, he took the blow head-on. Seeing Hong knocked down by his own punch, the skinny, monkey-like candidate looked utterly puzzled and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" "Because I'm not afraid." Hong slowly got to his feet and immediately sheathed the solar blade in his Kunlun jade pendant. The skinny, monkey-like candidate asked again, "Why aren't you afraid?" "I'm just not afraid." Hong was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say that getting beaten up actually allowed him to gain spiritual energy. With neither of them armed, they engaged in close quarters hand-to-hand combat, Hong's favorite kind of battle. Punch for punch, the two exchanged blows in a brawl devoid of any grace. The skinny, monkey-like candidate had impressive stamina. He battled Hong fiercely for 2 hours. By now, Hong's face was swollen and bruised, and his body was covered in contusions, while the skinny, monkey-like candidate had slightly fewer injuries. However, even though Hong was clearly more severely injured, he grew stronger the longer they fought. The skinny candidate's punches, on the other hand, grew weaker and weaker after 2 hours of fierce combat. His strength was nearly exhausted. "This can't go on." The skinny candidate's expression grew increasingly grim. With his S-class talent and 6-star martial master cultivation, he should have been able to get into a top-tier university. But this kid was getting stronger and stronger. If he kept fighting him, he might end up losing, and then he'd be stuck at a third-rate university. A third-rate university? That's out of the question. With that thought, the skinny candidate sent Hong flying with a single punch. Instead of pressing his advantage, he turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. Hong wasn't about to give him that chance. Seeing the skinny candidate try to escape, he immediately summoned the solar blade, then leaped into the air and slashed down, eliminating the skinny candidate. Hong had actually wanted to fight a little longer, but he hadn't expected the skinny candidate to run away. Fortunately, he still had enough spiritual energy left. He looked around. There were no other candidates in sight. Only then did he sit cross-legged on the ground and begin his breakthrough. Only a few minutes passed before he completed his breakthrough, reaching the 5-star martial master realm. True masters are few and far between in the annual martial artist college entrance exam. Fewer than 20% of candidates break through to the martial master realm, while the remaining 80% remain at the martial artist realm. Hong activated his heavenly eye, scanning for other candidates from a great distance. Any candidate he spotted would be unable to escape his clutches. He hunted from noon until dusk, eliminating 36 candidates. Only 3 had reached the martial master realm, all of them 1-star or 2-star martial masters, and they were completely no match for him. Hong Lan and Hong, who had been watching the live stream all day, but the camera never once focused on Hong. However, early on, the camera did focus on Su Firan and Wei Wei, who had been fighting from morning until afternoon. Su Firan was certainly strong, but Wei Wei's natural talent gave him the upper hand against her. Although she ultimately managed to severely wound Wei Wei, Su Firan had exhausted her energy and sustained serious internal injuries herself. Watching the rankings flash across the TV screen, Hong Lan rubbed her eyes and said in a tone of shock, "Look at the 10th place on the leaderboard." Hong, who was eating when he heard Hong Lan's words and looked up. What met his eyes were 2 characters, Hong. First place, Chagan, points, 54. First place, Lai, points, 54. Third place, Blade, points, 52. Fourth place, Yunlu, points, 51. Fifth place, Qinzhou, points, 50. Sixth place, Zhang Pingchao, points, 49. Seventh place, Situlan, points, 48. Eighth place, Shaolin, points, 46. Eighth place, Sun Sungfeng, points, 46. 10th place, Hong, points, 45. Hong, who couldn't help but remark, "It's probably just a case of the same name." Hong Lan nodded. My older brother has an F-rank talent, and the camera didn't even show him once. It's probably another candidate with the same name. Neither of them believed this Hong was their own older brother. For someone with an F-rank talent to make it into the top 10 would be as unlikely as a sow climbing a tree. The Kunlun jade pendant in Hong's hand was a sacred artifact of the Swallowing Heaven demon cult. Fearing it might bring him mortal danger, he hadn't told anyone about it. Chanan and Lai were tied for first place. In Hong's diary, one was listed as the top scholar and the other as the third-place scholar. But the diary didn't specify which was which, and Hong didn't know either. He only knew that both were incredibly strong. Night was the most dangerous time. After a day of fierce combat, and with night now falling, Hong felt somewhat exhausted and weak, so he looked for a place to rest for a while. Suddenly, a sound rang out behind him. Because he had activated his heavenly eye, his senses had become extremely keen. Even if the sound was faint and came from a great distance, he still heard it. Hong immediately turned his head to look toward the source of the sound. Beneath the yellow sands of the desert at night, a young girl lay unconscious in the darkness, her long ponytail fluttering in the wind. Hong recognized her at a glance and immediately darted over to Su Firan's side. "Hey!" Hong shook Su Firan's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Su Firan opened her eyes dazedly. Seeing it was Hong, she said wearily, "Do I look like I'm okay?" Then she lost consciousness completely. Seeing this, Hong had no choice but to carry her on his back and take her to a safe spot. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Su Firan slowly opened her eyes. Her face was slightly pale, and she didn't look well at all. Hong noticed she had woken up. He crouched down in front of Su Firan, pulled out a bottle of mineral water, and asked with concern, "Would you like some?" Su Firan said nothing, her face expressionless. She merely shook her head. At the Martial Master realm, even going 10 days without food or water wound tea caused significant physical depletion. "I don't have any healing pills." Hong held the bottle of mineral water, her tone filled with mixed emotions. She herself had been severely injured by Long Outyen's bodyguards earlier. If Su Firan hadn't promptly fed her the little Luo treasure pill, she would have perished long ago. Seeing the worry and guilt on Hong's face, Su Firan finally spoke. "I took a healing pill before I lost consciousness. My injuries are no longer a major concern. I fainted yesterday because I was completely exhausted, not because my injuries were too severe." Hearing this, Hong felt slightly relieved and said, "I'm just glad you're okay." The two fell silent for a moment, but Hong soon broke the silence and asked, "Who injured you?" Wei from Jinyuan Prefecture," Su Firan replied briefly, then added, "But he is not doing well either. His injuries are worse than mine." Hong looked indignant. "Where is he?" "I'll go take care of that kid and vent your anger for you." "His cultivation level is much higher than yours," Su Firan said, turning his head slightly away, as if he didn't want to look at Hong. "I need to rest quietly right now. I should be fully recovered by noon." The meaning behind those words was clear. Su Firan was telling Hong, "Don't disturb me for now." Hong had a lot he wanted to say, but didn't know how to bring it up, so he could only sit quietly beside Su Firan. The two remained silent like this, Su Firan with his back to Hong, and Hong facing Su Firan as they sat in stillness. Before long, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. The desert was gradually shrinking. Although Hong and Su Firan weren't exactly in the very center of the desert, they were in an area relatively close to the center. Therefore, they didn't need to run laps. They could simply wait here quietly. Since the desert was shrinking, those who had been on the outskirts on the first day were gradually making their way toward the central area. Along the way, they passed several groups of contestants, none of whom were particularly strong. The highest ranked was a 9-star martial artist. Worried that these contestants might disturb Su Firan, Hong rushed ahead several kilometers and eliminated them. After eliminating 2 more contestants, he activated his heavenly eye once more and surveyed the surroundings. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a young man clad in a snow-white robe was racing through the wind and sand at breakneck speed. A long sword hung diagonally across his back. A strong wind blew in from the distance, whipping up a skyful of yellow sand and forming a dust devil. The head-on gale billowed the young man's robes, causing them to flutter in the wind. Faced with such a sudden storm, most people would choose to avoid it. At the martial master realm, one's running speed is incredibly fast, more than enough to evade this massive dust devil. However, the young man did not evade the sandstorm. Instead, he drew the long sword from his back, and a crisp, ringing sound filled the air. He charged headlong into the sandstorm, while the sky-obscuring whirlwind of sand swept toward him as well. Just as the sandstorm was about to engulf him, the young man's hand moved. He drew his sword, leaped 100 meters into the air, and struck with a single sword stroke. Wherever the sword tip passed, the air was split in two. The massive sandstorm was also cleaved in two by his sword, scattering into countless tiny grains of sand. After slicing through the sandstorm with a single stroke, the young man sheathed his sword, then unfastened the wine flask at his waist, lifted the lid, and tilted his head back to take a sip of the crisp, fine wine. How delightful! The young man laughed heartily, then sprinted forward once more, his figure leaving a long trail of footprints across the golden sand dunes. Seeing this, Hong furrowed his brow. This young man was powerful, but the direction he was heading was precisely where Su Firen lay resting with his eyes closed. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong leaped into the air, covering 100 meters in a single bound. He flickered through the desert, and in just a few dozen strides, he stood in the young man's path. The young man came to a sudden halt, staring at Hong blocking his way. He placed his right hand on his right shoulder, preparing to draw the long sword from his back. Now that they were closer, Hong could clearly see the young man's face. He had gentle features, eyes as bright as spring sunshine, and eyebrows as graceful as the autumn moon. Slender in build, his jet-black hair was tied back with a golden ribbon, a sight that perfectly embodied two idioms: graceful and radiant, and majestic and dignified. Hong clasped his fists and said, "My friend is injured, she is resting up ahead. I'm afraid you might disturb her, could you please take a detour?" Hearing this, the young man withdrew his right hand. Surprisingly, he was quite accommodating. Smiling, he clasped his fists and replied, "Of course." Before Hong could ask his name, the young man had already sprinted away, leaving Hong with nothing but a graceful silhouette. Hong turned his gaze away and jogged back to where Su Firen was resting. Hearing footsteps, Su Firen slowly sat up. With his back to Hong, he said calmly, "I'm leaving." Hong tried to dissuade him. "You said earlier that you wouldn't be fully recovered until noon. It's only 10 in the morning, you should rest a little longer." Su Firen refused. "I'm fine now. The remaining injuries will affect at most 10% of my combat effectiveness. The remaining 90% is more than enough to handle the upcoming battle." Watching Su Firen's retreating figure, Hong ran after him, gathered her courage, and said, "Please don't be mad at me anymore. Okay? I'm not holding a grudge against you." Su Firen stopped in her tracks, her voice wavering slightly. "I'm holding a grudge against myself." Su Firen turned back, her eyes brimming with tears. "I admit I have feelings for you, but my feelings aren't cheap. I told you before about my mom and dad," Su Firen said, her eyes red and her tone resolute. "And I also told you that if I can't find someone who likes me back, I'd rather spend the rest of my life alone." As soon as Su Firen finished speaking, she turned to leave, but Hong grabbed her arm. "How do you know I don't like you? Didn't you say you already have someone you like? Her name is Xiao, and she lives across the street from you. You even swore you'd never let her down." These were the very words Hong had once said to Su Firen, and Su Firen had repeated them back to Hong word for word. Su Firen tried to break free, but Hong gripped her arm tightly and said, emphasizing each word, "It was only recently that I came to understand my own heart." Hong exclaimed, "Su Firen, I've realized I like you even more. Will you forgive me?" Hearing this, Su Firen stopped struggling, and her face, which had been somewhat pale, instantly flushed red. You what are you talking about?" Su Firen's tone turned frantic. "I'm not going to forgive you." "I don't care," Hong insisted stubbornly. "I've said it, if you don't forgive me, I won't let go." Just as the tsundere girl and the straight guy were tugging at each other, a jarring voice rang out from behind them, "What a perfect match." Hearing this mood-killing remark, both Hong and Su Firen blushed slightly. Who was that coming over to stir things up at a time like this? That was just not cool. Hong spun around angrily, glaring at the dark-faced man behind her, and snapped, "Who the hell do you think you are?" The dark-faced man was extremely defiant and retorted, "It's none of your business who I am." "Yes, the way I was talking about." Su Firen stepped in front of Hong. "Even though you beat me by a hair yesterday, I still won. Accept it. Let us settle this once and for all today." Wei Wei had only just recovered from serious injuries. His dark complexion was tinged with pallor. "Fine. If you've got the guts, don't run away today." Su Firen summoned her silver spear and was just about to step forward. But Hong hadn't let go of her arm yet, so as soon as Su Firen took a step, Hong yanked her back. "Let go of me." Su Firen feigned anger. "Can't you see I've got important business to attend to?" Hong grabbed Su Firen's arm and pulled her slightly behind her. "Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. You should keep resting. I'll go face him instead. You're only a 5-star martial master." Su Firen was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Hong to break through so quickly. "Even if you've broken through to 5-star martial master, you still can't beat him. Wei Wei is a martial master. He is 4 realms above you, and he has mastered many family-inherited martial arts. His combat prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary martial master." The sun was gradually climbing toward its zenith. Hong turned back to Su Firen and said, "Wei Wei was seriously injured. Although he has mostly recovered now, his combat strength is no longer at its peak. He is at most a 7-star martial master or an 8-star martial master in terms of combat strength." Hong wasn't entirely sure, so she added, "Besides, I'm no pushover either. You cover my back. If I can't beat him, you take over. Isn't it a bit unfair for the two of us to take on one person?" Su Firen said hesitantly. She still took the codes of the martial arts world very seriously. "We're fighting for justice 2 against 1. Hong let out a sly chuckle. "And this is the martial arts college entrance exam. There's no need to play by the codes of the martial arts world with him. Even if you beat Wei Wei, it'll probably be a case of mutual destruction, and then you'll have to spend a lot of time recovering. You haven't earned a single point yet, and this could prevent you from getting into a top-tier university. Save your strength for earning points." Hong pointed at Wei Wei and said, "Leave this little punk to me. I'll make sure he doesn't get off easy." "All right." Su Firen nodded. "You'd better be careful, though. Wei Wei is incredibly powerful. He has a Vajra attribute talent. His physique is exceptionally tough, and he is extremely resistant to spear-type weapons." Hearing this, Hong's confidence soared. While the Vajra attribute counters sharp weapons, the fire attribute counters metal. Facing Wei Wei, he would actually hold the advantage through elemental countering. It was now 11 a.m., almost noon, and Wei Wei had been injured earlier. Although he was 4 cultivation realms higher than her, she still had a chance to win. Hong let go of Su Firen's arm. Seeing this, Su Firen stepped back 100 meters to avoid being caught in the crossfire of their battle. This distance was just right. If Hong were in danger, she could jump into the fray in an instant to save him. Wei Wei felt somewhat disinterested. He had little interest in Hong. Although he was injured, the gap in their cultivation levels was so vast that this was no different from crushing a weak opponent. "I'll take care of you first, then settle things with Su Firen." Wei Wei looked at Hong, his body turning golden. "I'm a tough fighter. You'll have to put up with it." What kind of trash talk was this? Hong was speechless, but she retorted, "I'm big too. You'll have to put up with that as well." Wei Wei was instantly enraged by her sarcasm. He darted in front of Hong and, with a sweeping motion of his massive hand, struck toward her face. They say you shouldn't hit someone in the face when you're fighting, but Wei Wei went straight for the face. His manners were truly appalling. Hong cursed inwardly as he raised both hands to shield his face, his feet firmly planted on the ground. A terrifying force slammed into his arms, sending Hong sliding backward. His feet plowed 2 furrows into the sand, but after sliding back for only a dozen or so seconds, he brought his body to a halt. 6 breath spiritual energy. Although Wei Wei was injured, the force behind that punch was incredible. Hong shook out his aching, numb arms. Truly, he lived up to his title as a martial master. Wei Wei's muscles tensed, his skin glowing an even brighter golden hue. He pushed off the ground and charged toward Hong like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The elbow is the hardest bone in the body. Seeing Wei Wei hurtling toward him, Hong swung his elbow with all his might, slamming it viciously into Wei Wei's head. Forces reciprocal, both men had given it their all. The moment Wei Wei's head collided with Hong's elbow, they were both sent flying backwards simultaneously. Hong felt excruciating pain radiating from his elbow up to his shoulder, as if his bone had fractured. But Wei Wei wasn't faring any better. Clutching his head, he knelt on the ground, wailing in agony. Hong clutched his arm, took 2 steps back, then spat a jet of flame toward Wei Wei, who was rolling around on the ground with his head in his hands. Wei Wei's piercing screams echoed from within the flames. Before long, a charred figure burst out of the inferno. Although Wei Wei was protected by the Vajra, fire overpowers metal, he was burned black all over, clearly having had his major defense breached. Hong opened his mouth to spit out more fire, but Wei Wei was darting around, scorched by the flames, making it impossible for him to aim. He had no choice but to engage in close quarters combat. Hong lunged at Wei Wei, grabbed him by the throat, and landed 2 powerful punches on him. Those 2 punches snapped Wei Wei back to his senses. He countered by wrapping his arms around Hong's waist, then braced his entire body to pin Hong beneath him, raising his fists to rain a barrage of punches down on him. Su Firan, watching from a distance, saw this and was just about to rush over to rescue Hong. Suddenly, Hong channeled all his spiritual energy, causing his body to tremble as flames erupted all around him. Wei Wei, straddling Hong's crotch, felt a wave of intense heat and immediately sat up to dodge. But Hong didn't give him the chance. He kicked Wei Wei's legs with all his might. Wei Wei lost his balance and fell to the ground. Hong seized the opportunity to straddle his waist and unleashed a flurry of punches. After just 2 punches, Wei Wei suddenly tensed his waist, sending Hong flying, then sat back down on top of him. The 2 rolled back and forth on the ground, just like children fighting. The spiritual energy within Hong was growing, but that wasn't the key issue. It was that it was almost noon. The bruises on his face caused by Wei Wei's blows quickly faded, as if he'd taken a miraculous medicine to reduce swelling and dispel bruises. Moreover, Wei Wei could sense that Hong's strength was nothing like that of an ordinary 5-star martial artist. As noon drew nearer, Hong was growing increasingly powerful. Su Firan, who was watching from a distance, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He, too, had sensed that something was amiss. Even if Wei Wei had been injured earlier, and even accounting for the elemental advantage of fire over metal, Hong still wouldn't have been able to defeat Wei Wei. The gap in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. Did he take some kind of power-boosting pill? How did he suddenly become this strong? Hong was still growing stronger, with no signs of stopping, so Wei Wei dared not delay any longer. Suddenly, a massive metal broadsword materialized in Wei Wei's hand. He intended to end this quickly. Seeing this, Hong summoned the solar blade. Gripping it in his right hand, he ran his left hand along the blade, causing the solar blade to burst into blazing flames, and the temperature around them soared rapidly. Both men moved with incredible speed. The 2 blades clashed in an instant, sending spiritual energy surging and scattering the surrounding wind and sand. Hong's strength had originally been inferior to Wei Wei's. Whenever they had clashed head-on before, he had been forced to slide backward by Wei Wei's impact each time. But this time, as the 2 blades met, Hong remained rooted in place, while Wei Wei was forced to retreat. Although part of the reason was that Wei Wei's strength had waned somewhat due to the prolonged battle, the main reason was that Hong had grown stronger. Wei Wei sensed trouble was brewing and seized the opportunity to retreat several dozen meters. Then, taking a deep breath, he channeled his true qi, causing the metal greatsword to instantly expand into a 40-meter-long blade. Feeling the abundant power surging within him, Hong's confidence soared. Instead of dodging, he gripped the blade with both hands, raised it horizontally toward the sky, and planted his feet firmly in a horse stance to block the greatsword as it came crashing down from above. The greatsword descended like Mount Tai, crushing down from above, and the immense force forced Hong's legs, planted in a horse stance, to bend downward. Hong mustered every ounce of strength in his body. The veins on his face bulged as the flames on the solar blade suddenly surged, burning with unprecedented intensity. The solar blade was a fire attribute broadsword, and with the flames Hong had imbued into it, it became capable of slicing through gold and shattering jade. Hong gripped the greatsword with both hands and exerted all his strength. The blade slowly pushed upward, slicing through the 40-meter greatsword bit by bit. The 40-meter greatsword was cut in 2. Wei Wei stood there in utter shock, completely dumbfounded, as Hong darted forward and appeared right in front of him. I'm done for, Wei Wei thought to himself. Overwhelmed by shock, he only now noticed the solar blade that Hong was bringing down on him. The blade had already struck Wei Wei's shoulder. The scorching solar blade sliced through the golden armor plating on his body, cut through his flesh, and sank deep into his bone. I concede. Wei Wei shouted at the top of his lungs. Had he spoken even a moment later, Hong would have severed his right hand. Upon hearing this, Hong did not rush to withdraw his blade but said, "Give me the card." Wei Wei, enduring excruciating pain, pulled the card from his chest with his left hand and tossed it to Hong. Hong caught the card and only then withdrew the solar blade. With the outcome decided, Su Firen rushed over upon seeing the scene. Here, this is for you. Hong handed Wei Wei's card to Su Firen with a smile. Wei Wei glared intently at Hong, his eyes brimming with defiance, and asked, "What is your name?" Hong's smile faded, and he frowned as he asked, "Are you looking to get back at me?" He is a member of the De Manor, my grandfather's adopted grandson. You'd better not mess with him, or my grandfather won't let you off the hook, Su Firen warned Wei Wei. Hong ignored Wei Wei and said to Su Firen, "If you crush Wei Wei's card, he'll be eliminated, and you'll get his points." Su Firen grunted in acknowledgement and crushed Wei Wei's card with all his might. A white light flashed around Wei Wei, and in a flash, he was teleported away. Hong sheathed the solar blade and said, "That kid can't handle losing. The way he looked at me at the end was off. I get the feeling he wants to get back at me." "Are you scared?" Su Firen asked with a grin. "Then why were you so eager to step in?" "Of course I did it for you. That's why I had to cross paths with this troublemaker." Hong grumbled, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief because Su Firen was smiling. "What's going on with you?" Watching Hong's aura gradually rise, Su Firen asked curiously, "How come you're getting stronger the more we fight?" "It's a secret of mine. If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else." Hong glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then walked up to Su Firen and whispered into her ear, "I've upgraded my talent to grade A." Could a talent actually be upgraded? Su Firen suppressed her shock and asked, "And?" "My grade A talent is called Sunday. The closer it gets to noon, the stronger I become. But at night, I also get weaker." Hong continued, "Also, during the day, I absorb spiritual energy faster, but at night, it slows down just as much." In Su Firen's eyes, an A-ranked talent wasn't particularly impressive. What she was curious about was, how did you upgrade your talent? Hong replied hesitantly, "I don't dare reveal that. If others found out, it could get me killed." Although she was curious, since Hong had put it that way, Su Firen didn't press the matter further. Hong rubbed his nose and asked timidly, "Are we on good terms again? I never said I forgave you." Su Firen raised her voice and snorted, "Go find your Xiao." "But I already told you." Hong felt helpless and could only say once more, "I've come to understand my true feelings recently. Although I like Xiao, I've realized I like you even more." "You like both Xiao and me?" Su Firen said indignantly. "I'm not interested in a man who can't make up his mind." Hong didn't know what to do now. He had seen the last page of the diary earlier and felt guilty toward Xiao. So, even though he sensed Su Firen's feelings for him, Hong still said those words to her. He didn't want to let Xiao down, nor did he want Su Firen to waste her time on him. But later, in the middle of the diary, he saw that he had married Su Firen, and their relationship was very strong. In his past life, his relationship with Xiao could only be described as a regretful childhood friendship, whereas with Su Firen, they were actually married. As a result, Su Firen's importance to him suddenly took on a whole new meaning. Hong sighed. "I'm not fickle. I just don't want to let anyone down, whether it's you or Xiao." Su Firen could sense how conflicted Hong was. With the martial artist college entrance exam underway, she didn't want him to be distracted by this. "We'll deal with the future when it comes. For now, let us focus on this exam." Hearing Su Firen's words, Hong snapped out of his reverie. "You don't have many points left. Let us split up. I'm almost fully recovered." Su Firen drew her silver spear. Your strength will weaken at night, so I'll come find you then. I'll come find you instead. Hong pointed to her own eyes. My eyes make it easier to track people down. Su Firen gave a soft mm and then vanished in a flash. Since she only had Wei Wei's points, she was in a hurry to eliminate the other candidates. Hong activated his heavenly eye, scanned his surroundings to make sure no one was around, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began his breakthrough. After his fierce battle with Wei Wei, he had gained a large amount of spiritual energy enough to break through to 6-star martial master. Since eliminating other contestants allowed him to inherit 50% of their points, Hong fought from noon until evening, eliminating dozens of contestants. Thanks to the heavily IS long-range vision, it was easy to locate other contestants. He didn't have to search for a needle in a haystack like Su Firen did. Hong's ranking reached its peak at this point with 398 points. He was in 7th place. Today, Lai held first place with 439 points, while Chang'an trailed him by just 1 point. The two were locked in a fierce battle. As the sun set and dusk fell, Hong felt completely drained, as if he pulled an all-nighter and then had 2 quick rounds of sex. His body was extremely weak. Hong didn't dare linger in battle, so he activated the heavenly eye. After searching for 2 hours, he finally found Su Firen. Su Firen was in the thick of the fight. He swung his silver spear powerfully around him, sending out a silver arc that knocked 3 contestants nearby unconscious all at once. Hong jogged over and asked, "How many points did you score?" Su Firen glanced at his card and said, "I only killed some noobs, just 167 points." Hong replied weakly, "Sure, they were all noobs these past few days, but once these noobs are eliminated, the battles ahead will get harder and harder. Why are you so weak at night?" Su Firen sensed Hong's aura, which was roughly equivalent to that of a 3-star martial artist. Hong looked gloomy and said, "This isn't even the worst of it yet. The sun talent is a double-edged sword. I'm incredibly strong at noon, but I'm very weak at midnight. I can probably only muster the combat power of a 1-star martial master." Su Firen glanced around at the pitch-black surroundings. "It's not easy to find anyone at night anyway, and I'm tired too. Let us just rest right here. Are you thirsty?" Hong pulled a bottle of mineral water from her Kunlun jade pendant. This time, Su Firen didn't refuse. Seeing this, Hong unscrewed the cap and handed the bottle to Su Firen. "I'm not some helpless, prissy girl," Su Firen said with a laugh as she took the bottle, but her expression suddenly changed, and she added, "You're so skilled at this, you must have helped Xiao open bottles all the time, right?" Hong was at a loss for words. Why did women always manage to find such unusual angles to look at things? No, Hong said helplessly. "This is the first time I've ever unscrewed a bottle cap for someone." Su Firen let out a hee-hee laugh, trying to brush it off and hide her embarrassment. Visibility was poor at night, and they couldn't see their surroundings clearly, so the two didn't wander around and stayed put until the next morning. Hong and Su Firen were positioned relatively close to the edge of the desert, and the safe zone was set to shrink at 8 a.m. Just as dawn broke, Hong's strength was gradually returning, so the two got up and headed for the central zone. They encountered several groups of people along the way, but Su Firen quickly took care of them all. At the Martial Master realm, few could defeat Su Firen in a head-on battle. When she fought, she usually only needed to fire a single shot. "Look, who's up ahead?" Su Firen, who had been running, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Hong hadn't activated his heavenly eye, so he hadn't noticed the people around them. Following Su Firen's gaze, he saw a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome. The woman was alluring and beautiful. It was none other than Long Outyan and Ruyan. It's true that enemies always cross paths. Hong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Su Firen asked, "Do you want to defeat them both? Or kill them both?" "Let me make one thing clear first," Hong said, afraid Su Firen might misunderstand. "I have no feelings for Ruyan, but she doesn't deserve to die. But I won't let Long Outyan off the hook. He tried to kill me back then. This is the martial artist college entrance exam. People die here every year. He only has himself to blame for being too weak." Hong's face darkened as he said, "If anyone is to blame, it's him. He has chosen his own path to death. Settle grievances and avenge wrongs. I have no objection," Su Firen said. Since you can't bring yourself to be ruthless with Ruyan, I'll help you eliminate her. After speaking, Su Firan added a warning: you'd better kill him with a single strike. If the system detects that Long Outyan is seriously injured, the card will teleport him out. Hong focused his mind and held his breath as a golden eye slowly split open between his brows. He channeled his spiritual energy into the heavenly eye. The golden light within his pupil grew brighter and brighter, quickly condensing into a beam of golden energy. From several hundred meters away, with sand and wind swirling between them, a golden laser beam suddenly shot out from Hong's third eye. The golden laser traveled straight across the distance, striking Long Outyan precisely as he was rushing forward. It pierced through his chest, leaving a blazing, luminous spot. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Long Outyan's body jerked. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, then looked down at the wound piercing his torso, a flicker of horror crossing his eyes as he struggled to believe what had happened. Hong flickered into place in front of Long Outyan and said coldly, "You're going to die." Long Outyan tried to speak, but blood kept pouring from his mouth, and no one could make out what he was saying. "Are you regretting not killing me back then?" Hong chuckled darkly as another golden laser beam shot from his celestial eye. "Be a good person in your next life." The golden laser struck Long Outyan's head, which exploded like a watermelon, spraying blood and brain matter everywhere. Ruyan, standing nearby, saw this and her legs gave way. Terrified, she collapsed onto the sand. "Please don't kill me, okay?" Ruyan's eyes filled with tears as she looked at him pleadingly. Su Firan saw the conflicted expression on Hong's face and slammed his gun down on Ruyan's head, eliminating her. "I didn't kill her, I just left her critically injured." Su Firan made a point of clarifying the situation. Hong caught the underlying meaning in his words. "I already told you, I don't have any feelings for her. Do whatever you want with her." Su Firan looked at Hong's third eye and remarked, "That eye of yours, it looks a bit like a clowness." Upon hearing this, Hong withdrew the spiritual energy concentrated in his third eye, and his brow immediately returned to normal, leaving only a golden S symbol. Looking at Hong's restored forehead, Su Firan asked, "What's the story with this third eye of yours?" Hong explained, "It's a supernatural ability I gained through the cultivation techniques I've practiced." Hong didn't explain it clearly. It was probably another one of his little secrets, so Su Firan didn't press the matter. Su Firan said, "It's already daylight, and you've regained your combat strength, so I won't be protecting you anymore." Hong nodded. "Go ahead and take care of your business. Let us split up, I'll find you tonight." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Firan gripped his spear and vanished in a flash. Hong activated his heavenly eye once more, scanned his surroundings, and then began his hunt. Today was the third day of the martial artist college entrance exam. As the desert grew smaller, the battles between candidates became increasingly frequent and intense. Almost all the martial artists at lower cultivation levels had already been eliminated. The candidates still remaining in the desert were all at least at the martial master realm. Thanks to the Eye of the Tao, Hong could see far, see through objects, and see in the dark, making it easy for him to locate other candidates. In just 5 hours, Hong eliminated more than a dozen candidates in quick succession. These opponents ranged from 3-star martial masters at the lowest to 6-star martial masters at the highest. Although they were somewhat tricky to deal with, after eliminating these contestants, Hong's score reached 1,600 points, propelling him to 4th place on the leaderboard. At this point, he was only a dozen or so points behind Blade, who held 3rd place. Su Firan must have eliminated several high-level competitors, thereby inheriting a large number of points. Her ranking had also jumped to 10th place. The sun gradually set in the west, and the sky grew darker and darker. Hong felt his body growing weaker and weaker. This couldn't go on. As the sky grew darker, he would become increasingly weak, and the remaining contestants were all top-tier fighters. By then, if he were caught by another contestant, he would be powerless to resist and would be at their mercy. Before it got completely dark, Hong retraced his steps, searching for Su Firan, but after searching for 4 hours, he still hadn't found Su Firan. If it weren't for Hong's Eye of the Tao, which allowed him to see the other contestants in advance, he would have been caught long ago. It was soon 11 p.m., and Hong's strength had dropped to that of a 3-star martial master, though he hadn't yet hit rock bottom. Midnight was when Hong would be at his weakest. He would plummet to the strength of a one-star martial master, and his body would become extremely frail. Hong's limbs felt weak even though the night air was cool. He was drenched in sweat. Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Since he couldn't find Su Firen, he decided to call it quits. He simply didn't have the strength left. Without Su Firen's protection, he didn't dare close his eyes, so he had no choice but to activate the Eye of the Tao and vigilantly scan his surroundings. Whenever someone approached his location, he would move out of the way in advance to avoid being eliminated. After surviving the most grueling hour midnight, Hong's cultivation level and stamina began to slowly recover. Time ticked by bit. At 2 a.m., Hong spotted Su Firen. Her face was filled with anxiety, as if she had been searching for him. Seeing this, Hong hurriedly revealed herself and jogged over to Su Firen. "I couldn't find you this evening. Where were you?" Su Firen reeked of blood, and his complexion didn't look very healthy. Noticing this, Hong asked again, "Are you injured?" "I ran into a master and 9-star martial artist. He slashed me with a blade, but I stabbed him with a spear." Seeing Hong's worried expression, Su Firen actually smiled and added, "But don't panic. I've already taken a healing pill. I'll be fine in no time." Hong supported Su Firen, and Su Firen didn't mind the dirt as the two of them sat down on the ground together. "Where are you hurt? Who did this to you?" "I took a slash here," Su Firen said, pointing to his right arm. "The guy who slashed me is an incredibly nasty character. His weapon is a black cleaver. He has probably the 3rd-ranked blade." Su Firen assessed, "Blade is incredibly powerful. My chances of beating him aren't great. I'd say it's about 50-50. Hearing this, Hong grew anxious. "If you can't even beat him, and the rest of the candidates are all top-tier fighters, what are we going to do?" Su Firen chuckled. "The top 5 get into top-tier universities. You just hold on to 4th place. I'll do my best to break into the top 5, and then we'll both get into a top-tier university. I just got lucky. I managed to take out a few noobs by sheer chance." Hong was well aware of his own limitations. He was fine against weak opponents, but his chances of winning against top-tier fighters were slim. "After 8 o'clock tomorrow, the desert will shrink to a very small area, and it'll be easy to run into other enemies then, but I'll do my best to protect you." Su Firen looked at Hong and added, "Don't rush to reveal your true strength. Wait until noon to make your move, so no one catches on to your sun talent." After dawn would mark the 4th day of the martial artist college entrance exam. If Hong's memory served him correctly, his diary noted that the exam concluded on the 4th day. So once dawn broke and the circle shrank after 8 a.m., the final showdown would begin. The strong had survived the culling after 3 days of fierce battles. The weaker candidates had been eliminated, leaving only the elite. The area after the circle shrinks on the 4th day would likely be very small, with dozens or even hundreds of elite candidates crammed into a single circle. The battle would inevitably be extremely fierce. If he revealed his sun talent and the fact that he grew stronger as noon approached, the other candidates would likely band together to eliminate him before noon. So he had to bide his time, wait until his strength grew even greater, and then make a stunning breakthrough at the very end. With this in mind, Hong said to Su Firen, "You should meditate and recover from your injuries first. There'll be a fierce battle at daybreak." Su Firen took a pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Hong. "This is a healing pill. Keep it for emergencies." Hong stored the pill in his Kunlun jade pendant. Su Firen then closed his eyes and began meditating to heal his injuries. Having spent the entire night on edge, not daring to close his eyes, Hong was finally able to rest a bit now that Su Firen had arrived. He needed to adjust himself to peak condition to face tomorrow's decisive battle. As the sun rose in the east, Hong's cultivation level had returned to 6-star martial master. It was now 6 in the morning. After discussing it, the two decided to head to the central region before 8 o'clock. This way, they could avoid the rush once 8 o'clock struck and minimize the chance of encountering other candidates along the way. Right in the center of the desert lay a jade-green lake. The lake resembled an emerald, set at the very heart of the desert. The early morning sun shone down on the crystal-clear surface of the lake, casting ripples of golden light across its waters. The lake was surrounded by rolling sand dunes. Since that heaven's sight could see through them, Hong activated it. He saw that candidates were lying hidden behind almost every dune, and their auras were all quite strong. Hong patted Su Firan on the shoulder and whispered, "There are a lot of people nearby. Let us find a hidden spot to hide." Su Firan nodded, and the two hid behind a dune, quietly observing their surroundings. The martial artist college entrance exam had reached its most critical stage. Everyone was on high alert, so no one made a rash move, and everything remained peaceful. However, as the clock struck 8 in the morning, more and more examinees began arriving at the lake. Since today marked the grand finale of the martial artist college entrance exam, many companies in the Great Xia Kingdom had declared a holiday so their employees could stay home and watch the competition. It was still early in the morning, but people across the country had already woken up, some sitting in front of their TVs, others at their computer desks to watch this final showdown. On the martial artist college entrance exam forum, many were predicting the ultimate champion. Among the comments with the most likes: "I think Lai has a very good chance of winning. First of all, he is at the martial master realm, and his moves are crisp and decisive. He almost always finishes opponents with a single strike. No contestant has ever forced him to use more than one move. He hasn't even gone all out in any of his matches so far, so we have no idea just how strong he really is. Chang'an is also a martial master, and he has even been praised by Chen as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Great Xia Kingdom. Although I don't know exactly how strong Chang'an is, I trust Chen's judgment. After all, he used to be the vice president of Yuanyan University, so anyone he endorses must be a super genius." Do you remember what the host said at the beginning? That contestant named Blade, his background is very mysterious. Yesterday, I saw some speculation online that Blade might be from Chasm Wall, and that he is actually the son of a high-ranking figure there. Chasm Wall is the front line in the battle against the Beast Clan, so anyone coming from there is definitely no pushover. If Blade is from Chasm Wall, I'd say he has a 20% chance of winning the championship. Chang'an has a 25% chance, Lai has roughly 25%, Yunlu, the holy son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, has a 10% chance, Su Firan of the Great Yi Prefecture has a 10% chance, and Chen Zhou of the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion also has a 10% chance. I don't know about the rest, but the person with the lowest chance of winning among the top 10 is definitely that contestant named Hong. Although he is ranked 4th, his cultivation level is far too low. He only broke through to 6-star martial master yesterday. He is no match for the others in the top 10. He is nothing but a pushover. I agree with the post above. Hong getting ranked 10th is pure luck. The organizers haven't shown him a single shot on camera, which means he hasn't made any impressive moves. That's why he is not on screen. Hong can only bully candidates with lower cultivation levels than him. With so many people on the forum today, if I sneak a bite of shit, no one should notice, right? The guy above is here every day scamming free food and drinks. If I hadn't smelled the stench, I never would VE spotted you. Hong Lan and Hong Hu sat in front of the TV. After these past few days, the two had no choice but to accept the fact that Hong, ranked 4th, was actually their own older brother. Hong Hu had a sudden thought and asked, "Do you think Big Brother might have hired someone to take the exam for him? Using a stand-in is a serious crime. You can get jail time for that. Big Brother would never do something so stupid." Hong Hu said, "But Big Brother has an F-rank talent. How did he manage to rank 4th? Unless he lied." Hong Lan's eyes lit up. That's definitely a possibility. After all, Mom and Dad both have great talents. There is no way he could be F-rank. Why would Big Brother lie? Is he just bored? Hong Hu was completely baffled. He is probably playing the fool to catch the tiger. First, he claims to be an F-rank talent, then he'll make a sensational debut on the martial artist college entrance exam, and finally, he'll make fools of both of us. Hong Lan voiced his suspicion, and Hong Hu nodded in agreement. That was exactly the kind of thing Hong would do. Meanwhile, at the De Manor, Tianbao and Su Yuan were also discussing Hong. "Dad, didn't you say yesterday that Hong had an F-rank talent? How could he rank 4th? Did you get it wrong?" Faced with Su Yuan's barrage of questions, Tianbao was just as baffled. "Don't ask me, I have no idea what is going on. That's just what Fei Ran told me earlier." Su Yuan asked again. Hong just broke through to 6-star martial master, and he is already ranked 4th. Many candidates at higher cultivation levels have fewer points than him. Did he cheat? Yes, Hong Sen's son, how could he possibly cheat? Maybe he just got lucky and ran into a bunch of noobs who handed him points. Tianbao couldn't think of any other explanation, so he had to chalk it all up to luck. Hearing the word luck, Su Yuan sighed. Fei Ran didn't have much luck this time. She ran into Wei Wei right at the start, which set her back a whole day. Otherwise, she could have made it into the top 5 by now. What's the rush? Tianbao glared at Su Yuan and scolded him. The competition is still going on. Why are you saying such discouraging things? I'm just worried. Su Yuan smiled, trying to hide his embarrassment. Meanwhile, the desert area had finally shrunk to a 3-li radius. Hundreds of people were hiding within that 3-li radius, with a lake right in the middle, leaving them no choice but to take cover in the surrounding dunes. 15 meters to Hong's left, someone was hiding in a dune. 30 meters to his right, another person was hiding in a dune. In front of him, behind him, to his sides, behind virtually every dune that offered even the slightest cover, people were hiding. Why are they all Lao Lu? Hong thought, feeling exasperated. But just as everyone was lying low, a burly man leaped into the air and landed right in the middle of the lake, exposing himself to everyone's view. It was a foolish move. The situation they faced was much like the law of the dark forest. As soon as anyone stuck their head out and exposed themselves to the group's view, they would be attacked by the entire group. But the burly man didn't care at all. He walked to the very center of the lake as if on solid ground. He had deliberately gone to the most conspicuous spot. Su Fearing tugged at Hong's sleeve and whispered, "That's Lai, the very same Lai who is currently tied with Chagan for first place." "Look how cocky he is," Hong said with a smirk. "I already figured it out." "That's not cockiness," Su Fearing corrected. "He is clearly telling us, he is standing here in the open, and if we don't agree, we're free to challenge him." Hong said excitedly, "Isn't that arrogant? He is the only one taking the heat here." Lai stood alone in the middle of the lake, his gaze haughty as he looked down on the crowd. "Everyone, stop hiding. Let us settle this head on. You tell me to come out, and I'll come out. Who do you think you are?" Hong muttered under his breath. Upon hearing this, Su Fearing chuckled, "I think you're such a jerk." Just as Hong was about to speak, a swordsman in black leapt into the air and landed directly across from Lai. Embroidered on the back of the swordsman's robe was a white full moon. Su Fearing recognized him at a single glance. That's Chen Zhou from the Moonlight Sword Pavilion, a martial master. But he is a sword cultivator with immense killing intent, so his killing intent surpasses that of an ordinary martial master. Hong exclaimed in shock, "A sword cultivator, no less? This is going to be a show." Although Lai was burly, his face looked like that of any ordinary passerby. He stood in the middle of the lake as a strong wind swept across the water, causing his black robe to flutter in the breeze. Chen Zhou stood tall and straight, with a graceful demeanor like jade, much like the male protagonist in a novel. As he landed on the lake's surface, he resembled a falling leaf touching the water, sending out ripples in concentric circles. "Chen Zhou of the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion. I seek your guidance." Chen Zhou slowly drew the long sword from his waist. As his gaze met Lai's, it was as if invisible sword energy were colliding, emitting a faint, ringing sound. Lai gave a brief bow, then moved forward, stepping onto the lake's surface and sending water splashing from beneath his feet. Chen Zhou swung his long sword, as if moonlight were spilling forth, unleashing 3 streams of invisible sword energy. Lai did not step aside to dodge. Instead, he moved in a straight line and struck a punch out of thin air. The fierce wind from his fist sent surging energy rippling through the air, shattering the invisible sword energy. Seeing this, Chen Zhou retreated backward and swung his long sword once more, sending dozens of streams of invisible sword energy streaking through the air, crisscrossing in every direction. Lai threw another punch. The force of his fist intertwined with the sword energy, sending hundreds of ripples across the lake's surface. The sword light shone like a ribbon, and the shadow of his fist appeared in rapid succession. Though each collision was silent, it was like the most stirring symphony in the heavens and earth. Chen Zhou moved with lightness and agility, fighting while retreating. Though his sword energy wasn't lethal, it managed to slightly hinder Lai's advance. Lai grew somewhat irritated. With a loud roar, he dispersed several streams of sword energy, then leaped into the air, lunging toward Chen Zhou in the distance. Although Lai was burly, his movements were far from clumsy. He moved like lightning, closing the distance to Chen Zhou in an instant. Instead of defending, Chen Zhou counterattacked, weaving his long sword around Lai's fist and pointing the tip directly at Lai's throat. Seeing this, Lai crossed his arms and blocked the strike with sheer force. The tip of the sword struck his arms, producing a crisp clang. Chen Zhou flickered his wrist, channeling all his spiritual energy into the sword tip. The blade traced an arc through the air, the tip slashing toward Lai's vital points. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhou saw Lai grimace, as if to say, "I'm not playing with you anymore." Lai's right thumb and index finger instantly clamped down on the sword tip, while his left hand clenched into a fist, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at Chen Zhou. The wind from the punch howled, sweeping up grains of sand and water vapor from the air to form a murky current. This punch was faster than any he dethroned before. Chen Zhou had absolutely no time to react, as if he'd been struck in the chest by a car traveling at top speed. Before the blood in his abdomen could even spurt out, his body began tumbling across the lake's surface, sending thousands upon thousands of water droplets flying into the air. Ripples spread out in concentric circles across the lake as Chen Zhou's figure gradually receded into the distance and grew smaller. Chen Zhou was sent flying 800 meters by the single punch. As the impact subsided, he eventually sank to the bottom of the lake. For an ordinary person, this would have been the end of the story, but Chen Zhou was a martial master. His upper body slowly resurfaced a moment later. Chen Zhou was pale and disheveled, his hair tousled by the water, a far cry from his previous elegant demeanor. Lai didn't rush over to deliver the finishing blow. Instead, he said calmly, "You did quite well to withstand a punch at 70% of my power. Step aside." Hong couldn't see Chen Zhou's expression, but upon hearing Lai's words, he couldn't help but offer a scathing critique, "That Lai is really arrogant. I just can't stand it." "He is arrogant because he has got the skills to back it up," Su Firan said, suddenly looking worried. "If I'd taken that punch from Lai just now, I'd have ended up just like Chen Zhou." "You've already done very well," Hong said, trying to comfort him. "If I'd taken that punch, you'd be burning Jaws paper for me next Qingming festival." Su Firan relaxed his furrowed brow and smiled. "You're actually pretty good at comforting people." On the lake in the distance, Chen Zhou, dragging his severely injured body, made his way toward the shore in a pitiful state. Soon, another fearless hero, an 8-star martial master, leaped in front of Lai and declared, "I'll take you on." This time, Lai held nothing back. As he struck out with his palm, a massive wave 100 meters high erupted from the lake's surface. As the wave subsided, everyone saw Lai's palm plunge into the warrior's left chest. "This scar is my doing. It'll be your lifelong honor," Lai said as he slowly withdrew his blood-stained hand, then kicked the warrior back into the desert. Lai's words carried another meaning: "Don't bother me with nobodies, I only want to spar with true masters." Hong didn't mind, but Su Firan couldn't hold back any longer. "I'll go take him on," she exclaimed excitedly. "Don't be impulsive." Hong urged her immediately. "If you get injured now, you'll likely become a target for others in the battles to come. A master like Lai is a rare opportunity." Su Firan ignored the warning, her expression brimming with excitement. She summoned her silver spear and had just stood up when a sinister voice rang out from behind her, "I've been looking for you." Su Firan and Hong turned around simultaneously. It was a young man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, with a hooked nose. "That's Blade," Su Firan said to Hong, then turned to Blade and added, "I've been looking for you, too." Blade held a machete in his right hand. His gaze was fierce, his face brimming with malice, a quality that made his otherwise handsome features seem somewhat repulsive. "You've been looking for me, too? Are you looking to fight?" Blade let out a mocking chuckle. "Don't mess around when I'm serious or you'll lose your life." Su Firan kept a cold expression on his face and retorted just as sarcastically, "It doesn't feel good to have your chest pierced by my blade, does it?" Blade, furious and humiliated, snapped, "I slashed you too. Has the wound on your back healed yet? Stop beating around the bush." Su Firan shook her spear, her tone icy. If you're not satisfied, we can keep fighting. I advise you not to go head to head with me. I'll just take a few wounds, but you'll lose your life. Blade clearly had some reservations. He probably didn't want a fight that would leave both of them devastated. Then why are you coming here to provoke me? Su Firen snapped. She couldn't stand Blade's tone. Blade explained his purpose. I want to invite you to join forces with me to take down that big oaf in the middle of the lake. Su Firen spoke bluntly. I don't like outnumbering opponents. You'd better find someone else. Blade tried again. If you and I don't team up, neither of us can beat that big oaf. If you want to win the top prize, this is your only chance. Su Firen refused once more. I do want to win the top prize, but I don't want to team up with someone like you, and I certainly don't want to gang up on someone outnumbered. Having been rebuffed, Blade's face darkened with anger. Hong, who had been holding back for quite some time, couldn't help but ask, what? You want to fight? Who do you think you are? A 6-star martial master? Do you even have the right to talk to me like that? Blade looked at him with utter contempt, not taking Hong seriously. Hong glanced at the sun, which was hanging high in the eastern sky. It was almost 9 o'clock. His own strength was still growing, but if he faced Blade right now, he wouldn't have much of an advantage. Don't get too cocky. Just you wait. Hong issued a threat, but to Blade, it sounded like nothing more than a primary schooler's empty boast. Don't leave after school, meet me at the back gate. Blade glanced at Hong, then at Su Firen, and finally walked away in silence. Seeing this, Hong said, that jerk's personality is just too awful. He doesn't think before he speaks. He's south just like some street thug. Su Firen speculated, he has probably some spoiled rich kid from a well-to-do family, used to being arrogant and domineering, which is why he speaks so recklessly. The two sat back down on the sand, hiding their figures behind the dune. Hong asked, you just said you don't like outnumbering opponents. When I asked you earlier to team up against Wei Wei, why didn't you turn me down? I did politely decline at the time, okay. But you kept saying it was just a 2-on-1, that there was no need to follow the code of the underworld, and besides, I didn't even throw a punch. You defeated Wei Wei all by yourself. Su Firen added, mainly, Blade's words were too harsh. I didn't want to team up with him. Besides, if I can't beat him, I can't beat him. I don't want a victory that's not earned fairly. You have some principles, but not many, Hong joked. Su Firen's ranking had dropped to 15th place, but she was still quite a few points short of getting into a top-tier university. Hong's ranking had also fallen to 5th place. Hong activated his heavily eye to scan the area, then pointed to a sand dune and whispered to Su Firen, there is someone hiding behind that dune, as 6-star martial master. Go over there and take him out instantly. Su Firen didn't doubt Hong's words. She rose slightly, gripped her spear with both hands, planted her left foot firmly on the ground, and surged forward, instantly taking down the 6-star martial master. Seeing Su Firen return with her spear, Hong pointed to another sand dune and whispered, there is another person hiding behind that dune, as 7-star martial master. You'll need to give it your all and try to take him out in one strike. Su Firen nodded, gathered all her strength, and flashed away once more. Although the man was a 7-star martial master, he was instantly killed by Su Firen's full-force surprise attack. Hong pointed at several others nearby, and they all fell to Su Firen's spear. After killing 6 people in a row, Su Firen climbed to 7th place in the rankings. Seeing this scene, the people around them quietly slipped away. You've scared everyone away, Hong said as he stood up and looked around. Within a 500-meter radius, there was no sign of any other contestants. Let us go check the surrounding area, Su Firen said, still caught up in the thrill of the kill and so excited that he'd already forgotten about his planned private conversation with Lai. This group of the number 6s was all hiding, keeping their heads down, seemingly planning to reap the benefits of the chaos and take advantage of the situation. But Hong's heavenly eye granted him the ability to see through objects, allowing him to spot people hiding behind sand dunes. It also provided long-range vision, letting him take in everything within a 5-kilometer radius. With this combination of X-ray vision and long-range sight, no candidate within a 5-kilometer radius could escape his gaze. Even if these candidates weren't using martial arts or emitting spiritual energy fluctuations, his heavenly eye could still discern their cultivation levels. With the ability to see through others' cultivation levels, combined with his X-ray vision and long-range sight, Sufiran transformed into a bully of the week, eliminating over a dozen candidates in just 1 hour. Sufiran's score reached 2,400 points, and his ranking shot up to 3rd place, trailing only Lian Chanan. As a result, Hong dropped to 6th place. In the diary, Sufiran had ranked 3rd, the 3rd-place scholar in the martial artist college entrance exam. As for Hong, armed with the recommendation letter written by Tian Bao, he had also gained admission to a top-tier university. So Hong wasn't concerned. Even if he dropped to 6th place and didn't have Tian Bao's recommendation letter, as long as he waited until noon, his strength would reach its peak. At that point, relying on his heavenly eye, he would quickly catch up to Sufiran. 10 a.m. Hong's strength was steadily rising. Although his cultivation level remained at 6-star martial master, his actual power now fell between that of a 7-star martial master and an 8-star martial master. Furthermore, Hong had eliminated 2 instances of Yin energy, and his physique had been tempered twice. His strength was now on par with that of an ordinary martial master. This refers to an ordinary martial master. It does not include someone like Sufiran, who had been cultivating since childhood. Although Hong possessed the top-tier version of the 89 mystical skill, Sufiran came from a prominent clan, so the cultivation techniques she practiced were naturally no ordinary affair, and she was also proficient in the Grade E spear technique. Hong's chances of victory against Sufiran were slim, but against an ordinary martial master, his odds were very high. However, it was only 10 a.m., and his strength had not yet reached its peak. Hong had planned to wait until 11 o'clock to leave the mountain, but unexpected events always happen faster than anticipated. Blade, accompanied by a man in white, forced his way between Hong and Sufiran. Hong glanced at them. Blade was a martial master, and the man in white was also a martial master. "Who are you?" Hong asked, looking at the man in white. "Do you want to fight?" Sufiran asked, looking at Blade. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Hong felt exasperated. This damnable synchronicity always struck at the most inopportune moments. The man in white was handsome and dignified. Clad in a spotless white robe, its sleeves fluttering in the breeze, he looked like an immortal descended to earth, as if he could wash away all the dust around him. "I am Yunlu of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm." The man in white had a straight nose and a faint, composed smile at the corners of his lips, giving the impression that he was easy to get along with. Sufiran shot Blade a contemptuous glance, then said to Yunlu, "Mashengzi of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, I've heard of your reputation. The Jade Emperor's sacred realm is renowned as a holy place of compassion and mercy. How could you associate with someone like this?" Blade noticed Sufiran's gaze and interjected, "When you're in my presence, please speak respectfully and watch your eyes." Yunlu chuckled, "Blade just isn't very articulate, but he's a decent guy. I'd been there once before anyway, I've known him for a long time." Sufiran frowned. "So that's why you're determined to team up with him against me?" Yunlu nodded slightly, then clasped his fists with a smile. "I can't refuse a friend's request, so I'm afraid I must apologize." In the center of the lake, Lai was locked in a fierce battle with the other candidates. The fighting was intense. Meanwhile, in the desert beside the lake, after a period of silence, a small-scale skirmish had also broken out, and the number of candidates was slowly dwindling. "I'm just a 6-star martial master. What kind of heroes are you for picking on me? If you've got the guts, go find Lai in the middle of the lake. Even if he let you two take on one of him, you wouldn't dare." Hong was still trash-talking, trying to buy time. But Blade didn't give Hong a chance. He said to Yunlu, "I'll handle this guy, you take care of the girl." Yunlu replied, "She is Sufiran from the Great E Manor. She is incredibly powerful. My chances of beating her aren't very high. You quickly take out this 6-star martial master, then come over and help me deal with Sufiran." Blade nodded, his face brimming with confidence, "Don't worry. I guarantee I'll end this fight within 2 strikes." Sufiran looked worried as she whispered to Hong, "Yunlu is just as strong as Blade. I won't be able to spare a hand to protect you. You'll have to fend for yourself. If you can't beat him, run. Remember to hold the card in your hand. This Blade seems like the type to hold a grudge. If he catches up to you, don't let him kill you. With these words, Su Firan was warning Hong that if Blade caught up to her, she should crush her card to voluntarily withdraw from the martial artist tournament, thereby avoiding being severely injured or killed by Blade. Blade, Yunlu, and Su Firan were all 9-star martial artists and not just ordinary ones at that. Therefore, when Su Firan faced off against Yunlu, neither of them could secure a quick victory. This was bound to be a protracted battle. However, as long as Blade took out Hong first and then teamed up with Yunlu for a 2-on-1 attack, Su Firan would inevitably be eliminated. Su Firan stood up straight, channeling her spiritual energy to the limit, a faint dragoness roar emanating from within her. It was clear that Su Firan was truly desperate. This was the first time she had given it her all during the martial artist college entrance exam. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy surging through Su Firan, Yunlu's expression turned serious. Su Firan is getting serious. I don't know how long I can hold out. You'd better finish this quickly. Before Yunlu could finish his sentence, Su Firan thrust her silver spear forward. Its sharp tip, glinting with a cold light, instantly pierced the air right before Yunlu's eyes. The two figures vanished from where they stood and reappeared in an instant far away in the desert. Su Firan's single thrust forced Yunlu back 2,000 meters, yet Blade stood there unhurriedly, showing no urgency to strike. Hong, puzzled by this, asked, "Why aren't you attacking? What are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for Su Firan and Yunlu to wear each other out, and then I'll step in to finish you off," Blade replied with a statement that left Hong utterly baffled. Hong furrowed his brow and asked again, "Shouldn't you take me out first, and then help Yunlu deal with Su Firan?" Blade flashed a sinister smile and said without any pretense, "Because I want to take the top spot, and both Yunlu and Su Firan are just obstacles in my way." The implication was actually quite simple. Blade intended to wait until Yunlu and Su Firan had fought each other to a standstill, leaving him to reap the benefits and eliminate both of them. Isn't Yunlu your friend? This is just too despicable. Hong was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Blade to be such a traitor, someone who would stab a friend in the back for his own gain. Only young people talk about loyalty. Adults are all about self-interest. Blade chuckled, his smile eerie. Hong sneered sarcastically. Yunlu was still naive enough to think of you as a friend and wait for you to join him in taking down Su Firan. He really put his trust in the wrong person. Blade spoke bluntly, "If anyone is to blame, it's him for not knowing people well enough. You can't blame me for that. Even though I've known him since we were kids and even hung out with him for a few months, I've never considered him a friend." Hearing this, Hong couldn't help but praise him. "You really are a scoundrel. When I treat you like a human being, could you at least pretend to be one?" Blade shot Hong a vicious glare and added, "You stay right where you are. If you dare take a single step, I'll cripple you on the spot." Hearing this, Hong fell silent. After all, stalling was to his advantage. If he could hold out for another few tens of minutes, his strength should be on par with Blade's. Besides, from what he just heard Su Firan and Yunlu say, Su Firan seemed to have a slight edge, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Yunlu and Su Firan had been fighting for over 10 minutes when Yunlu sensed something was wrong and ran over midway through the battle. Seeing Blade standing in place, Yunlu wanted to speak up, but Su Firan's attacks were too fierce. He could only struggle to defend himself, with absolutely no chance to get a word in. At this point, neither Su Firan nor Yunlu were fools. They both guessed Blade's plan. Yunlu was, of course, in agony, while Su Firan felt a surge of joy. The longer this dragged on, the stronger Hong would become, which worked in his favor. So Su Firan intensified his attacks, forcibly driving away Yunlu, who had come to offer assistance. Seeing this, Blade gave a sinister smile and asked, "Why do you think Su Firan won T-stop?" Hong knew the answer, of course, but he didn't say it. Instead, he replied calmly, "What do you have to say? I'd love to hear the details. I can pretty much guess what that foolish woman is thinking. She probably wants to take care of Yunlu first, then join forces with you to take me on." Blade said, "Other than that, she has no choice but to resort to such a desperate, all-or-nothing move." "You're really smart." Hong added another sarcastic remark. Blade's guess was partly right, but actually wrong. The main reason was that Hong would only grow stronger, which is why Su Firan had driven Yunlu away. She indeed planned to defeat Yunlu first, then team up with the increasingly powerful Hong to take on Blade. Blade and Yunlu were at odds with each other strategically, the two of them were no match for Hong and Su Firen, who trusted each other implicitly. Even if Su Firen defeats Yun Lu, she'll be on her last legs, and you'll be even more of a pushover. You're both sitting ducks, I can do with you as I please. Blade seemed to already have victory in the bag as he continued, I'll just wait for the right moment. First, I'll take you out, then I'll eliminate Su Firen, and finally, I'll deal with that big oaf in the middle of the lake. Who else but me deserves the top spot? Hong suppressed the urge to laugh and replied, right. As the sun slowly rose toward its zenith, Hong's power gradually increased. The period from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. is known as noon. Hong's power would slowly climb to its peak before 11 a.m., and after 1 p.m., it would gradually decline. During these 2 hours of midday, his peak moment occurs at exactly 12 o'clock noon, the 1 minute when the sun reaches its zenith. At this moment, Hong enters the ultimate blazing sun state. In the ultimate blazing sun state, Hong's power reaches its absolute peak. During this 1 minute, he is truly unrivaled under heaven and earth. As the time approached 11 a.m., the spiritual energy within Hong's body began to surge. Endless power surged through his limbs and every acupoint, providing him with an unending supply of strength. Hong's muscles slowly bulged, stretching the tracksuit he wore to its limit. Hearing the hissing sound as the fabric stretched, Blade turned his head and snarled at Hong, I just told you if you dare take a single step, I'll kill you on the spot. Hong's whole body was trembling, he was on the verge of losing control of the power boiling inside him. Scorching heat erupted suddenly, causing the space around him to warp. At that moment, he could no longer hold back. I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Hong raised his head to look at Blade, flames seemingly burning in his eyes. The scorching heat washed over him, forcing Blade to take a step back. Do you want to die, or have you had enough of living? Hong took a step forward. That's exactly what I'd like to ask you. What the hell are you doing? Blade glanced at Hong and finally realized something was wrong. Hong was clearly still a 6-star martial artist, yet his aura was powerful enough to rival his own. You've got a filthy mouth, I'll teach you how to talk to people. Hong pulled the solar blade from his Kunlun jade pendant. The solar blade is a fire attribute weapon. As Hong gripped it, the blade turned crimson. I was born with a proud spirit, don't try to act all high and mighty with me. Blade spoke in a tough, confident tone, if you don't like it, let us fight 2 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical, and we're at it. Nothing but catchphrases. Are you preparing for grad school entrance exams? Hong had been dying to call him out on this. Every time Blade opened his mouth, he spouted streetwise one-liners that were both exasperating and cringeworthy. Blade suddenly swung his blade without warning. His movement was lightning fast, and in the blink of an eye, the blade came down toward Hong's head. Hong gripped the solar blade with one hand and parried upward, effortlessly blocking the blow. Due to the parrying motion, Hong's already tight tracksuit was instantly stretched to the breaking point, revealing a body of well-defined, muscular physique. Feeling the inexhaustible power surging through him, Hong swung the solar blade with all his might, sending Blade flying. After just one exchange, Blade realized that Hong was no paper tiger. He had truly grown stronger. Having painstakingly plotted for so long, intending to let the mantis catch the cicada, he had instead failed to catch the chicken and lost the rice. Blade's composure shattered instantly, and his entire body flushed with anger. Hong gripped the blade with both hands and swung it with all his might, causing the 10,000-degree blade heat contained within the blade to erupt violently. A surge of scorching blade energy swept toward Blade, instantly vaporizing the grains of sand in its path. This was the searing internal energy cultivated through the great burning heaven art, combined with the blade energy unleashed by the unfettered sword classic. The two techniques merged into one, and the power of this strike was no less than that of a high-tier earth-rank martial art. Blade didn't get overconfident gripping his sword with both hands. He channeled spiritual energy into his palms and unleashed a blade energy of his own. The two streams of blade energy collided mid-air, but Hong's was superior, forcing Blade's back step by step. Blade realized his blade energy was no match for Hong's. He was merely buying time. After delivering that strike, Blade closed his eyes tightly, rapidly stamping his right foot in place while muttering incantations in a language incomprehensible to others. As the sound of the incantations and his footsteps grew louder, Blade's entire body began to tremble, his gaze turned vacant, and then his eyes rolled back, his pupils vanishing. Black, malevolent energy continuously poured from Blade's mouth, coiling around his face before coalescing into a terrifying mask. Horns extended from either side of the mask, sharp fangs were exposed, and a ghostly green light flickered where his eyes should have been. This hideous mask bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Azura. The searing blade energy Hong unleashed quickly shattered Blade's blade energy, then surged forward, determined to split Blade in two. With the Azura mask covering his face, Blade raised his cleaver and, with a single swing, cleaved Hong's blade energy in two. In the next instant, only Blade's afterimage remained where he had stood. He instantly appeared before Hong and thrust his blade into Hong's abdomen. Hong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen when he looked down. He saw that his stomach had already been pierced. Blade tensed his wrist, intending to twist the blade and carve a large hole in Hong's abdomen. Of course, Hong wasn't going to let Blade have his way. He gripped Blade's wrists tightly with both hands, preventing him from applying any force. At the same time, Hong channeled his spiritual energy into his throat, slowly opened his mouth, and spat out searing flames. Blade tried to dodge, but his wrists were firmly clamped by Hong, and he simply couldn't break free. Hong's body was an endless wellspring of spiritual energy. The flames spewed for 2 full minutes, scorching Blade's face the entire time. A wave of scorched air reached Hong's nostrils, and only then did he let go, kicking Blade away with a single kick. But Hong wasn't faring much better either. He knelt on one knee, blood gushing from his back and upper abdomen. He had no choice but to cover the wounds with both hands, one in front and one behind. Blade lay on the ground, his body twitching. His upper body was charred, and he was already on the verge of death. But then, the Azura mask on Blade's face suddenly glowed with an eerie green light. This light flowed over Blade's upper body, healing his charred flesh. Seeing Blade's charred skin slowly return to its normal color, Hong wanted to continue breathing fire, but with no machete to block his abdomen, he coughed up a mouthful of blood the moment he opened his mouth. This won't do. Hong took a deep breath. Drawing on the midday sunlight, tiny flames ignited on his back and abdomen. As the flames burned, his wounds began to heal slowly. Hong had merely been pierced through the abdomen, while Blade's entire upper body had been charred. His injuries were more severe than Hong's. Thanks to the protection of the Azura mask, Blade's head had not been affected by the flames, only his upper body had been scorched. After being treated by the eerie green light, it took only a few dozen seconds for Blade's scorched body to return to its normal skin color. Hong remained kneeling on one knee. Though the external wounds on his body had healed from the small flames, the internal injuries caused by the stab wound were healing very slowly. Blade slowly crawled to his feet, his right hand instinctively picking up the machete that had fallen to the ground. His voice was hoarse as he said, "I have the Azura's protection. Your flames can't kill me." The wounds inside Hong's body had not yet healed. Every time he spoke, he coughed up blood. Yet he clenched his right fist and slowly extended his middle finger toward Blade. Seeing this, Blade cut off any further words. He planted his left foot on the ground, causing the sand beneath him to tremble slightly, and leaped into the air, his machete slicing through the sky. The blade flashed with incredible speed, too fast for the naked eye to follow, and in an instant appeared directly above Hong's head. Hong, kneeling on one knee, shifted his body in a fluid motion and narrowly dodged the fierce slash. The blade missed its mark, striking the sand instead and cleaving a deep fissure right through it. "You actually dodged that." Blade's voice carried a note of shock. Since donning the Azura mask, not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also surged dramatically. Never mind a martial master, even a 4-star martial spirit would likely be unable to see the slash he unleashed. Blade turned to look at Hong, who was still kneeling on one knee, but an eye had opened on his forehead. It must have been because of that eye that Hong was able to see his slash coming. So what if you saw it? He could swing his blade even faster. Blade swung his blade backward, sweeping at Hong's lower body at lightning speed, leaving afterimages of himself in place. The celestial eye on Hong's forehead could track Blade's movements. Gripping the solar blade with one hand, he spun the blade horizontally, driving the tip into the sand to block the cleaver's strike. Though wounded, Hong did not sit idly by. He spun like a whirlwind, his blade trailing rings of flame. Blade dared not block the attack head-on. Moving with lightning speed, he flickered out of the way and suddenly retreated several zhang. In the next instant, blade vanished again. The cleaver in his hand rained down on Hong like an unending downpour, each strike both swift and ruthless. Hong's internal wounds were still healing. Afraid of aggravating them, he dared not make any sudden movements and was forced to kneel on one knee. Facing this storm of slashes, Hong remained completely unflustered. His heavenly eye locked onto Blade S figure, and with his solar blade, he parried left and right, perfectly blocking Blade S attacks from every angle. Blade S speed increased steadily. His movements were ghostly, darting left and right, forward and backward, making his whereabouts impossible to predict. Seeing this, Hong closed his eyes, opening only the celestial eye on his forehead. His vision became even clearer. Everything around him was within his grasp, and his lock onto Blade grew even more precise. Blade had pushed his speed to the absolute limit, yet he still couldn't break through Hong's defense. All that could be seen on the sandy ground were Blade's afterimages as he unleashed slashes from all directions. His blade cut through the air with a whistling sound, and flashes of steel came one after another. Another flash of steel appeared. Hong blocked it with his blade. A loud clang rang out as the two blades clashed, sending sparks flying in all directions. Blade seized the moment to exert force, attempting to knock Hong's blade aside. Hong was prepared. He pushed his blade forward with the momentum, using the force against him to shove Blade aside. Seizing this opening, Hong sprang to his feet and took a step forward, swinging his blade at Blade. Having anticipated Blade's attempt to dodge, Hong let out a thunderous roar. The solar blade burst into raging flames as he swung the blade forward. A surge of scorching fire erupted, unfurling like an open folding fan to create a fan-shaped sea of fire stretching 100 zhang. This sea of fire, carrying a rolling heat wave, swept forward, instantly turning the sandy ground a deep crimson. The blade's temperature, reaching 10,000 degrees, incinerated everything in an instant. Grains of sand melted into magma, leaving behind nothing but scorched earth. Everywhere Blade had dodged to was engulfed by the sea of fire, and his body was scorched once more. But this time, it was only a minor burn. The eerie green glow emanating from the Azura mask healed his wounds in just 2 seconds. Hong slowly stood up, raised his head, and basked in the midday sun as the injuries within his body finally healed. It seemed like a long time had passed since the two began fighting, but in reality, only a few minutes had elapsed. As the sunlight bathed his entire body and his inner strength surged once more, Hong's eyes blazed like torches. He gathered all his true chi in his dantian, then grinned at Blade. Blade saw Hong's smile and was about to hurl an insult when Hong suddenly erupted with power. His aura surged like a volcanic eruption as he swung the solar blade with all his might toward Blade. This strike came from the Sword Sutra of No Delusion. The technique was called Heaven and Earth Single Strike Slash. Hong had condensed his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak, focusing all his spiritual energy into a single point, which allowed him to unleash such a supreme strike. The blade's glow blazed like fire and thundered like lightning, emitting a series of humming sounds. Its might was unrivaled, as if it were about to cleave the heavens and the earth. The piercing screech of the blade cutting through the air could be heard. Everything around them was cowed by this force, and time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Seeing this, Blade tried to dodge, but his feet felt as if they were pinned to the ground. He simply couldn't move. He had no choice but to raise his machete, grit his teeth, grip the hilt tightly with both hands, and simultaneously channel the power of the Azura Ghost Mask, mustering every ounce of strength to meet Hong's heaven and earth slash head-on. The instant the two blades clashed, all sound fell silent. Every noise in the vicinity vanished, leaving only a crisp clang. That clang spread like ripples across the entire battlefield in an instant. A powerful, crushing force surged through Blade's arms. He felt a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave coming from Hong's blade, which crushed his defenses almost instantly. The force was far greater than Blade had imagined. Even though he was fully mentally prepared, he still couldn't block it. Blade's arms snapped on the spot. The broken bones pierced through his flesh and jutted out beyond the panel, and the cleaver in his hand was knocked flying. The immense force swept Blade's body away. He was hurled like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing heavily into the lake a kilometer away. Immediately, the splashing water formed layer upon layer of waves that radiated outward in concentric circles, causing the entire lake's surface to churn and ripples to spread along its edges. Hong leapt into the air, channeling spiritual energy into the soles of his feet to float on the lake's surface. After falling into the lake, Blade did not resurface but remained at the bottom, seizing the opportunity to recover from his injuries. Hong, of course, would not give him a chance to heal. Raising the solar blade high, he was about to cleave the lake's surface with a single stroke. Suddenly, a beam of white light sliced through the sky, streaking toward Hong like a meteor. As the white light closed in, Hong swung his blade with all his might. The blade's glow, like a dragon, collided violently with the white light mid-air. In an instant, a piercing clang of metal on metal erupted through the air, like a thunderclap. The white light was shattered by Hong's solar blade, turning into specks of glow that scattered in all directions. Although Hong had dispersed the white light, he was also forced to stumble back several steps. He fixed his gaze on the direction from which the light had come and saw Yunlu streaking through the air toward him. Behind Yunlu was Su Firen, who, wielding a silver spear, was hot on his heels. Yunlu, clad in white, had disheveled hair and looked disheveled. His body was covered in blood, clearly having been stabbed several times by Su Firen. Hong waited until Yunlu landed in front of him, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Why did you try to stop me?" Despite being in a desperate state, Yunlu still maintained his composure, clasping his fists in a bow and making a surprising request, "Can you spare him?" "Of course not." Before Yunlu could press further, Hong cut him off bluntly. "Do you realize that Blade never considered you a friend? He was even hoping you and Su Firen would both be left battered and bruised so he could reap the benefits." Yunlu gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Of course I know what kind of person he is." Su Firen landed beside Hong. Hearing Yunlu's words, her face was filled with disbelief as she said, "If you know that, why are you still helping him? Are you crazy? Blade doesn't consider me a friend, but I've always considered him a friend." Yunlu paused for a moment, then continued, "Since I consider him a friend, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, helping a friend doesn't seem to require a reason. He doesn't even consider you a friend, yet you still consider him one." Hong couldn't fathom Yunlu's way of thinking and even suspected he was mentally unstable. "I suggest you go to the hospital and get your head checked." Hong didn't want to waste words on him and added, "Besides, you don't have enough clout. I'm definitely taking Blade out today." Yunlu tossed his card to Hong. "You're eliminating Blade for the points, too. Blade and I are tied for 4th place. Take this card, and then spare him." Hong reached out to catch the card, but he didn't agree to Yunlu's request. Instead, he said, "Only kids have to choose. I'm taking it all." Hearing this, Yunlu didn't blame Hong. He understood the resentment simmering inside him. Besides, given the current situation, Blade was severely injured, and Yunlu himself was wounded while Hong and Su Firen had only minor injuries. The advantage clearly lay with Hong's side. Even if Yunlu hadn't given him the card, the two of them could have defeated Yunlu and Blade fair and square. So, his and Blade's points and cards were, in essence, already Hong and Su Firen's for the taking. "I shouldn't have gotten myself mixed up in this mess," Yunlu said with a wry, resigned smile. He bowed his fists towards Su Firen and Hong. "But I had no choice. Blade is my friend, and I couldn't refuse his invitation. Since I've fallen into your hands today, do with me as you please. Kill me or flay me, it's entirely up to you. I was in the wrong first. I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit." Yunlu's words were sincere. He didn't seem to be feigning submission. Hong looked at Su Firen and said, "I have fewer points than you. You're still ranked 3rd, while I've dropped to 7th. Can I have Yunlu's card?" "Of course. Do I even need to ask?" Su Firen's tone carried a hint of resentment. Seeing this, Hong rubbed his nose, then crumpled Yunlu's card in his hand, instantly propelling his ranking up to 4th place. Before being teleported away, Yunlu clasped his fists toward Hong and the others once more and said, "I've caused you much trouble today. I humbly ask for your forgiveness and hope you won't hold a grudge." Hong rolled his eyes and said bluntly, "You want me to forgive you? No way. Every time I see you in the real world from now on, I'm going to beat you up." Yunlu smiled at this, then vanished in a flash, which meant he had been eliminated from the competition. Looking at Blade hiding at the bottom of the lake, Hong turned to Su Firen and said, "I'll split the lake's surface with a single swing to force Blade out. You take the opportunity to drive him out of the water, and then the two of us will team up against him." "Sounds good." Su Firen waved his silver spear, unable to suppress a slight grin that seemed to be on the verge of a laugh. Visibility was already poor underwater, and Blade had no idea what was happening outside. But Hong's heavenly eye could see through water. He could clearly make out Blade's hiding spot at the bottom of the lake. Hong raised the solar blade high, his spiritual energy boiling to its limit as a massive surge of it condensed onto the blade. The spiritual energy surging from Hong's body sent ripples spreading out across the lake's surface. Ah! Hong roared, unleashing the heaven and earth slash once more. 100 Zhang blade aura struck the lake's surface, parting the water and sending spray soaring several zhang high. A crack split open across the lake's surface, and the water surged outward on both sides. The lake bed, covered in silt that had settled over many years, was exposed to everyone's view along with the figure of Blade, who had been hiding there. Su Firen gripped her long spear, poised and ready. She had long since mustered all her strength. Spotting Blade, Su Firen sprang into action like an arrow leaving the bowstring, the tip of her spear aimed straight at the lake bottom. The silver spear blazed with white light, like a white dragon leaping into the depths, its glow illuminating the dark lake bed. Blade's machete had been knocked out of his hand by Hong. Now unarmed, he was at their mercy. Su Firen hoisted Blade into the air with a thrust of her spear, then, with a powerful swing of her arm, hurled him toward the lake's depths, sending him spinning through the air. Hong timed his move perfectly, swinging his blade mid-air, intent on finishing Blade off. Blade crushed the card in his hand, choosing to voluntarily withdraw from the match. He'd rather forfeit than let Hong earn points. Since Blade had been teleported away, Hong's swing cut through empty air. He cursed, "Fuck this. This guy can't handle losing." Su Firen pulled out his card and checked the rankings. There were now 5 players remaining. First place, Lai, points, 43.99. First place, Chanan, points, 43.96. Third place, Su Firen, points, 35.12. Fourth place, Hong, points, 33.16. Fifth place, Ing Huan, points, 24.79. Su Firen walked over to Hong and muttered under his breath, "How come there are only 5 people left?" Hearing this, Hong pulled out his card and looked at the rankings. He froze for a moment. This Ing Huan in 5th place couldn't possibly be the Ing Huan he knew, could she? Lai has been in the middle of the lake the whole time. Those hiding behind the sand dunes were probably taken care of by Chang'an and Ing Huan. Hong said absent-mindedly, his thoughts still on Ing Huan. Ing Huan didn't have the money to buy a cultivation manual, so he'd given her the supreme treatise on resonance himself. That's why she started cultivating a month later than he did. If this really was the Ing Huan he knew, it would be unbelievable. She'd only been cultivating for 3 months and had already reached 5th place. Her talent was probably not much inferior to Xiao's. After the fierce battle just now, Hong had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy, enough to break through to the 7-star martial master realm. After a moment's thought, Hong whispered to Su Firen, "I'm going to break through. You'll guard me." Su Firen frowned upon hearing this. She glanced at Lai in the middle of the lake, then at the surrounding desert, and said hesitantly, "Isn't it a bit risky for you to break through at a time like this?" There were only 5 people left now. From Lai's actions, Hong could tell he was an upright and honorable person. He had stood in the middle of the lake from the very beginning. He hadn't hidden behind the sand dunes but had chosen to fight openly and fairly. So if she were to break through, someone with Lai's character would most likely not attack her. The other 2 were Ing Huan and Chang'an. If it were the Ing Huan she knew, she probably wouldn't harm her either. After all, she had done her a favor. That left only Chahan. According to the diary, he might be the top scholar, so his strength was beyond question. Chang'an's strength and cultivation level both surpassed Su Firen's, but Su Firen should have no major trouble holding him off for a few minutes. A few minutes would be enough for him to break through to the 7-star martial master realm. Once he reached that level, he could turn the tide of the battle. Hong smiled reassuringly, "If they ambush me, I'll simply hold off on breaking through. At worst, I'll just lose a little spiritual energy." There was half a sentence left that Hong didn't say. If he got beaten up, he could replenish that lost spiritual energy at any time. And as long as he successfully broke through to 7-star martial master, combined with the midday sun, he'd have a chance to win the championship. Every year, the top 5 finishers in the martial arts college entrance exam gain admission to top-tier universities, and the top 3 also receive prizes and cash rewards. He needed money for college, and the prize for the top scorer was exceptionally generous. Although breaking through at this moment was somewhat risky, the potential rewards were even greater, so even if there was danger, he had to take the risk and push through. Su Firan nodded. She arched her bold, sword-like eyebrows and then flashed a faint smile. As long as you've made up your mind, leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Hong immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Since he decided to break through, he saw no reason to hide it. Based on past experience, it should only take him a few minutes to break through to the 7-star martial master level. Lai, standing in the middle of the lake, watched Hong break through right in front of him. His expression froze for a moment, then he grinned and strode over. What are you doing? Su Firan raised her silver spear at an angle and snapped at Lai as he approached. Don't panic. I mean no harm. Lai first clasped his fists in a traditional salute. His tone was open and honest. Besides, since your friend dared to break through right in front of me, he must have figured I wouldn't attack him. So you don't need to point that spear at me. Then why did you come over? Su Firan's tone softened slightly as he lowered his silver spear, though a hint of caution still lingered in his expression. Just think of me as coming over to watch over him. Lai glanced around and added, as for those other 2 hiding in the shadows, they're probably just cowards. I, Luo Mo, have no interest in facing them. Once your friend breaks through, let him fight me. Regardless of the outcome, I'll voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Lai's tone sounded lackluster. Like Xiao, he had already been accepted into a top-tier university. But he had turned down that opportunity and chosen to take the martial artist college entrance exam instead. On one hand, he was confident in his own strength. On the other, he craved combat. Yet so far, none of his opponents had truly satisfied Lai. Even when he held back, no one had managed to last more than 3 moves against him. Lai craved a thrilling, all-out battle, one fought under the spotlight, one where he could give it his all rather than just picking on weak opponents here, let alone facing cowards who hid behind cover. Upon hearing Lai's words, Su Firan's expression darkened. You're a martial master. Even if Hong has broken through, he is still only a 7-star martial master. You're practically bullying him. Lai replied slowly, your friend Hong's strength far exceeds his rank. He is truly exceptional and peerless. Even as a mere 6-star martial master, he was able to cleave a great lake in 2 with a single stroke and overpower a martial master. If he breaks through to 7-star martial master, he might very well be a match for me. Su Firan replied sternly, although Hong's strength exceeds his cultivation level, yours also far surpasses that of an ordinary martial master. I reckon you could kill him with a single punch, so allow me to refuse on his behalf. Hearing Su Firan's defensive words, Lai smiled and asked, what is your relationship with him? What gives you the right to refuse on his behalf? This question made Su Firan's face flush slightly, and he replied in a flustered and annoyed tone, we're friends, of course. Why are you asking so many questions? Hearing Su Firan's flustered and angry response, Lai grinned. If you're friends, you don't really have the right to refuse on his behalf, do you? However, a martial master facing off against a 7-star martial master seemed a bit unfair no matter how you looked at it. Lai paused briefly before speaking again, I have a suggestion. How about we do this instead? You just said, I can kill him with a single punch. So I'll throw a punch. If Hong can block it, I'll admit defeat and give him the card. How about that? Hearing Lai's proposal, Su Firan wanted to refuse on Hong's behalf, but then he remembered Lai's words, since you're friends, you don't really have the right to refuse for him. Su Firan turned his back and snapped, you've already said that, why are you asking me? Wait until he breaks through, then ask him yourself. Lai nodded, sat cross-legged on the lake's surface, and said nothing more. At this point, there were 5 people left. Lai was in first place. No matter how the remaining battles played out, he was guaranteed a spot in the top 5. Even if Hong managed to block Lai's punch and Lai honored the agreement by voluntarily forfeiting, he would still be able to get into a top-tier university. Lai was already qualified for a top-tier university, so the remaining time was nothing but a waste to him. If he'd known it would turn out this way, he might as well have joined the secret training program earlier. Taking this damn martial artist college entrance exam was nothing but a waste of his time. At 11:53, Hong successfully broke through and opened his eyes. Although he'd been in the midst of his breakthrough, Hong had heard every word of the conversation between Su Firan and Lai. Seeing Hong open his eyes, Lai was about to speak, but Hong beat him to it. No need for further words. I accept your challenge to a single punch. Courage is a martial artist's best weapon. Lai praised him, then asked, may I throw my punch now? I've just finished my breakthrough. Wait for me to stabilize my chi. Hong glanced at the sun. It would be exactly noon in 6 minutes, at which point he would be in the blazing sun state. Lai didn't question this, because after a breakthrough, the Dantian does indeed experience intense turbulence. Hong continued to sit cross-legged. After regulating his breath for 5 minutes, he slowly stood up. It was now 11:59 a.m. Hong said to Su Firan, step back a bit, I'm afraid I might hurt you. Be careful, Su Firan said, gripping his silver spear as he darted into the desert to take cover. Only then did Hong turn to Lai and say, let us exchange a single punch. Whoever can't block it loses. What do you say? Deal. Lai didn't waste any words. With a flash of his body, he retreated over 100 steps away. This lake covered an area of nearly 8 li. It can only be considered a small lake. Golden sunlight poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the lake's surface beneath a deep blue sky. The crystal clear water lay like a mirror, reflecting the sky and water as one seamless hue. Hong stood proudly with his arms crossed over his chest, his posture tall and upright, towering above the water. The great sun hung high in the sky. The moment had finally arrived. Every ray of sunlight seemed to converge, encircling him from all sides. Bathed in the midday sun, a golden halo gradually formed around Hong, making his figure appear particularly majestic and radiant, just like the sun itself. A colossal force surged from his dantian, rushing ceaselessly along his meridians, causing all the spiritual energy within Hong to boil. This was the ultimate blazing sun state, supreme in all the heavens and earth. At this moment, his power reached its peak, an unprecedented peak. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Hong, Lai was not afraid but delighted. A flash of excitement crossed his eyes. Lai spread his legs apart, clenched his right fist downward, and gripped his right arm with his left hand as he began to gather his strength. Inside Hong's body, spiritual energy surged and churned like a torrential flood. The radiance of the sun poured into his body, and his entire being seemed enveloped in a golden flame. Finally, unable to contain the vast spiritual energy within him any longer, Hong suddenly unleashed a surge of scorching spiritual energy. The blazing energy scorched the heavens, and the lake's surface boiled. As this scorching spiritual energy spread, the lake's surface began to warp. The lake water rapidly evaporated, turning into wisps of white mist that rose into the sky. The steam filled the Yunmeng marshes in the blink of an eye. The lake was completely dried up, leaving only a parched riverbed. Part of the spiritual energy within Hong leaked out, while another part was channeled into his right arm. Infused with the searing spiritual energy, his right arm glowed with a golden light, and the muscles there became even more bulging and powerful. Hong's right hand slowly clenched into a fist. As he did so, the surrounding area trembled. The searing spiritual energy all around him surged toward his right fist. Eventually, Hong's right fist coalesced into a tangible golden orb of light. Lai was also channeling the spiritual energy within his body. His entire form was enveloped in a ring of Grey Hun Yuan spiritual energy. This was his secret, ultimate technique, the Hun Yuan I Chi Fist. Hong had never studied any boxing techniques. He relied purely on his immense strength and abundant spiritual energy, as if he were gathering all the power in the world into his right fist. Their gazes met, understanding each other without words. They charged toward one another simultaneously. As their fists sliced through the air, a sharp, explosive roar echoed. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided violently mid-air, producing a deafening roar. Where the fists struck, a dazzling golden gray light erupted, instantly illuminating the entire desert. In the sky, thunder and lightning raged, and the water vapor that had previously evaporated from Hong coalesced into rolling dark clouds. The wind from their fists swirled violently, shaking the very heavens and earth. Yellow sand swirled through the air as the two men's power reached its peak in that moment. The spiritual energy fluctuations generated by the collision formed visible shockwaves, sending desert sand flying even thousands of meters away. Time ticked by second, yet their fists remained locked in a stalemate. The ground trembled ceaselessly, and the dark clouds in the sky quivered as well. Rain had begun to fall at some point, soaking both of their clothes. Fist against fist, spiritual energy continued to surge into their fists. Golden solar spiritual energy and Grey Hun Yuan spiritual energy constantly intertwined in the air, emitting a zing, zing, zing sound. Raindrops, growing larger and larger, pelted their faces and trickled down their cheeks. Lai's brow gradually furrowed. The power within him was gradually waning, but Hong seemed to have an endless supply of strength. The dark clouds in the sky grew even denser, and torrential rain poured down. Though he was reluctant to admit it, his body had reached its limit. Lai slowly lowered his fist, took a step back, and clasped his fists, saying, "You win." Hong returned the gesture and replied, "It was a fluke." This statement was neither a lie nor an act of modesty. It truly was a fluke. Had it not been noon when an endless supply of spiritual energy flowed through his body, Hong would have lost long ago during their standoff. Lai handed his card to Hong, then said, "Stop hiding, come out, all of you." 3 people appeared simultaneously on either side of the lake. Hong recognized all 3 of them. One was Su Firan. The other woman was Ying Huanhuan, the very same Ying Huanhuan who had been bullied by Sun Xiaochuan. As for the man clad in a white robe, Hong had met him once before. A couple of days earlier, after Su Firan's fierce battle with Wei Wei, she had been injured and was recuperating in the desert, so Hong stayed behind to protect her. At that time, a young man clad in a snow-white robe had sliced through a tornado with a single sword stroke and was hurrying toward Su Firan. Hong intercepted this young man in the snow-white robe and asked him to take a detour so as not to disturb Su Firan's recuperation. The young man smiled, clasped his fists in a bow, and agreed. Unexpectedly, that young man in the snow-white robe turned out to be Chang'an, the very Chang'an who, according to the diary, could rival Lai and might even win the top prize in the imperial examinations. Chang'an sat atop a sand dune, casually thrusting his sword into the sand, then took the wine flask from his waist and took a huge gulp. Sitting there on the dune, his aura was subdued and he blended seamlessly with his surroundings. Though he showed no signs of his sharpness and appeared completely unworldly, it was impossible to ignore him. Lai also spotted Chang'an and called out loudly, "You must be Chang'an, right? With skills like yours, why are you hiding and afraid to face me head-on? You lot are too weak to withstand a single swing of my sword. I might as well just dream it all away." Chang'an spoke calmly, then lay down on the sand dune, taking one swig of wine after another. Lai laughed heartily upon hearing this, then said, "When the heavens grow arrogant, rain falls. When people grow arrogant, disaster strikes. Don't you fear tripping over your own words when you spout such boasts? The heavens are lofty without speaking, the earth is vast without speaking." Chang'an also burst into laughter and declared loudly, "Those who do not know me call me arrogant, those who know me call me humble." "Damn it, so you're Chang'an, huh? You're damn arrogant." Hong walked over to Lai, cursing under his breath as he slung his arm around Lai's shoulders and whispered, "This kid's way too cocky. Should we take him down together? I've already lost our one-punch challenge. Crush my card, I won't be participating in any more fights after this." Hong handed Lai's card to Su Firan, but she didn't take it. Su Firan said, "I'm in 3rd place now, and you're in 4th. You should keep it." Hearing this, Hong didn't hesitate. He crumpled Lai's card in his fist and instantly shot up to 2nd place on the leaderboard. Lai was enveloped in a white light. He glared menacingly at Chang'an and, before leaving, issued a threat, "We'll have another go at it sometime." Watching the direction Lai had vanished, Su Firan remarked, "A punch when he says a punch, a concession when he says a concession, straightforward and decisive. This Lai is a man of his word. Keeping one's word is the most basic principle of being human." Hong waved toward the desert, where a graceful woman stood. Hong withdrew his hand and said to Su Firan, "She is a friend of mine. Her name is Ying Huanhuan." "I know she is Ying Huanhuan. I can see the leaderboard," Su Firan pressed. "Besides Xiao, how many female friends do you have?" Hong explained, "Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not even close with Ying Huanhuan." "How did you two meet?" Su Firan was quite interested in the matter. Ing Huan was being harassed by a bully, so I stepped in to help her. Then she came to thank me. I've only met her twice in total. Hong kept his answer brief, deliberately omitting sensitive details such as giving Ing Huan the martial arts technique mainly for fear that Su Firen would read too much into it. You're quite the do-gooder, actually having the time and inclination to play the hero and rescue a damsel in distress. Su Firen teased meaningfully. I can't stand seeing the weak get bullied. Whether they're male or female, I'll always step in to help. Hong's words were driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, but they were also his true feelings. Sun Xiaochuan had once bullied a quiet classmate named Hua Fei. Hong had come to Hua Fei's aid back then, and later, when Hong was beaten up by Long Outyan at school, Hua Fei stood up for him and even brought the principal in. He couldn't stand seeing the weak being bullied, so he stepped in to help them, guided by a sense of justice, all thanks to Hong Sen's teachings. This had always been the family tradition. Parents all over the world, no matter what happens later, surely all hope at the very beginning that their children will grow up to be good people with a sense of justice. The rain poured down in torrents, and water gradually pooled on the dry lake bed. All the others had to do was release a small amount of spiritual energy to create a protective barrier around themselves, keeping the rain from soaking them. Ing Huan walked up to Hong. It had only been about 3 months since they'd last seen each other, and she had become much more confident. When they first met, Ing Huan had been slightly self-conscious, speaking with her head bowed, but now she carried herself with poise and confidence. Ing Huan smiled and said excitedly, "So it really is you." That's exactly what I was going to say. With Su Firen standing nearby, Hong didn't dare to be too enthusiastic. His tone was flat and somewhat distant. Ing Huan kept smiling. "I have to thank you for that. If you hadn't given me that cultivation technique, I never would have achieved such excellent results." Su Firen tilted his head slightly and glanced at Hong. "Oh? What cultivation technique? I've never heard you mention it." "This is Su Firen, my benefactor." Hong introduced Su Firen first, then turned to Ing Huan and said, "I gave you the Taishang Ingan Pian. How come your cultivation has progressed so quickly?" This last remark was also meant to explain that what he had given Ing Huan was just an ordinary cultivation manual, worth only 5 or 6,000 yuan. Hong added, "I had asked Ing Huan to do me a favor at the time, so I gave her the Taishang Ingan Pian as a reward for her help." Su Firen struggled to suppress a smile. She'd only been trying to scare Hong on purpose. She wasn't actually angry or jealous. "I don't know either. I was just practicing when I suddenly broke through to the martial master realm," Ing Huan said, sounding a bit bewildered. She genuinely had no idea what had happened. In the distance, Shan'an was drunk and lying on a sand dune, bursting into loud laughter. "Ha ha!" The three turned to look at Shan'an. A gust of wind carrying sand swept across the desert, but it couldn't drown out his laughter. "Ha ha! What great wine!" The wind and sand swirled around Chang'an's figure, yet his singing could still be heard. At last, a wild wind rises from the earth. I, too, ride the wind to traverse 10,000 li. I, too, ride the wind, breaking through 10,000 li. Hearing Chang'an's laughter and shouts, Hong quipped, "He has probably had too much to drink. His brain's gone a bit haywire." Su Firen frowned and said, "We all know him. What are we going to do? I can't bring myself to go against a friend." Hong said, "Our scores are all in the top 5, and we've lasted long enough. We're definitely going to finish in the top 5. Let us go talk to Chang'an and get this straight, see if he wants to fight or not. If he wants to fight, we'll give it our all. If he doesn't, we'll crush our own cards and forfeit voluntarily." The two nodded, and the three of them waited for the sandstorm to blow away before walking toward Chang'an. Chang'an was lying on the sand, his white robe covered in grains of sand. He tilted his head back to drink his wine while singing freely. Bystanders clap and laugh at my carefree madness, but what does it matter if I'm carefree? What does it matter if I'm mad? Hong walked up to him, looked down at Chang'an, and asked, "Friend, there are only 4 of us left. What do you want to do?" Chang'an swallowed the wine in his mouth and looked at Hong with bleary, drunken eyes. "With so many people watching in front of the TV, we can't just fizzle out. We don't want to spoil everyone's fun. So let us have a fight." Hearing that Chang'an wanted to fight, Hong said irritably, "Do you want a one-on-one duel, or a brawl?" Chanan burst out laughing and asked, "Does one-on-one mean the three of you against me alone?" Hong grinned. "If you want a round-robin fight, that's fine too, we can grant your wish. So, do you want a one-on-one or a brawl?" Chanan took a swig of liquor. Faced with Hong's cheeky remarks, he didn't get angry or annoyed. Instead, he said, "Either is fine with me. It's up to you." Hearing such a carefree response, Hong recalled how Chanan had voluntarily stepped aside and refused to take advantage of Su Firan when he was recovering. He set aside his suspicions and made a decision. Hong looked at Su Firan and Ing Huan and said solemnly, "I request a one-on-one duel with him." Chanan was ranked first in points, and Hong was ranked second. Whoever won would take the top spot. If it were a 3-on-1 match, Hong could have secured the top spot, but he chose not to do so. If Chanan had been a scheming, despicable villain, Hong would have chosen to take advantage of the numerical superiority. But Chanan happened to be a man of integrity. Faced with such a noble and upright gentleman, he didn't want to act that way. He would let the outcome be decided by their respective skills. That way, even if he lost, he would have a clear conscience and accept defeat with dignity. Su Firan and Ing Huan exchanged a glance and smiled in unison. They both crumpled their cards and willingly ceded the battlefield to Hong and Chanan. Seeing the two voluntarily withdraw, Chanan slowly sat up and said leisurely, "They're both your friends. If you want to win first place, you can have them give you their cards." Hong let out a belated "ah," before slapping his forehead and saying with a laugh, "Right. But that's fine," Hong said boldly. "I want to face you in a fair fight. Even if I lose in the end, I'll accept it." Hong Lan and Hong Gu sat in front of the TV, watching Hong appear on screen. Even with the facts right in front of them, the two still found it hard to believe. Big Bro is definitely not F-rank talent. Hong Gu was now absolutely certain, saying excitedly, "If he has F-rank talent, I'll eat my hat." Hong Lan frowned at this. "If you're going to speak, speak properly. Don't be so gross." Hong Gu immediately explained, "I was just describing how plausible it is that Big Bro is F-rank talent. But that analogy is way too scary. I won't hold it against you for talking like that in front of me, but if you talk like that in front of other girls, you'll never find a girlfriend." Hong Gu gave a silly chuckle. He didn't argue but picked up his phone to hide his embarrassment. As he looked at the screen, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Second sister, the betting is open." "What do you mean, the odds are out?" Hong Lan asked, unfamiliar with such matters. Hong Gu explained, "For the match between Big Brother and Chanan, someone has set up a betting pool. We can bet on who'll win. The current odds are 1-26, and they're still going up." Hong Lan didn't understand and asked again, "What do you mean by 1-26? Hong Gu explained again, "If we bet 1,000 yuan on Big Brother to win, and he ends up winning, we'll get 26,000 yuan. If we bet 1,000 yuan on Chanan to win, and Chanan ends up winning, we'll get 1,026 yuan." Hong Lan exclaimed in shock, "Those odds are a bit too lopsided, aren't they? If you bet on Chanan to win, after deducting your stake, you'll only end up with 26 yuan. But if you bet on Big Brother to win, after deducting your stake, you'll still get 25,000 yuan. Hong Gu explained for the third time, "Because so many people are betting on Chanan to win, the odds for both sides are out of balance. This also shows that no one outside is rooting for Big Brother." Hong Lan said angrily, "You saw it yourself just now. Big Brother at least landed a punch on Lai without getting hurt. He has got some real skill. These odds are ridiculous." Hong Gu said helplessly, "Chen said Chanan is a once-in-a-millennium talent in the Great Xia Kingdom, and he really wasn't exaggerating at all. You've watched the live streams these past few days. Chanan is truly too strong. His physique is indestructible, harder than Captain America's shield. He is practically a monster. Yesterday, Situlan from Qingzhou Prefecture in Western Shu, she is a martial master, after all. But even when she drew her bow to the limit and fired an arrow with all her might, aiming straight for his most vulnerable spot, his eyes, Chanan didn't even flinch. His strength is also terrifying. A casual swing of his sword can cleave 100 zheng deep ravine." The host said Chanan can cover the sea and move mountains, with strength so immense it's unparalleled, and that's absolutely no exaggeration. Plus, he is a martial master. Even though Big Brother has broken through to 7-star martial master, he has absolutely no match for Chanan.
Hong-woo concluded, "I'm not trying to boost someone else's morale at the expense of our own.
The public can see right through this. Odds this high are entirely due to Chanan's strength.
Send me the betting site. I'm putting 10,000 yuan on Big Brother."
No one backed Hong, which made Hong Lan furious. She felt Hong was being looked down upon.
Hong-woo muttered timidly, "You spendthrift, you're just throwing money down the drain."
Hong Lan, still fuming, retorted, "Big Brother has worked so hard to get this far, I'm thrilled." Meanwhile, at the De Manor in Jiangnan province, Su Yuan looked at the odds on his phone and exclaimed in shock, "Dad, the odds have already jumped to 128. Upon hearing this, Tianbao laughed. In all these years of the martial artist college entrance exam, odds this lopsided have never been seen before. I recall that the most lopsided odds in previous years were about 30-odd years ago, but even then, they were only 1 to 6. Su Yuan put away his phone and sighed, "Judging by these odds, almost no one is betting on Hong."
Tianbao's tone was also full of admiration.
"It's already quite impressive that this kid has made it this far after all. He has only an F-rank talent." Chanan has been hailed by Chen as the once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the great Xia kingdom, a peerless genius who appears only once every 1,000 years. And in the presence of a once-in-a-millennium genius like Chanan, no matter how outstanding a young person may be, they would likely pale in comparison and be reduced to a mere foil. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan remarked with emotion, "Fei Ran's performance this time was still decent. Although she didn't make it into the top 3, considering her total points and survival time, she should have no trouble securing 4th place. There are simply too many geniuses taking the martial artist college entrance exam today."
Fei Ran was just born at the wrong time.
If she were just a year or two older and had taken the exam a year or two earlier, her strength would have allowed her to sweep through the competition with ease. She'd have had a very good chance of winning 1st place.
In this era of great strife, geniuses abound. Tianbao muttered to himself in a tone of astonishment, "Could it be that a time of chaos is approaching?"
Meanwhile, in the Great Xia Kingdom's official livestream, since the final showdown had begun, the organizers had specially invited 2 guests to join the host in providing commentary. One was Chen, the former vice president of Yuanyang University, a sprightly elderly gentleman who had retired 2 years ago and was now enjoying his retirement in the Great Xia Kingdom. The other guest was Mu Bai, a first cousin of Yunlu and also a graduate of Yu Wang Sanctuary. Mu Bai was the top scorer on the college entrance exam 8 years ago. He graduated from Dongxing University 4 years ago and has since remained there as a professor. Since it was summer vacation, he took the opportunity to return home to visit his family. Dongxing University is also one of the top 10 universities in the country. At just 26 years old, Mu Bai is considered a very promising young scholar for having secured a teaching position at such a prestigious institution. The host turned to Mu Bai first and asked, "Professor Mu, you were also the top scorer on the college entrance exam 8 years ago.
In your opinion, who has a better chance of winning, Hong or Chanan?"
Even among top scorers, there are differences.
Hong, Chanan, and Lai are all stronger than I was back then.
Mu Bai spoke modestly, first praising the 3 before offering his incisive analysis, "But like most people, I'm rooting for Chanan. Everyone has been watching the live streams these past few days. Chanan's abilities are there for all to see. While Hong is certainly strong as well, as I said at the beginning, there are differences even among geniuses. There is an unbridgeable gap between Hong and Chanan. It seems Teacher Mu is rooting for Chanan." After getting his answer, the host asked again, "Yunlu and you both come from Yu Wang Sanctuary, and I hear you two are even related.
Do you have any thoughts on his performance on this college entrance exam?"
Mu Bai paused to think for a moment before replying, "Yunlu is my cousin, but I'm not one to turn a blind eye to his shortcomings. His performance this time was poor. Though he has a pure and innocent heart, he was too trusting of others. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would certainly have made it into the top 5. Chen, who had remained silent until then, suddenly chuckled. "Yunlu is just like Lai. Both of them were originally granted early admission. Even if they bombed this exam, they'll still be able to get into a top-tier university. So, young Mu, please don't be too hard on him. Yunlu's innocent and pure heart is truly precious. It's the most important quality for us martial artists. If he can stay true to his original intentions, his journey up the martial arts path will surely be much smoother in the future. Upon hearing Chen's words, the host immediately asked, Elder Chen, you once praised Chang'an as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the great Xia kingdom.
Many people are curious, why did he earn such high praise from you?
Chen replied slowly, this past April, I was teaching a class to students who had just been identified as having martial talent. During the lesson, I demonstrated a low-tier Xian grade martial technique. Many of them only grasped it superficially, but Chang'an successfully executed the technique after hearing me explain it just once. I suspected he must have learned this technique before, which is why he succeeded on his first tier. So I taught him a top-tier Xian level martial technique originally just to test whether my hunch was correct, but Chang'an still mastered it on his first try. Of course, I wasn't convinced. So I taught him a high-tier D-level martial technique, an extremely difficult one. Even the most gifted students at top-tier universities would likely need 10 days or half a month to master it.
Chang'an still mastered it on his first try.
Only then was I willing to believe that this young man before me possessed a level of comprehension rarely seen in the world. He could grasp any martial art or supernatural ability in the blink of an eye. Chen paused here, then added, although Chang'an's comprehension is exceptional, but isn't the main reason I praise him.
The host picked up on this at just the right moment. If Chang'an's unheard of aptitude isn't even the main reason, could there be something else about him that impresses you even more?
Chen nodded and said, the 9 provinces are vast and boundless. Even if one were to select just one in a million, there would still be many geniuses. Over the years I've spent teaching in Central Plains, I've encountered quite a few students with exceptional aptitude. The most important quality for any martial artist is natural talent, and that is what stands out most about Chang'an. His talent is truly unparalleled in history, unseen in the human race for 10,000 years, but I cannot say more on that here. Chen's eyes sparkled as he continued, we are truly fortunate to be born in this era. Perhaps in a few decades, we will witness the emergence of a great hero in our great Xia kingdom who will reign supreme over the 9 provinces. Reigning supreme over the 9 provinces, this accolade surpasses even the title of a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. Upon hearing this, the host swallowed hard. His years of experience as a host allowed him to quickly regain his composure, and he replied, unrivaled in martial prowess across the 9 provinces. The term unrivaled implies far surpassing.
So, may I interpret your meaning this way, in a few decades, Chang'an's martial prowess will surpass that of every martial artist in the 9 provinces?
The host looked at Chen, hoping to find the answer in his eyes. But Chen's eyes remained unruffled. He merely smiled and said, I know you all don't believe me, so I won't say anymore.
Let us just wait and see.
Mubai, sitting beside him, heard this and wore a complex expression, one part shock, one part disbelief, one part curiosity, and a hint of anticipation. As the host, he couldn't let the live broadcast fall flat, so he pressed on, Master Chen, based on what you've said, what do you think Hong's chances of winning are if he were to face off against Chang'an?
Chen paused briefly to consider, then gave his answer, I'd estimate about 10%.
Everyone could tell he was trying to save Hong some face. After all, the entire nation was watching, and Chen couldn't very well declare outright that Hong had no chance of winning. That would be a huge blow to Hong's pride.
9-1. The host paused for a moment before asking, how did you arrive at that conclusion?
You may not have noticed it, but I certainly did.
Hong's talent is the sun. Although it's only an A-class talent, it's a very rare one.
Chen spoke eloquently. Having served as vice president at a top-tier university for decades, his insight and knowledge naturally surpassed that of most people. The closer it gets to noon, the stronger the sun talent becomes. When Hong and Lai exchanged blows, it was precisely when his sun talent was at its peak. That's why he was able to outmatch Lai in that exchange. Now that it's past noon, Hong's peak has passed, and his strength will only continue to wane. That's why I've determined he has only a 10% chance of winning. Because of Chen's remarks, the opening odds shot up to 1-48. Just as the host was about to respond, a change occurred at the exam site.
He exclaimed excitedly, look! Qiyun Peak is emerging.
The finals of the Martial Arts College entrance exam have always been held at Qiyun Peak, a tradition the Great Xia Kingdom has upheld for hundreds of years. Hong and Chang'an stood where they were as a mountain peak slowly rose from the desert beneath their feet. The mountain rose from the ground, growing taller and taller, and it continued to rise, while the desert below receded further and further into the distance. The summit of the mountain was leveled by a single sword stroke, forming an open-air platform. The two stood on this platform, rising along with the mountain as if riding an elevator. Eventually, the mountain rose to a height level with the sea of clouds. Looking down from the summit, Hong could see a sea of clouds surrounding the area slightly below, with only a faint glimpse of the desert's yellow sands. The summit platform spanned roughly 1 li in diameter, and the sea of clouds churned like the waves of the ocean. Standing atop the mountain closer to the sun and unobstructed by clouds, the spiritual energy within Hong began to boil once more. Back then, though, it hadn't actually been that long ago. The year before last, Hongson had joked that if any of the 3 Hong siblings could reach the summit of Chiyun Peak, even if they ultimately failed to win the top spot in the martial arts college entrance exam, it would be enough to bring him peace for the rest of his life. With the gale howling at the summit, Hong said with a touch of wonder in his voice, "So this is the summit of Chiyun Peak." The summit of Chiyun Peak is not open to outsiders. It is reserved solely for the final showdown of the martial arts college entrance exam. Yet this is the peak every young person in the Great Xia Kingdom has once dreamed of reaching. Chang'an spoke in a clear, resonant voice. There are many peaks in the Great Xia Kingdom that tower higher than Chiyun Peak, but it is not the height of the mountain that matters. After 10 years of arduous study, we have now gathered here, and for us, this is the highest peak in the Great Xia Kingdom. Regardless of your cultivation level, natural talent, or level of insight, please allow me to pay my highest respects to you, who has now reached the summit of Chiyun Peak. Chang'an drew the sword from his back. The young man said nothing, merely clenching his right hand into a loose fist, and the solar blade appeared in his grasp. He turned his head, lowered his gaze, and looked northward toward the direction of Jianghuai province. "Can you see it?" The young man smiled, then looked up again at the vast, unobstructed azure sky. Since the passing of his parents, his path had been fraught with hardship. He had faced life and death situations time and again, yet he had finally made it here. "If there truly are spirits in heaven, can you see your son standing atop Chiyun Peak?" It was 12:30 p.m., still high noon. Although the sun was no longer at its most intense, Hong's power remained at its peak. Noon spans from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Afterward, the sun would slowly set in the west, and his power would gradually wane. If he wanted to win, he had to end the battle quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. With this in mind, Hong immediately channeled the vast spiritual energy within him. A crimson glow flared across his body as he gripped his blade with both hands and charged forward, leaving only a crimson trail in his wake. The solar blade struck directly at Chang'an. Even before the blade itself arrived, a fierce, scorching blade wind had already struck, causing the rocks on the mountaintop to tremble and the surrounding vegetation to sway. Hong channeled all his strength into his arms and leaped forward with a single stroke. The solar blade, radiating heat of 10,000 degrees, came crashing down toward Chang'an's head. Facing this relentless strike that felt like a mountain crushing down upon him, Chang'an remained unflinching. He raised the long sword in his right hand slightly, holding it horizontally above his head to meet Hong's unstoppable blow. As the blade and sword clashed, the clanging of metal like the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger echoed through the heavens, reverberating across the sky above the 1,000-meter-high mountaintop. Seeing his attack blocked, Hong gripped the blade with both hands and pressed down with all his might, attempting to overpower his opponent through sheer strength. Chang'an flickered his wrist, channeling immense power into the blade, which effortlessly deflected Hong's brutal downward force. With a swift flick of the sword, a crisp whoosh rang out. Hong felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending his entire body flying backward. He slid uncontrollably for hundreds of meters, nearly plummeting off the cliff. Hong hurriedly gathered his breath, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and barely managed to steady himself. His full force strike, delivered with both hands gripping the sword, had been effortlessly blocked by Chang'an with just one hand, and then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he'd been flung hundreds of meters away. "This kid is truly terrifying." Hong looked up. Chang'an was still standing in the same spot, calm and composed, as if blocking that blow had been nothing more than a simple, effortless gesture. Chang'an looked at Hong, shook his head slightly, and said, "Your strength is feeble." "You're even critiquing my technique now," Hong grinned, his body poised like an arrow on the string as he swung his blade once more. Watching Hong charge toward him, Chanan remained rooted in place, then closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to be cut down. Hong furrowed his brow, increased the force in his swing, and brought the solar blade crashing down. As the blade touched the skin on Chanan's chest, a clanging sound like metal striking metal rang out, as if it had struck an extremely sturdy diamond. Hong felt a violent recoil in his arms, the web of his hands throbbed with pain, and both arms went limp. He endured the numbness and pain, mustering all his strength to deliver another strike. Chanan kept his eyes closed, as if detached from the situation, allowing Hong to swing his blade at will. After 2 strikes, the white robe covering his body was slashed open, revealing his muscular chest, but the surface of his skin showed not a single scratch, not even the faintest mark. Only when he sensed Hong stop did Chanan open his eyes and smile. This body of mine cannot be drowned by water, nor burned by fire. Even thunderbolts and nails cannot harm it in the slightest. Swords, axes, spears, and daggers, none of them can touch me. After 2 strikes, Hong took a few steps back and shook out his arms, which had gone numb from the impact. It was harder than a turtle's shell. Since ordinary attacks couldn't harm Chanan, he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate techniques. Earlier, at the tavern, Hong had purchased the Sword Sutra of Unfathomable Will and the Great Burning Heaven formula from Luo Feng. Luo Feng had told Hong at the time that the Sword Sutra of No Delusion could be used in conjunction with the Great Burning Heaven formula. When combined, the power of these 2 martial arts was on par with even high-tier Earth-rank martial arts. The Heaven and Earth slash from the Sword Sutra of No Delusion, paired with the Burning Heaven chi from the Great Burning Heaven formula, could be combined into a single move, the Heaven and Earth Burning Heaven slash. Hong slowly raised the solar blade, and the abundant solar spiritual energy within his body transformed into searing Fenshin energy. This energy rapidly converged from his hands onto the solar blade. Then, heat reaching tens of thousands of degrees gathered at the blade's tip, and the Fenshin energy concentrated at a single point. Chanan's eyes widened slightly, but he remained standing firm in place, neither flinching nor dodging. The solar blade, carrying a surging wave of heat, drove straight toward his chest. A faint red glow flared where the blade tip touched the panel. Hong swung the blade downward with all his might, the tip skimming closely along Chanan's chest. With extreme heat and abundant energy, the blade slashed diagonally downward along Chanan's armor, leaving a faint scratch on the surface. A few tiny droplets of blood seeped from the scratch, but they quickly evaporated in the intense heat, leaving only a scattering of fine red dots on his chest. Not bad for that strike. Chanan smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. He then took a deep breath, and the wound on his chest closed rapidly, leaving almost no trace. Is that your best shot? Chanan asked, looking at Hong, then added, if that's all you've got, you might as well surrender now. Hong replied, you haven't even made a move yet, how can I just admit defeat? Chanan sighed, gave a helpless smile, and said, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to block it. You haven't even made a move, how do you know I can't block it? Hong's tone carried a hint of defiance, but more than that, it was eager to prove himself. All right then. Seeing that Hong wouldn't give up until he'd seen it for himself, Chanan gripped his sword with one hand and casually slashed forward. Returning to the essence, the way is simple. A force capable of uprooting mountains and overwhelming the world surged forth with Chanan's strike. Hong felt a suffocating aura of power. He raised the solar blade with both hands, gritted his teeth, and forced it upward to block Chanan's swinging sword. Their weapons clashed once more. The clang of metal echoed through the valley, shaking the heavens and earth, and the sea of clouds surrounding Chiyun Peak was completely scattered. An unprecedented force surged through his arms. Hong was pressed so hard he could barely breathe, his arms trembled, and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, with spider web-like fissures spreading out. Within 100 zhang, the ground shattered completely, and dust swirled from the mountaintop. Hong strained with all his might to hold his ground, but the immense force still forced his arms to bend, bringing him to one knee, which gouged a deep pit into the earth. Chanan wanted Hong to surrender voluntarily, which was why he was overwhelming him with brute force, but he hadn't unleashed the full power of that sword strike. This was because Chanan himself dared not use his full strength among his peers. No one could block a sword strike delivered with his full might. At that very moment, Hong had to admit that the gap between himself and Chanan was vast, as different as heaven and earth. However, Hong's earlier exchange of punches with Lai, thanks to his ability to grow stronger as the battle raged, had allowed a vast amount of spiritual energy to accumulate within him. Having just withstood Shannon's sword strike head-on, the spiritual energy within him surged. As this energy coalesced, his cultivation level broke through in one fell swoop to the 8-star martial master realm. Shannon sheathed his long sword, a hint of surprise flitting across his face, and remarked with a light chuckle, "How did you break through again?" Kneeling on one knee, Hong exhaled all the impure energy from his chest and then slowly stood up. Though somewhat disheveled, Hong maintained his composure and replied, "Breaking through a realm? It's as easy as turning over one's hand." By the time he had broken through to 8-star martial master, the time had reached 1:01 p.m., and the sun was beginning to set in the west. As noon passed, the surging spiritual energy within Hong subsided, his aura and strength both weakened, and the spiritual energy within him was no longer inexhaustible. Noticing that Hong's aura had waned and his strength had been significantly diminished, Shannon asked curiously, "That is truly strange. How is it that your aura has grown weaker even after breaking through?" Hearing the underlying meaning in Shannon's words, Hong smiled and retorted, "Are you thinking that since I'm in this state, I won't be able to fight you anymore?" "That is pretty much what I mean," Shannon admitted without denying it. He gave his long sword a shake and said, "Since you refuse to forfeit, don't blame me." "You don't need to save face for me," Hong said, shaking his arm which was throbbing from the impact, his tone turning serious. "I really need to take this seriously." Suddenly, Hong spread his arms wide in a hugging gesture and tilted his head back toward the sun. As the sunlight from the sky neared him, it transformed into strands of golden light. Hong's body acted like a magnet, absorbing these golden rays. The golden rays swirled around Hong, coating his body in gold. Once Hong's body was coated in gold, an endless stream of golden rays converged upward, gathering above his head. These golden rays intertwined, hovering 5 centimeters above Hong's head, eventually forming a golden orb the size of a coin. As more and more golden rays gathered above Hong's head, the golden orb gradually grew in size, first to the size of a plate, then to the size of a basketball, and finally to the size of a wash basin. The surface of the golden orb was churning with crimson flames, making it look just like a miniature sun. This miniature sun radiated a dazzling, blinding light, instantly illuminating the entire mountaintop. Bathed in the scorching sunlight above him, Hong's aura surged, and he returned to his peak blazing sun state. The power of the ultimate blazing sun surged through Hong's body, dramatically boosting his strength and aura as an endless stream of spiritual energy flowed into him. In the official livestream, the host witnessed this scene and asked, "Master Chen, you previously said that Hong's innate talent is the sun, and that once noon passed, he would only grow weaker. But why has Hong returned to his peak state?" Looking at the golden aura enveloping Hong's body, Chen frowned and said, "Hong's golden aura, it's very similar to the golden bodies of Buddhist arhats." Picking up on Chen's remark, the host asked, "Are you speculating that Hong used a Buddhist supernatural ability?" Buddhism has abilities similar to the golden-bodied arhat, which allows one to coat their body in gold, thereby enhancing their physical defense. Chen shook his head and added, "But I can't say for sure, because the sun above Hong's head is beyond my understanding. I've never seen a supernatural ability like that before. One thing I can say for certain, though, is that Hong is drawing on the energy of that sun, which is why he can remain in blazing sun mode even though it's not exactly noon." The host asked again, "If Hong were at his absolute peak and faced Shannon once more, what do you think his chances of winning would be?" Chen thought for a moment before saying, 8-2 Hong has the 2. The host turned to Mu Bai and asked, "Teacher Mu, what is your take on this?" "I'd say 7-3 Hong has the 3, Mu Bai replied, then added, "But that is assuming Hong can maintain the blazing sun state consistently, rather than for just 1 minute like before." Chen nodded upon hearing this and immediately added, "I agree with Teacher Mu. If Hong can maintain the blazing sun state, he can indeed hold his own against Shannon at a 70-30 split." On the eve of the college entrance exams, Hong was at the tavern, where he once again equipped a rare treasure, thereby upgrading his talent to the A-rank sun. After obtaining the sun talent, Hong worried about encountering enemies at night, as he became extremely weak during those hours. At 12:01 p.m., Hong would be in the blazing sun state, but at 12:01 a.m., he would be in the dark moon state, his weakest moment. Hong was currently at the 8-star martial master realm, but when in the dark moon state, he could only muster the strength of a 1-star martial master. A person may lack strengths, but must never have weaknesses, for weaknesses are vulnerabilities. At the martial arts college entrance exam, enemies lurk all around. Once one exposes a vulnerability, they are quickly targeted and face imminent danger. Therefore, Hong decided to obtain the Undying Sun body from Sun Xiaoxuan. Since the cultivation requirements for the Undying Sun body were too demanding, he had not practiced this technique. However, like the 89 mystical skill, the Undying Sun body contains numerous divine abilities. Among them is a technique called Body as the Great Sun. This technique, Body as the Great Sun, was originally capable of manifesting the Dharma form of the Great Sun Tathagata. He tried to cultivate this technique. Perhaps it was due to the 89 mystical skill, or perhaps it was because his mind was clear and open, allowing him to grasp one concept and understand 100, or attain one insight and comprehend 1,000. Hong cultivated for a long time within the Kunlun Jade Pendant and eventually mastered this supernatural ability. However, since he had not cultivated the Undying Sun body, the body like the Great Sun he mastered was merely a watered-down version. Hong could not manifest the Great Sun Tathagata as 10,000 zhang tall Dharma form. He could only cloak himself in a golden body. Since the Great Sun Tathagata's name contains the characters for Great Sun, there is inherently a halo symbolizing the sun behind his Dharma form. Because Hong had cultivated a truncated version of the body like the Great Sun, there was no solar halo behind him. Instead, a small sun hovered above his head. As long as he unleashes this castrated version of body like the Great Sun, he can remain in a state of blazing sunlight. Hong had thus, by a stroke of luck, resolved his weakness of growing weaker at night. But because he had met Su Firan, and with Su Firan's protection at night, Hong was able to keep this trump card hidden, never revealing it until now, when he finally had the chance to unleash it. In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme. Hong took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. This state felt truly wonderful. Watching Hong return to his peak form, Chanan still shook his head. This still isn't enough. A fine crack split open between Hong's eyebrows, like a glimmer of dawn at the dawn of chaos, and a merciless golden eye slowly opened. What about now? Sensing the aura of transformation emanating from Hong once more, a solemn expression appeared on Chang'an's usually calm and composed face. He nodded and said, "This time, it's actually somewhat decent." Hong stood atop the mountain peak, the sun overhead showering him with golden rays, illuminating him like a celestial deity bathed in fire. Chang'an stood quietly across from him, a snow-white long sword clenched in his right hand. His long hair flowed in the breeze, and his white robe fluttered without a breath of wind. The two faced off against each other. A tense atmosphere hung over the mountaintop. Everything around them fell silent, and even the dust particles in the air ceased to drift. Hong's golden eyes, set between his brows, shone ever more brightly as a searing golden beam shot straight toward Chang'an. The beam traveled at an incredible speed, trailing a long tail behind it and leaving a clearly visible golden trail in the air. This time, Chang'an did not try to block it head-on. Instead, he leaped a great stride backward while simultaneously swinging his long sword. Channeling immense strength into his right arm, he slashed forward with all his might, cleaving the golden beam in two. Boom! As the long sword severed the golden beam, the surrounding space shook and warped, and a violent explosion echoed through the air. The golden beam fired from the heavenly eye consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy. Even though Hong was already an 8-star martial master, it still depleted 1/5 of his spiritual energy. However, Hong was currently in the peak state of the blazing sun, allowing him to draw an endless supply of spiritual energy. In just a few seconds, the spiritual energy he had just expended was fully replenished. Although Chang'an had broken through the golden beam with a single sword strike, the immense recoil still left his arm numb. Hong stood where he was, sword in hand, and asked with a smile, "How was that strike?" "If my sword hadn't been hard enough, your golden beam would likely have split it in two. And if my arms hadn't possessed the strength to uproot mountains and overpower the world, the arm holding my sword would probably have been shattered by the recoil." Chang'an added, "That strike was incredibly powerful. It's truly the most formidable I've ever seen in my life. Even with my indestructible physique, I wouldn't dare to take it head-on." Upon hearing this, Hong burst out laughing, "You've been dominating me the whole time. It's about time I gave you a taste of your own medicine." Chang'an made no attempt to hide his admiration for Hong, for someone with an A-rank talent to have made it this far is truly no small feat.
How do you know I'm an A-rank talent? Hong asked first, then followed up, what rank is your talent? With strength like yours, could you be an SSS rank talent? Shannon shook his head and replied, if I were an SSS rank talent, I would have been accepted early by a top-tier university long ago. All I can say is my talent is very peculiar, it might even exceed everyone's understanding. Exceed everyone's understanding, what did that mean? Could it be that Shannon's talent surpassed even SSS rank?
Hearing this, Hong frowned and cautioned, we're on a live broadcast right now.
Aren't you afraid the heretical cultivators will find out if you say something like that? Shannon waved the long sword in his hand and laughed nonchalantly, since I dare to say it, of course I'm not afraid.
Earlier, you asked me how I could tell what your talent was, Shannon said, pointing to his own eyes. The corners of Shannon's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Two flames ignited in his eyes, and his pupils glowed with a golden light.
Those are the golden fire eyes.
Hong paused in surprise and muttered to himself, so you were the one who bought that copy of the Grand Celestial Art. The golden fire eyes could see through everything, penetrating the very essence of the human body and, of course, revealing the nature of Hong's innate talent. Furthermore, the golden fire eyes function much like the divine eye. They could likewise anticipate others' movements, track their figures and trajectories, and use that insight to defend and parry attacks.
Shannon was taken aback for a moment, but then it dawned on him. You mean that old beggar?
After I detected my talent, I was just about to ride my bike home when he insisted I choose a cultivation manual, so I picked the Grand Celestial Art. The old beggar also said there were originally 4 manuals.
When I was choosing, only the Grand Celestial Art and the Myriad Sword Codex were left, so one of them was bought by you?
Of course.
Hong replied, then asked, are you a student at Jianhui High School too? Why haven't I seen you before? Shannon shook his head. The high school I attend is in a small town out in the countryside in our county. Since there's no testing center in the town, I had to take the bus into the city.
I just happened to be assigned to the testing center at Jianhui High School.
Hong nodded and added, so the Grand Celestial Art is in your possession. No wonder you're so strong, it makes perfect sense. Shannon shook his head.
The Grand Celestial Art is only a small part of why I'm this strong, it's mainly due to my talent. Just like you now, your strength comes from your sun talent as well.
But my solar talent is a double-edged sword, it makes me incredibly weak at night.
Hong didn't intend to hide it, he figured he'd probably already been exposed from appearing on camera during the live streams these past few days. Although Hong thought this, the truth was that he hadn't been shown on camera at all. His talent had actually been revealed by Chen.
Shannon said, if you were this strong at night too, the sun talent wouldn't just be an A-rank talent, it would be at least an S-rank talent.
But since you can maintain the blazing sun state consistently, this A-rank talent in your hands is on par with an SS-rank talent.
If you put it that way, Hong smiled, boasting a bit, I guess I really am pretty strong. There's no end to this talk. This duel will have to be settled sooner or later, let us get back to fighting.
As soon as Chang'an finished speaking, he leaped forward and thrust his sword. This was the first time he'd taken the initiative to attack. While Chang'an was speaking, Hong had already closed his eyes, only the third eye between his brows remained open. With his eyes closed, he used the celestial eye to observe his surroundings, seeing more clearly and precisely, tracking Chang'an's movements and form. As the long sword slashed toward him, Hong parried with his blade. The sword and blade clashed for the third time, and Hong still felt an unbeatable force surge through his arms. But this time, his arms only felt a slight tingling and numbness, a vast improvement compared to the previous 2 clashes, when the impact had left his arms too shaken to move. Since his arms hadn't lost their strength, Hong finally had the power to launch a full-force strike. He took 2 steps back to absorb the fierce momentum transmitted through the blade, then used that force against his opponent. The solar blade spun with the momentum, transforming into a streak of light as it slashed toward Chang'an's waist. Hong was no longer the man he once was. He had broken through to the 8-star martial master rank, activated the heavenly eye, and was utilizing the body as the great sun technique while remaining in the peak blazing sun state. Consequently, Chang'an dared not take him lightly. He raised his sword vertically to block Hong's attack, then flipped his wrist and flicked the tip of his blade upward.
An immense force erupted in an instant, sending Hong flying with a single strike.
Hong somersaulted several times in midair before landing steadily. Although he had grown stronger himself, Chang'an's power remained truly terrifying. What appeared to be a casual sword strike actually contained a force powerful enough to shake mountains and move peaks. His indestructible physique, his colossal strength capable of uprooting mountains, and his piercing vision all were likely supernatural abilities cultivated from the grand celestial art. Just as Hong had cultivated the ability to grow stronger with each battle and the Eye of the Tao from the 89 mystical skill. At the summit of Qian Peak, the flashes of blades and swords and the swirling figures were a dazzling spectacle, leaving one's eyes unable to take it all in.
Hong, blade in hand, leapt forward to strike again.
Chang'an, sword in hand, swung it horizontally forward. As they clashed, Hong pushed his speed to the absolute limit, delivering one strike after another, each faster than the last. Chang'an handled the exchange with ease, deflecting the incoming solar blade with a single stroke of his sword, then countering with a backhand slash aimed at Hong's chest. Since the two were locked in close quarters combat, a contest of speed where speed was the only weapon, they could only exert 50% of their strength.
Chang'an's physique was exceptionally robust. Hong's solar blade, wielded with only 50% of his strength, failed to injure him at all.
Meanwhile, Hong had activated the body as the Great Sun technique, coating his entire body in a golden aura that greatly enhanced his defense. Furthermore, having cultivated the 89 mystical skill, his physical defense was already quite strong. Consequently, when Chang'an's long sword slashed at Hong's chest, it failed to inflict serious injury, causing only a minor wound that drew blood. This was mainly because Chang'an hadn't gone all out. He had held back on both his speed and strength, refraining from fighting with everything he had. Furthermore, throughout their entire exchange, Chang'an had never once used a martial technique. Hong, on the other hand, had not only fired golden beams but also unleashed the heaven-scorching slash of the cosmos.
Hong couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Chang'an didn't know any martial arts at all, relying solely on brute strength to swing his sword like a brick? But everyone watching at home knew that Chang'an possessed extraordinary aptitude. Chen had taught him just 3 martial arts moves, and he mastered them all instantly. Beyond that, Chang'an might know other techniques as well. Given how highly Chen regarded him, it was likely that he would privately teach Chang'an additional moves later on. After all, Chen was the vice president of a top-tier university. For an old scholar like him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was proficient in hundreds of martial arts techniques. It wasn't out of the question. After exchanging dozens of slashes and sword strikes, both men were flung backwards several hundred meters, landing at a safe distance from each other. Chang'an, with his invulnerable body, was naturally unharmed, though his clothes were torn to shreds. Hong's defense was inferior to Chang'an's, as was his strength. His body was covered in a dense network of sword wounds. Suddenly, Hong took a deep breath, and tiny flames immediately ignited along the bleeding sword wounds on his body. These numerous wounds healed as the tiny flames burned through them, closing up in just a few seconds. He couldn't match Chang'an in speed or strength, so his only option was to rely on his martial skills. Gripping the solar blade with both hands, Hong stepped forward with his right foot. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly, and the abundant spiritual energy within him surged into the solar blade like a tidal wave. Chang'an stood where he was, holding the sword in one hand. His gaze sharpened slightly, but he showed not the slightest trace of fear. This strike, even just the opening move, carried immense power. If he charged head-on, he would likely be seriously injured, so he decided against a reckless charge. It would be best to parry each move as it came, Chang'an resolved inwardly. Hong channeled all his strength through his waist, arms, elbows, and wrists, layering the power until it finally converged at the tip of his blade. He raised his blade toward the sky and struck out in mid-air. The blade's glow shone like a rainbow, slicing through the heavens. The air itself was torn apart, emitting a piercing screech. This strike came down from above with the force of a mountain-splitting blow, the blade tracing a perfect arc as it came crashing down toward Chang'an's head. Chang'an's eyes flashed with fire and gold. Though his fire eye and golden gaze could not slow another's movements, it allowed him to perceive the true nature of all things. Hong's strike seemed ordinary, just a downward chop, the kind any ordinary person could perform.
But Chang'an possessed the fiery eyes and golden gaze. He could see that this strike was far from ordinary. The great way is simple. Flashy, elaborate moves hold little lethal power. Hong's ordinary, straightforward chop, on the other hand, was the most deadly.
With his keen insight, Shannon perceived the grandeur and majesty within this single stroke.
It was as if he saw 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses charging toward him, the billowing smoke of the desert at the foot of the mountains, and 1,000 miles of yellow sand strewn with long spears and halberds. This single stroke was like a surging tide of troops and horses, sweeping and magnificent, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Shannon was not mistaken. This strike was indeed derived from the Grady Spear Manual, a spear technique honed and mastered by the Grady Spear immortal through the bloodshed of military campaigns. Aside from the great burning heaven art and the Sword of No Delusion Sutra, Hong had ample time within the Kunlun Jade Pendant and, naturally, did not idle away his days. In addition to researching the divine ability body like the great sun from the undying sun body, he had also grasped the art of the sword from the Grady Spear Manual. Back then, to adapt to the discomfort caused by the heavenly eye, Hong had read the Great Burning Heaven Sutra, the Sword of No Delusion Sutra, the Undying Sun Body, and the Grady Spear Manual several thousand times. A man named Qin Shou once famously said, "Read a book 100 times, and its meaning will reveal itself." This Qin Shou was a historian. He had absolutely no connection to Chun. It was merely a coincidence that their names sounded similar. After reading the 4 books thousands of times, their meanings revealed themselves to Hong, and he naturally gained some insights. After gaining these insights, since Hong didn't like using a spear and the Kunlun Jade Pendant happened to contain a solar blade, he tried using the blade to perform the techniques from the Grady Spear Manual. In short, he experimented for a very long time, perhaps 6 or 7 days in the real world, but 600 or 700 days within the Kunlun Jade Pendant. He spent a full 2 years experimenting and practicing. Finally, through imitation and adaptation, he fully mastered the art and created this signature blade technique.
Shannon indeed knew many offensive martial arts techniques.
Because he possessed a Vajra-like, indestructible physique, he had not bothered to learn any defensive techniques. Faced with Hong's incredibly ferocious strike, Shannon's Vajra physique was certainly formidable, but as a martial master, he simply couldn't withstand that blow. With the blade's edge already overhead and no way to dodge, Shannon had only one choice left. He exerted all his strength in the arm holding his sword and swung upward to meet Hong's descending solar blade.
Shannon chose to clash head-on.
He raised his long sword, tip pointing upward, to meet the tip of Hong's blade. The tips of the blade and sword clashed, neither yielding, producing a ringing sound like the roar of a dragon. With the 2 men at the center, a colossal shockwave rippled out from them into the surrounding space. Every tree and rock on the summit of Chiyun Peak was reduced to dust. Meanwhile, the sea of clouds slightly below them receded in a vast, sweeping wave. Looking up from the desert at that moment, the great sun hung high in the sky was clear and boundless, with not a single trace of cloud or mist remaining. A blue glow flowed along the blade as Shannon executed a flower-like sword technique. The realm of vibrant vitality and all things thriving was still vivid before their eyes. A blue lotus blossomed from the tip of the sword. It grew larger and larger, cradling Hong as he rose upward. Hong tried to dodge, but an invisible force firmly gripped his feet, lifting him into the air before exploding violently, like bursting fireworks. Meanwhile, in the official livestream, the host was engaged in lively conversation with Mu Bai. Witnessing Hong's earth-shattering strike, followed by Shannon's sword blooming into a blue lotus and Hong being blasted into the sky, the host exclaimed excitedly, "It's been ages since I've seen such an intense and nail-biting battle." Mu Bai remarked approvingly, "Hong gave it his all and used every trick in the book. He finally forced Shannon to unleash his full power." The host disagreed, "I'm not so sure about that. Shannon only used a single sword technique. That doesn't mean he has given it his all." The well-traveled Chen furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering something. Seeing that Chen wasn't speaking, the host immediately interjected, "Master Chen, do you think Shannon has given it his all? Amateurs watch for the spectacle, experts look for the subtleties." "That strike from Hong looks very familiar," Chen muttered to himself, then said to the host, "I need to contact someone right now." Seeing Chen take out his phone, the host asked curiously, "Who are you going to contact?" Chen tapped to start a video call, as if projecting the phone's screen onto the monitor in the lower right corner of the livestream. As the call connected, a tall, white-haired elderly man appeared on the screen. "Hello? Hello, hello." Chen was getting on in years and might have some hearing loss. After the call connected, he called out hello 3 times. Seeing this, the host whispered, "Mr. Chen, if you turn on the speakerphone, your voice will be louder." "I'm getting on in years, I'm not very good with these modern smartphones," Chen said with a look of embarrassment as he reached out to turn on the speakerphone.
"Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
"Can you hear me speaking?" came the voice of another elderly man from the phone.
I can hear you, I can hear you,"
Chen replied, then introduced. Some of our viewers may have already recognized him. The elderly gentleman on the other end of the line is none other than the renowned Tianbao. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai's expression turned serious. He stood up and bowed with clasped hands toward the Tianbao in his hand.
Tianbao waved his hand at Mu Bai. "You people from Yuhuang Sanctuary have so many rules. Sit down and let us talk."
The host also greeted him, and only then did Chen speak up. "Old Su,
What's the connection between this Hong and your De manner?" Tianbao didn't answer directly but asked instead, "So you figured it out too?"
Chen gave a soft and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the /Hong just executed bears a strong resemblance to a move from the De Spear manual."
Tianbao admitted, "The sword technique Hong used is indeed derived from the De Spear manual."
Chen immediately pressed further, "I recall that your De Manner Spear manual used to be passed down only to sons, not daughters. After you became the head of the family, you abolished that outdated practice. But it's still not passed on to outsiders.
How did Hong come to possess the De Spear manual?"
Tianbao explained, "Although Hong doesn't bear the Su surname, his father is my adopted son, so he is considered part of the Su family as well. Naturally, he is allowed to study the De Spear manual."
"Oh. An adopted son," Chen said, immediately understanding. He asked, "So he is Hong Sen's son?"
Hearing the name Hong Sen, Tianbao was reminded of some unpleasant memories from the past and replied irritably, "Who else could it be?" Noticing Tianbao's irritation, Chen changed the subject. "The sword technique Hong uses is derived from the Great Spear manual. But adapting spear techniques for the sword, that's unheard of. Spear techniques can be adapted for staffs, halberds, or lances, because these are all pole weapons. There is inherent overlap and connection between them, so they can be adapted into corresponding moves. Sword techniques can also be adapted into sword and sword techniques, but it's very difficult to adapt sword techniques into spear techniques, because these are different types of weapons with no inherent connection or overlap, making it hard to adapt them into corresponding moves. In the 9 provinces, those capable of adapting spear techniques into sword and sword techniques are almost exclusively martial arts masters at the pinnacle of their craft, scholars who have studied 100 schools and achieved complete mastery. Ordinary people simply cannot accomplish such a feat. Hong is still very young, he just turned 18 and his talent was only discovered a few months ago. The likelihood of him adapting spear techniques into broadsword techniques is about as plausible as an elementary school student solving a university-level math problem."
After Chen finished speaking, he asked, "Old Su, could it be that you adapted the spear techniques from the Great Spear manual into broadsword techniques and taught them to Hong?"
"You said it yourself just now, only those at the pinnacle of martial arts, who have mastered a wide range of disciplines and achieved a comprehensive understanding, are capable of such a feat. I'm just a rough and tumble guy, I don't have that kind of ability." Tianbao denied it, then after a moment's thought, added, "I've been thinking about it carefully. The Great Spear manual records the 12-character formula. And among these 12-character mantras, only 4 are suitable for adaptation into sword techniques: the chop mantra, the crash mantra, the break mantra, and the arc mantra."
Chen picked up on this. "So, the sword technique Hong just used was adapted from the chop mantra, right?"
"The chop mantra is also known as Great Change, cleaving the heavens. The crash mantra is also known as Great Change, Heaven's Collapse. The break mantra is also known as Mighty Dragon, shattering the army, and the arc mantra is also known as Great Change, Full Moon Arc." After Tianbao finished speaking, he added, "I should also mention that Hong has only had the Great Change Spear manual for about 3 months. He hasn't been practicing it since childhood."
Chen swallowed hard and said in a shocked tone, "Are you saying Hong switched from gunplay to swordplay in just 3 months? That is impossible." Tianbao rolled his eyes and said, "Why would I lie to you? I've only known Hong for a little over 3 months, and his dad never taught him the De gun manual."
In mid-April of this year, Hong came to the De Manor to find me and told me that Hong Sin had been killed by a heretical cultivator. His relatives had seized his family home and his parents' compensation money, and they'd beaten him so badly his head was split open and bleeding. But what worried him most was that his younger brother and sister would be left homeless and adrift with him. So, after a grueling journey by land and water, he made his way all the way to Jiangnan province. He begged me to help resolve this matter before his younger brother and sister went on summer break. Although Hong Sin and I had some conflicts back then, things got quite unpleasant. He is, after all, my adopted son. So I had Fei Ran step in to help him. Only after the matter was resolved did he receive the De Spear manual.
Chen remarked thoughtfully, if it's truly as you say, Hong's comprehension is also exceptionally high. Chanan understood things at a glance, while Hong reinvented and innovated. The two demonstrate high comprehension in different fields.
Upon hearing this, Mubai couldn't help but interject, a kid who has just turned 18, shouldering so much weight for Hong to have made it this far. It must have been an arduous journey, and he must have suffered a great deal along the way. After saying this, Mubai immediately added with a self-deprecating laugh, when I was 18, I was still acting like a total idiot. If I'd been in Hong's shoes, I'd have handled it even worse than he did. Hong Hu, watching the live broadcast on TV, had tears welling up in his eyes, while Hong Lana's body trembled as she struggled to hold back her sobs. The two had once blamed Hong for not telling them about their parents' deaths, but now, hearing Tian Bao and Mubai's words, they finally understood just how difficult it had been for him. It was just as Hong had written in his diary. I took the letter and set out for Jiangnan province. The journey ahead was 3,900 kilometers. The road was long and the future uncertain, but I had no other choice.
After Tian Bao finished recounting Hong's story, all sorts of comments immediately flooded the official livestream chat. What kind of ending would truly do justice to all the hardships he endured along the way? I'd like to start by apologizing for looking down on Hong before. This guy is a real man. The gap in strength between Hong and Chang'an is plain for all to see, and I've said plenty of snide remarks myself, but he is definitely a man of responsibility. Just like Mubai said, I acted like an idiot when I was 18 too. If Hong's burden had fallen on my shoulders, I definitely wouldn't have been able to carry it. It's precisely because I couldn't do it myself that I admire him. Hong is a real man. Hong is a real man. Hong is a real man. Hong is indeed a real man, but this battle is practically a foregone conclusion. Chanan's odds of winning are just too overwhelming. Even if Hong pulls out all the stops, it'll be hard enough just to make Chanan use his full strength, let alone injure him. That Azure Lotus is far too powerful. I don't know if Hong can withstand it. But no matter the outcome, all I can say is, take good care of yourself, get back soon, we're all waiting for you. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, Tian Bao asked, that Azure Lotus move Chanan just unleashed, that must be a martial art you taught him, right? Chen admitted, that move just now was called a flower blooms from a sword, a technique from the Azure Lotus Sword Codex. Upon hearing the words Azure Lotus Sword Codex, Tian Bao said, you actually brought that out. Chanan isn't your illegitimate son, is he? Don't talk nonsense. There are so many people watching in the livestream. Chen hurriedly denied the rumor, then explained, I just think he is a young talent with a promising future, so I'm laying the groundwork early. Tian Bao chuckled and said, I remember you have a young granddaughter. I think she is turning 18 this year, too. I'm not like you. I never meddle in young people's affairs or try to set them up. Chen denied the insinuation once more, taking the opportunity to take a subtle dig at Tian Bao. Hearing this, Tian Bao felt quite annoyed but couldn't find a reason to argue back, so he could only stubbornly retort, oh, right. You're absolutely right. Hong had been blasted into the sky by the Blue Lotus. A long time later, a blazing ball of fire plummeted onto the summit of Chiyun Peak. Chanan activated his golden eye. He could clearly see Hong, already unconscious, amidst the raging flames. After waiting a moment, Hong still showed no signs of response. His injuries must be severe. Chanan looked up at the sky and said, Hong is still breathing. He must be unconscious from severe injuries. Can we declare me the winner now? It's about time. A voice echoed from the sky, announcing the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. The power of the Blue Lotus's bloom was simply too intense. It had originally knocked Hong unconscious, but the impact of his fall back to the ground jolted him awake. Hong was feigning death. The flames in their blazing state could heal injuries, so he wanted to pretend to be unconscious to buy time.
He really had no other choice. The blue lotus blossom had left him severely injured, his skin torn open from head to toe, not a single patch of unbroken flesh remaining. Because of the sheer number of wounds, tiny flames ignited all over Hong's body. Thousands upon thousands of these tiny flames gathered together, forming the raging inferno that engulfed him. When the countdown reached 3, Hong finally spoke up, "Stop counting. I'm awake." Due to the intense flames, the clothes Hong was wearing had turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. Fortunately, the Kunlun jade pendant contained a change of clothes. Hong pulled out a shirt and pants, then sat on the ground and put on his pants first. Watching Hong dawdle as he got dressed, Chanan's face twitched, and he said, "You're such a dog. Give it a rest already." Hong gave a grudging smile and said bluntly, "I can tell you're a gentleman. I know you wouldn't ambush me, so that's why I'm taking my time." The raging flames gradually subsided, and the wounds on Hong's body had mostly healed. Chanan sheathed his sword and asked, "You haven't fully recovered yet, have you? Do you want me to wait a little longer for you?" Hong laughed, "Just a few superficial wounds, they won't affect my fighting. They'll heal completely soon. Do you have any trump cards left? If so, bring them out now. This battle has dragged on too long. I've lost the patience to keep playing around with you. I have one more move." Throughout his battle with Chanan, Hong had taken dozens of sword strikes, growing stronger with each exchange and accumulating a vast amount of spiritual energy. Having just been severely wounded by the Blue Lotus explosion, Hong had successfully broken through to the Martial Master realm. However, breaking through to Martial Master had only slightly increased Hong's strength, defense, and speed. It posed no real threat to Chanan. After all, Chanan was a martial master himself, cultivating the Grand Celestial Art, a technique on par with the 89 mystical skill, and his natural talent far surpassed Hong's. Therefore, Hong's true strength lies in the third divine ability he obtained from the 89 mystical skill after breaking through to Martial Master. Chanan practices the Grand Celestial Art. Although he is a 10-star martial artist, he possesses 3 divine abilities: Invincible Vajra, Fire-Eye Golden Gaze, and 10,000 June superhuman strength. When Hong had just broken through to the Martial Master realm, he also eliminated the Yin element for the third time and simultaneously obtained the third divine ability from the 89 mystical skill, Trinity Chi Gathering. Essence, Chi, and Spirit are also known as the 3 primordials: Primordial Essence, Primordial Chi, and Primordial Spirit. Put simply, the Trinity Chi Gathering of the 89 mystical skill refers to the gathering of spiritual energy for the 3 primordials. The flames surrounding Hong had already died down, and a breeze stirred in the heavens and earth. This was a vast surge of spiritual energy. Endless spiritual energy, as if responding to a call, gathered at the summit of Chiyun Peak. Hong's hair fluttered in the wind, and the hems of his robes rustled as the surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed through his skin and into the 3 primordials within his body. He had always known that Chanan had held back and hadn't used his full strength. He also knew that no one inside or outside the arena believed in him. No one thought he could win. But as long as his heart remained unyielding, even the most distant of dreams would one day come true. He had stumbled and struggled all the way, enduring immense hardship just to reach this point. How could he possibly give up so easily? Although he wanted to claim the top honor, it wasn't to prove how great he was. His essence, energy, and spirit quickly reached perfection. The 3 elements fused into one, and Hong's power surged to its peak. "I ask for little. I just want to prove myself, and I just want to bring comfort to the spirits of my parents in heaven." Ah! The young man let out a roar he had suppressed for far too long. The sound shook the surrounding wilderness, like the rumble of thunder. "People of the world, lend your ears and listen to my Hong's cry that echoes through the heavens." Hong is now a martial master, just one minor realm below Chahan. But he is currently in the peak state of the blazing sun, and with the use of Trinity Chi Gathering, his strength has been further enhanced. With this dual boost, Hong's strength has come infinitely close to Chanan's. His aura is now deep and enduring, surpassing that of an ordinary martial master. Hong kicked the solar blade embedded in the ground into the air, charged forward, then caught the blade mid-air and slashed downward with all his might. The strike was ferocious and heavy, in no way inferior to Chanan's colossal strength. Chanan shifted slightly to his left, evading Hong's thunderous strike in the very instant before the solar blade made contact. At the same time, his hand remained active. He thrust his long sword forward, its tip leaving a silvery white trail in the air, like a white dragon extending its tongue. Hong was fast enough to dodge, but he chose not to. Instead, he allowed the blade to pierce right through his right shoulder. Immediately afterward, Hong reached out and seized Chanan's long sword, while a golden beam coiled and ready to strike shot from his heavenly eye straight toward Chanan's head. Just as Chanan was about to exert force to pull the sword free, he caught a glimpse of the golden light flickering in Hong's heavenly eye and realized that Hong had allowed himself to be stabbed on purpose. But it was too late. He had no time to dodge, so Chanan could only extend his left hand to hastily shield his head. After exchanging that single blow, the two parted ways, instinctively retreating to a safe distance. Blood flowed from Hong's shoulder, but because he was in the peak state of the blazing sun, tiny flames quickly ignited on his shoulder, healing the wound. Chanan wasn't faring much better either. The golden beam had pierced a hole in his left hand, and a scorched gash had been burned into his forehead. Had that gash been just a fraction deeper, the golden beam would have pierced Chanan's skull and subsequently blown his brain to pieces. Hong channeled his spiritual energy, causing the tiny flames on his shoulder to burn even more fiercely. In just over 10 seconds, his shoulder was completely healed, with not a single scar remaining. Chanan took 2 deep breaths but held his breath. After about 10 seconds, the hole in his palm healed at a visible pace, and the scorched mark on his forehead vanished as well. Both men possessed means of recovery. Hong was in his blazing flame state, allowing him to draw upon the power of the sun to heal his wounds. Chanan, on the other hand, possessed a divine technique called the 9 breaths respiration. Whenever he was injured, he could heal himself simply by taking deep breaths. However, the more severe the injury, the more breaths he needed to take. This time, his palm had been pierced, a minor injury, so he only needed to take 2 deep breaths. Chanan raised his left hand, now fully healed, and grumbled, "If you're going to fight, just fight. Can't you be a little less underhanded?" Hong laughed sheepishly. "I don't really want to, but when I'm in the heat of battle, my mind goes into overdrive, and I always end up coming up with some underhanded tricks." Chanan took the wine flask from his waist, took a sip, and said boldly, "Let us have another go." Seeing Chanan drinking, Hong initially wanted to launch a sneak attack, but he resisted the urge. He waited until Chanan had put the flask away before launching his attack. The two exchanged move after move, parrying and countering in a back-and-forth battle that was truly a match for match. After trading over a dozen moves, the solar blade traced an arc through the air, slashing toward Chanan. Chanan twisted the blade of his sword, pressing the tip against the blade of the solar blade. Using that momentum, he soared upward like a giant eagle, dodging the strike. Hong's reaction was lightning fast. With almost no pause, the solar blade, enveloped in a wave of scorching heat, swept horizontally toward Chanan above. Hovering in midair, Chanan crossed his left foot over his right, rising another 3 inches to evade the solar blade's sweep once more. At the same time, the long sword in his hand transformed into a streak of silver light, plunging straight down toward Hong's throat. Hong quickly withdrew his blade, crouched slightly, and held it horizontally across his chest, just in time to block Chanan's thrust. As blade met blade, the crisp clang of metal echoed continuously, and the immense impact sent both men staggering backward. Hong leaped backward several meters before he had fully regained his balance. He gathered a moment's momentum and lunged forward with a swift strike. Chanan, meanwhile, did not pause. Upon landing, his entire body shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, instantly flashing in front of Hong. Hong gripped the hilt tightly and swung his sword horizontally, meeting Chanan's longsword with the flat of his blade. A crisp, melodious clang rang out as the metal collided. After a brief moment of contact, the two weapons were violently jarred apart. The two exchanged blows back and forth, their blades flashing in a crisscrossing dance. The fight was too close to call, and they gradually entered a state of complete absorption in the battle, their shifts between offense and defense growing ever faster. The crowd watching on TV found this thrilling battle utterly exhilarating. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that two teenagers at the martial master realm could fight to such a degree. However, even more people found it hard to believe that Hong could actually hold his own against Chanan to this extent. These people were hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, so they put all their money on the line, betting everything on Chanan to win. The duel was incredibly gripping. Many gamblers who had placed heavy bets were so desperate they wished they could rush in and take Chanan's place. Chanan parried Hong's solar blade with a single stroke, then repeated his previous move, causing a blue lotus to bloom once more at the tip of his sword. Seeing this, Hong took 2 steps back. Before he had mastered the Trinity Chi gathering technique, his strength was insufficient to cleave through the blue lotus. But now, his power was on par with Chanan's. The energy within Hong's body boiled the scorching Fenshin Chi concentrated into a single point, unleashing a blazing blade of energy. The Qiankuan Fenshin slash came crashing down, cleaving the blue lotus in 2 with a single stroke. After slicing through the blue lotus, Hong saw Chang'an, who had been hiding behind it, now sweeping his long sword diagonally toward the miniature sun hovering above his head. Holy shit! Hong broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly reached out with both hands, clutching the miniature sun to his chest. This was the source of Hong's power. If the miniature sun were destroyed, his strength would plummet. Hong grumbled, "I thought you were an honorable gentleman, so I let my guard down, but this is how you repay me." This time, it was Chanan's turn to laugh sheepishly. "It felt like I was struggling a bit, so I thought I'd try a different approach." It was indeed a different approach. Hong placed the sun back on his head and said helplessly, "Whatever moves you have left, just go ahead and use them. I know a few basic martial arts techniques, but I don't think they do you much harm. There's no point in using them." Chanan paused for a moment, then added, "I also have 2 ultimate moves, but I haven't quite mastered one of them yet. I'm afraid I might lose control after using it, so I want to use that one on you." Hong said warily, "So you plan to use the other ultimate move against me?" Chanan nodded and offered a friendly warning, "It's a very powerful move, don't go dying on me." Hong stood his ground, sword in hand, gazing at Chanan, whose white robe was as white as snow, and said eagerly, "Go ahead and strike, I'll be watching." Chanan closed his eyes and slowly rose into the air. As he rose into the sky, he gripped his long sword with both hands. A faint blue glow emanated from the blade. Chanan raised the sword above his head, the tip pointing straight toward the heavens. This was the perfect moment for a sneak attack. If his opponent had been anyone else, Hong would have struck without hesitation. But as he said before, Chanan was a man of integrity. He held back against Hong many times before, as vast as the clouds and mountains, as boundless as the river, a man of the highest moral character. Therefore, Hong didn't want to ambush him either. That was his moral bottom line. But Hong's moral line was flexible. When dealing with villains and scoundrels, his standards would be relatively lower. Chanan raised his long sword high at first, only the tip glowed with a faint blue light. But as he channeled his spiritual energy, countless tiny streams of light emerged from his body. These countless tiny streams of light floated atop the mountain peak, as if a river of stars had spilled down onto the mortal world. These tiny streams of light, resembling tadpoles, swirled around the blade one after another, then converged at the tip. As the tiny streams of light gathered, the glow at the tip grew brighter and brighter, blazing with intense radiance. At that moment, if one were to gaze from 100 li away at the summit of Chiyun Peak, it would seem as though another great sun had risen in the heavens. The blinding light made it impossible for Hong to keep his eyes open. He could only squint and wait for Chanan's next move. Finally, as the blade absorbed all the blue specks of light, Chanan gripped the sword with both hands and thrust it upward with all his might, sending countless blue specks of light shooting from the tip. These blue specks blanketed the summit of Chiyun Peak, and a terrifying aura of pressure hung over Hong's head, like the sword of Damocles ready to fall at any moment. A single thought, a flower blooms. Chanan moved his lips. His voice was soft, yet it reached Hong's ears with crystal clarity. The countless blue specks in the sky responded to the call, and in an instant, 10,000 blue lotuses bloomed in unison. Gazing at the dense cluster of blue lotuses in the air, Hong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. His scalp prickled with dread. A single blue lotus was enough to give him a run for his money, and there were at least 8,000 or 9,000 of them in the air. Hong gripped his sword with one hand, his body radiating scorching spiritual energy, all concentrated in the solar blade he held. Although the Grady Spear manual contained 12 character techniques, only the chop, crush, break, and arc techniques were suitable for adaptation into sword techniques. The split, crush, and break mantras are all one-on-one techniques. Only the arc mantra could handle the sky full of blue lotuses. With the Trinity Chi gathering combined with the blazing sun state, the spiritual energy within Hong's body was as abundant as rivers and seas, truly inexhaustible.
Having absorbed too much spiritual energy, the solar blade trembled slightly, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chang'an stood in place, pointing his sword downward. The swarm of blue lotuses tore through the air, emitting a piercing screech as they spun toward Hong. Hong finished gathering his power, gripping the blade with both hands, took a large step forward with his right foot, and roared, "Ah!" Suddenly, the solar blade slashed outwards, tracing a dazzling arc. Centered on Hong, the arc swept violently outward, like ripples spreading from a drop of water falling onto a lake. The blue lotus blossoms sweeping across the heavens and earth were sliced apart by the arc before they even reached Hong, turning into specks of blue light that vanished without a trace. A single arc was insufficient to dispel the sea of blue lotuses filling the sky, so Hong had no choice but to gather his energy once more, then swing his blade again to clear the way. The arc formula was an extremely spirit energy intensive technique. After unleashing 3 arcs, his internal spirit energy was completely depleted, and he didn't even have time to replenish it. Although Hong possessed an inexhaustible supply of spirit energy, it could only be replenished slowly, making it suitable for protracted battles. But in this situation, his spiritual energy was completely insufficient to meet the demand, and more blue lotuses were approaching from the distance. This couldn't go on. Exhausted from depleting his spiritual energy, Hong was slightly out of breath as he looked up at the sky filled with blue lotuses. There was one more option. He had to make a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. Hong grabbed the miniature sun above his head, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it whole. Flames instantly erupted all around him, his clothes turned to ashes, and his entire body was engulfed in fire, obscuring his figure. Suddenly, Hong, shrouded in flames, shot skyward, charging toward Chang'an in the air. Hong's speed was too great. The blue lotus blossoms attacking him were all knocked aside, and a series of explosions rang out behind him. Great Change, Heaven's Collapse. The collapse technique from the Great Change Spear Manual, one of the techniques most suited to swordplay, was also one of Hong's trump cards. Hong mustered every ounce of his strength as he brought the Great Heaven's Collapse strike crashing down from the sky. Chang'an, of course, would not sit idly by and wait for his doom. He gathered his remaining blue lotuses into a single, 100-zhang-tall blue lotus, enveloping his body. But the momentum of this strike was unmatched. The instant it struck the 100-zhang-tall blue lotus, a crack sounded, like shattering glass. The 100-zhang blue lotus shrank by another circle, allowing the solar blade to penetrate a fraction further, followed by another crack. Immediately afterward, defeat came like an avalanche, with a ceaseless succession of cracks echoing across the mountaintop. The 100-zhang blue lotus continued to shrink rapidly, and specks of blue light began to flicker in the air. Hong's sword strike showed no sign of slowing, while the blue lotus shrank ever smaller, eventually shrinking to 3 zhang in front of Chang'an. After swallowing the miniature sun, he had gained a source of spiritual energy that could be replenished at lightning speed and flowed endlessly, but this act was akin to draining a pond to catch fish. As Hong broke through the 100-zhang blue lotus, the flames enveloping him flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment, and he had no means to replenish his spiritual energy. But Chang'an was in no better shape. Unleashing the sky-filling blue lotus had already drained all his spiritual energy. Facing Hong, who had swallowed the miniature sun and was charging at him once more, Chang'an had no choice but to give it his all. He forced himself to take a deep breath, only then managing to gather the remaining blue lotus petals into a 100-zhang blue lotus. At this point, both men had reached the point of utter exhaustion. It was a matter of who would collapse first. Crack! 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 Hong, having gone all in with his Great Change, Heaven's Collapse, shattered the final zhang of the blue lotus, but his blade's momentum did not waver as he slashed once more at Chang'an's chest. The solar blade struck Chang'an's chest, producing a crisp clang of metal against metal, the sound of the blade colliding with his indestructible physique. It was a clash of opposites, but in the end, the power of the Great Heaven-shattering technique prevailed. Chang'an's indestructible physique was ultimately shattered by Hong's single strike. Blood spurted from his chest as his body was sent flying backward involuntarily, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. After shattering Chang'an's physique, Hong had also exhausted his very last spark of flame. His strength and spiritual energy were completely depleted, and his body plummeted straight toward the ground. After this strike, the outcome remained uncertain.
But the viewers watching on television were all deeply moved. The heroic spirit of these two young heroes was deeply etched into the hearts of every viewer, a memory they would never forget for the rest of their lives. When Hong opened his eyes, everything before him was a blinding white. If it weren't for the familiar smell of disinfectant, he would have almost thought he had arrived in heaven. Seeing Hong open his eyes, Hong Lan, who was peeling a tangerine, beamed with joy and said, "Big brother, you're awake." Hong felt extremely weak. His limbs were limp, his throat was sore, and his internal organs ached. He struggled to lift his arm, took the peeled tangerine, and said, "Go get me some water." "Have this first." Hong Lan pulled a bottle of Coca-Cola from under the bed, thoughtfully unscrewed the cap, and then handed it to Hong. Hong swallowed the orange in one gulp. The juice spread throughout his mouth, finally easing the discomfort he'd been feeling. Seeing the Coca-Cola Hong Lan handed him, Hong said with a look of disgust, "What normal person drinks Coca-Cola? What's the difference between this stuff and swill? I only drink Pepsi." Hong, who happened to walk in at that moment, carrying a boxed meal. Hearing Hong's brazen remark, he immediately retorted, "Pepsi, don't try to ride on Coca-Cola's coattails. Coca-Cola is the real deal." Hong didn't have the strength right now, otherwise, he would definitely punched Hong, who to teach that kid a lesson about an older brother is like a father's kindness and a son's filial piety, and Tianwen-Diwu. Tianwen-Diwu is a dialect term from Jianghuai province. In plain language, it means family discipline and rules. Hong Lan picked up another bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap again, and handed it to Hong. He grabbed the bottle and gulped it down, letting out a satisfied groan after finishing. "How many days was I unconscious? Do I need surgery?" Hong asked, setting down the bottle and panting heavily. "You were unconscious for 5 days, Hong Lan said slowly. "You're recovering quickly. You had some superficial injuries, but they've all healed." Hong, who added, "The doctor said you were unconscious for so long because of exhaustion, combined with your spiritual energy being depleted, and swallowing that little sun." Hong Lan chimed in, "The reason your throat feels sore and you're so thirsty is precisely because you swallowed that little sun. The doctor specifically mentioned that once you woke up, you should check your body for any unusual sensations." "Unusual sensations?" Hong asked, a bit puzzled. "What does that mean?" Hong Lan explained, "The doctor said that by forcibly swallowing that small sun, although you temporarily gained vast amounts of spiritual energy and forcibly boosted your own strength, this action was extremely risky and is usually accompanied by aftereffects. So, your body will definitely experience aftereffects, but the doctor couldn't determine exactly what the specific impacts or aftereffects would be. You'll have to discover them for yourself." Hong had already anticipated the possibility of aftereffects when he swallowed the miniature sun, but at the time, facing a desperate situation, he had no choice but to go all in. Fortunately, he had secured the top spot on the college entrance exam. Although his body had suffered some aftereffects, overall, he hadn't lost out at all. In fact, he'd even come out slightly ahead. After all, in addition to a large cash prize, the top scorer also received a rare prize. Hong cleared his throat and asked, "I assume there were no surprises with the results? I'm the top scorer, right?" "Of course you're the top scorer. That goes without saying." Hong, who felt a sense of pride as well with his older brother as the top scorer, he'd be able to brag even louder when they went out in the future. Seeing the smug expressions on his brothers' faces, Hong Lan added at just the right moment, "But this time, it's a tie for first place. Both you and Chang'an are top scorers." "What?" Hong sat up straight and said, "This has gotta be rigged. That little punk Chang'an, what gives him the right to tie with me for first place?" Hong, who looked serious as he said, "I think it's rigged too. In the end, you slashed Chang'an with a knife, and he was seriously injured and fell unconscious. Clearly, you should been declared the winner." Hong Lan explained, "The day before yesterday, the Ministry of Education sent some people over. They said that you and Chang'an both lost consciousness at the same time, then both fell to the ground, and neither of you had woken up by the time the countdown ended. Even though you slashed Chang'an, it seems he fainted from exhaustion after his spiritual energy was depleted and he forced himself to take one last breath, not because you knocked him out. Plus, the Ministry of Education officials said Chang'an had the highest score and you were second. Even though you landed that final blow, since they deemed you both fainted at the same time, they had no choice but to rule it that way."
A double champion is still a champion, you should be satisfied.
Hong Hua's consoling words carried a hint of sarcasm.
Chanan's score was higher than yours to begin with.
You should count yourself lucky to have snagged one championship title.
I really hate hearing you talk. Hong was annoyed.
For some reason, ever since they were kids, every time Hong Hu spoke, it was as if he hadn't brushed his teeth, his breath stank terribly.
I won on my own merit. Hong insisted.
The whole country saw it. My final strike sent Chang'an flying. Hong Lan speculated, I suspect the officials might rule it this way, even though you landed a strike on Chang'an, he also drained you of your strength, so you both were defeated by each other. Hong Hu said, whoever passes out first loses, whoever falls off the stage first loses. Those are the rules of martial arts competitions. Back in the number 1 under heaven martial arts tournament, when Sun Wukong and Tian had their final showdown, both of them flew into the air, then ran out of strength and fell toward the ground at the same time. If you knew how to use the Kamehameha like Sun Wukong, you could fired a reverse wave. That way, you'd have landed after Chang'an, and no one would have any objections. They'd have to declare you the winner. Hong replied, if I got hit by a truck and landed first, wouldn't that count as a loss for me too? Hong Lan picked up his phone and said, Su Firen came to see you the day before yesterday. You were still unconscious then.
She is staying at a nearby hotel now. Since you're awake, I should let her know. There's also a girl named Ding Huan. She came to see you too.
Hong Hu pointed to the fruit basket beside the hospital bed and said, this is what she sent, but my second sister and I have pretty much eaten it all. Hong said helplessly, you two actually had the nerve to eat gifts meant for the patient. I was worried you'd get cavities, so I helped you digest some of it, Hong Hu said, acting innocent after getting the better of him.
Just over 10 minutes later, Su Firen entered the ward with a young girl in tow.
This young girl wasn't Ting Huan, but rather the one who had rushed out to mock him in a sarcastic tone back at the De Manor right after Hong had finished pleading with Tian Bao and was preparing to leave. At the time, Hong had assumed this girl was his fiancée. He even asked Su Firen about her later. If he remembered correctly, her name was Su Wan. Su Firen pushed open the ward door, shook out her high ponytail, and, looking at Hong who appeared weak and pale, remarked sarcastically, why do you always look so disheveled whenever I see you? Hong repeated the line he said before, maybe it's just that people hate me. Since there were only 2 chairs in the room, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had no choice but to get up and sit on Hong's hospital bed. After the two of them sat down, Su Firen asked, how are you feeling? Hong tried to find the silver lining, it feels like I ate an alligator. Every part of my body is killing me right now. You're still as good as ever with metaphors, Su Firen laughed. Since you can still joke around, you must not be in too bad of shape. Hong asked about what was on his mind most. Haven't I received my reward for being the top scorer on the college entrance exam yet? Did they give out the rewards for the top 5? You don't need to go out of your way to mention that you're the top scorer and I'm in the top 5 anyway, my reward has already been issued. After saying this, Su Firen speculated, it's probably because you were unconscious, so the Ministry of Education put the matter on hold. Hong Lan interjected, someone from the Ministry of Education came by once before and left me their number. When I called Sister Firen just now, I also called the person from the Ministry of Education. You're all the rage right now. The whole country knows about you, and the news has reached every top university. Su Firen gave a half smile, her tone laced with amusement. Upon hearing this, Hong asked, how is Chang'an? Has he woken up yet? Hong Lan replied, he is much tougher than you. He woke up that very day and was discharged the next. Hearing the words he is better than you, Hong nearly had a stroke from anger and immediately retorted, in what way is he better than me? I knocked him unconscious with a single slash. The whole country saw it. You really are strong. Su Firen agreed. Even my grandfather said that the power of your final strike was on par with a full power attack from a 10-star martial spirit. Was it truly on par with a full power strike from a 10-star martial spirit? Hong gave a wry smile. But that strike, the Great Ease, Heaven Collapses, had been unleashed after he deactivated Trinity Chi Gathering and swallowed a miniature sun, pushing his strength to its peak naturally. Its power was extraordinary. Su Wan, who had remained silent until then, suddenly interjected, you started out as a 7-star martial master, and you ended up as a martial master too. while Chang'an is a martial master. Your cultivation level is lower than his, yet you were able to defeat a superior opponent and overcome the stronger side.
I think you actually beat him. Su Firen also nodded and said, Grandpa also said that you've got a real knack for fighting.
When you get into a fight, you're like a man fighting for his life, just like your dad's style.
Hong was taken aback.
He remembered that Su Wanwan had disliked him before. Why was she suddenly speaking up for him? Su Wanwan was perceptive. When she saw Hong glance at her, she immediately guessed what he was thinking.
I used to dislike you because you called off the engagement with Sister Firen. But now I've come to look at you with new respect because your strength has earned my recognition.
Wanwan is about the same age as Hong Lan from Honghu, and she'll be taking the college entrance exam next year, Su Firen explained. Everyone in the De Manor, men and women alike, deeply respects brave and powerful individuals. I agree to your marriage with Sister Firen, Su Wanwan blurted out without thinking.
You agree? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're the head of the family? Hong was truly speechless.
Su Firen tugged at Su Wanwan's sleeve and scolded her in a low voice, Don't talk nonsense.
I don't care. From now on, I'm going to call you my brother-in-law anyway. Su Wanwan, likely spoiled and pampered, was incredibly headstrong.
Hong could only let out an awkward chuckle to cover up his embarrassment. Su Wanwan's tendency to speak without thinking was practically identical to Hong Hu's. The two of them seemed like a match made in heaven. Shortly after the Ministry of Education received the message, a middle-aged man arrived. Seeing Hong try to sit up, the man pressed down on his shoulder. Young man, just stay lying down. You can call me Brother Zhu, the man said after introducing himself.
Give me your bank card number.
The top scholar's prize is 10 million. I'll have someone transfer it to your account. After Hong gave him the number, Brother Zhu took out 3 pieces of paper and handed them to him. Take a look. These are all prizes, but you can only choose one. The 3 pieces of paper were illustrated with patterns and accompanied by various written annotations.
Hong took them and began to examine them.
At the top of the first sheet were 3 large characters, fire-tipped spear, with 4 slightly smaller characters below, low-tier earth grade.
Brother Zhu explained, since you have the Grady Spear manual and your talent is fire attribute, we've prepared this fire-tipped spear for you.
It's a low-tier earth grade spear.
Hong looked at Su Firen and asked, What do you think of this fire-tipped spear? It's a decent weapon, Su Firen remarked. But it's not as good as my spear.
Hong looked at Brother Zhu and said, half-jokingly, the Ministry of Education really is very thoughtful, but unfortunately, I prefer using a sword. Hearing this somewhat sarcastic remark, Brother Zhu's face twitched, but he could do nothing about it. After all, the boy was the top scorer on the college entrance exam. The Ministry of Education has a fire attribute sword, but unfortunately, it's only top-tier yellow grade. It doesn't match your status as the top scorer or your academic achievements. Brother Zhu picked up the second sheet of paper and continued, Take a look at this.
It's the Yuan Yang ruler, a fire attribute weapon.
It's shaped somewhat like a sword, so it should suit you quite well. Hong took the paper and glanced at it. The Yuan Yang ruler was a mid-earth tier weapon. The solar blade was a top-tier Xian tier weapon. Although its grade was lower than that of the Yuan Yang ruler, Hong was already used to it, so he had no plans to switch for the time being. Hong picked up the last sheet of paper, which bore the 3 characters Golden Bow, Silver Bullet, but the illustration on the paper was a slingshot, the kind children used to shoot birds. Brother Zhu explained, the Golden Bow and Silver Bullet is a low-tier earth-grade magical treasure.
Since you're cultivating the 89 mystical skill, I've prepared this slingshot for you. Hong's cultivation practice was the 89 mystical skill. He furrowed his brow and asked, What does this slingshot have to do with the cultivation practice I'm following?
Brother Zhu patiently explained, according to legend, the second prince possessed many weapons and magical treasures, such as the 3-pronged double-edged sword, the demon binding rope, the mountain chasing whip, the mountain splitting axe, the Taya sword, and finally, a magical treasure called Golden Bow and Silver Bullets.
Golden Bow, Hong paused for a moment, then asked, Isn't a bow supposed to be the kind of magical artifact used to shoot arrows? So what's the deal with this slingshot? Su Firen chuckled.
The full name of Golden Bow and Silver Bullets is actually Golden Slingshot and Silver Marbles.
Later generations misinterpreted golden slingshot as golden bow. Think about it yourself, how could anyone use a recurve bow to shoot marbles? Hong shook the blueprint in her hand and said, but a figure as imposing as the second prince, how could he possibly use a slingshot like the ones kids used to shoot birds? That doesn't fit his image at all. Su Firen picked up on her point and said, I suspect it's precisely because it didn't fit his image that later generations changed golden slingshot to golden bow. That did seem to make some sense. Hong had originally intended to give the fire-tipped spear to Su Firen, but the silver spear she used was of a higher grade. And the Yuan Yang ruler wasn't suitable for her either, so in the end, she was left with only one choice. Hong said, then I'll take this golden bow and silver bullets. Brother Zhu took out a slingshot and a pouch. There are 100 silver bullets in the pouch. Once you run out, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Of course, if you're short on cash, you can trade these silver bullets for money, Brother Zhu joked as a parting remark. Recently, a rumor had been spreading like wildfire. In this year's martial artist college entrance exam in the Great Xia Kingdom, two once-in-a-millennium prodigies had emerged. The two clashed at the summit of Qian Peak in a final showdown so fierce that it shook the heavens and split the earth, shattering mountains and rivers and setting the cosmos ablaze, leaving onlookers utterly awestruck. Universities across the land sprang into action, all dispatching recruitment teams to the scene. Within just 1 week, the top 10 universities had gathered in the Great Xia Kingdom, and a fierce competition to recruit these prodigies immediately began. Since Hong was recuperating in the hospital, he hadn't heard much of the rumors circulating outside. However, during his recovery, many concerned citizens sent fruit baskets through intermediaries to show their support for this young hero. Just as one of his many aunts stepped out of the hospital room, Hong Hu said impatiently, Big brother, are your injuries healed yet? When can you be discharged? I really can't stand all these people coming to visit you every day. Hong looked at the floor covered with fruit baskets and grinned, aren't you the one who loves to eat and isn't afraid of cavities? Now you can eat as much as you want. Hong Hu sighed helplessly, but I can't handle eating this every day. I'm worried I'll get diabetes. To be honest, I'm getting a little fed up with it too, Hong Lan said as he closed the ward door, venting his frustration. These relatives I've never even met, they just keep repeating the exact same thing over and over. Hope you don't forget them once you've made it big, hope you can give them a hand in the future, hope you can lend us some of your top scorer's prize money, hope you can help us land a job. Hong Hu had a fiery temper. Hearing these words, he snarled, back when Mom and Dad died and our family was in trouble, none of these people ever lifted a finger to help us. Now they're coming over with their thick-skinned faces, trying to claim kinship. The most ridiculous one was that woman who claimed to be the husband of my maternal grandmother's sister's younger sister. She even wanted to introduce her granddaughter to you. I'd really be grateful. You're only 18, are you even old enough to get married yet? Hong, however, took it in stride. Resting his hands behind his head, he recited, when poor in the bustling city, no one asks after you. When rich in the deep mountains, distant relatives appear. When you're rich, don't forget the days when you were poor. When you're down on your luck, not a single soul is there for you. At that moment, only the 3 siblings were in the hospital room. Hong Lan asked, Big brother, what is the deal between you and Sister Firen? Hong hadn't previously told the two of them that Su Firen had once been his fiancée. But yesterday, that brat Su Wanwan had spilled the beans, so he couldn't keep it a secret any longer. To tell you the truth, it's all Dada's fault, that grudge-holding ghost. Hong recounted the events of that year to them. Since he couldn't leave anything out, he mentioned in passing his trip to the De Manor. I took Dada's letter to the De Manor to plead with Tian Bao, and Tian Bao sent Su Firen over to help me. Not wanting them to feel sorry for him and, of course, because it had been such a miserable experience back then and he found it slightly embarrassing, he had deliberately downplayed the hardships he faced while begging for help. But the two of them had already heard Tian Bao mention this while watching the live stream of the martial artist college entrance exam, so they naturally knew just how difficult the journey had been. Hong Lan pursed her lips and said, Big brother, how do you plan to handle Sister Firen and Sister Xiao? Hong was completely taken aback by the question. Just then, a series of knock, knock, knock sounds rang out as someone knocked on the hospital room door again.
Probably another one of those relatives we don't know, Hong Lan remarked, then walked over to open the door.
Two people were standing at the door.
Hong Lan recognized one of them, but this person wasn't a relative. He had seen this man on TV during the live broadcast of the college entrance exams. If he remembered correctly, his name was Mu Bai, a professor at Dongsheng University and also a member of Yu Wang Sanctuary.
Hong Lan invited the two into the hospital room and asked, "Professor Mu, are you here to visit my brother as well?"
You could say that, Mu Bai replied. Standing beside him was a middle-aged woman in her 30s.
He introduced her. "This is the Dean of Academic Affairs at Dongsheng University, Chao Beiying."
You can call her Dean Chao.
Chao Beiying was wearing a women's suit and looked very capable.
She walked up to Hong and greeted him warmly. "Hello there, top scorer."
"Hello, Dean Chao, you can just call me Xiao Hong," Hong replied modestly. The two took their seats.
Hong Lan was very polite after they sat down. She took out 2 bottles of drink and offered them to Mu Bai and Chao Beiying, but both politely declined.
Chao Beiying asked, "How are your injuries?"
Hong replied, "It's nothing serious anymore, I'll be discharged soon." Chao Beiying casually conjured a pill. She must have a spatial artifact.
"Here's a healing pill.
If you take it, your injuries will heal faster." Hong didn't take the pill Chao Beiying offered.
Instead, she smiled and asked, "If I accept this healing pill, you won't force me to enroll at Dongsheng University, will you?" Mu Bai couldn't help but laugh. "We're a legitimate university, not some gang or evil organization." Hong still declined.
"Thanks, Sister Chao, but a gift from someone puts you in their debt.
I'll pass for now."
Noticing that he had switched from addressing her as Director Chao to Sister Chao, Chao Beiying smiled and withdrew her right hand holding the pill. This Hong was quite skilled at social etiquette. Though he had refused her, he hadn't made her lose face. Mu Bai said, "There are only 10 top-tier universities in the 9 provinces, and Dongsheng University is one of them. If you're willing to study here, your tuition will be fully waived for 4 years, and the school will also provide you with several 100,000 yuan annually for living expenses." Chao Beiying continued, "I'm the director of the Thunder Fire Department at Dongsheng University. Your talent lies in the fire element, so you're a natural fit for our department. As long as you're willing to attend Dongsheng University and study in the Thunder Fire Department, I'll personally give you 2 Earth rank elixirs each year to help you advance your cultivation."
Earth tier elixirs.
While these aren't exactly priceless, they're still extremely valuable. Even a low-tier Earth tier elixir sells for several million. Chao Beiying continued, "I was actually on vacation in the Tianhai realm, but as soon as I received the message, I rushed here immediately.
I should be the first member of the admissions team to visit you, right?"
The human race occupies the 9 provinces, and the region where Hong resides is Dongsheng Shenzhou, one of the 9 provinces. Dongsheng Shenzhou comprises 36 realms, such as the Tianhai realm mentioned by Chao Beiying just now, and the Luofu realm, where the Luofu sword tomb is located. Among the 36 realms of Dongsheng Shenzhou is a place called the Xian-Song realm. The Xian-Song realm comprises 82 domains. The Endless Fire domain, where Zhou resides, is one such domain. The Great Xia Kingdom is situated in the Huayang domain, which contains 58 nations. Each nation, in turn, comprises anywhere from a dozen to several dozen provinces, such as Jiangnan Province and Jianghuai Province. Each province has more than a dozen cities and districts. Below the city level are counties, and below the county level are towns and villages. Therefore, the geographical levels from smallest to largest are village, town, county, city, province, country, domain, region, and state. A state is the highest geographical level, followed by a region, then a domain. After hearing Chao Beiying's words, Hong said, "You rushed over as soon as you could, but today is the 7th day. The Tianhai region doesn't seem that far from our Jianghuai province. It shouldn't take 7 days, right?"
"Sister Chao, did you perhaps go see Chanan first before coming to see me?" Chao Beiying didn't deny it. She believed that sincerity was the ultimate weapon. The Tianhai realm is east of the Great Xia Kingdom, and Jiangnan Province is east of Jianghuai Province.
I traveled westward the whole way, so naturally I arrived in Jiangnan Province first before coming to Jianghuai Province.
It's not that I think you're inferior to Chanan. You two hold equal weight in my heart." Hong smiled and said, "All right, I get it. Sister Chow, give me your number. I'll see what perks other schools offer me. If yours is the best, I'll go to Dongxing University. This was a subtle hint to leave. Chow Beiying nodded, handed over her business card, and said with a smile, "Be sure to get in touch with me." After watching Mu Bai and Chow Beiying leave, Hong Lan was just about to ask Hong what to do about Su Firen and Xiao. But there was another knock on the hospital room door. This time, Hong Hu went to open it. Standing at the door was an elderly man, followed by a middle-aged man with a square face. "Are you the Mr. Chun from TV?" Hong Hu took a closer look. The old man before him bore a striking resemblance to Chun, who had previously commentated on the martial artist college entrance exam. The old man smiled and confirmed, "Young man, you're not mistaken, I am Chen." Then, Chen introduced the middle-aged man beside him. "This is Sun Huayuan, Dean of the Five Elements Taoist Court at Yuanyan University. You may call him Dean Sunday." Sun Huayuan walked straight up to Hong and praised him with a serious expression. "So you're Hong. You really are a fine-looking young man." Hong couldn't help but laugh. "Dean Sun, judging by your facial features, you don't seem like the type to be good at flattery. Please don't put yourself through the trouble of saying such things. Why don't you both take a seat first?" "Oh? So you're good at reading faces?" Sun Huayuan and Chen each took a seat. Hong said, "I just recovered from serious injuries. My complexion is still a bit pale, and I've lost some weight. I look like a sickly person. You said I'm indeed a handsome young man, but I can tell you're not good at giving compliments. It's like trying to flatter someone but ending up kicking them in the shins." Sun Huayuan crossed his arms and praised, "You've got a sharp eye, kid." "I'm definitely not good at flattery or complimenting people." Hong actually had half a sentence left unsaid. Someone in Sun Huayuan's high position would naturally be too proud to flatter a young man like him even if he was a genius. But Sun Huayuan himself, having gained admission to Yuanyan University and risen to the position of Dean of the Five Elements Taoist Court, was, after all, a genius in his own right. "I don't have any water here either. Would you like some soda?" Hong Landu handed them 2 bottles of soda, but the two didn't even glance at them and simply waved them away. Seeing this, Hong Lan didn't beat around the bush but asked directly, "Are the two of you here to invite me to join Yuanyan University?" Sun Huayuan said, "Just now, while we were in the elevator, we ran into Chow Beiying from Dongxing University. I can see you're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush either. I don't care what terms Dongxing University is offering you. Yuanyan University will match Dongxing University's offer and add an additional 500,000 in annual living expenses." After a moment's thought, Sun Huayuan added, "If you have any other requests, you can bring them up now. As long as they're within our capabilities, I can agree to them right away." Hong didn't answer directly but asked, "Aren't you going to ask what kind of offer Dongxing University made me?" Sun Huayuan replied with a serious expression, "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably full tuition waiver, a few 100,000 in living expenses, and at most a few cultivation pills to boost your cultivation level." "You're spot on," Hong said meaningfully, though he already had his own suspicions. Sun Huayuan continued, "Chow Beiying doesn't know your true capability. She thinks you're just a slightly more talented college entrance exam top scorer, so the benefits she is offering won't be very generous. But I have the information old Chen provided as a reference. I know just how capable you really are. Besides, after she finishes talking with you, Chow Beiying has to go elsewhere to recruit other top college entrance exam scorers, so she doesn't have much time to thoroughly investigate your background. Even with information from Mu Bai, the most she'll offer is a few extra cultivation enhancing pills." Chen added at just the right moment, "As long as you're willing to attend Yuanyan University, once you graduate in 4 years, we'll do our utmost to secure the most suitable job for you." "I can sense your sincerity," Hong said gratefully. "Let me think it over for a while longer. I'll give you an answer in a few days." Sun Huayuan took out a business card, placed it next to Hong's hospital bed, and said, "If you have any requests then, you can speak directly to me." Hong picked up the card, looked it over, and asked, "Chanan will probably attend Yuanyan University, right?" Chen didn't give a direct answer, replying evasively, "He might do me a favor, but I won't force him. Whether he goes to Yuanyan University or not is entirely up to him."
He is keeping this a secret from me, too, Hong thought, confirming his suspicions. He surmised that Chen must have subtly probed Chang'an to find out about the benefits Qiao Beiying had offered, which was why Sun Huayuan had spoken with such certainty. After the two left the hospital room, Hong Hu couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, I think the terms Yuanyang University is offering are pretty good. Why didn't you just accept them right away? If you don't want to go to Yuanyang University, you could still accept Qiao Beiying's offer to go to Dongsheng University. I think Qiao Beiying is easy to get along with, not as stiff as Sun Huayuan." Hong looked at the 4 unopened bottles of drink sitting next to the chairs and said, "Your second sister handed out drinks to the 4 of them, but they didn't even touch them. That is clearly a lack of respect. Why should I agree to their terms?" Hong Hu scratched his head and asked, "What does that mean? Does not drinking the drinks mean they're not giving me face?" Hong said casually, "I don't know if they're being picky or just health conscious, but right now I'm like the boss, and these universities are the ones coming to apply for the job. So setting aside benefits and compensation, they should at least give me some face. Even if they don't want to drink them, they should at least give me a reason. Even if they say they just don't like soft drinks, I could understand that instead of just leaving them untouched like this." Hong Lan sighed upon hearing this. Her older brother certainly had a strong personality, and many people might not understand why he was so stubborn. Given the high-profile status of these 4 individuals, even though Hong personally handed them drinks and they refused to drink them, he wouldn't show any anger or dissatisfaction. After all, they were important figures, and naturally had the temperament of important figures. But Hong Lan knew full well that the real reason Hong was so indignant was because it was she who had handed them the drinks. The reason was actually quite simple: these important figures could refuse to give Hong face, but they couldn't refuse to give his sister, Hong Lan, face. There was also a deeper implication: you can look down on me, Hong, but you cannot look down on my sister. Because there were so many visitors, the 3 siblings were overwhelmed, so Hong had no choice but to leave the hospital, leaving many people to come and find him gone. Hong's injuries had mostly healed, but the doctor said he would suffer from lasting effects. After regaining consciousness, Hong searched for a while and finally discovered the aftereffects the doctor had mentioned. During his final showdown with Chang'an, he had sustained the body as the Great Sun technique for an extended period, balancing a miniature sun atop his head. Although this allowed him to maintain a state of blazing flames, it was also burning away Hong's life force. Then, he swallowed the miniature sun, briefly gaining spiritual energy and power, a move that was undoubtedly a risky gamble. The aftereffects Hong was experiencing stemmed from swallowing the miniature sun, as well as from sustaining the body like the Great Sun state for an extended period, which had drained his body and life force. Then there was another aftereffect that left Hong even more speechless. Not only had Hong damaged his body, but his recovery rate had also slowed significantly. Otherwise, given his unique ability to grow stronger by taking a beating, he would have recovered long ago and wouldn't have needed such a long convalescence. Because of consuming the miniature sun, his talent had also suffered a major setback. Hong's original A-rank talent, Sun, had dropped back to the B-rank talent, Sun Flare. Although Hong was a bit speechless, he wasn't overly bothered. After all, since he managed to obtain a piece of Sun Gold crystal from the tavern and use it to upgrade his B-rank Sun Flare talent back to Sun, he could certainly acquire a second piece of Sun Gold crystal and once again upgrade his B-rank Sun Flare talent back to Sun. Once Hong realized this while still lying in his hospital bed, he took advantage of the fact that he was carrying the Kunlun Jade pendant to make a quick trip to the tavern, where he left a note. 8 o'clock that night marked the agreed-upon time. Hong lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness in the Kunlun Jade pendant. The tavern looked just as it always did. The expressionless Kuei Huang stood behind the bar, and a few drunks lay sprawled across the wooden tables. Hong waited for several hundred minutes, grumbling to himself the whole time, until he finally saw the man he was waiting for. It was a good-natured looking man. He wasn't very tall, barely 1.7 meters, with straight hair, a light stubble, and still wearing his pajamas. Hong walked over to the good-natured man and said excitedly, "My brother Daniel, I've been waiting for you so desperately. I've waited until the flowers have wilted and the birds have flown away. Why did it take you so long to show up?" The good-natured man, named Daniel, scratched his head with a smile. "My wife was making such a fuss at home that I just couldn't get away, but I was only 5 or 6 minutes late. In the real world, that was 5 or 6 minutes, but inside the Kunlun jade pendant, it was 5 or 600 minutes. The two found an empty table.
Hong glanced at the drunken patrons around them and asked, "Why are there people sleeping in this tavern every day?"
He Dinyo had possessed the Kunlun jade pendant for much longer, so he knew more about it. He explained to Hong, "Your consciousness rests here for 800 minutes, but only 8 minutes have passed in the real world.
So some people rest and sleep here to save time and use it for cultivation. What level of cultivation do you guys have? Why do you still need to sleep?" Hong asked in surprise.
He was now a martial master, and with his boundless energy, going 7 days and 7 nights without sleep probably wouldn't affect him much.
"I suppose you wouldn't understand that."
Hidenio gave a good-natured smile and explained further, cultivation also emphasizes a balance between work and rest.
You need to sleep occasionally. It will actually make your energy even more abundant.
For example, before a breakthrough, while refining elixirs, or before sparring with others, taking a short nap will leave you feeling more energized and help you focus better.
Hong nodded upon hearing this, then got down to business. "Do you still have any sun gold crystals? I can still get my hands on some sky blue or here." Hidenius shook his head.
"I only have one sun gold crystal left, and I don't need sky blue or anyway it'd be useless to me even if you gave it to me. My wife wants to make a blue hairpin, which is why I asked you for sky blue or last time."
"What kind of family is this? Using sky blue treasure or to make a hairpin? That stuff isn't cheap."
"You really love your wife," Hong said grudgingly, then added, "Your wife might want a blue bracelet, earrings, or an anklet next. Just get me another piece of sun gold crystal."
Hidenia patted Hong on the shoulder.
"I really only have one piece of sun gold crystal. You helped me out big time last time. If I had any more, I'd give it to you for free, but I really don't have any."
Since he put it that way, Hong didn't dare say anything else. He could only sigh and say, "All right."
Seeing Hong's expression, Hidenia felt a little guilty and said apologetically, "Well, I'll be on my way then. If you come to the Chiang realm next time, I'll treat you to a meal." With his beautiful wife at home urging him to hurry, Hidenia said just a few more words before leaving. Hong sat in the tavern, surrounded by a group of drunks. He took out a piece of paper, wrote down the rare treasures he needed, and pinned it to the wall. He currently possessed the grade B talent, Yang Yen, and had 4 paths to enhance it. First, he could use sun gold crystals to upgrade to the grade A sun talent, or use pure quality spirit fire to upgrade to the grade of pure quality Yang Yen talent. Alternatively, he could use red lotus to upgrade to the grade A red lotus karmic fire. Finally, he could use 3000 flames to directly upgrade to the grade S 3000 Yang Yen. The sun talent is a rare A rank talent, but because of its flaw, it can only be ranked at A rank. If the sun talent didn't weaken at night, it would at least be ranked S rank. However, this is a fatal flaw. As soon as night falls, Hong weakens, his strength drops significantly, and his ability to absorb spiritual energy slows considerably. Therefore, Hong wrote down the required materials on the paper: sun gold crystals, pure spirit fire, red lotus, and 3000 flames. Any of these would do. He could accept any of them, even if there were no solar gold crystals. Solar gold crystals are certainly excellent, but while a person can lack strengths, they cannot have weaknesses because weaknesses are vulnerabilities. Once a person has a vulnerability, if the enemy discovers it, trouble is sure to follow. So, in Hong's mind, what he wanted most was the 3000 flames, followed by the red lotus and pure spiritual fire, and lastly the solar gold crystals. Although casting body like the great sun allows him to maintain a state of blazing flames continuously, this also means burning away his own life and physical body. Using it occasionally at critical moments is fine, but if he uses it too many times, his body and vitality will likely not be able to withstand it. Moreover, by evolving into other talents, he can maintain his original strength 24 hours a day without any weaknesses. For now, he'd take things one step at a time. Whichever talent he could obtain, he would take it. He could always upgrade later when the opportunity arose. Both the rank and S rank talents were merely transitional stages. He was certain he would eventually advance to an SSS rank talent, so Hong wasn't fixated on the solar talent. The 9 provinces spanned tens of millions of li of land and were home to hundreds of thousands of nations, yet there were only 10 top-tier universities, making admission spots extremely scarce. The number of admission slots allocated to each nation varies, typically based on national power and population.
Small nations have only one slot, so only the top-ranked student can gain admission to a top-tier university.
Medium-sized nations have 2 slots. Both the top-ranked and second-ranked students can enter a top-tier university. The Great Xia Kingdom is classified as a major power, so it has 5 spots, while superpowers have 10 spots. However, superpowers are rare. Among the 58 nations of the Huayang domain, only the Jin Tian Empire qualifies as a superpower. There are also 2 major powers, 5 medium-sized nations, and the rest are ordinary small nations. Consequently, across the entire Huayang domain, the top universities admit only 81 students each year. However, above the superpowers lie the top-tier great powers, which have 100 spots at top-tier universities each year, yet even these are as rare as a phoenix's feather in the eastern sacred continent. The 10 top-tier universities are Tianwu Academy, Yuanyang University, Lingsha University, Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Tianzhui University, Wuchu University, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dawei Fulyuan Academy. Of course, these are all abbreviations. For example, the full name of Dongsheng University is Dongsheng Comprehensive Martial Arts University of 100 Methods and 1,000 Paths. Hong was meditating on his bed when there was a knock at the door. From the doorway, Hong Hu called out, "Big brother, someone's here to see you."
Who could it be now?
In the 2 days since he returned home, numerous admissions teams had already come by.
Hong was feeling a bit irritated.
He opened the door impatiently to find an old man standing in the living room. The old man was small and frail, skin and bones. Because of his hunched back, he was quite short, just over 1.6 meters, with sparse hair on his head, a waxy yellow complexion, and a face covered in wrinkles. Seeing Hong open the door, the old man grinned broadly, revealing a benevolent smile.
"Hello, I'm the vice principal of Tianwu Academy. My name is Zhou Jielian." The vice principal of Tianwu Academy, Hong thought, suppressing his impatience and saying politely, "Please have a seat, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Jielian sat down on the sofa.
Hong walked over to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Coke, and handed it to Zhou Jielian. "We don't have any hot water at home, so please make do with this."
"Thank you." Zhou Jielian reached out to take the Coke.
After a moment's hesitation, he twisted off the cap and took a sip.
Hong smiled and asked warmly, "How does it taste?" Zhou Jielian smacked his lips, savoring the flavor.
"It's a little harsh on the tongue. The taste is quite strong."
Hong asked, "Do you like it?"
Zhou Jielian smiled and casually set the Coke down on the coffee table.
"To be honest, I don't really like it." "Then why did you drink it?"
Zhou Jielian wasn't sure what Hong was up to, so he replied matter-of-factly, "Because you gave it to me."
Tianwu Academy, whose full name is the #1 martial arts university under heaven, is a name that oozes sheer dominance.
Originally, it was called the #1 Martial Artist University in the world, but it was later changed to its current name, the #1 Martial Arts University in the world.
Hong smiled as he struck up a conversation. "Tianwu Academy's full name is really cool. It sounds totally awesome."
Hearing this, Zhou Jielian laughed heartily. "Our school aspires to become the #1 martial artist university in the world. That has been our long-held ambition, but we haven't achieved it yet.
We still have a lot of work to do." As the two chatted about this and that, it became clear that Zhou Jielian was quite different from Sun Huayuan of Yuanyang University. Zhou Jielian was the vice president, while Sun Huayuan was merely a dean. There was a clear gap in their ranks.
Yet Zhou Jielian didn't exude the slightest air of superiority one might expect from someone in such a high position. On the contrary, he was approachable and very affable. It had been 2 days since Hong returned home, and admissions teams from various top-tier universities had already arrived. But they were all just department heads and professors. Tianwu Academy showed the most sincerity by actually sending a vice president. Hong cleared his throat and said, "I've met with the admissions teams from 9 universities over the past 2 days, and yours from Tianwu Academy was the last to arrive.
I rushed over from Zhengzhou.
It's a long journey, so I arrived last."
So he actually came all the way from Zhengzhou.
Zhengzhou is 10 million li away from the Great Xia Kingdom, yet he made it in just 10 days. That's truly lightning fast.
Did you meet with Chakan first? Hong asked a tricky question one he posed to every admissions team that had arrived.
But every admissions team had met with Chang'an first, which really annoyed Hong. He always believed he was the one who won.
Zhou Jielian shook his head.
I came to the Great Xia Kingdom specifically to see you this time. I didn't go to see Chang'an.
Hong paused for a moment upon hearing this and asked, why not?
Zhou Jielian replied slowly, first of all, because your scores meet Tianwu Academy's admission requirements. I watched the video recording of your battle with Chang'an.
When you dueled, you were ruthless and decisive, perfect for Tianwu Academy. Chang'an, on the other hand, held back.
Although he has exceptional talent, he isn't a good fit for Tianwu Academy. Furthermore, the principal holds you in very high regard. However, due to his heavy administrative workload, he has to remain at the academy and simply couldn't spare the time, so he sent me instead.
My nickname is True Lord of Heavenly Fire.
I specialize in fire attribute martial arts, and Tianwu Academy's Heavenly Fire College is the finest fire attribute college in the 9 provinces.
You'll definitely be in your element here at Tianwu Academy. Hong had intended to say, I'll think it over, but suddenly remembered something and asked, since Tianwu Academy values me so highly, what benefits will I receive if I enroll? Zhou Jielian smiled and said, all I can offer you here is full tuition waiver. Tianwu Academy is different from other universities. Whatever benefits you want, you'll have to earn them yourself. Hong wasn't quite sure what that meant, so he asked, could you explain that in more detail?
Our school has 4 classes in each grade, divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The Heaven class is the highest, with the best benefits, while the Yellow class is the lowest, with the worst benefits. You'll have to work to earn your benefits yourself.
Hong asked again, how do I earn them?
By defeating others with your own strength, of course.
Then you can advance to a better class.
At the start of freshman year, there will be placement matches. If you perform well, you can enter the Tian class.
But others can challenge you too. If you lose, you'll drop down to the D class. Survival of the fittest. Tianwu Academy's system is pretty brutal. Hong rubbed his chin and said, but it actually suits me pretty well. Zhou Jielian asked meaningfully, what? Are you tempted? Hong nodded.
His ability to grow stronger through battle was perfectly suited for honing at Tianwu Academy. It was practically the school of his dreams.
Zhou Jielian played his connections, saying, I hear Tian Bao is like your grandfather. He and I are old friends. Hong then remembered, the version of himself in the diary had indeed gone to Tianwu Academy with a letter of recommendation from Tian Bao.
So if he were to enroll at Tianwu Academy, based on the contents of the diary, it would be much easier for him to gain opportunities and access to all sorts of information. As the vice principal of Tianwu Academy and holder of the title Celestial Fire True Lord, Zhou Jielian was a renowned figure throughout the 9 provinces. Although this elderly gentleman was affable and courteous, given his illustrious status, he would be treated with the highest honors wherever he went.
It was already noon.
With such a distinguished guest visiting their home, a rare occurrence, anyone with even a modicum of social grace would naturally invite him to stay for a meal. Zhou Jielian had long since attained the realm of fasting. He could go without food for 2 or 3 years without any problem. But since Hong insisted on treating him, he didn't refuse. Instead, he gladly accepted.
There was a small restaurant at the entrance to the residential complex.
The food there was quite good, and Hong and his 2 siblings usually ate there to satisfy their hunger. Hong rinsed the cutlery with hot water, then handed it to Zhou Jielian. Although these are just home-style dishes, they taste really good.
We siblings often eat here. You should give them a try later.
Zhou Jielian took the scalded cutlery and asked, don't you usually cook at home? Back when Mom was alive, she used to cook for us. Even though she'd sometimes go on business trips, she'd leave us some pocket money, so the 3 of us often ate out and rarely cooked for ourselves. Hong gave a bitter smile and said, ever since Mom passed away, the 3 of us have been practically useless. We have no choice but to eat at this restaurant.
Hearing Hong's half-joking words, Zhou Jielian sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of sadness.
The 4 great tragedies of life: losing one's mother in childhood, losing one's father in youth, losing one's spouse in middle age, and losing one's child in old age. With both parents passing away suddenly, 2 of these great tragedies occurring at once, it's hard for outsiders to truly empathize. Hong was just a young man who had barely come of age, yet he had to raise his two younger siblings, both still minors. The hardships involved were impossible to convey to outsiders. Zhou Jielian offered a silent prayer of condolence, then suddenly recalled something. Before coming to Hong's home, he had reviewed all of Hong's records. The school takes you very seriously, so before I came, I looked over your records. You attended Wanghu Elementary School, where you started getting into fights as early as 3rd grade. In middle school, you became even more violent, resorting to physical altercations at the slightest provocation. It wasn't until high school that you calmed down a bit, but you still have a reputation for being aggressive. After finishing his statement, Zhou Jielian asked, but the records I reviewed show that almost every time you got into a fight, it was to help someone else. Do you have a lot of friends outside of school? I wouldn't say I have that many friends, Hong replied, pausing for a moment before realizing what Zhou was getting at. The reason I helped those people wasn't because they were my friends, but because I couldn't stand seeing the weak being bullied. Zhou Jielian followed up on Hong's remark, asking, but when you were beaten up by Long Outyan at Zhenghuai High School, there were plenty of people watching. It seems those you'd helped in the past didn't come to your aid, did they? How can you say no one helped me? Hong retorted. I remember a classmate named Huafei. He did speak up. Though he couldn't really do much, and he even got beaten up by Long Outyan himself. Zhou Jielian pressed further, but you've helped so many people, at least several dozen, and in the end, only Huafei stood up for you. Doesn't that break your heart? Hong shook his head and sighed. The people I've helped were themselves timid souls who'd been bullied by others. They didn't even dare to fight back when they were being bullied themselves. What right do I have to blame them for not coming to my aid? Courage is certainly a valuable quality to have, but if you don't possess it, I won't say anything. After all, everyone has their own path in life. The reason I stepped in to help them was simply because I couldn't bear to see the weak being bullied, not because I wanted them to repay me or come to my rescue when I was in trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jielian smiled and praised him. A broad-minded attitude seeks nothing from the outside world. You've reached a very high level of enlightenment. It's very much like that Buddhist saying, give without expecting anything in return, do good deeds for their own sake, not for others. Exactly. Hong nodded with a smile. While we're alive, we should simply do good deeds and not worry about what the future holds. The food was served shortly afterward. Hong Hu and Hong Lan buried themselves in their meals. When Han saw Zhou Jielian taking a bite, he couldn't help but ask eagerly, Principal Zhou, how do you like the food? Although Zhou Jielian was the vice principal of Tianwu Academy, one shouldn't include the word vice when addressing him, just as you'd call a deputy manager simply manager, unless the manager is present. I'm used to fine cuisine, so having a home-cooked meal every now and then feels very comforting. This was Zhou Jielian's sincere opinion given his position. He didn't need to go out of his way to flatter Hong. Zhou Jielian put down his bowl and chopsticks, took a sip of water, and asked, I noticed something else in your file that piqued my curiosity, but I'm not sure if I should ask. That's true, but if you don't say anything, how am I supposed to know if you should ask? Hong joked again. Your family home and your parents' compensation, it was all seized by your two uncles, and then you went to the Dai mansion to ask Su Firan for help. Looking at Hong, whose expression remained unchanged, Zhou Jielian continued, at the time, why didn't you kill your two uncles? Don't you hate them? I'm not Zhu Zhanji, how could I just go ahead and kill both my uncles right off the bat? Hong started with a joke before speaking from the heart, but it would be a lie to say I don't hate them. I love nothing more than to kill them. But my dad left a dying wish, so even with 1,000 reasons to hate them, I have no choice but to obey. After all, those were the last two things my father entrusted to me. Zhou Jielian asked curiously, besides not killing your two uncles, what else did your dad ask you to do? He also told me to take good care of my younger brother and sister, Hong said. He didn't elaborate further, but stood up to pay the bill. Hong Hu and Hong Lan went home first, leaving only Hong and Zhou Jielian outside the restaurant. Zhou Jielian asked, I've had my Coke, I've eaten my meal, and we've chatted for a while. Don't you think it's time you gave me a clear answer? Are you talking about going to Tianwu Academy? Hong replied in a tone that left no room for doubt. Of course I'll go. That puts my mind at ease, Zhou Jielian said with a smile, his tone light-hearted.
Otherwise, I'd have wasted all that breath for nothing. How much is the top scholar's bonus in your country, Dasha?
Zhou Jielian had seen many young people suddenly come into wealth only to squander it on a life of debauchery, completely unable to control their desires, so he wanted to offer Hong some advice.
10 million.
Hong didn't hide it after all. As the vice president of a top-tier university, he didn't think much of such a pittance.
How do you plan to use it? Zhou Jielian threw out a probing question. Hong replied offhandedly, I plan to save it for my younger brother and sister. This answer caught Zhou Jielian off guard, and he immediately asked, why? Isn't this your prize money?
I plan to have them undergo early talent assessments, but those cost a lot of money, and cultivation costs a lot too. Although I've given them my parents' inheritance as well as my own share, I don't think it'll be enough.
Hearing this, Zhou Jielian frowned and asked, didn't you take any of your parents' compensation money either? I kept just a tiny bit. Why did you keep only a tiny bit?
How should I put it? Hong thought for a moment before saying, it's fine for me to suffer a little, but I don't want my younger brother and sister to suffer too. Others can look down on me, but they can't look down on my younger brother and sister. I want them to live a life where they aren't looked down upon by others, a life where they aren't bullied. Besides, I was irresponsible back then and already spent too much of the family's money, so I'll leave my parents' compensation money to them.
You're a good older brother.
Zhou Jielian opened his mouth. He had some words he wanted to say, but since this was someone else's family matter, he ultimately kept them to himself. What Zhou Jielian wanted to say was, you're a good older brother, but first and foremost, you have to be true to yourself. The deeper meaning behind this was that Hong should love himself first. Although love often makes one feel indebted, no matter when or where, a person must first live for themselves, love themselves first, and only then love others.
I'll be going now.
Zhou Jielian patted Hong on the shoulder and handed him an acceptance letter.
See you at Tianwu Academy. Hong took the acceptance letter, smiled, and nodded. Principal Zhou, see you at Tianwu Academy. Zhou Jielian's figure vanished into the air, flashing away as he flew toward Zhengzhou.
But Zhou Jielian hadn't flown far, only 500 or 600 li, when his cell phone suddenly rang. He had no choice but to stop flying, hovering alone above the vast sea of clouds.
The phone screen displayed 5 characters, call from Ding Tian. Ding Tian was the principal of Tianwu Academy. Zhou Jielian answered the call. Before he could even speak, an impatient voice came through the phone. Hey, hey, hey. Old Zhou. I can hear you. Did you meet Hong? Is he willing to come to our Tianwu Academy?
Zhou Jielian's tone was tinged with delight as he laughed. Hong has already agreed.
He actually agreed? Holy cow.
I heard he politely turned down 9 top universities, but you managed to land him with just one move.
Ding Tian sounded overjoyed, and his voice rang out again over the phone. This is a major achievement.
I'll be waiting for you to return to Zhengzhou. I'll throw a feast in your honor. For an old man like me, traveling all this way isn't easy. You'll have to break out your prized immortal brew. Zhou Jielian laughed as well. Hong's agreement to join Tianwu Academy had put him in a great mood.
Absolutely. Ding Tian asked, what do you think of Hong?
Zhou Jielian paused for a moment before saying slowly, although his speech may seem a bit off-key, he is actually deeply insightful at heart, a true man of unyielding character. Moreover, he possesses a fiery spirit, integrity, principles, and a sense of responsibility. He has an open-minded disposition and a soaring ambition within him. Though he has a proud spirit, he himself is free of arrogance. These 2 sentences were the assessment of the young man by the one who had long since become the celestial fire true lord. The latter part of this assessment actually coincided remarkably closely with Su Firan's original evaluation of Hong. Ding Tian's excited voice came through the phone. You've always been very discerning when it comes to judging people. The fact that Hong has earned such high praise from you, I can't wait to meet him. Zhou Jielian roared with laughter. You'll get to meet him sooner or later, rest assured.
That kid definitely let you down.
After the martial arts college entrance exam ended, time flew by, and before they knew it, it was August 17th. From his previous battle with Chang'an, Hong had accumulated a vast amount of spiritual energy within his body. Having meditated continuously at home over the past few days, he finally gathered enough spiritual energy last night to successfully break through to the Martial Master realm. The next realm beyond Martial Master is 1-star Martial Spirit, but breaking through such a major realm not only requires a massive amount of spiritual energy but is also prone to failure. Hong felt it would be very difficult to gather enough spiritual energy for the breakthrough unless he were pinned down and beaten mercilessly to the point of near death. Although several days had passed, no one from the tavern had contacted him yet. It seemed that raising his talent back to grade A would have to wait for another time. Dawn was breaking, the sun was rising in the east, all things were coming to life, the heavens and earth were clear and bright, it was the perfect time to set out. Hong had already packed his belongings and stored them in his Kunlun jade token. Since it was still 6 in the morning, Hong Lan and Hong Hu hadn't woken up yet. Hong walked alone to his parents' memorial altar, lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed his head in prayer. Some dust had settled on Hong Sen's spirit tablet. Hong picked up Hong Sen's memorial tablet, gently wiping it clean while muttering to himself. "Dad, I told you before I got accepted into Tenwu Academy. I'm leaving today. Since the Great Xia Kingdom doesn't have any interdimensional airships, I'll take the high-speed rail to the Jin Tian Empire first, and then board an interdimensional airship to Zhongzhou. Don't fall asleep down there. Remember to keep your eyes open and watch over Hong Lan and Hong Hu. If you have any energy left over, you might as well watch over me too. As for me, I don't think I've let you down. I saved the lives of your 2 uncles for you, and as for Hong Lan and Hong Hu, I think I've taken good care of them too. Ha ha. Although most of the time, I feel like I haven't done enough, I always feel like I could have done better. But if those 2 come to you complaining that I didn't take good care of them or that I didn't do enough, you can't blame me. This is the best I can do, that's all I'm capable of. Don't keep arguing with Mom down there, too. Rein in that hot temper of yours and be a proper ghost, Hong's voice droned on, as if he were talking to a living person. Life is a series of mountains to climb. Only after his parents passed away did he realize how hard life really is. All these years, I'd been so grateful for your care. Now that I'm leaving home, on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month, I want to be able to burn incense for you from afar. Please don't hold it against me. Send me a dream every now and then, don't act like you're really dead. Hong said this, then suddenly smiled, but a single tear couldn't help but fall. He set down Hong Sen's memorial tablet, bowed to the 2 of them once more, and finally joked, I want to say much more. I'm off to Zhongzhou to make a name for myself. If I don't make it, I want to be coming back. Hong Lan and Hong Hu had gotten up early that day. As they both opened their doors, Hong heard the sound and turned back, smiling. Did I wake you 2 up? Hong Lan shook his head and said, I heard the noise, so I got up. I was just about to look for you too, Hong said, beckoning them over. I'm heading out. Hong took 2 gold bars out of his Kunlun jade pendant. Take 1 each. Keep them for a rainy day. He then pulled out a pile of money from the pendant. Take this money, too. In a few months, you'll turn 18. Remember to go take the aptitude test early. Looking at the small mountain of paper bills in front of him, Hong Hu asked, Is this money from your top scholar's bonus? I spent 2 million on a ticket for the interdimensional airship, and the aptitude test costs 4 million. That leaves me with exactly 8 million here. You're giving all this money to us, do you even have any left? Hong Hu was a rough and tumble guy. He didn't overthink things and simply asked whatever was on his mind. Of course I do. Hong conjured a gold brick out of thin air, then put the Kunlun jade pendant away. I'm not short on cash. These 3 gold bricks were the reward Jiang Menghu had given Hong after he helped him purchase the 5-colored stone. This money is for you to test your talents in advance, don't go wasting it. Hong warned the 2, then pulled a book out of the Kunlun jade pendant. This is the Great E-Spear Manual. Although Tian Bao says the 3 of us are like his grandsons, well, ever since Dad broke ties with him, he hasn't used any of the techniques in there. Although I adapted 4 sword techniques from the Great E-Spear Manual, since Dad doesn't use it, I wasn't originally planning to give it to you too. But now that you've grown up, it's up to you whether you want to learn it or not. After you've tested your talents, if the results are promising, don't tell anyone, keep it absolutely confidential.
Under no circumstances should you go around showing off, lest you attract the attention of evil cultivators. My top scorer bonus is for you to have your talents assessed early.
As for mom and dad's compensation, you can use it to buy cultivation techniques, elixirs, and secret manuals. You need to get a head start so you can aim for excellent results on next year's college entrance exam. It'd be best if you get into a top-tier university, but it's okay if you don't just live a happy life. Still, it'd be best to get into a top-tier university. Don't let me down, Hong said, his words carrying a hint of contradiction. He was afraid of putting too much pressure on them, yet also feared they'd become complacent and fall into a life of idleness without any pressure. If you run into any trouble you can't handle while I'm away, go to Jiangnan province and find Tianbao.
For minor issues, you can turn to Uncle Wang. I have only one enemy in Jianghuai province, Long Outyan's father, Long Yuanti.
But after I became the top scorer on the college entrance exam, before I even had a chance to take action, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom had already secretly dealt with him, so you too can rest assured. The day before yesterday, Hong learned about this from Brother Zhu at the Ministry of Education. Long Yuanti had attempted to hire a hitman to kill him in revenge, but the Security Bureau had detected the plot in advance and reported it to the higher-ups. Although Long Yuanti had some power, he was completely insignificant compared to a college entrance exam top scorer with such a promising future. He was quickly arrested and immediately sentenced to death by firing squad. The process was very swift. Don't waste your money. Whatever you do, don't end up like I did last year dating a materialistic girl who spent my money recklessly every day. Keep your eyes wide open when you're judging people. Hong didn't have much life experience either, so he could only share what he'd been through, passing on a little of his own limited wisdom to the two of them. Watching Hong ramble on with a look of deep concern on his face, Hong Lan spoke up, "Big brother, you don't need to worry about us running out of money. When you were competing in the college entrance exams, I bet 10,000 yuan that you'd win and ended up winning tens of millions."
Hong Lan flashed a smile. "You can just keep that measly top scorer bonus for yourself." "Are you serious?" Hong looked skeptical. "I was so upset at the time that I bet 10,000 yuan. Thinking about it now, I should bet more." Hong Hu chimed in, "That's right. I can vouch for it, it's true. Second sister won a fortune." After a moment's thought, Hong waved his hand and said, "Once money has been given away, how can you take it back? You too should just keep it." Hong Hu has a short temper and acts on impulse. When you're at home, keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't get into any conflicts with others. Seeing that Hong was trying to change the subject, Hong Lan pursed her lips. She was quick-witted and immediately guessed that Hong was trying to divert her and Hong Hu's attention. "Big brother." Hong Lan parted her pursed lips, her voice trembling. "You've already done more than enough. Don't worry about us. Don't always stick up for others at college. Your temper is even worse than Hong Hu's, so out there, hold your tongue as much as you can. You need to take care of yourself first. Even though you're always keeping things from us, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. I know it hasn't been easy for you. You're my best big brother." By the end of her sentence, Hong Lan's voice was choked with tears. Hong opened his mouth, the words on the tip of his tongue, but he merely smiled faintly. He turned around, waved to the two of them with his back to them, and left with just one sentence, "I'm leaving. See you in Zhengzhou next year." The Great Xia Kingdom, of course, also had universities, but they were all ordinary institutions. Those without exceptional talent could attend these universities to acquire knowledge and learn a trade. All martial arts universities are concentrated in the Tianwen realm of Zhengzhou. Zhengzhou is situated at the heart of the 9 provinces, with the remaining 8 provinces surrounding it like stars encircling the moon. As a result, Zhengzhou is relatively close to the other 8 provinces, yet its territory is by far the largest, a full 2.5 times the size of any other province. The Tianwen realm is home to hundreds of thousands of martial arts universities, with a population reaching hundreds of billions. It is, without a doubt, the most densely populated region in the 9 provinces. However, the permanent resident population of the Tianwen realm is small. The area is almost entirely populated by martial artists attending university, along with some faculty members and service personnel from various industries.
Although the Great Xia Kingdom is a powerful nation, it is not a superpower. The Huayang domain has only one superpower, the Jin Tian Empire. Therefore, only the Jin Tian Empire possesses interdimensional airships. If Hong wanted to travel to the Tianwen realm and central state, he would first have to take a high-speed train to the Jin Tian Empire before boarding an airship. For the interdimensional airship bound for central state, an economy class ticket costs 2 million, a slightly better business class ticket costs 8 million, and the most expensive first class ticket costs 20 million. The Huayang domain is over 10 million li from the Tianwen realm, but the cross-border airships are extremely fast, traveling at 35,000 li per hour, so it takes only 12 days to reach the Tianwen realm. Because the Huayang domain is relatively close to the Tianwen realm, the journey takes only 12 days. However, for some remote, outlying regions, the trip on a cross-border airship takes over a month, and economy class tickets can cost as much as 7 or 8 million. Hong hopped into a taxi and made his way to the high-speed rail station. Holding the ticket he de-purchased, he looked for his seat. The high-speed rail was relatively slow, traveling at just over 300 kilometers per hour, so it would take more than a dozen hours to reach the Jin Tian Empire. Hong finally found his seat. As he sat down, he noticed someone was already sitting across from him, a man with a dark complexion. He looked somewhat familiar. Hong paused briefly before asking, "What a coincidence. You must be Wei Wei, right?" With a face as dark as that, who else could it be but Wei Wei? A familiar female voice called out from behind him. Hong turned at the sound and saw Su Firan, her hair tied in a high ponytail and dressed in a white outfit. "What a coincidence. You're going to class too," Hong said, making a rather dry joke. "I've been here for a while." "I just went to the restroom," Su Firan said as she plopped down next to Hong. This was her seat. Hong tugged at his shirt, which was being crushed under Su Firan's butt, and asked, "Which university did you get into?" "Longjing University," Su Firan replied. Her diary didn't mention which university she'd been accepted to, so Hong only found out when he asked, "What about you?" Hong looked across the room at Wei Wei, whose face was dark with frustration. Wei Wei's expression darkened even further. In previous years, his academic ability would have been enough to get into a top-tier university, but this year was full of high achievers, so he'd have to settle for a first-rate university. Su Firan nudged Hong with his elbow and gave him a look, as if to say, "Aren't you just trying to embarrass him on purpose?" Hong hadn't meant to say that, he just thought Wei Wei looked awkward sitting there alone, so he made a casual remark. Wei Wei's feelings were mixed. After a moment, he finally spoke, "I'm just unlucky. My first opponent was Su Firan, and my second is you. But if I lose to you, I, Wei Wei, will accept it. After all, you're the top-ranked student. Your skill is there for all to see. I admit you're incredibly strong." Hearing Wei Wei's words, Su Firan raised his arched eyebrows and asked, "What? Are you saying you're really not happy about losing to me?" Wei Wei was quite frank. He said to Su Firan, "We haven't settled this yet. Let us have another match sometime in the future." Su Firan thought Wei Wei wasn't all that skilled, yet he sure had a big mouth. She couldn't be bothered to respond to him and instead turned to Hong, asking, "This year, 7 people from the Great Xia Kingdom were admitted to top-tier universities. Do you know who those 7 are?" 7 people? Hong paused in surprise and said, "Shouldn't it be 5? Lai and Yunlu were actually accepted early, but they were stubborn enough not to attend the training program. They insisted on taking the martial artist college entrance exam instead. So, excluding them, we originally had 5 spots." Hong nodded, then guessed, "You, me, Chang'an, Lai, Inghuanhuan, Blade, and Yunlu. You guessed pretty close." Su Firan said with a smile, then looked around and asked, "Inghuanhuan should be on this high-speed train too, right? Why don't I see her?" "She is probably in another car." Hong was also curious. Inghuanhuan had only obtained her cultivation technique very late. How had she suddenly become so strong within just 3 months? Many who had their talent assessed early hadn't even made it into the top 5, let alone Inghuanhuan, who didn't begin cultivating until more than a month after her talent was confirmed. He himself had reached his current realm by growing stronger through each battle. The more he fought, the stronger he became. So what was Inghuanhuan's secret?
Did she also possess some divine ability that could elevate her cultivation realm?
That was her own secret. Although Hong was curious, he didn't pry any further. As Hong and the others were chatting, a girl with long legs, a generous bust, and dressed in a blue top sat down next to Wei Wei, directly across from Hong. The girl in the blue dress spotted Hong and asked excitedly, "You're Hong, right?" "And you are?" Hong asked in surprise. He didn't recognize her. Su Firen turned her head away and said with a sour expression, "She is Situlan from the Qingzhou prefecture of Western Shu."
Hong looked at Su Firen and asked, "Do you two know each other?" "We've known each other since we were very young," Situlan interjected. "But it seems Sister Firen doesn't like me."
Hong immediately understood. Su Firen's De manner, Situlan's Qingzhou manner, and Wei Wei's Shenyuan manner all three belonged to prominent, long-established families, and since they were all located within the kingdom of Daxia, it was only natural that they would have connections with one another. Although he didn't know what conflict existed between the two, Hong was definitely on Su Firen's side. "Brother Hong, you really avenged me. Even though I was eliminated by Chanan, that final blow you dealt him really made me feel so much better."
Situlan's tone was full of admiration.
"I just got lucky." Hong felt a bit elated hearing her praise him while putting Chanan down felt incredibly satisfying.
Situlan feigned anger and said, "You can't say that it wasn't luck at all. It was Chanan who got lucky.
If you'd been a 10-star martial artist back then, there wouldn't have been any double champion.
Chanan just took advantage of your vulnerability and won by relying on his cultivation level."
Although it sounded a bit far-fetched, Hong found it quite reasonable. It seemed that was indeed the case. If he'd been a 10-star martial artist back then, he definitely could held on a little longer before passing out, and then he would won the top prize.
Su Firen cleared his throat and looked at Hong, who was beaming with a smile, asking, "Are you happy?"
"Holy crap!"
Hong snapped back to her senses immediately.
This Situlan was way too clever. She managed to confuse him with just a few words, and he almost fallen for her trick.
"I'm here to support you. I'm definitely on your side," Hong whispered to Su Firen. "I'm not talking to her anymore."
Situlan crossed her arms over her chest, lifting them slightly to reveal a deep cleavage. Hong silently turned his head and discreetly reached down to adjust his best friend. The four of them sat facing each other, the atmosphere feeling a bit tense. But with Su Firen wearing a cold expression, Hong didn't dare ask about the conflict between the two, so he had no choice but to maintain his aloof demeanor as well. "Boring," Situlan muttered, then turned her face away and closed her eyes to rest. After sitting for over 10 hours, they finally arrived at the Jin Tian Empire. The long journey had really driven Hong to the brink. He followed Su Firen out of the train car, and as they left the station, he spotted Chanan and Lai. Then, the two hailed a taxi and headed for the interdimensional airship terminal. Sitting in the backseat of the taxi, Hong finally asked, "What is the issue between you and Situlan?" "Her behavior is problematic. I simply don't like her." Su Firen's face remained expressionless. The De manor had a strict family tradition, imposing rigorous standards on the children from a young age. Having been raised with a strict education that emphasized character and morality, Su Firen naturally clashed with the carefree Situlan. To put it simply, their values didn't align. Hong picked up on Su Firen's words and added, "I don't like her either." Su Firen let out an "oh" and said, "But looking at you the way you were staring at Situlan back then, it seemed like you were really enjoying it, didn't you?" Hong's face was full of righteous indignation as she declared sternly, "Whether someone is beautiful or ugly, it's all just skin and bones beneath the surface. In my eyes, outward appearances and physical allure make absolutely no difference. Like I believe that. Besides, in my eyes, you're way prettier than Situlan."
"Really?"
Su Firen blinked, a hint of uncontrollable delight playing at the corners of her mouth.
"Of course." That was Hong's sincere opinion.
But while Su Firen possessed a heroic kind of beauty and Xiao a delicate, fragile kind, Situlan and Ruyan were somewhat similar. Both possessed a kind of alluring, seductive beauty. It was the height of summer in August, the hottest time of the year. The setting sun was blood red, and the chirping of cicadas rose and fell in waves. True to its reputation as a superpower, the Jean Tian Empire's interdimensional flight terminal was bustling with passengers.
In the brightly lit evening, Hong and Su Firan arrived at the departure lounge.
Hong had an economy class ticket, while Su Firan from a wealthy and influential family was traveling first class, which entitled her to use the VIP lounge. The interdimensional airship wasn't scheduled to depart until early this morning, so they still had 6 hours to wait, and the departure hall was rather noisy.
Hong, worried that Su Firan might not be used to it, said, "This departure hall is noisy and hot. Why don't you go to the VIP lounge? It's air-conditioned and much more comfortable."
As the saying goes, a calm mind brings natural coolness.
If you stop thinking about Situlan, I bet you one tea feels so hot.
Su Firan took a subtle jab at Hong, perhaps because she'd been spending so much time with him. She occasionally joked around when she spoke. "Besides, I'm no spoiled rich girl. I've been practicing shooting since I was a kid. I've endured far more hardships than you have.
I'm just looking out for you. Don't be ungrateful," Hong retorted.
Since the dog-biting Ludongbin analogy was a bit of a personal attack, he only said the second half. After all, even jokes should be kept in check. The two were chatting idly when suddenly a commotion broke out. "You hick, watch where the hell you're going. If you run me over, I'll have to pay you hundreds of thousands in compensation, but you won't even be alive to spend it." "I didn't mean to. You're the one who bumped into me." A soft, timid voice reached Hong's ears.
Immediately, a mocking voice followed. "These hicks have clearly never been to a big city. They don't know the first thing about manners. Do they think this is their backwater village?" Hong patted Su Firan on the shoulder. "I think I just heard Ing Huan's voice. Let us go check it out."
Up ahead, a pot-bellied middle-aged man was looking down his nose at a young girl, his mouth firing off words like a machine gun.
The young girl was none other than Ing Huan.
With her head bowed and her voice barely audible, she was feebly trying to defend herself. When they first met, Ing Huan had been wearing a school uniform washed to a pale white and a pair of worn-out cloth shoes. Although she had changed her clothes by now, she still couldn't hide her rustic air. People from a superpower like the Jean Tian Empire were born with a sense of superiority. Their gaze was sharp enough to distinguish between the poor and the rich. With just a single glance, the middle-aged man could see that intangible rustic air about Ing Huan. Hearing Ing Huan's feeble protest, the middle-aged man said with utter contempt, "You don't even know how to watch where you're going.
Do you think this is some backwater country like the one you're from?"
Someone nearby chimed in, "That's just how country folk are. Nothing you can do about it.
It's because of people like you that our Jean Tian Empire is in such a mess." Hong cursed silently to himself.
The Great Xia Kingdom was, after all, a powerful nation, yet these people from the Jean Tian Empire hadn't even asked a single question. They immediately assumed Ing Huan came from a small country.
Was this what they called the superiority complex of a superpower? "I can't stand this anymore."
Before Hong could step forward, Su Firan was about to intervene. "I saw everything that just happened," another familiar voice chimed in. Hong looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chang'an. Su Firan's movement to step forward also came to a halt. Chang'an pointed at the middle-aged man and described what had happened. "It was clearly you who was walking while on the phone and bumped into her.
How dare you play the victim?" The middle-aged man in the suit glanced at Chang'an and immediately sneered, "Country bumpkin, are you two in cahoots?"
Chang'an lived in a small town in the countryside of the Great Xia Kingdom, while Ing Huan lived in a slum in the provincial capital. So strictly speaking, Chang'an was the real country bumpkin. The middle-aged man spoke in a haughty, bossy tone, "How can you possibly compare to me?
How much did that outfit of yours cost?"
"My clothes are designer brands worth hundreds of thousands."
"If you ruin my clothes, can you even afford to pay for them?"
Chang'an's mind was clear. He could tell the middle-aged man was trying to change the subject, so he immediately replied, "We're discussing who bumped into whom. This has nothing to do with whether we're country bumpkins or not, and it has nothing to do with how much your clothes are worth either." Just moments earlier, the middle-aged man had failed to close a business deal over the phone, so he was already seething with anger. Hearing Chang'an's well-reasoned response, he flew into a rage. The middle-aged man glanced around and whispered a threat, "You poor schmuck, watch your mouth. If I hit you, I'll just have to pay a little compensation, but if you hit me, your parents will have to kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy." Hearing this, Chang'an slowly reached behind his back toward his long sword and asked just as quietly, "What if I take your life?" Although everyone in the 9 provinces can cultivate, those without a talent for cultivation often turn to business or learn a trade. Even someone as exceptionally gifted as Hong Sen, because he had to work every day, remained stuck at the martial emperor realm and eventually faded into obscurity. Not to mention this pot-bellied middle-aged man, his natural talent was already quite low, and he had to run his business day in and day out. With just a single glance, Chang'an's keen eyes could tell that he was only at the 8-star martial master realm. The middle-aged man wanted to speak, but upon seeing Chang'an's hand reaching for the sword at his back, he ultimately said nothing. With a sullen expression, he walked away in silence. The onlookers, finding there was nothing left to see, began to disperse. Only then did Hong and Su Firen push their way forward. Upon seeing Hong, Chang'an clasped his fists in a salute. Hong returned the gesture and asked, "When did you get here?" Chang'an replied, "After I got off the high-speed train, I stopped for a bowl of noodles. I just arrived here myself." Su Firen, holding Ing Huan's hand, said, "It's all right now." Hong walked over as well and joked, "That pot-bellied, bald guy who was acting crazy just now, the whole point of people like him is to provoke us as much as possible while they're alive, so that when they suddenly drop dead one day, we can finally let it all out with a laugh, achieving that build-up then release effect." Ing Huan didn't laugh, but Su Firen couldn't help but chuckle. "You're still as good with metaphors as ever," he said. "You should check out those online forums whenever you have a spare moment. If you spend every day wading through that cesspool, sooner or later you'll reach my level." Hong suggested, "Since we run into each other and we still have 5 hours before boarding, why don't we just wait together?" None of the 3 objected, and the 4 of them found some seats in a corner. Hong looked at Chang'an and asked, "You got accepted to Yuanyang University, right?" "No," Chang'an shook his head. "I chose Tianju University." The other 3 were taken aback by this, but Hong just laughed heartily and said, "Old man Chen must be so angry he's about to spit blood." Chang'an replied calmly, "Although old Master Chen has been kind to me, he never pressured me in any way. I simply followed my heart, which is why I chose Tianju University." Hong nodded. "Tianju University is the strongest university for sword cultivation. It's definitely a good fit for you. You made the right choice. Yuanyang University, where old Master Chen is, focuses its curriculum on ice, fire, and lightning magic. If you'd gone there, you'd actually have been at a disadvantage." "Which university did you get into?" Su Firen asked Ing Huan beside him. She looked like a startled little rabbit, anxious and uneasy. "I chose Yuanyang University," Ing Huan said softly, lifting her head briefly before lowering it again. Since Ing Huan had chosen Yuanyang University, it stood to reason that she possessed a natural aptitude for the ice, fire, and lightning schools of magic. Zhengzhou is situated at the center of the 9 provinces, hence its name. However, Zhengzhou is an abbreviation. Its full name is Zhongtianzhizhou, which literally means the province at the center of heaven and earth. Of the remaining 8 provinces, the one located directly to the east is Dongxing Shenzhou, where the Huayang domain home to the Great Xia Kingdom is situated. North of Dongxing Shenzhou lies Pyongyang State, situated in the northeast. Due to its high elevation, the clouds hang low here, and the mist is ever present. Baijula State lies directly to the north, where heavy snow falls year-round. The Chasm Wall, where heroes of ages past are buried, is located here. To the northwest lies Fengtian Wuzhou. Its inhabitants are fiercely martial. They are bold, fierce, and skilled in battle. Throughout history, this region has produced many fearless heroes. For instance, 3 of the 10 heroes of antiquity were born here. Directly to the west lies Huangwangzhou. Legend has it that in ancient times, this was the dwelling place of the 9 heavens mystic phoenix. To the southwest lies the 3000 Dao province, where Taoist practices flourish and religious devotion is profound. Moreover, the martial arts practiced here are referred to as magical arts. Directly to the south is the Wudaoji province. Influenced by the 3000 Dao province, the martial arts here are also known as magical arts, though the level of Taoist practice here is slightly inferior to that of the 3000 Dao province. To the southeast, below the divine continent of Dongxing, lies the Great Luo Gold State, where martial arts flourish and the people are extremely combative. Moreover, due to conflicting philosophies between martial arts and Taoist practices, there has been constant friction and unceasing warfare between the Great Luo Gold State and the State of Supreme Enlightenment for many years. The wait to board was agonizing, but finally, at midnight, Hong and his 3 companions boarded the interdimensional airship. Including Su Firen, this was the first time any of the 4 had ridden a cross-dimensional airship. Su Firen had flown on an airplane before, but an airship and an airplane were 2 entirely different things. Airplanes were relatively slow, traveling at about 2,000 li per hour, and could only carry a few hundred passengers at a time. In contrast, the airship reached speeds of over 30,000 li per hour and could carry as many as 10,000 passengers. It was a means of transportation in a completely different league. Although the spacecraft traveled at high speed, Hong, sitting inside, didn't really notice it much. It was just that the economy class seats were rather cramped, and sitting in them for a long time felt a bit uncomfortable.
Dawn broke quickly.
Hong was seated by the window looking out. He could see the rising sun bursting through a sea of clouds stretching for 10,000 li, slowly ascending into the sky. Su Firen was in first class, while Chanan and Ing Huanhuan were seated in different sections. As Hong gazed out the window, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Hong looked up to see a middle-aged man with a full beard. The man was burly and muscular, as sturdy as a bear. Moreover, this middle-aged man exuded an extremely powerful aura. He was likely a martial king. The middle-aged man lifted his sunglasses and asked, "Are you Hong?" Hong nodded, then asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Wu Di." The middle-aged man took out an ID card, handed it to Hong to examine, and said, "I'm with the General Security Bureau of the Great Xia Kingdom. Come with me." Hong didn't suspect anything, because he had seen Hong Sen's SID before, but Hong Sen's SID bore the words Regional Security, while this man's bore General Security Bureau. Regional Security is a provincial-level department, whereas the General Security Bureau is a national-level department, a much higher-ranking agency. If someone from the General Security Bureau has come looking for him, could something major be about to happen? Surely it couldn't be that some bad guys are planning to blow up the airship, could it? Hong stood up and followed Wu Di, several possibilities flashing through his mind. The last line on page 7 of the diary was dated August 15, which happened to be today, so he wouldn't be able to see the contents of page 8 until tomorrow. Moreover, the diary didn't mention anything about an incident happening today, so Wu Di coming to find him should be fine. Hong followed Wu Di to first class, where Chanan, Lai, Ing Huanhuan, Blade, and Yunlu were all present. Su Firen and Situlan had first-class tickets to begin with, so naturally they were there as well. There were also a few other passengers, but most were young people, presumably students heading to the Tianwen realm to study. Why is everyone here? Hong thought to himself, sensing something was wrong. Could something really have happened? Seeing Hong's worried and unsettled expression, Su Firen realized he was overthinking things. He immediately walked over to him and said, "Stop letting your imagination run wild." Hong let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Seeing all of you here, I couldn't help but let my mind wander." Upon hearing this, Wu Di explained, "It's because your talents are truly exceptional. Heretical cultivators love to hunt down geniuses, and the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom are afraid something might happen to you, so they asked me to lead an elite team from the security domain to escort you to the Tianwen realm." Lai and Yunlu were themselves outstanding talents who'd been specially selected. They were originally supposed to be treated the same as Xiao. The high-ranking officials of the Tianwen realm would have sent people specifically to escort the 2 of them to the training base for centralized protection and secret training. As for Chang'an, needless to say, his talent might be even greater, at least that's what he claimed, so he was naturally a prime target for heretical cultivators. Therefore, to protect them, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom dispatched elite forces from the security domain to specifically escort the group to the Tianwen realm. Wu Di continued, "Your seats were too scattered, and I was worried something might happen to you, so I paid to upgrade your cabins. Now that you're all together, it's easier for me to ensure your safety. Furthermore, Master Mu Bai from Yuhuang Sanctuary, General Long Shao of the Great Xiao Wuxiang Army, and Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion are all stationed aboard this airship. The Great Yi Prefecture, Jinyuan Prefecture, and Qingzhou Prefecture have also dispatched experts to escort you." Wu Di assured them, "So you can rest easy. As long as you don't stray from our line of sight, You'll be absolutely safe even if you do encounter danger, we'll protect you, we'll never let you get hurt, unless I die. Such a solemn guarantee sounded a lot like a speech given in public, something to be taken with a grain of salt, completely lacking in credibility. But this also indirectly showed that the journey was extremely safe, otherwise, wouldn't have made such a bold claim.
It's like saying, I'll cut off my head if I lose. Who would dare make such a promise without 100% confidence? Wu Di ended with a joke, besides, I don't plan on dying. After I escort you all safely, I'm heading back home to get married. Hearing this, everyone shared a knowing smile.
Their anxiety vanished instantly, replaced by anticipation for college life.
Next to Chang'an sat a cute girl with big eyes.
She chatted cheerfully, while Chang'an listened quietly, a smile on his face.
Hong sat down next to Su Firan and whispered, "Who is that guy? He seems to know Chang'an really well." She's Chen's granddaughter.
I think her name is Su Firan, thought for a moment but couldn't remember her name.
Her name is Chen Yicheng, Situlan chimed in with a laugh.
She didn't take the martial artist college entrance exam.
Instead, she used Chen's letter of recommendation to sneak her way into Yuanyan University through the back door. Chen is her grandfather. That's not backdoor, it's completely above board. Hong retorted, though he was also just trying to save face for himself.
After all, in the diary, he himself had used a recommendation letter from Tianbao to gain admission to Tianwu Academy.
Hearing Hong speak, Situlan stepped over to his side and whispered, "Haven T, you noticed?" Noticed what? Hong was stumped. He genuinely hadn't noticed anything amiss.
Situlan lowered her voice even further and whispered, "Chen wants to set up Chen Yicheng in Chang'an." Upon hearing this, Su Firan also quietly pricked up his ears, but Situlan stopped abruptly right there, deliberately leaving them in suspense. Hong stroked his chin, a light bulb going off in his mind, and said, "No wonder Chen didn't push Chang'an to get into Yuanyan University, so he was waiting here all along." Situlan said meaningfully, "That's exactly it, that old man is incredibly shrewd. Chang'an getting into Yuanyan University wouldn't do him much good, but if Chang'an becomes his grandson-in-law, he'd hit the jackpot. I'm pretty outstanding too. Why isn't anyone setting their sights on me?" Hong felt a bit resentful. Could it really be that he wasn't as good as Chang'an? Situlan glanced at Su Firan and said pointedly, "I'm sure there are." This woman didn't seem like a nice person at all. She was actually trying to stir up trouble.
Hong caught the implication in her words and was just about to speak up when
Su Firan cut in first. "I admitted long ago that I had feelings for him back when he was an F-rank talent and a martial artist at a very low cultivation level. The reason I have feelings for Hong isn't because of his aptitude, nor is it because of his status, it's simply because I like him as a person and feel he is the one for me." As Su Firan said this, her arched eyebrows bristled. She was clearly genuinely angry.
Situlan retorted sarcastically, "Wasn't it precisely because your grandfather saw Hong Sen's talent that he arranged that marriage for him in the first place? After Hong Sen refused, he arranged a betrothal between Hong and you. The reason your grandfather did all this was to keep a tight grip on Hong Sen, wasn't it? Your own thoughts are despicable, but don't assume others are so sordid. Old Master Su simply admired my father, which is why he arranged that marriage for him." Hong's tone was icy as she continued, "Besides, Su Firan has saved my life twice. Our bond is stronger than gold itself, not your place to stir up trouble." Hong didn't believe a single word of Situlan's. If Tianbao had taken a liking to her as she was now, then the her in the diary with F-rank talent and no cultivation base whatsoever would have been a complete turn-off. Yet not only did Su Firan not mind, but Tianbao had even written her a letter of recommendation. What were the two of them really after? If you don't believe me, fine. Having been rebuffed, Situlan snorted coldly and stormed off in a huff. Hong turned to look at Su Firan. "You were absolutely right, this Situlan is just so annoying." Hearing this, Su Firan sighed. "Don't blame Situlan. She has actually been through a lot." Hearing Su Firan's sudden change of tone, Hong asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Shouldn't we be united against a common enemy?" Situlan wasn't always like this. It's because of the decline of the Qingzhou manor that she ended up. It's a long story,
and I don't like to talk about others behind their backs.
Su Firen didn't want to say more.
Hong wasn't interested in Sitalan either, since Su Firen didn't want to talk about it. He certainly wasn't going to pry. The interdimensional airship had been traveling for over 10 hours when, at noon, it docked at the Tsaisha Kingdom in the White Stone Realm. Since there were still many empty seats, a group of passengers would be boarding in Tsaisha Kingdom that evening, so the ship would have to make a temporary stop.
Once the interdimensional airship was fully occupied, it would set course for the Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou.
The White Stone domain was in a state of chaos. Aside from the superpower Kaixia Kingdom, it consisted entirely of small states. Diplomatic rifts and incessant warfare were common among these small states, leading many refugees to seek shelter in the Kaixia Kingdom. The Huayang domain had also suffered years of war. It was during that time that the great clans of Dei Prefecture, Qingzhou Prefecture, and Jinyuan Prefecture rose to prominence. But later, the Great Xia Kingdom devoted itself to reform and governance, gradually becoming a powerful nation. Once it grew strong, its neighbors all became friendly. As domestic stability was achieved, Tianbao, in order to maintain the prosperity of Dei Prefecture, had no choice but to go to Chasm Wall to accumulate military merits. After graduating from college, Hongsun also went to the Chasm Wall. That's where he met Tianbao, though Tianbao had already been stationed there for several years by then. If it weren't for the military merits Tianbao had accumulated at the Chasm Wall, the Dei Prefecture would have gradually declined, just like the Qingzhou Prefecture. The interdimensional airship was set to make a temporary stop in Tsaisha Kingdom. Bored from staying inside the airship, people began to step out one by one to get some fresh air. Su Firen was listening to music with her headphones on. Hong urged her to go out and take a look, but she said she couldn't be bothered to move, so Hong went out alone. As he walked out of the airport, an unconventional architectural style caught his eye. He recalled that books referred to this style as Gothic. Although it was stunning at first glance, Hong found it a bit jarring. After looking at it for a while, he still preferred the traditional style of the Great Xia Kingdom. After leaving the airport, Hong saw many refugees fleeing the turmoil. They were gaunt and emaciated, their clothes tattered, and their hair disheveled.
Have you not seen, at the head of Qinghai, how since ancient times, white bones have lain unburied?
10,000 palace halls have turned to dust in times of rise and fall. It is always the common people who suffer. Hong was overcome with mixed emotions, but he was grateful that the Great Xia Kingdom was now a powerful nation. He continued on his way and, before long, spotted a familiar face. This man, dressed in a spotless white robe, was none other than the dignified Yunlu. He was surrounded by a group of children. Clad in ragged clothes, they held their bowls high, asking Yunlu for money with a mix of urgency and joy. Since currency was not in circulation, Yunlu had no choice but to take out a gold ingot, break it into small pieces, and place them into the bowls the children held aloft. Seeing someone giving money, more and more children gathered around, followed by a stream of emaciated adults who pressed forward one after another toward Yunlu. Yunlu kept breaking off pieces from the gold ingot in his hand. His flowing white robe became stained with grease and soot from the crowd of children pressing around him. Han had no money left, only a single gold ingot, but he had to save that for living expenses.
The Yu Wang Sanctuary really is a massive operation, Hong remarked sarcastically, then silently walked away.
The kingdom of Tsaisha is renowned for a type of jade called Xia Guang Baoyu. Because Xia Guang Baoyu emits a dazzling rainbow glow, it is typically used to craft jewelry such as earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. Hidanio's wife must certainly love Xia Guang Baoyu. Moreover, in the kingdom of Tsaisha, one can also purchase the famous white stone from the White Stone realm. White stone is very brittle, it crumbles at the slightest touch, so it isn't used as a material for crafting artifacts. Instead, it's classified as a medicinal herb with excellent therapeutic properties and is typically used in alchemy. While both the Aurora Jade and White Stone are rare elsewhere, they are commonplace local specialties in the kingdom of Tsaisha, which is precisely why Han left the interdimensional airship. He carried a gold bar weighing 5,000 grams, with gold priced at 600 yuan per gram. Hong spent only 100 grams of gold to exchange for 1,000 jin of white stone. He then spent another 260 grams of gold to exchange for 1,000 jin of Aurora Jade. As for the various ores from the Great Xia Kingdom, he had already stockpiled a large quantity before leaving. Since it was still early, after purchasing the Dawnlight Jade and White Stone, Hong was in no hurry to return to the flying vessel. Instead, he wandered through the streets, buying various valuable goods. Gold bricks are relatively common, but storage artifacts are rare. Hong feared others might set their sights on him, so he tucked the gold brick into his pocket. Since he only had one gold brick on him, he chose only inexpensive items. The weight of the gold brick gradually decreased, dropping from the original 5,000 grams to 3,000 grams. At the same time, however, Hong's Kunlun Jade token was filled to the brim with all kinds of rare treasures. A young refugee child was walking with his head down. Hong was looking at the goods on the surrounding streets, so he didn't notice the child. The two collided head-on. The frail refugee child was knocked to the ground, but he quickly got back up, bowing deeply as he timidly apologized. Hong wasn't the middle-aged man he used to be, so naturally he wasn't going to hold a grudge against a child. Besides, he was unharmed. It was the refugee child who had scraped his arm in the collision. "I'm fine," Hong said, smiling as he patted the homeless child on the head. The child then walked away. Hong continued strolling along, and he spotted another item that might be valuable. Just as he was about to reach into his pocket for some gold to buy it, his hand came up empty. Damn it! Who was using the flying dragon probes the clouds technique? He'd actually run into a thief. The Great Xia Kingdom was a law-abiding nation where citizens followed the law, and Hong had never encountered a thief before, so it hadn't occurred to him to be on guard. Hong cursed under his breath, suspecting it was the homeless child who had bumped into him earlier. He didn't have much money left to begin with. If you're going to steal, go steal from someone else. This was his living expenses for the future. Hong was seething with anger. He immediately turned around and gave chase in the direction the homeless child had fled. Although he could have gone to a safe zone, he was set to leave Xia Kingdom that very night and didn't have time to wait for the safe zone guards to catch the thief, so he had no choice but to go after the homeless child himself. Hong was a martial master, after all, and walked very fast. It took him only about 10 minutes to search several nearby streets. Before he knew it, he found a slum where the vagrants had gathered, a place where sewage flowed everywhere and the stench was overwhelming. The buildings, densely packed and of varying heights, were crammed together almost seamlessly, blocking out all sunlight. This must have been the old city district of Xia Kingdom. Most of the buildings were dilapidated apartment blocks due to their age. The plaster had fallen off, leaving only exposed brick and concrete. Although it was a slum, it was home to all sorts of general stores, snack stands, barbershops, and red light districts, much like Kowloon Walled City. Hong was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, but compared to the displaced people in the slum, his smart attire made him stand out as an outsider at first glance. Many of the vagrants eyed Hong with fierce, greedy stares, as if they wanted to cut a piece of flesh from his body and taste it. But Hong wasn't the least bit afraid. He was a martial master. Since these people had fallen into such a state, they likely had very poor natural talent, just like Hong's own F-rank talent back then. As long as one's natural talent was even slightly better, it was easy to scrape by, for example, by working as a security guard, bodyguard, or in security. Hong sniffed the air, the exact same foul stench. The vagrant child who had just stolen his belongings reeked of this very stench. "Don't let me find you. If I do, I'll stab you." Hong looked around, shooting a glare at the vagrants who were sizing him up. Although this slum wasn't very large, it was a labyrinthine maze. Finding that vagrant kid was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Hong possessed the heavenly eye. He channeled his spiritual energy, opened the heavenly eye, and used its long-range vision and X-ray vision to scan the slum. Standing in place, he scanned for several minutes until he finally spotted the vagrant kid who had stolen his gold brick. Hong pulled up his pants, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and leaped more than 10 meters forward, clearing the foul-smelling ditch ahead. After walking a few hundred meters, he arrived at a flight of stairs and was just about to climb up when a woman dressed in plain clothes, pale-faced and with disheveled hair, reached out and grabbed Hong's sleeve, asking, "Want to come in and play?" Hong turned at the sound. The door behind the woman in plain clothes was ajar, and a faint red glow shone from within. "My money was stolen." "I don't have any," Hong replied. All he wanted right now was to catch the homeless kid. I'm not expensive, said the woman in plain clothes, perhaps still a bit shy since she'd only recently entered the trade. Hong was a man of integrity who remained unmoved by such temptations.
He shook off the woman's grasp and said impatiently, "I'm not interested."
The woman redoubled her efforts, grabbing the hem of Hong's robe with both hands.
"I don't even want money, just give me a bowl of rice to eat, and after I finish, I'll sleep with you."
Hong was slightly moved, but he said nothing. He shook off the woman's hands once more and dashed toward the fourth floor. He kicked the door open. The room was dim, but thanks to the heavenly eyes night vision, Hong could clearly see the scene inside. A homeless boy clutched a knife in both hands, pointing it straight at Hong. His expression was filled with fear, and his body trembled slightly from terror. Behind the boy stood several even younger children, who appeared to be only 4 or 5 or 6 years old. A little girl was hiding behind the refugee boy. Her eyes were cloudy and lifeless. She must have been blind, and she was whispering, "Brother, brother." Several other children lay weakly on the bed, emaciated to the point of being nothing but skin and bones. Hong, who had been so fierce moments ago, saw this scene and, for some reason, the images of Hong Lan and Hong Hu flashed through his mind. Hong sighed inwardly. He walked up to the refugee boy, reached out to take back the gold brick, and with a slight tug, split it into 2 pieces, one large and one small. "Don't flaunt your wealth. When you take it out to use, be mindful of the people around you." Hong placed the larger piece of gold brick in front of the displaced child, then walked away. After going downstairs, he knocked on the door of the woman in plain clothes, placed the smaller piece of gold brick by the door, and leaped onto the roof. Only after seeing the woman in plain clothes open the door and pick up the smaller piece of gold brick from the ground did Hong silently leave. Such is the way of the world. Many people, though their own lives are far from ideal, cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Hong returned to the flying ship. Su Firan was still reclining in his seat, wearing Bluetooth headphones, his eyes closed as he listened to music. Before long, night fell. The second group of passengers boarded, and the cross-dimensional flying ship set sail once more. Su Firan took off his headphones and, noticing Hong's somber expression, asked, "What's wrong?" Hong shook his head and smiled. "I thought the whole world was like the Great Xia Kingdom, but the outside world is completely different from what I imagined. But maybe that's just how the world is behind every bustling metropolis. There are places where the sunlight never reaches." It was soon midnight, and Su Firan put his Bluetooth headphones back on, closing his eyes to listen to music. Hong glanced around, seeing that no one was paying attention to him. He quietly took out his diary from the Kunlun jade pendant. He flipped to page 8 and began to review the contents of the diary. August 16, 5025, Su Firan and I were actually pretty happy, but that bitch Sitalan kept bad-mouthing me behind my back. She called me a freeloader, said I pulled strings to get ahead, and even called me a good-for-nothing. Su Firan got into a fight with Situlan, and in the end, air traffic control had to step in to pull them apart. Today was August 16, the second day since boarding the airship. Situlan really is a nasty woman. Yesterday she was bad-mouthing Chang'an and Chanicheng behind their backs. In the diary, I hadn't won the top spot on the imperial exams, and I was dating Su Firan, so it made perfect sense that I'd become the target of Situlan's gossip. From now on, I'll have to keep my distance from Situlan, Hong silently resolved. August 17, 5025, frowny face. I bartered for a crimson flamestone inside the Kunlun jade pendant. After consuming it and channeling the heaven-repairing divine art, I successfully upgraded my talent to D-rank Crimson Flame. The version of myself in the diary was improving her talent far too slowly. All she did was flirt with Su Firan day in and day out, and yet she only managed to reach D rank. But my real-life self has been doing great. ID long since raised my talent to a rank. Even though it's since dropped back to B rank, it's still far better than the version in the diary. August 19, 5025, since I had nothing better to do, I've been practicing breathing exercises and meditation these past 2 days, and I've finally broken through to 5-star martial artist. The version of myself in the diary didn't have the 89 mystical skill, which allows one to grow stronger with each battle, so my cultivation progress was very slow. I've only just broken through to 5-star martial artist. August 20, 5025, people have been dying one after another on the airship. I heard that when the airship docked in Xia Kingdom, some passengers who went out sightseeing contracted a virus.
Hong froze for a moment upon reading this. August 15th was yesterday. He'd gone out yesterday too. Could he have caught the virus as well? August 21st, 5025, the situation is looking very grim.
In just one night, more than half of the economy class passengers have been infected, and those infected soon turned into mindless zombies.
August 22nd, 5025, I'm really screwed.
Yun Lu is such a do-gooder, why doesn't he just die?
That beast of a man, harming others and himself. August 23rd, 5025, we've finally wiped out the zombies on the airship. I can breathe a little easier now.
August 24th, 5025, it turns out the airship had long been targeted by heretical cultivators. Hundreds, even thousands of them have surrounded it, were truly trapped with no way out. The interdimensional airship docked in Saixia Kingdom, and that's when the trouble began. First, people died, then zombies appeared, and finally, we were targeted by heretical cultivators.
Doesn't this mean the heretical cultivators received intelligence after the fact and boarded the ship in Saixia Kingdom?
Then, there's a gap of several days in the entries. The date in the diary jumps from August 24th to August 31st, the last day of the month. August 31st, 5025, thank goodness Su Firan was with me on this journey, but I don't know what happened to the others. With so many heretical cultivators surrounding us, perhaps only Su Firan and I survived. September 1st, 5025, today is the first day of school, but Su Firan and I are in Yingqing Kingdom. Although it's also located in Zhengzhou, it's still a long way from the Wentiang realm. September 2nd, 5025, ever since our airship was attacked, Su Firan and I have become overly cautious, once bitten, twice shy.
So we're taking the high-speed rail all the way west.
Plus, given everything that has happened along the way, neither of us trusts anyone, so we haven't dared to contact the local security authorities. September 3rd, 5025, although we've already missed the start of the school year, the high-speed rail is too slow. It'll take at least 3 months to reach the Tianwen realm.
September 4th, 5025, we should be out of range of the heretical cultivators' pursuit now. After discussing it with Su Firan, we've decided to take a flying vessel after all. After all, this is Zhengzhou. I doubt those heretical cultivators would dare to cause trouble here. September 9th, 5025, we were on edge the whole way. We didn't trust a soul. Everyone looked like a heretic cultivator to us. Since Su Firan and I were traveling alone, without the main group, and the heretic's target was Chanan, we managed to avoid danger. September 10th, 5025, we've finally escaped and arrived at the Tianwen realm. Now we're finally safe.
After reading the diary entries, Hong's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He knew he would first have to face the zombies. Once the zombies were dealt with, the heretics would attack the airship. Then his group would split into several teams, each fleeing for their lives. He and Su Firan were the only ones who ultimately escaped, while the fate of the others remained unknown. But the most critical events between August 24th and August 31st were not recorded, perhaps because the situation was too tense to allow for writing that day's entries. In the midst of such chaos and with one's life hanging by a thread, one's mind is focused solely on survival. There is certainly no time or energy to keep a diary. Yet the entry for September 2nd was also somewhat puzzling. Why didn't he dare contact the local safe zone? What else had happened along the way? Presumably, these events were what prevented him from contacting the local security zone, but what exactly were they? Hong closed his eyes and thought for a moment. A suspicion formed in his mind. It must have something to do with the heretical cultivators. Could it be that those heretical cultivators disguised themselves as security zone personnel and ambushed him? Or perhaps there was a heretical cultivator infiltrating the local security zone, and his phone call to them had exposed his location? Then there was the most crucial point. He'd been out yesterday too. Could he have been infected with the virus as well? At this thought, Hong's face turned pale. What was he supposed to do? Was he just supposed to wait to die? But there was one piece of good news. In the diary, he and Su Firan had managed to escape. A silver lining in this disaster. Moreover, in reality, he wasn't the liability he was in the diary. Both he and Su Firan were martial masters. Evil cultivators love to hunt down geniuses, so their targets were undoubtedly Chanan. Although he was also the top scholar, everyone knew he possessed an A-class talent, so it was highly unlikely he was the evil cultivator's primary target. At this point, even though Hong was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Shannon was indeed stronger than him. Lai and Yunluo's talents were equally outstanding. Those two were likely targets of the heretical cultivators as well.
Besides, since his own talent had dropped to grade B, those heretical cultivators certainly wouldn't hunt him down.
Hong comforted himself with this thought. Although he didn't know what Su Firen's talent level was, he figured it must be around grade S. If her talent were exceptionally high, she would have been accepted early by a top-tier university. Why would she need to take the martial artist college entrance exam? Therefore, neither he nor Su Firen were the heretical cultivators' primary targets, which was why they had a chance to escape.
The zombies weren't a major problem. His group could handle them on their own.
The real threat was the heretical cultivators. Hong was a bit torn about whether to tell the others so they could prepare in advance, but after a moment's thought, he decided not to say anything for now, since there was a heretic on board the airship. Apart from himself and Su Firen, Hong didn't dare trust anyone. He felt everyone was a suspect. Besides, even if Hong brought this up, no one would believe him anyway, since he had no way to prove it was true. He couldn't very well tell others, "My diary can predict the future."
If someone said that to you, would you believe it? I'm afraid no one would. And they'd probably think you were crazy. Moreover, the diary also recorded, "I dare not trust anyone. Everyone looks like a heretic to me."
This undoubtedly confirmed Hong's suspicion. There were definitely heretics among the passengers on the airship, that was beyond doubt. Furthermore, on August 24, hundreds or even thousands of heretical cultivators would surround the flying vessel from the outside. They had long since prepared for a coordinated attack from both inside and out.
Hong patted Su Firen on the shoulder. Su Firen took off his headphones and asked, "What's up?"
"I'm curious about something," Hong asked.
"If we jump off the flying vessel, will we die?"
Su Firen replied matter-of-factly, "That goes without saying. You'd definitely die. You're a martial master, not a martial god."
Hong asked, "Why?" "My body is so strong I can't possibly die from a fall, can I?"
"The flying ship travels at over 30,000 kilometers per hour. Once you jump out, you won't be able to resist the wind at all. Your body will spin endlessly in the air, and you'll quickly become dizzy." Su Firen continued, "Plus, the airship is flying at an altitude of several 100,000 meters.
Do you really think your body could withstand a fall from that height? As physics textbooks explain, kinetic energy increases with height.
So the higher you fall from, the faster you'll go, and the harder the impact will be when you finally hit the ground." Hong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praise him. "I didn't realize you were such a brainiac." "I wouldn't go that far," Su Firen said with a smile. "But it depends on who you're comparing me to. If I'm comparing myself to you, of course I'm better." Since jumping off the airship would almost certainly result in his death, Hong dismissed the idea from his mind. The airship was flying at an altitude of several 100,000 meters, where cell phones had no signal, so it was impossible to send a message for help. If there had been a signal, Su Firen wouldn't have been listening to music the whole time. He would have been scrolling through TikTok long ago. Worried that the person next to him might be a heretic cultivator and that speaking directly could alert them, Hong took out a piece of paper, wrote a message, and handed it to Su Firen.
"I need to tell you something. Don't panic, don't say a word, and don't look around.
Let us communicate with pen and paper." Su Firen froze for a moment upon seeing the words, looking at Hong in confusion, as if waiting for more. Hong continued writing, "There's a heretic cultivator on the airship. They might be right around us. Anyone nearby could be a heretic cultivator." As Su Firen read this line, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He then took the paper and pen and wrote back, "How do you know there's a heretic cultivator?" Hong wrote down the excuse she had prepared in advance, "I just went to the restroom. The heretics thought it was empty, so I overheard the hijackers' conversation. They plan to release a virus to turn the economy class passengers into zombies first, then work from the inside to surround us." Before Su Firen could send a message asking, Hong anticipated her doubts and wrote again, "Of course, it's because Chanan, Lai, and Yunluo's talents are so outstanding that they've been targeted by the heretics."
Su Firen nodded.
Every year around this time, heretics would attack airships carrying students. Since there were many geniuses in their group, they were naturally more vulnerable to such attacks. Of course, the main reason was that it was Hong. She would never lie to her. Su Firan immediately typed, "So, what do you plan to do?" "I was actually thinking of jumping off the airship." Hong typed this line, flashing a helpless smile. "We can send a distress message. My phone is a Huawei Mate 60. It can make satellite calls and send satellite messages. I'll text Grandpa for help." After writing that, Su Firan hurriedly pulled out her phone and composed a message, but the signal icon kept spinning, and eventually a red exclamation mark appeared. Hong shook his head with a wry smile and wrote, "Since they dared to hijack the airship, they must have come fully prepared. I suspect they're using a signal jammer to block cell phone signals. Let us think of another way." Su Firan looked at Hong, his face full of worry, and asked, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Hong wrote a line, "There's strength in numbers. Who do you think we can trust?" Su Firan's eyes lit up at this. He grabbed a pen and paper and wrote, "You mean we can find some teammates?" Hong nodded and immediately wrote, "Who do you think is the most trustworthy, who is least likely to be a heretic cultivator?" Su Firan thought for a moment and wrote 3 characters, Chagan. Seeing those 3 characters, Hong let out a faint smile. Great minds think alike. Chanan was the primary target of these heretical cultivators, so he was, of course, the least likely to be one. Hong stood up and said to Su Firan, "You go find Chanan. I have someone in mind as well." The two decided to split up. Su Firan would go find Chanan, while Hong would go find Lai. If Chanan was the least likely to be a heretic cultivator, then Lai was almost certainly not one either. Although Hong had only met him once, Lai's trustworthy and upright character made him seem nothing like a cunning and treacherous heretic cultivator. Lai stood tall and imposing by the floor-to-ceiling window of the airship, gazing out at the surging sea of clouds. Hong walked over to Lai. Instead of rushing into the matter, he struck up a casual conversation. "Which school did you get into?" Facing Hong, whom he didn't know very well, Lai replied coolly with 4 words, "Tianwu Academy." "Oh." Hong's eyes lit up, his voice tinged with delight. "We'll be classmates then." "You chose Tianwu Academy too?" Lai paused for a moment, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What a coincidence." Hong said, "Vice Principal Zhou Jielian even came to my house in person. I had to give him some face, didn't I? You really are a big shot." Lai let out a wry laugh and sighed. "The admissions team from Tianwu Academy never even approached me. I applied on my own." "Didn't any other schools reach out to you?" Hong looked puzzled. Given Lai's talent, he'd been accepted early. He was a top-tier genius. After all, so plenty of admissions teams should have been knocking on his door. Lai replied, "Admissions teams from Lingsha University, Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Wuchu University, and Dawei Fuyuang Academy all came, but I didn't want to attend any of those universities." Hong asked curiously, "Since so many top-tier universities came looking for you, why did you go out of your way to choose Tianwu Academy, a school that didn't even reach out to you?" "Because those universities didn't suit my aspirations." Lai clenched his fist and gazed out the window at the sea of clouds. "From the very beginning, I've only ever wanted to attend Tianwu Academy." Before Hong could press further, Lai explained, "Because Tianwu Academy aligns with my philosophy of martial arts. Tianwu Academy has a strict hierarchical system, divided into 4 class tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, and encourages students to compete against one another as long as no one is killed. It's no big deal. The school is steeped in the philosophy of survival of the fittest, and the strong reign supreme. The Heaven class represents the elite, while the Yellow class is the lowest tier. As a result, students in the Earth class, Xian class, and Yellow class are constantly striving to climb the ranks. Students in the Heaven class are challenged every so often. If they lose, they are demoted to the Earth class, and another loss sends them down to the Xian class. If a student from the Xian class challenges an Earth class student and wins, they are promoted to the Earth class. Students from the Xian class can also challenge the Heaven class, a move that is several tiers above their own. Though their chances of winning are extremely low, however, a victory would grant them direct promotion to the Heaven class. On the campus of Tianwu Academy, students are fighting almost every moment. Just imagine what that scene must be like. At this thought, Lai couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He couldn't wait to get to Tianwu Academy, rip off his clothes, and engage in a thrilling, all-out brawl. Seeing the excitement Lai couldn't hide on his face, Hong felt a bit exasperated. Lai was a total combat maniac. Entering Tianwu Academy was like a drug addict seeing a leaf or a fisherman finding a wild pond.
I need to tell you something. With no other passengers around, Hong didn't beat around the bush.
He handed the densely written piece of paper to Lai, who was sitting next to him. The paper contained a conversation between Hong and Su Firen.
Lai took the paper and glanced at it.
After a moment of silence, he asked, "We've only met once. Why should I trust you?" Hong replied bluntly, "I know you don't trust me, but you can wait 2 days and see if anyone gets infected with the virus and turns into a zombie." Looking at Hong, who was speaking with such conviction, Lai narrowed his eyes.
After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Let us say what's written here is true. What's the point of you coming to me? 3 heads are better than 1.
Hong said with a sigh, "My strength alone is too weak. I'm afraid I can't change much on my own."
But there is strength in numbers. If we join forces early on, our chances of survival will be much greater.
That's a plausible reason, but why did you come to me?
Lai rubbed his chin and asked, "Don't you trust Wu Di or Long Shao of the Wuxiang army?"
Hong's voice was very low as he said, "The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. I dare not trust others lightly."
Upon hearing this, Lai grinned and laughed, "Then I must thank you for trusting me." Hong cautioned, "Don't make a fuss about this. Anyone on the airship could be a heretic cultivator." "I'm well aware of that," Lai nodded. "But you're being a bit too cautious.
There are over 10,000 passengers on this airship, and heretic cultivators are, after all, few in number."
"You don't need to be so paranoid."
"But those heretic cultivators' cultivation levels probably aren't too low. At the very least, they're all at the martial spirit realm," Lai added. His own group of students were all at the martial master realm. Breaking through from martial master to martial spirit was extremely difficult, so even Chang'an and Lai remained at the martial master realm. Therefore, as long as a heretical cultivation organization dispatched a martial spirit level practitioner, they could ensure absolute success. The Great Xia Kingdom had anticipated this in advance and dispatched Wu Di from the General Security Bureau, along with a team of elite agents from the security domain. They were joined by Master Mu Bai from Yuhuang Sanctuary, General Long Shao of the Great Xia Wuxiang Army, Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and experts from the Great Yi Prefecture, Xinyuan Prefecture, and Qingzhou Prefecture. Wu Di and his group were all at the martial emperor realm, so logically speaking, his students should have been safe, yet the diary clearly recorded,